Naruto God Level System, Chapter 1041-1060. Chapter 41 of the First Thousand Fog. Have mercy on each other. Yuanzi came to Chen's side and whispered to Chen. What kind of love? Chen looked at Yuanzi suspiciously. What did Bai Yinyan want to tell him? Do you want to come? Yuanzi's anticipation eyes swayed Chen, obviously wanting to let Chen participate. Exhibition? What exhibition? I don't know that either. Sonoko shook his head what the exhibition was, but her mother asked her to invite Chen over there. By the way, this is my mother's invitation. You must show respect. Sonoko said to Chen. Oh, since it is your mother's invitation, I will naturally go. Chen's eyes flashed, wiping strange. Then you mean, if 803 inches is my own invitation, you won't lose face? Why? Yuanzi glared at Chen angrily. I didn't say that, Chen said after shrugging. Although you didn't say that, but you mean it. Sonoko snorted softly and said unreasonably. Sure enough, women are unreasonable. It's a waste of my time for me to reason with you. 33 inches what? You actually said that women are unreasonable, okay. I want to tell others. Sonoko ran directly to the living room. Tell other people, but Joshi picks up Chen with all the bad eyes. He later said he was very helpless. Don't get me wrong. I mean Sonoko is not making sense, just referring to Sonoko himself. Chen explained to them. Shaolin and the others looked at Sonoko with strange eyes, and those strange eyes made Sonoko's face light up. No, he didn't say that just now. Sonoko said, looking at the daily dejectedly. Really? We didn't hear it. Shaolin and the others said with a smile. HMPH, I ignore you. Sonoko turned his head angrily. Seeing the garden seems to be really bullish. Shaolin quickly comforted her equals when she stayed here until evening. Shaolin and the others were also ready to leave. Chen, don't forget what I told you. Yuanzi reminded Chen. Don't worry, you can't forget it. Chen said to Yuanzi, this is no longer Yuanzi. I said it for the first time. P has been repeated several times. Sure enough, the essence of human beings is when the repeater came to the door and Sora was about to send them back. Suddenly, I saw Hattori and Konan walking towards Akasabo Tujiaguo. Hattori, Heiji and Konan were also stunned for a second. They went out to buy things, but they didn't expect to pass by Hyuga Chen's door when they went back to meet Hyuga Chen. This is not the main thing. Mainly next to Hyuga Chen, Mai stood Shaolin and Hiyi. As for the others, they were randomly dropped by Hattori, Heiji and Konan. Sister Shaolin, why did your awareness here come to mind again? After giving Hyuga Chen a bad look, Konan asked. I'm playing at Chen's house. Konan, you're here recently. Are you waiting at home? Shaolin was a little surprised when she looked at Konan, but she didn't expect to see Konan. Konan, how was your time at Akasa Hiroshi's house? Shaolin asked Konan about Konan's current situation. At Dr. Ali's house, Shaolan was not worried. Because Konan was originally a distant relative of Dr. A's signature. After all, both Ali Hiroshi and Konan said this before. It's okay. Konan's expression stiffened, then said. What a shit, etc. Hutu can't even take care of himself, so the doctor's house in the period can be imagined. Quite bad. I actually saw Shaolin here. Shaolin actually came to look for Hyuga Chen, and Konan's mood exploded immediately. Itchy, but there is a person next to him who is more itchy than Kiba, and that is Hattori Heiji. After all, compared to Konan, Hattori Heiji is even worse than him, and he was sent to the medical school by Hyuga Chen before. Seeing Hattori Heiji, Kazuya asked in a somewhat contrite manner, are you out of the forest? How did you know? Anshuba. And Hattori Heiji didn't know Yuan Shan and Yi knew that he was beaten. How did he know now? Could it be that Hyuga Chen told her? Suddenly, Hattori Heiji looked at Hyuga Chen with an ugly face. Why are you looking at me? Do you still want to compete with me? Chen looked at Hattori with a faint smile. You have just been discharged from the hospital. Don't go in again. My mother came to see you. ? Hattori Heiji asked Chen. Put the rest aside for the time being and think about what Konan told him before. Hattori Heiji is going to ask clearly. That's right, It looks like Hattori Shizuka told you. Chen didn't think Hattori Heiji knew something was wrong. In fact, Hattori Shizuka didn't tell him. If Conan didn't tell him, Hattori Heiji probably wouldn't know. Hattori Heiji didn't speak, but Chen didn't bother to say anything to him. Let's go Shaolin, I'll take you back, Chen said to Shaolin and the others. When Hattori Heiji was about to say something, Conan suddenly grabbed Hattori Heiji, then dragged Hattori Heiji and left. Back to Akasa Hiroshi. Conan only let go of Hattori Heiji after he got home. Why are you pulling me? Conan turned to Byakugan when he heard the words, why are you pulling you? Of course I'm afraid that you will get hot and then rush up. What if you get beaten? If you say that you were beaten and hospitalized again, I'm afraid Hattori Jingwawe he will take him back, and even Hattori Haizang will take him back. No matter how stubborn Hattori Heiji is, it will be useless. I'm not stupid, I can restrain myself. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan and said. Ha ha. Conan smiled coldly. If he could restrain himself 7 times, he wouldn't be beaten before, and now he says he can restrain himself. Curly believes that there are ghosts. What do you mean when? Hattori Heiji looked at Conan unhappily, and Keihihi told Hattori Heiji that this was really missing. It's nothing. Shinan shook his head and didn't say anything about Hattori Heiji snorted coldly. In fact, Hattori Heiji's heart is very irritable now. Thinking of seeing Yuenshin and Yi at the door of Hyuga Chen's house, his heart is uncomfortable. However, he is not the only one who suffers. Conan on the side is also very uncomfortable. In fact, the two of them are completely sympathetic to each other. What's the matter? Are you two alright? After Dr. Aga came out of the laboratory, looking at the expressions of Heiji, Hattori and Conan, he couldn't help asking. Chapter 1042. I would love to see Hiroshi Hattori and Conan asking questions about Hattori Heiji and Conan's concern, but the two of them didn't speak, with a cold look on their faces. 3 inches you two are having a conflict. Akasa Hiroshi look. He glanced at Conan, and then glanced at Hattori Heiji. It was obvious that the two of them seemed to be quarreling. The play. Conan and Hattori Heiji did not answer. Vice silence. Hiro Akasa was stunned and didn't know what to say. What can I do to persuade Conan and Hattori Heiji and the two of them? Is it necessary for the two of you to have a conflict? Hiroshi Akasa was puzzled and couldn't help but say. At this time, Conan and Hattori Heiji were also more rational. In fact, the reason why the two were arguing just now was entirely because they didn't agree with each other, so they didn't seem to like each other, but now they have calmed down a bit. Sorry, I did something wrong before. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. No need to apologize. 27 In fact, I should thank you. If you hadn't pulled me away, maybe I really couldn't control myself. Hattori Heiji shook his head at Conan and said. If it wasn't for Conan holding him back, maybe he really couldn't help it and would fight with Hyuga Chen again. The result at that time would definitely be sent to the hospital. After all, he could not Hyuga Chen's opponent. Seeing that the conflict between the two of them was resolved, Dr. Akasa was relieved and said nothing more. By the way, didn't you go shopping? What about the things you bought? Kasabotu suddenly asked the two of them. Didn't he go to buy something to eat? Where is the food now? Didn't I buy it back? Also, why did they suddenly have a conflict? This Dr. Agasa also wanted to know. At that time, Conan and Hattori Heiji's expression froze, and the thing was bought. But when Conan pulled Hattori Poji back, he was thrown away by the angry Hattori Wangji. Conan's eyes turned to Hattori Heiji. That was a purchase. The food was thrown away by Hattori Heiji just like that. I'll go pick it up again. Hattori Heiji got up and said. I'm going to order takeout. Conan shook his head and said, you are still advancing. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan, then walked out. He really went to pick it up. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji, quite speechless. In a blink of an eye, the time passed. Early in the morning, Sonoko called Chen. Chen, before you haven't forgotten what I told you. You mean the exhibition held by the Suzuki Foundation too? You haven't told me what the exhibition is. Who? And Sonoko said. It's a jewelry exhibition. After I asked my sister, she told me that it was a jewelry exhibition. very beautiful jewelry, Sonoko said. I don't have any interest in this. Chen shook his head and Wen said too seriously, he really has no interest in the so-called jewelry. 0 inches don't you come. You promised me, don't regret it, and if you don't come, I'm afraid this mother will teach me a lesson. You don't want to see me being taught a lesson, right? Sonoko's voice suddenly became a little pathetic. Who said I didn't want it? I'd love to see it. Chen couldn't help but said with a smile. His laughter was obviously heard by Sonoko. Garden is in a bad mood. Needless to say, the bad guy Chen must be laughing at himself. If you don't come, I'll go to your house and arrest you. I want you to look good, Yuanzi said with a light snort. Okay, then you can arrest me. Chen said with a slight smile. Okay, just wait, I'll catch you. After that, Sonoko hung up the phone, as if Sonoko really wanted to come over and arrest him. In that case, just wait at home. Anyway, the garden will come. Xiao, are you interested in the jewelry exhibition? The jewelry exhibition held by Suzuki Finance. Chen said to Shui. I'll go with you. Xiao nodded and said. Chen looked at Xiaodong in surprise. To be honest, Chen just asked, and never thought that Xiao would agree to the past. Who would have thought that Xiao actually agreed? Don't you want me to go? Xiao glanced at Chen and asked. That's not true, I just feel strange. You actually promised Guo Chen and thought that Shujing would reject it because Chen felt that Xiao Ying child would not be interested in this, but I didn't expect Yi to be really interested, I just went to look at you. Xiao glanced at Chen, and Ohu said, look at me, what do I have to look at? Chen looked at Xiao inexplicably and asked, there should be a lot of beautiful women in this exhibition. So you should know why. Bermode suddenly said with a smile. Glancing at Bermode, Xiao didn't speak, that was indeed the reason. Say, are you interested in going to see? Chen asked the others, I'm interested and I also followed, can I get up and go? Yuzuzi looked at Chen with bright eyes. Except for the name of Shizi, others did not have much interest in this exhibition. Soon after, Yuanzi came to Chen's house. Hey, I'm here to catch you now. Let's go, Shaolin and Hiyi are waiting, hurry up. Sonoko took Chen's hand and walked outside. Why are you in such a hurry? Chen took Xiao, Mingmei 947 and Yuchizi, and followed Yuanzi to open the house. Actually, Mingmei didn't want to go. But Xiao took Mingmei and Bai Jing Mingmei at home, and Xiao also I can't see it anymore. It turns out that the exhibition was on a cruise ship. Chen and the others came to the beach, looked at the cruise ship docked on the coast, and couldn't help but say, yeah, it's right here. Sonoko nodded, and then said, let's hurry up, we will set sail in a while. If you don't go, you won't go. Makan Lu soon boarded the cruise. Looking at the crowd around, Chen whispered, we and the others are really flowing in. Everyone else was dressed in dresses. A tent, and Chen they are wearing casual clothes. Look out of tune with the people around you. By the way, you are the master. Are you dressed like this? I thought Sonoko would put on some makeup. Chen looked at Sonoko and said, Chen, are you looking forward to my makeup? Sonoko asked Chen involuntarily. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you wear makeup or not. I think it's better for you to take off the headband you put on and let your hair down. Chen said to Sonoko, Sonoko, you look really ugly wearing a headband. If the headband is put down, she must be a beauty no worse than Xiaolan and the others. Sonoko sounded a little depressed, she was really ugly with a headband. Chapter 1043. Do you want to be my daughter? Xiaolan, do you think it's really ugly for me to wear a headband? Sonoko asked Xiaolan next to her. 3 inches I don't think the garden is ugly. Xiaolan shook her head. Hearing Xiaolan's words, Sonoko looked at her with smug eyes, and even Xiaolan, a beautiful woman, didn't feel that her headband was ugly. Well, it's not ugly, but you can't call it a beauty. If you put down your headband, it must be beautiful. Chen took off Yuanzi's headband, and the hair on his forehead was scattered. After the bangs, Yuanzi's temperament followed. Chang Xiaolan, he stared at Yuanzi with wide eyes. The change was really a wife, if they didn't know it was Yuanzi. They all wondered if they had recognized the wrong person. Beautiful, he said. Sonoko couldn't help but looked in the mirror. It's really beautiful and high, and it can't be Niu Shaolin at all. Although Shaolin and Shaolin are good best friends. But Sonoko thought that Shaolin was more beautiful than her, but now Sonoko looked at her and suddenly felt confident. It turns out that I can be so beautiful, I really couldn't believe it before. How is it? Do you feel like you are beautiful now? Let's do it in the future. Chen said with a smile, if that's the case, why didn't you advise me earlier? Sonoko gave Chen a resentful look. Chen's expression won. You can blame me for borrowing this, why don't you blame yourself for having a problem with your aesthetics? Chen pouted so ugly, and then he didn't argue with Sonoko. Because it's hard to argue with a woman, and it's not easy to get in with a woman, let alone Sonoko will reason with him. Not at all. Hey, why are you leaving? Don't get lost. Sonoko called out to Chen. I'm not an idiot, how could I get lost? Zanfelice gave Yuanzi a look, and then said. Xiaolan, wasn't your father also invited? Why didn't you hear 1 to 2? Yuanzi asked Xiaolan. That's when Uncle Maori received a commission and went to work. It's rare to be so serious. He said. So that's what it is. Sonoko nodded lightly. No wonder he didn't come, it turned out to be a commission. Sister, let's talk here, Xiao Ai said to Ming Mei, and then followed Chen. Bu Jing came here to stare at Chen. The reason why she saw Chen leaving now was because she followed him directly. Didn't you say this is a jewelry exhibition? Why didn't you see Zhu Jun? Yukiko asked Sonoko strangely. Aunt Yukiko, it hasn't started yet. Sonoko said to Yuchizi, what did you call me just now? Yukiko stared at Sonoko with dangerous eyes, which made Sonoko feel a strong sense of crisis. Shaolin glanced at the garden. Then gave her a self-seeking look. Cough, I was just calling you to have a sister, didn't you hear? Sonoko said with a light cough. Yukiko retracted her dangerous gaze just now. That's pretty much it. Yukiko was very satisfied with Sonoko's reaction, and Sonoko couldn't help but twitch her lips. But it was secret, and she must not be seen by Yukiko, otherwise, Yukiko wouldn't let him go easily. On the other side, Chen glanced at Xiao Ai twice, and then asked, why are you following me, Xiao Ai? Do you think I'm getting in your way? Xiao Ai glanced at Chen, and then settled down, no. How dare I feel that Xiao Ai is in the way? What are you afraid of? Xiao Ai pouted and said. There are too many things I dare not go to. Chen came to the deck and looked at the sea in the distance. It feels boring to come here. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have followed Yuanzi to participate in this exhibition. Chen looked into the distance with a dull expression. I have no interest in any kind of jewelry, I feel that coming here is suffering. Xiao Ai stood beside Chen, and Chen looked at Taihai in the distance, enjoying the tranquil atmosphere at the same time, but soon the tranquil atmosphere was broken. A voice came suddenly. Chen, are you here too? Hearing the familiar voice, Chen turned his head and saw Fei Yingli, but he didn't expect Niu Yingli to be here too. Yingri, are you here too? Chen looked at Fei Yingri strangely, as if to see the strangeness of Chen. Concubine Eri said, this is an invitation from the Suzuki Foundation, and famous people from Kimura have also been invited. There are quite a few people invited by the Suzuki Foundation, and even Kogoro Mori has been invited. However, Kogoro Mori couldn't come because he was really entrusted. You are too busy to come here. In fact, this is the strangest thing for me. Chen said, even if I'm busy, can't I rest for a while? Fei Ying rationalized her eyes and said, that's not what I meant. Chen shook his head and said. Xiao Ai looked at Fei Yingli and Chen, why did she feel that the relationship between the two of them was a little different? Was it her illusion? Xiao Ai didn't think it was an illusion. By the way, Shaolin is here too. Have you seen her? Chen asked with Fei Yingli. Xiaolan. Fei Yingli shook her head when she heard the words. She didn't see Xiaolan and didn't know that Xiaolan was also here. However, I thought of the relationship between my daughter and Suzuki Sonoko, the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium. It's not surprising that Shaolin will come. It is estimated that Chen will come here, and it is also invited by Yuanzi. But concubine Yingri really guessed wrong on this point. It was not Sonoko who invited Chen. It was Tomoko Suzuki. But even if Tomoko didn't invite Tatsu, Sonoko would take she to come here, right? What are you doing here? Fei Yingri asked Tatsu. Blowing the sea breeze. I feel a little bored, how about you? Chen also asked I'm not much worse than you, as Zhao Good. Fei Yingli said, she also felt a little bored, so she came out of. Xiao Ai frowned. She knew that Fei Yingli was Shaolin's mother, but she seemed to ignore her. And listening to the communication between him and Russia, it seems that there is some unusual relationship, so Xiao Ai's brows can't help but wrinkle with anger. Isn't there a real relationship between them? This is. Fei Yingli looked at Xiao Ai. To be honest, this is Fei Yingli. It was the first time I saw Xiao Ai, so I was a little curious about this little girl who followed Chen. Chen smiled slightly, and then said, who is your sister? Xiao Aisha said with her mouth closed. Second, otherwise, what are you me? Do you want to be my little birdie? Chen suddenly asked Xiao Ai in a teasing manner. When Xiao Ai heard the words, she was furious and actually said that I was you. The daughter raised her fist and punched Chen. Chapter 44 of the First Thousand Fog. The frowning was slammed by the angry Xiao Ai, and then Xiao Ai hummed and left. There won't be any problem if she leaves by herself. Fei Haley looked at Xiao Ai's back and said, after all, she was a little girl, so Fei Yingli was a little worried about no. Xiao Ai is not a real child. How could something happen? She wouldn't go to Mingmei to complain now. Probably not. After all, with Xiao Ai's character, she would definitely not make a complaint. Chen and Fei Yingli chatted for a while, and Shaolin and the others suddenly appeared here. Shaolin's expression was very surprised after seeing Fei Yingli. Mom, you are here even before we meet. Smile slightly, then walk towards Shaolin. They will come, of course because of Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai told Xiaolan the news of Fei Yingdi's coming, and then Xiaolan I couldn't wait to arrive. Yingri, did you only see your daughter Xiaodong? Yukiko looked at Fei Yingli dissatisfiedly and said. Why are you here, Yukiko? Just now, 680 feet's attention was on Shaolin, and Fei Yingli really didn't see you Janzi. But now I see after Yukiko. Fei Eri looked a little surprised that Yukiko had come here to participate in the exhibition. Why can't I come? Yukiko snorted and felt as if Fei Yingri said she couldn't come. The exhibition is about to start. Come on quickly, Sonoko said. You are Sonoko. Fei Yingri looked at Sonoko with questioning eyes. Because the change of Sonoko was really a wife. So Fei Yingri was a little afraid to recognize it. Did you admit defeat? Sonoko looked at Fei Yingri strangely. As a lawyer, he should not be so forgetful. Fei Yingli has been to the garden a lot of times before, but now he doesn't recognize the garden. That's all because of the changes in the garden. It's really my wife, and I couldn't recognize it for a while. Following Yin Yin, the group came to the exhibition hall. The place was full of all kinds of jewelry. Chen just glanced at it and lost interest. For others, this is not bad jewelry. But for Chen, these things are really worthless. He rents too much. It's so straight. Chen picked up a glass of wine and drank alone in a corner. At this time, Xiao Aizong. He came over with a piece of cake, and then sat next to Chen. Aren't you interested? Chen asked Xiao Ai. Well, I'm not interested in those things. Xiao Ai nodded lightly. I have always disliked jewelry. Have you seen Edogawa Konan's kimono? Xiao Ai raised her head and asked Chen. Chen Weiwei hugged and said, you mean Edo 1 Chuan Shangsheng and Hattori Heiji are also here 9, and Akasa Hiroshi, probably they came with Dr. Akasa. Xiao Ai nodded and said. Chen nodded, and then ignored it, saying that the two of them will not come. It has nothing to do with Chen, and Chen doesn't pay attention to how they are at all. 3 inches. What do you mean? They are coming too. What does it have to do with me? Chen glanced at Xiao Ai, and Zhu Xiao Ai's question was somewhat intriguing. Didn't you say that they are both gods of death, and now that they are here together, there might be an accident? Straight's accident has nothing to do with me. Chen raised his hand and gently tapped on Xiao Ai's forehead, and then took the cake from Xiao Ai's hand. Well, it tastes very good. Chen nodded, very satisfied. Xiao Ai was stunned for a moment. She glanced at Chen lightly, and then took the cake back. Go get it yourself if you want to eat it. Xiao Ai said lightly. 3 inches, where can I get it myself? There are delicious ones that I grabbed. I feel very good, Chen said with a smile. I think you are deliberately trying to bully me. Xiao Ai looked at Chen angrily, wishing to slap the cake in her hand directly on Chen's face. Do you want to slap the cake directly on me? On your face? Chen asked Douchen to Xiao Ai, but she was able to tell what she was thinking. Because you have already shown it on the surface, can I still not see it? Chen shrugged, and then said. So, I'm going to find Mingmei and the others, are you still sitting here? Chen stood up and asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai stood up directly, then followed Chen. Followed by Chen, they went to find Akemi and she waited until they came to their side. Chen found Tomoko Suzuki was also here. Chen looked at Tomoko Suzuki, and after seeing Chen, Tomoko Suzuki blinked at Chen secretly. No one else looked. Arrived, but Xiao Ai was standing next to Chen. Of course it was impossible not to see it. What's going on? Xiao Ai asked Chen. What's going on? Chen looked at Xiao Ai inexplicably. What's the matter with Tomoko Suzuki looking at you just now? I just saw that she looked at you. Xiao Ai stared at Chen suspiciously, and a hint of doubt began to arise in her heart. Then you must be wrong. Xiao Ai, your eyes are not good. Chen naturally won't admit anything to Xiao Ai, and directly said that Xiao Ai saw it wrong. But Xiao Ai is 100% sure. He was absolutely right, but if Chen didn't admit it, Xiao Ai had no choice but to force Chen to admit it. HMPH. Xiao Ai snorted softly and decided to stare at the woman Tatsu and Tomoko Suzuki. She must be able to find some evidence. Don't hum. It's very bad, you know that. Chen squeezed Xiao Ai's face and said. What does this have to do with you? Okay. It doesn't matter to me. Chen, did you and Xiao Zhang quarrel again? Mingmei looked at Chen and Xiao Ai when she returned. Xiao Ai took a dark look at Chen, and then ran to Mingmei's side, apparently ignoring him. Chen shrugged and said hello to Tomoko Suzuki, after which Tomoko Suzuki left, and she went to greet the others. This exhibition was organized by her, so she was naturally responsible for greetings, of course. Exhibition is not the purpose, the most important thing is business communication. This is equivalent to a business exchange meeting, and the people who come here are also very talented in business. Of course, there are also a number of people in the industry who have been invited over. A big consortium still has to make some connections when necessary. Even in other industries, the Suzuki consortium may not be able to get involved in the future, so there is no harm in getting to know them twice, but this is a bit boring for Qian Chen. The first dry chapter 45 chapters. Conan saw it. Chen, look at that pink diamond. Yukiko suddenly pulled Chen, and then pointed to the pink diamond that was on display there. There were still many people watching. Not only was it relatively large, this diamond was on display. The shape is also very good, and it is pure natural. It has not been processed. It can only be regarded as ordinary. Chen glanced at it, and then said, I don't think this pink diamond is so good. In Chen's eyes, it's just an ordinary thing. Generally, do you know how much this pink diamond is worth? The fat man gave Chen a disdainful look, and then said, 3 inches. What kind of cat and dog will jump out to find a sense of existence? Chen glanced at the other party. Then he said indifferently, yeah, we didn't talk to you again, what are you talking about? Yukiko looked at the other party and said coldly, Wei, you, do you know? Who am I? The fat man looked at Chen and Yuki Ichiko angrily. Does it matter what kind of cat or dog you are? Very good. The fat man looked at Chen deeply, obviously remembering him, and he will definitely not give up after that. He came to visit Lee for a boring exhibition and even met a clown who jumped on the beam. Chen Xin felt very unhappy. This guy is finished. Yurin will never let this guy go easily. But don't do it at the exhibition. After all, it's the Sonoko's exhibition, so don't screw it up, etc. Let's talk about it after it's over. And that fat man was also afraid of the Suzuki consortium, so he didn't say anything, just turned and left. I think it's better to call Sonoko directly and drive this guy out. Yukiko said angrily. 3 inches okay. Don't be angry. There's no need to be angry because of a jumping clown. Chen raised his hand and touched Yukiko's head, then said, Shun, don't touch me, I'm not a child. Yukiko opened Chen's ear in dissatisfaction. Although you said you're not a child, your personality is very much like a child, don't you think? Chen, are you praising me for being young? Yuchizi didn't get angry, but asked Chen with a smile. No, you misunderstood. I didn't praise you for being young. I was saying that after you finished talking, you turned around and left Yuchizi with a back view to make Yuchizi stare at Chen's back. He just said Shigong. Shui is actually saying that he is naive. Although Yukiko doesn't show anything on the surface, but Yukiko's heart is very angry, but she ignores Yukiko's anger and says, I am hungry, go find something to eat. Conan, what are you looking at? Hattori Heiji frowned and asked Conan about Conan and Hattori Heiji standing in a corner. Originally, they were still communicating, but suddenly Conan's expression became stiff. Hattori Heiji didn't know what was going on with Conan, so he asked Conan in confusion, what was the matter? He didn't answer Hattori Heiji's question to Conan, and it was in Conan's mind at this time. It's still from the picture he just saw. He actually saw his mother Yukiko, and Hyuga Chen, that bastard, was still touching his mother's head, this bastard. Although Conan really thinks that he is wrong, but the fact is that he is not wrong, that is the truth. 3. He looked very straight just now, but now Conan wants to dig out his eyes, and growls wildly in his heart, what the hell is going on? Conan. Hattori Heiji called out again, making Conan sober. I said what happened to you just now. Are you okay? Hattori looked at Conan worriedly. I'm fine. Conan finally shook his head and smiled reluctantly. Although Conan said it was fine, Hattori Heiji was so smart. Although his EQ was very low when he was himself, but when he looked at others, his IQ and EQ came up all of a sudden, and it was natural to see that Conan was not really alright. However, Hattori Heiji did not inquire, and it is estimated that even if he did, Conan might not say it. Still don't ask. Although Hattori Heiji, he likes to get to the bottom of some things, but he also knows the importance, and some things are better not to ask. Conan, Heiji, are you hungry? Come and have something to eat. The pastries here are very good. Agasa Hiroshi shouted to Conan and Heiji. Let's go, let's eat something. I didn't eat anything in the morning, and now I'm hungry too. Hattori Heiji said to Conan, go eat, I don't have an appetite. Conan shook his head, now he is not in the mood to eat asking for flowers, okay. Heiji didn't say anything, and walked towards Dr. Agasa. After seeing Hattori Heiji leave, Conan opened his head high, came to a place where no one was there, took out his mobile phone and dialed Yukiko's number. However, it took a long time to find out that he couldn't get through. He originally wanted to ask for a room, but now he can't even get through the phone. There is no way, because it is beneficial to not bring a mobile phone at all. If Conan can get through, then it is a ghost. Conan went back disappointed, very anxious in his heart, and he had an idea to rush up to ask now, but an idea is just an idea after all. If rushed over, that would definitely expose itself. Now his mother shouldn't know about him getting smaller. Hyuga Chen probably hasn't approached her yet, so Conan doesn't want to reveal anything. Conan, where have you been? You disappeared in a blink of an eye. Hattori Heiji pulled Conan over after seeing Conan. Originally, he thought that Conan would follow him, but he didn't expect to see Conan after turning around. What are you worrying about? I am not a child. Conan said speechlessly that he was not a real child. I don't know what Hattori Heiji was worried about, could he still be in danger? There are so many people here. Who knows if there are people in black organizations, so it's better to be careful. Hattori Heiji said cautiously. How is this possible? There are people in the black organization so likely here. Hattori, I think most of you are worried about the T-mouth. Conan shook his head and said it was impossible. It's impossible, even if there are people from the black organization appearing here. I won't find it strange. Don't forget the penetration ability of the black organization. Hattori Heiji said to Conan. No one knows how many members of the black organization. Perhaps an ordinary person who is ordinary on the surface is a member of the black organization. Of course, this possibility is relatively small, and the people in the black organization can never be ordinary people. But precisely because of that, this is just dangerous. Because of the people who came to participate in this exhibition, not a single person is a back-to-back person. Maybe there are members of the black organization among them. So the age cannot be careless. Chapter 1046. I don't believe you. Do you want to eat lobster? Chen asked Xiao Ai. You've already finished eating. Why are you still asking me what to do? Are you going to find the leftover shells? Xiao Ai glanced at Chen. You can still take it. Chen said, standing up and bringing the lobster to the table not far from Yin Yan. He placed it in front of Xiao Ai. 1 inch, you peel it off for me. Xiao Ai looked at Chen and said. What? You actually asked me to peel it off for you. It's a big face. But Chen still helped to peel it off for Xiao Ai, and put it in a small plate in front of Xiao Ai. Chen, you can peel it off for me too. Yuchizi said to Fang. Chen Wenyan glanced at Yuchizi, and then said, the county has hands and feet, so why should I ask others to help? Why are you peeling the lobster for Xiao Ai? Yuchizi said angrily. Xiao Ai is a child, are you also a child? Chen asked Yuchizi. You are the child. Xiao Ai glared at Chen angrily. Isn't what I said now true? If Xiao Ai grows up on your own, I really don't know how long it will take. Chen looked at Xiao Ai and said. You are taking a nap with me, thinking that I can't find an antidote. Xiao Ai is quite confident in herself. I believe that I can definitely find an antidote. In fact, Chen also believes that Xiao Ai can do it. But it will definitely not be now. At least it is impossible for Xiao Ai to develop an antidote now. What kind of antidote? Yuchizi looked at Chen and Xiao Ai strangely and asked. This is a secret matter, Yuchizi, don't ask about it, of course. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. Yukiko turned to Byakugan. What a secret matter. Peeling the lobster and eating the lobster by herself, something happened. Someone died. Suddenly, a loud shout made everyone look over. Just now I went to the deck to blow air. I found a person lying there. I went over to check and found that he was out of breath. A group of people went to the deck. Yukiko was also quite interested in their eyes, and asked Chen, who was next to him. Aren't you going to take a look? I saw Xiaolan and the others passed by. This is so beautiful, if you want to join in the fun, go for it. Chen is not a straight man anyway. Then let's go. Yukiko suddenly pulled Xiao Ai and walked towards the deck. Chen himself was the only one left in the entire exhibition hall. LO5G 5 inches, forget it. I'll go too, it's embarrassing to be here alone. Then went to the deck. 2582. There were already a group of people on the deck. Tatsu could see Hattori Heiji and Conan in the front, too. They would definitely rush to the front for such a thing. After Makan approached the bottom after seeing the deceased, I was stunned for a moment. Because this dead guy Chen knew. K was a fat man who had a conflict before, but I didn't expect him to die. Well, Chen, the dead person is actually him. Yukiko has apparently recognized it. You know the dead. Hattori Heiji suddenly picked up his head and looked at Tatsu and Yukiko with suspicion in his eyes. If it was Hyuga Tatsu, it might be quite suspicious. It was because he had something to do with him. Hattori Heiji was extremely suspicious. Hey, you don't suspect that we killed him? Yu Zikian frowned. It was too obvious. Or it was as if they were the ones who killed him. There are a lot of people who know this guy, right? Why do you have to look at me like this, as a detective? Are you still married? Mixed personal feelings. Because there are contradictions between us. So you suspect me? Chen looked at Hattori Heiji lightly. Hatobe Heiji, Chen and sister Yukiko have been in the exhibition hall all the time. There is absolutely no way they have anything to do with them. Don't be chaotic and doubt people. He said with a cold face. That's right, I shouldn't have asked you to come here. By the way, who invited you to come? People invited Hattori Heiji. Only the famous Akasa Hiroshi. Hattori Heiji, and Konan were invited. Hattori Heiji felt a little aggrieved in his heart, especially after Kazuya said the same thing. Hattori Heiji's eye felt even more aggrieved. You have had conflicts before, I saw it. Konan opened his mouth and said. Konan's eyes looked at Yukiko. Although Yukiko is a motherfucker, if there is a mirror, he will not let him go with his character. That's how the character is. No matter who the criminal is. Who, Konan will find out and send them to prison. Everyone's moonlight is looking towards Chen and Yukiko, and Chen admits it indifferently. Yes, it was a conflict with him, but what does this mean? Chen faintly he looked at Konan and asked. Konan frowned. There is indeed no evidence, but Hyuga Chen is definitely a suspect. 3 inches before Chen Yuji stayed in the exhibition hall. Konan, don't talk nonsense. Xiao Ran said to Konan. Konan watched Xiao Lan open her mouth and felt a little depressed, which is probably similar to the mountain situation of Hattori Heiji next to him. If possible, Konan really thinks that this matter has something to do with Hyuga Chen. It's time to arrest this guy Hyuga Chen. Let's get to the shore now, and wait for the police to investigate. There's no need for detectives here. Tomoko Suzuki said indifferently. Then Tomoko Suzuki asked Hattori Heiji and Konan to be pulled aside to protect the scene. Hattori Heiji and Konan wanted to check the clues, but they were stopped by security guards. If you believe me, I can find the hand. Hattori Heiji said confidently. Tomoko Suzuki glanced at Hattori Heiji, and then said lightly, I don't believe you. Hattori Heiji's expression was stunned, and then he thought Tomoko Suzuki didn't know him. Immediately, he introduced himself. I'm calling Hattori Heiji to vomit blood. I know that your name is Hattori Heiji, but you don't call Hattori Heizang. Tomo Suzuki's words made Hattori Heiji's expression very stiff. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to get to know him in D3. If this kind of thing is not handled properly, it will have a bad impact on the Suzuki consortium. Sonoko said gloomily. Although Sonoko has never cared about the Suzuki consortium, Sonoko doesn't want any problems with the Suzuki consortium. It's mainly Hattori Heiji and Konan who are here. The 2 of them are 2 gods of death. So it's normal for this to happen. Let's take a look. Can be solved anyway. Chen said to Yuanzi. It's not a big deal. Chapter 47 of the First Thousand Fog. It didn't take long for the cruise ship to dock again. The Toon police officer who received the call was already waiting here. After the cruise ship has landed, immediately board the ship. Everyone, please do not leave for the time being. The National Toon police officer said to the people who came to participate in the exhibition. After inspection, there was a small pinhole on the neck of the deceased, and the deceased he also died of poisoning, so it was a homicide, not an accident. Because of this, the people on the boat couldn't leave. Because the murderer was definitely someone on the boat. This kind of secret must be solved immediately, otherwise, the case is not easy to solve. In fact, Officer Yimu said this. He also said it bravely, because the people on board are all elites from all walks of life, and Officer Yimu is also very embarrassed. But in order to solve the problem, then only if you can offend them, please stay here for the time being. The people on the boat frowned. But in the end, they didn't say anything, and they didn't make a fuss about leaving. Anyone who wants to leave at this time may be considered the murderer. Obviously no one wants to be regarded as a murderer, so they all stay here obediently. The name of the deceased is Taihei Tanaka, the president of the Taihei group. Takagi came to Officer Kimu's side, and said to Officer Yimu. Report the identity of the other party to Officer Yimu and let Officer Yimu know. 3. Officer Chuan might as well let me help you solve the case. Well, I really believe that the murderer can definitely be found. Hattori Heiji confidently said to Officer Tsukimu. And the tomb officer was slightly taken aback when he saw Hattori Heiji, but he didn't expect Hattori Heiji to be here. It turned out to be Hattori's brother Hibiki. I didn't expect to meet you here, but leave the case to us. There is no need for Hattori's brother to help. Officer Megumi said with a smile. Ding Hattori is fair and fair. I thought Officer Megumi would agree to let him help when he saw his guest. Hattori's main drink is even ready. 3. But look at the tomb policeman now. He didn't mean to ask him to help solve the case at all, and even said that he didn't need to help. What the hell is going on? In fact, if it were another occasion, the tomb officer would definitely not mind Hattori Heiji's help. But in this situation, he still wants to solve the case himself. Everyone here is watching. If Hattori Heiji is asked to help, what will these elites in society think of them? Will they think they are too bad? With this level of consideration, also, Hattori Heiji can't be asked to help. This is for the sake of face. 9. Juan immediately followed the tomb and began to ask, and it was Mawako who came to ask Chen. Because Chen and the deceased conflicted naturally, he will also be listed as a suspect. Chen, do you know who the murderer is? Mawako took Chen aside and asked Chen secretly. I don't know. Always shaking his head. It's not that he doesn't want to help Mawako, but he really doesn't know who the murderer is. That's really troublesome. Mawako rubbed her head, feeling a little troublesome. But I think the murderer is quite stupid. Even after killing someone, he still left his body there. Isn't it the safest to throw it into the sea? Chen couldn't help but say 2K, that's right. There should also be cameras on the deck, you can investigate through this. Chen reminded Mawako. That's right. I'll go investigate. Mawako nodded and went to investigate. As for whether Mawako can investigate anything, Chen doesn't know. Pinjong Shinshin feels that if the murderer really kills, he will definitely try to destroy the camera, but this will also I left some clues. But soon I felt as if I had been beaten in the face, because the image head was not damaged, of course. The murderer was filmed and the murderer was the vice president of Taihei Group. Heiji Hattori and Conan, who learned that they had solved the case, widened their eyes and found the murderer so easily. This is the first time I have encountered such a case that no reasoning is required. The murderer who was caught was very calm, and there was no expression on his face, as if the person who was caught was not him. Or maybe he was ready to be caught. Therefore, no evidence was destroyed, and even fingerprints were left. 3. After the interrogation, the police also knew that the killing of the Daishin Center was originally planned. He had prepared the poison needle before he came, but after arriving on the cruise ship, he suddenly regretted it. Just because of the conflict, he moved. There is no plan at all. It's just that they clashed again on the boat, and the murderer killed him in anger. He also knew that he couldn't run away, and he was already mentally prepared to be caught. After that, everything was over, and Officer Twilight left with the prisoner. But Mawako chose to stay here. Officer Wu Jie didn't say anything about it. Now that Mawako has become the police department, she is on the same level as the police officer Kimu, and now the police officer Kimu is not qualified to teach anything. The treasured guests also left one after another. When such a thing happened, they were not interested in staying on this cruise ship, because they had died here. Some people are very taboo about this, for fear of getting bad luck, so they don't plan to stay here. Suddenly such a thing happened. I'm really sorry. The child couldn't help but said that Suzuki Tomoko wanted to get together with Chenju, but now there is no time. Because Suzuki Tomoko has to deal with the impact of the follow-up. 293 inches Sonoko, will this have any effect on your Suzumoto consortium? Shaolin asked forcefully towards Sonoko. It won't matter. Sonoko smiled and shook his head. 3. Okay. Sonoko himself doesn't know whether it will have any bad influence, but Sonoko believes that his mother can absolutely give everything to Gai Riko. It's fine if it doesn't affect anything. Wu Zunshin followed Yueni to her house. Sonoko invited Chen and the others to play at her house. Chen did not refuse. If Chen passes by, then Xiao Ai, Mingcha and Yushizi will definitely go, and Xiaolan and Hiyi will definitely go too. Then there are Shizi and Shaolin, who also pulled Feiyingli together. Feiying thought about it and did not refuse. Yuanzi, your family is really big. Hiyi was still. The first, Chung Yuanzi's house, I was surprised at once. Big 0 inches. It's useless at home, it's too empty, and there's no one in the house. Yuanzi said a little depressedly, by the way, what do you want to drink? Yuanzi asked Chen and the others. I'm not picky, I can do anything except coffee. Chen said to Yuanzi. Chen, I remember you still have a coffee shop. Why don't you like drinking coffee? Xiaolin asked curiously. I'm not used to the taste. Chen said to Xiaolin. 1. Chapter 1048. Yuqizi's driving skills didn't stay at Yuanzi's house for a long time. It was getting dark, and Chen and the others had to leave. 3 inches Xiaolan, do you need me to take you back? Chen asked towards the elementary school. Hey, Chen, didn't you see me? Just ask Bulin. He glared at Chen dissatisfiedly and said, I'm sorry, I accidentally ignored you just now. Chen smiled slightly said, please don't say it. This will make me want to hit people. He was expressionless. Holding his fist, he almost couldn't help but punch Chen in the face. Xiaolan, you still have to stay at my house with Yi, play with me. Yuanzi pulled Xiaolan and he said, looking forward to the moonlight looking at Xiaolan. Yuanzi is really bored at home, so she wants Xiaolan and Hai to stay here with her. He, how is it? Do you agree? Sonoko turned his head and looked at He. I don't have any opinion. You can ask Xiaolan. If Xiaolan stays here, then I'll stay here too. He expressed no opinion. Immediately, Sonoko's eyes were fixed on Xiaolan. But I'm still planning to go back to do my homework. Xiaolan frowned, and the assigned homework was not completed. 3 inches it's okay tomorrow, just stay here today. Yuanzi held Xiaolan, not letting Xiaolan open. That's fine. But Yuanzi, can you let me go now? I won't run away. Xiaolan looked at Yuanzi with a bit of detachment and said. Yuanzi then let go of Xiaolan. Then Qiaguang looked at Chen and the others, obviously wanting to invite Chen and the others to live here as well. However, Chen directly shook his head and refused. So Yuanzi's soil share was disappointed. Since Xiaolan, you want to stay at Yuanzi's house, then mother, I'll leave. Fei Yingli said to Xiaolan. Ding originally wanted to send Xiaolan back to Fu Yingli, but since elementary school, she wanted to stay at Yin Yin's house. That concubine Yingli also did not say anything. 9 Staying at Yuanzi's house, Fei Yingli was still very relieved. Yukiko, do you want to follow me to my place? Fei Yingli suddenly asked Yukiko. Haha, do you want me to help you with work again? There is no door, Yukiko said coldly. When her husband and concubine Yingli was at home before, she was tricked by her. I used to be a conductor once, of course Yukiko won't do it again. It was the second time, how could concubine Yingri invite her in the future? She definitely won't go, and she won't even pay attention to the work. No, I'm going to take a break for a while, and I don't have a job for the time being. Fei Yingli said to Yukiko. Yukiko chuckled, not believing Fei Yingli at all. I feel that Fei Yingli must be tricking her. Her smart Yukiko will never be deceived. It doesn't matter if you don't come, you won't be welcome in the future. After Fei Yingli finished speaking, she directly got into her own car. A 3 inches cut. You don't welcome me, I still don't want to go. Jikiko cut softly. After being asked by Fei Yingli to help last time, Yukiko really didn't want to go. Chen, goodbye to work. Fei Yingli waved to Chen, and then the car left. Let's go too, Chen said and opened the driver's door, but Yukiko pulled it open. Why? Chen Yugong looked at Yuqizi with doubts in his eyes. It's been a long time since I drove, let me drive. Yukiko said expectantly. 3 inches Aunt Yukiko, do you really know how to drive? Xiaolan blurted out. Yuqizi's face darkened. Xiaolan actually called her Aunt Yuqizi again, which made Yuqizi couldn't help but glance at Xiaolan. Being stared at by the dangerous moonlight of Yuqizi, Xiaolan suddenly came back to her senses, remembering that Yuqizi hated being called her aunt the most. That sister Yuqizi, do you really know how to drive? Xiaolan immediately changed her words. Asked again. Yuqizi's expression improved a little, then she took out her driver's license from the bag she was carrying, and said to Xiaolan, seeing that there is no Xiaolan, this is my driver's license, and I am a car god. After seeing Yuqizi's driver's license, Xiaolan was relieved. This way, you don't have to worry about Xiaochen's safety. Do you really want to drive? I think Mingmei is more dependent on driving than you. Chen looked at Yukiko suspiciously. What do you mean? It seems that I won't show you my driving skills. You won't believe me anymore. Just let you see how awesome I am. Yuchizi said to Chen with a face of dissatisfaction. Chen's eyes looked at Yuchizi, but he wanted to see what was so powerful about Yuchizi. Okay, then you can drive. I hope nothing happens. I feel a little bad in my heart. Why Popo, I have gotten Shizi here. How could something happen? Even if something happened, that's what your crow's mouth said. Yukiko stared at Chen in dissatisfaction. Haha, my crow's mouth. Yuchizi got into the car, then started the car skillfully. The car slowly left. Sonoko, Shaolin, Hee and the others watched, and finally Sonoko couldn't help asking, do you think they are going at this speed? Can they go home tomorrow? I think it's a bit boring. It's too slow. Are you afraid of hitting cats and dogs? Hee looked at the turtle-moving car. And Chen, Mingmei, and Xiaoai who were sitting in the car looked at Yukiko speechlessly. Yuchizi, can we hurry up? I'm thinking about such a speed. It will be very good to get home next year. Chen Yi said sloppily. What are you doing so fast? Look at how stable I drive. Don't you praise me? Yuchizi said with a blank look. Chen's eyes looked out the window, and saw a person riding a bicycle, successfully surpassing them. Chen couldn't help covering his face. It was really shameless to look at it. I think even if I'm walking, I can drive faster than you. Qian Hao, Gong Xiao I couldn't help but said to Yuchizi. Don't bother me, I just haven't driven for a long time. Let's get used to it first, and wait until I get used to it. After that, I will let you know how good my driving skills are. Sit still. I'm going to show you equals. I've got real technology. Shifting gears and stepping on the accelerator, the car rushed out instantly, and there was no nervousness in Yukiko's eyes. I said you were playing with us just now. Chen looked at Yuchizi, and thought Yuchizi's driving skills were sloppy. I imagined that it was not bad. Now is the rush hour, and Yuchizi is driving on the road and overtaking like a cloud of water, which is completely different from the old lady who was driving before. I don't know. If you don't show you my skills, you won't know that I have Kiko's power. How do you feel now? I'll tell you. I am great, Yukiko said proudly. Chapter 49 of the First Thousand Fog. Hard to say, you guys are back. Little Izumi Yuhiko heard the door open and came out and said, then came directly to Mingmei's side, pulled Mingmei's hand and quickly said, Mingmei, can you help me with something to eat? Ah, I'm about to starve to death. Yuhizi, haven't you eaten yet? Mingmei was startled, and then asked Yuhiko. After you left, there was no one to cook, so I didn't eat at noon, and now I'm hungry until night. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Mingmei. Chen Wenyan looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko and Belmod on the side with a speechless expression. Can't you guys order takeout? It's not delicious. I'm too lazy to order. Yuhiko shook his head. I think laziness is the most important thing, otherwise I won't be hungry. Chen looked at Belmod and said when he saw Izumi Yuhiko. Let you lose together and you won't. You are starving here now. Chen said with a slight smile. Don't say we're lazy, didn't we learn from you? Belmod glanced at Chen indifferently. Oh, so you mean I'm lazy? Chen asked, staring at Belmod 750 with dangerous eyes. Isn't it? Little Izumi Yuhiko was not afraid of Chen at all. Anyway, in the eyes of little Izumi Yuhiko, she was quite lazy, similar to her, not more lazy than the ground. Zero after all, when she is free, she will study magic. And the reward is to be a widow at home all the time. Little Izumi Yuhiko, you are very courageous. Aren't you afraid that I will teach you a lesson? Chen asked, looking at little Izumi Yuhiko. Then give it a try. Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen provocatively, showing that she was not afraid of Chen at all. Just try it, Chen said and grabbed the little Izumi Yuhiko, and then left with the little Izumi Yuhiko. Ding and the others were all looking at the fun, and even if the little Izumi Nianzi asked them for help, it did not cause them any fluctuations. I'm going to prepare the evening governor first, Mingmei said and walked into the kitchen, but just as she entered, Mingmei came out again. There are no more ingredients. Who are you going to prepare the ingredients? Mingmei just looked at a few people. I'm so tired, I don't want to move. Yukiko sat on the sofa with a reluctant expression on her face. Apparently it was impossible to let Yukiko go. In the end, Kuroba Chikage bought the ingredients. When he left, he dragged the reluctant Yukiko, who forcibly took Yukiko to the kitchen, and scolded Kuroba Chikage for her actions. It doesn't seem like there is any way. After Cheng waited for them to buy the food forest and came back, he saw Chen and the little Izumi Yuhiko sitting on the side. Yuiko walked over curiously and asked Xiao Izumi Yuhiko, "How are you? Are you okay?" Osa Xiao Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Kuroba Chikage, and then said lightly, "It's okay, what can I do?" 0773. Little Izumi Yuhiko said very indifferently that she was fine, but whether it was really fine or fake, this is only the little Izumi Yuhiko who knew Akatsuki from 2. By the way, you don't have your phone, right? I won't call you. Belmod asked Yoranzi. Who is it? Yukiko asked Belmod strangely. How do I know this? All I know is that your phone is ringing. How do you know? Who is calling you? I didn't look at it. Belmod turned the Byakugan to Yukiko. Then I'll go check. Yukiko thought that her phone seemed to be charging, because of the charging reason, so when I removed it, I didn't bring my cell phone. I came to the room. After I turned on the cell phone, Yukiko did find a number of missed calls, and they were all by myself. Her cheap son, Kudo Shinichi. Boy, why did you contact me? Could it be that you were in trouble? Yukiko frowned and called back. Conan, who was at Dr. Ali's house at this time, heard the ringing of his cell phone, immediately stood up, and said, Dr. CHDD, I'm going to pick up a call _____. Conan held the phone high, making Akasa Hiroto and Hattori Heiji feel a little strange. Since I came back from the exhibition, I feel there's something wrong with Conan. Hattori Heiji said involuntarily. 3. Brown, how's she? Did you find anything? Hattori Heiji asked Akasa Hiroshi. There is indeed a discovery. There is indeed something wrong with Conan and I don't know why. There is some worry in Dr. Ali's eyes, and some worry about Conan's situation. Conan is obviously hiding something from them. As long as Conan hides it from them, it will definitely be a big deal, of course. 3. Conan deliberately opened the room high and took out the voice changer. He adjusted the voice changer to the voice of Kudo Shinichi, and then the call was connected. Hey, Mom, why didn't you answer the phone before? Conan first asked Yuchizi asked. He called Yuchizi more than one phone call, but Yuchizi did not answer. Imperial boy, did you call me mother just now? Do you think I'm old? Yuchizi asked Conan angrily. Cold sweat broke out on Conan's forehead. But thinking that Yoshiko is not here now, Conan relaxes. Besides, the blood envoy is here. It is impossible to know him. After all, he has become smaller now. Even when he was young, similarities, but no one will think of these. After all, no one thinks that people will become smaller. This is no longer science fiction, this is simply a myth. Conan will never believe it will appear before it becomes smaller. No, I don't mean anything else. Conan still explained it. Otherwise when will he change back? If he sees Yukiko again, I don't know if he will be cleaned up. HMPH, after I see you, I'll clean you up again. Tell me what you're doing on the phone with me. Yukiko snorted coldly, and then asked Conan to hear the words. That is why he called Yukiko, but just after thinking of this purpose, Conan's expression was a little stiff. How should I ask this? Can you tell me directly? I see that you and Hyuga-chen are very close. Is there any problem between the two of you? This Conan is really embarrassed to say it, but if you don't say it, Conan's words will be different. It was very painful to hold back in my heart. Well, Mom, where are you now? Conan asked Yuxalai. In fact, Conan knew that there was a good day at Chen Chen's home, so Conan became more and more suspicious that his guess was right. But it's hard to say. I'm at a friend's house right now. If you have anything to do, just talk to me. Don't talk about it. If you don't talk about it, I'll hang up. Patience. Conan equals scratching his hair with a sad face, before he made up his mind whether to ask or not. It's really confusing. Chapter 1050. Conan, who fell into autism, hesitated. He was too embarrassed to come out, and after a while he found out that Yukiko actually hung up. I actually hung up. Conan smiled bitterly. After thinking about it, he called back again. On the other side, Yukiko, who threw her phone aside, heard the phone ring again, so she picked it up. Actually called back again. Yukiko pouted, but she had already expected that she would call back in due course. Hurry up and say something now, otherwise, I won't give you the next chance to speak. After Yukiko connected, said directly, don't hang up now, I have something very important to ask you. Conan said hurriedly, let's ask, but whether I will answer you or not depends on my mood. I tell you, my mood is not very good. Yukiko said rather unhappily. She had been back for so long, but she was in a bad mood. I didn't even see the shadow of Shin, and I was naturally a little annoyed in my heart. If Kudo Shinichi dares to appear in front of Yukiko now, Yukiko will definitely give him a punch and let him know equals. It's amazing. Fortunately, Kudo Shinichi didn't know what Yukiko was thinking, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to show his face. But with his smaller appearance now, he definitely wouldn't dare to show his face. Well, I saw you today on the exhibition cruise ship. Conan bit the bullet and said. What? You didn't come out to say hello when you saw me. Also, why didn't I see you? Yukiko, who was already upset, was even more upset now. I really want to slap this villain to death. This is not important. The important thing is that I saw that you and Hyuga-chen are very close, and there will be no relationship between the two of you. Conan is really biting his head. In fact, he is really hard to ask. Conan's heart would be very uncomfortable if he didn't ask. Yukiko was silent for a while, and didn't say anything to deny it, which made Conan's heart throb, feeling a little bad. It's not good, it feels even worse now, can't it be true? Conan bit Kiba and cursed Hyuga-chen in his heart. Conan thinks that he has Kiko now, he must be confused by the bastard Hyuga-chen, that's why he will like this. At this time, Conan can't wait to pick up the kitchen knife and go to Hyuga-chen desperately, but this is just thinking about it, really desperately will definitely not be able to fight. Okay, just hang up. Yukiko hung up the phone directly. Conan listened to the busy tone of the phone. He threw the phone on the ground angrily. His mother never gave him an answer, even if it was an answer that deceived him. Conan now it won't feel so uncomfortable. But now Arikiko's silence has explained everything. Damn Hyuga-chen. Conan roared too much. Conan's voice made Akasa Hiroto and Hattori Heiji come out of the room and looked at Conan with Yuhi's eyes and couldn't help but glance at each other. What's going on? Conan how's it going? Ali Botu walked over and asked Conan. Conan glanced at Ali Botu, but didn't say anything. Naturally, you can't tell others about this kind of thing. As the saying goes, a family scandal can't be made public, and this Conan still understands it. If you don't say anything else, just saying that shame is not something ordinary people can bear. I'm fine. After Conan finished speaking, he went back to the room and locked himself in the room. At this time, Conan fell into autism. Look at Conan like this. If he is really fine, I am afraid no one will believe it. But now both Dr. Akasa and Hattori Heiji are embarrassed to ask the reason. How about you go ask? Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head. Now he is too embarrassed to ask Conan why he is depressed. It can be seen that Conan seems to have really given birth. I heard him calling Hyuga-chan's name just now, so he must have separated from Hyuga-chan. It doesn't matter. Could it be that Ran and Hyuga-chen have established a relationship? Hattori Heiji doubted. Akasa Hiroshi immediately covered Hattori Heiji's mouth. Heiji, you must not let Conan hear this, or else if so, Conan will probably fight with you. Dr. Kasa said to Hattori Heiji, if Conan really heard about it, no matter how good-tempered Conan was, he would definitely not be able to resist coming to Heiji desperately. Asking for flowers. Not to mention Conan now it's not very good. So Dr. Akasa told Hattori Heiji to stop talking nonsense. Conan entered the room. I shouldn't hear it, I won't say it. Hattori Heiji said immediately. In addition, Benchan's house, Yukiko put it aside after hanging up the phone. Although it was discovered by Shinichi, Yukiko didn't have much worries. Yukiko, it's time to eat. Kuroha Chien shouted under the influence of Yukiko. Here it is. Wait for me, don't eat in advance, remember to leave it for me. Yukiko immediately shouted, that's not necessarily true. Maybe if you meet in the evening, your favorite dishes will be gone. Kuroba Chikage said with a smile outside. Yukiko immediately opened the door and walked out, but found that Akemi hadn't cooked yet, so she couldn't help turning a Byakugan towards Kuroba Chikage. Okay Chikage, you actually cheated on me, obviously not yet. What are you doing in such a hurry to call me out when the meal is ready? I'm afraid that you will be forgotten by us when you are in the room. When we finish eating, you should be hungry, right? Who called you just now? Kuroba Chikage asked Yuki. Why are you asking this? When did you become so 8 trigrams? Is it? Yukiko looked at Kuroba Chikage with a curious look, and couldn't help but said angrily. Is it okay to ask? Heiyu Chenying pouted. Okay, I'll tell you. My son Kudo Shinji should know about the relationship between me and Tatsuya. Yukiko said to Kuroha Chikage. Kuroha Chikage looked at Yukiko after hearing the words. She kept looking at Yukiko up and down. What are you looking at? Is there something wrong with me? Yukiko asked Haya Chikage suspiciously, and by the way I took out the mirror and took a look at it, is there something wrong with her? No, why are you so calm now? Your son already knows. Don't you feel panic in your heart? Kuroba Chikage asked Yukiko involuntarily. She really didn't understand why Yukiko can still negotiate like this now. Why should I panic? I think you are strange. Yukiko glanced at Chikage Kuroha, then crossed Chikage Kuroha and walked towards the living room for a long time. Chapter 1051. You want to call him dad, right? What are you thinking? After eating, Chen looked at Kuroha Chikage who was in deep thought, and couldn't help but tap her hand at Chikage. Kuroba Chikage looked up at Chen. Then he said softly, I'm thinking about Yukiko. Yukiko, what's wrong with her? Chen asked Kuroba Chikage suspiciously. Kiko told me before that her son Kudo Shinichi seems to have discovered the relationship between you and her. Kuroba Chikage's expression became a little weird. Chen was stunned for a moment, and then thought that when he went to the cruise ship to participate in the exhibition, Conan also went there. Maybe Conan saw that he and Yukiko were closer. And then, Chen continued to ask Heiyu Chenying. And then Yukiko is so calm, it's really strange. Kuroba Chian, 680, said involuntarily. I don't think there's anything strange about this, Chen said, standing up. You don't even think it's strange. This is obviously very strange, okay. Kuroba Chikage said a little depressed. What's so strange about that? It was discovered by his own son. At the very least, he would appear to be a little flustered, but it was absolutely impossible to be so calm. Kuroba Chikage said involuntarily. You are speaking according to yourself, Yukiko is not you. By the way, have you ever thought about what would happen if we were discovered by Kuroba Kato? Chen suddenly smiled at Heiyu Chenying asked. Heiyu Chenying heard the words. Her face was a little uncomfortable, and then she hummed to Chen and said, I will never be discovered. What if it is an emergency? Chen asked Heiyu Chenying. What is the emergency? There will never be any emergency. Heiyu Chenying said very confidently. There is absolutely no case. That's not certain, Chen said and left immediately. There is no wall that cannot see through the wind, and Kuroba Chenying didn't hide it too secretly. But recently, there has been no movement in Kuroba Kuido. Shouldn't you be blaming kid? Chen Yi ignored this, went directly to the door of Yuchizi's room, pushed open the door and walked in, while Yuchizi was playing with his mobile phone in the room at this time. After seeing Chen coming in, he glanced at Chen, and then withdrew his mouth. Asked, why did you come to my room? Can't I come? And it's your room. But this is my home. Chen said to Yuchizi. If you have anything to do with me, please tell me quickly, you will waste my time. Yukiko, who was playing games, couldn't help but said to Chen. When did you become obsessed with playing games? Chen asked Yukiko. Recently, it's fun, and I just play games to pass the time when I'm bored. Talking, that's why I play games. My heart is really sad. Chen covered his heart, said sadly. Okay, if you have anything to say, hurry up and say it. Chen put away his heartache and said to Yukiko, I heard Kuroba Chikage say just now that Dingtang Shinichi already knows about our relationship. Well, I didn't expect Kuroha Chikage to speak so quickly. Yukiko nodded, and then said, Aren't you here to ask me why I acted like this? Yukiko looked at Chen and asked. Of course not, after all, it's Yukiko, and it's normal to behave in a negotiated manner. Chen said to Yukiko with a smile. Are you complimenting me? Yukiko looked at Chen in amazement, feeling that Chen had changed and was ripped off by someone. Why, can't it work? Of course not. I'm just surprised. Yukiko leaned on Chen's side and said to Chen. Aren't you afraid of Kudo Shinichi telling Kudo Yasaka? Chen asked Yukiko. Of course not. Just tell me if you tell me. I don't care. Yukiko said to Chen with a laugh. There is no relationship between her and Kudo Yasaka. It is estimated that even if Kudo Yasaka knows, there will be no reaction from his wife. By the way, do you know where that kid Shinichi is? If I find him, I will definitely fix him. Yukiko said with her fist raised. I don't know about this. Chen didn't tell Yukiko that Kudo Shin equals became smaller and turned into Konan. Chen rested in Yukiko's room tonight, and it was finally time for school on Monday. Since there was nothing to do at home, Chen was naturally ready to go to school and just walked out. Chen saw that Konan was staring at him with a murderer not far away. Yo, isn't this Konan-kun? You look like you're waiting for me on purpose. It's really an honor, Chen Tan said with a light smile. Hyuga-chan, come with me, come down, I have something to tell you. Konan glanced at Xiao Ai and Xiao Izumi Yuhiko, obviously not planning to say anything at this time, and Konan was embarrassed to confront him when there were outsiders. Between Hyuga-chen, Konan walked towards a deserted alley next to him. When he entered the alley, he turned his head and glanced at Chen. He was afraid that Chen would not follow. But Chen really came with Konan, and asked Xiao Izumi Yuhiko to send Xiao Ai to school first, although Xiao Ai said that he didn't need to send it. However, the little Izumi Yuhiko kept up with Xiao Ai. The second mate took Xiao Ai as an upright child. Let Xiao Ai's heart be secretly angry. Coming to the alley, Konan looked at Chen with Yuhi's eyes. I know why you came to me. Chen Wei smiled and said to Konan. Konan's expression became even colder when he heard the words. I can't wait to rush up and beat Hyuga-chen right now. You want to be called dad, right? Chen's words completely ignited Konan's anger. Konan was swept away by anger, and his sanity was burned. Equals slap your own belt, equals a football pops out instantly to complete the inflation, then adjust the foot strength enhancement shoes, adjust to the maximum degree, and then kick out after 4.2. In an instant, the football smashed towards Chen. The flying football could tear the air apart. Even if an adult were hit, it would never be better. But Chen just turned slightly sideways, then avoided the football and looked at Konan lightly. This kind of trick doesn't have any effect on me. At most, it's just to deal with people from the past. Chen said lightly. Konan's small tactics are useless even against Jin, let alone against Hyuga-chen. In fact, Konan also knew this. After all, he had used Chen several times and knew that it had no effect, but the angry Konan couldn't help but take action. Hyuga-chen, this guy is too deceiving. Konan really couldn't stand it anymore. If Chen can be killed, Konan may really kill him, but unfortunately Konan will never be able to. Chapter 1052. It seems that Xiao Ai doesn't like seeing you very much. Shinichi Kudo, I don't have much time to waste with you. Chen said to Konan. By the way, Yuchizi also asked me where are you before. Chen suddenly thought of yesterday. Yukiko also asked if she knew the whereabouts of Kudo Shinichi. He immediately said to Konan. Konan's heart tightened when he heard the words, and Guang stared at Chen tightly. He didn't know if Hyuga-chen had told him that he was now a primary school student. But Konan was worried. Even now, Konan is also worried that he will be exposed as a primary school student. You are very nervous and I didn't tell her, right? Chen looked at Konan with a slight smile, and then asked Konan. Konan just stared at Chen without speaking. Indeed, Konan is very concerned about this. Don't worry, I didn't tell Yuchizi. Chen said. Konan breathed a sigh of relief, and he believed Chen's words in his heart, because if Chen really told Yukiko that he had turned into an elementary school student, Yukiko would definitely call to inquire. Now Uchizi didn't call, which means that Uchizi doesn't know now. He just didn't respond because he was too nervous just now. Glancing at Conan lightly, Chen turned and walked away. Wait! Conan shouted to Chen too loudly when Chen was about to walk out of the alley. You'd better stay away from my mother and Shaolin, but otherwise, what can you do to me? You can only threaten verbally, but in fact you can't do anything. Chen glanced at me. Conan glanced at him and said indifferently, Hyuga-chan, don't look at me. Conan roared angrily. In Conan's heart, L's worst enemy has become Hyuga-chan, and even the black-clothed organization that poured poison on him would have to rank back in his heart. Then tell me, how can I give you a high look? Chen turned his head and glanced at Conan, then asked Conan. Conan did not speak, biting Kiba and staring at Chen. Shinichi Kudo, in fact, if you don't come to provoke me, I won't pay attention to you, so I advise you not to provoke me in the future. This is also a piece of advice I give you. Chen looked at Kudo Shinichi, faintly say first. Hee, you provoke me first. Conan hee sneered and looked at Chen angrily and said. Is that so? Chen scratched his hair as if it was exactly what Conan said, but so what? Chen turned his head and opened high. Conan could only watch Hyuga-chan's back open high and did not attack again impulsively. Before, it was because of the loss of reason, and now the reason has come back. If his attack could have an effect on Hyuga-chan, Conan wouldn't mind doing it, but his attack could not have the slightest effect on Hyuga-chan. Damn Hyuga-chan! Conan angrily punched the wall next to him. The fist was twisted and blood flowed out, but Conan ignored it. Should I tell Dad about this? Conan crouched down, his expression a little painful. He didn't know whether to say it or not. If I don't say it, I feel sorry for my father, but if I say it, I'm afraid there will be no room for recovery. Conan's heart hates immensely. It's all Hyuga-chan. If he doesn't show up, maybe equals nothing will happen. I remember that it seemed that after Hyuga-chan appeared, he was drugged by the people in the black organization. Maybe if the guy Hyuga-chan didn't show up, he wouldn't be like this. Well, this is what Conan thought in his heart. He blamed all his unfortunate encounters on Hyuga-chan. If Hyuga-chan knew what Conan was thinking, I'm afraid I can't help but slap him to death. Even if he didn't show up, Kudo Shinichi would still be drugged and turned into a primary school student. The reason why he has the current end. It has a lot to do with his curiosity. Curiosity can kill a cat. A cat can kill 9 lives, let alone a person. After Chen left, he came to the school by himself. After Chen arrived at the school, the little Izumi Yuhiko had already come to the school. Did you send Xiao-ai to school? Chen asked Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. No. Little Izumi Yuhiko shook her head, and then said a little angrily, she drove me away halfway. She kindly sent you to school, but you drove me away halfway. Little Izumi Yuhiko later I will never send Xiao-ai to school again. Tisk tisk. It seems that Xiao-ai doesn't want to see you very much. Chen smiled and looked at Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. I don't want to see her yet. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko snorted and said. Obviously, because of the small sorrow, the little Izumi Yuhiko's heart was very annoyed and angry. By the way, what did you talk about with Kudo Shinichi? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. Kudo Shinichi. Chen, did you see Kudo Shinichi? Sonoko suddenly came over and asked Chen. Sonoko, your ears are very good. Little Izumi Yuhiko couldn't help but said. She didn't use a loud voice, and she deliberately lowered her voice. In the end, it was still heard by Sonoko, which shows that Sonoko's ears are really sensitive. Thank you for the compliment. Sonoko said to little Izumi Yuhiko with a smile. Sonoko, I don't think Yuhiko was complimenting you just now, and it's not right to eavesdrop on other people's words. Chen said to Sonoko, it's not that I deliberately eavesdropped, it's that your voices are a bit loud, my ears are better, so I heard it. Sonoko said, is that so? Then since Shaolin and Hai are like this, have you too heard it? Chen turned to Shaolin and Hai Jansho. Shaolin and Yi shook their heads. They really didn't hear what Chen and Yuhizi said just now. They only heard it after Yuanzi called out. Chen, have you really met Kudo Shinichi? Shaolin looked at Chen in surprise and asked. I don't know how long I haven't appeared, but I was actually met by Chen. Hattori Heiji, whose seat was not far from Chen, immediately leaned over and deliberately eavesdropped. Hyuga Chen meets Kudo Shin. It's completely bullshit. It's almost the same as meeting Conan. Thinking of Conan's mysterious appearance today, he should be looking for Hyuga Chen. Thinking of this, Hattori Heiji was a little worried. Worried about what Hyuga Chen did to Conan. So don't even listen to what's behind. Get up and walk out of the classroom. Chen also noticed Hattori Heiji's departure, but Chen didn't care about Hattori's movements. Well, I did meet Kudo Shinichi. We chatted a little bit. He seems to be dealing with a big case. Chen nodded towards Shaolin and said. That's it. Shaolin nodded. She didn't ask any more questions. Now she and Kudo Shin are just childhood sweethearts. Chapter 1053. Kovu was beaten. Kudo, where are you? Hattori Heiji took out his mobile phone immediately after opening the classroom. Come and call Conan. Heiji Hattori was worried because he knew that Chen and Conan had met, although in normal times, there would be differences between them because of some things. There will also be some contradictions. But Heiji Hattori is very concerned about Conan's situation. They are good friends. Hatrobe, what are you looking for from me? Conan was silently walking towards the school. I heard that Hyuga Chen was looking for you. Are you okay? It wasn't him who was looking for me, but I was looking for him, Conan said calmly. Why are you looking for him? Hattori Heiji asked Conan unexpectedly. It involves some things. I'm inconvenient to tell you. Conan didn't plan to tell Hattori Heiji why he went to Hyuga Chen. If he wanted to let Hattori Heiji know, Conan wouldn't go to Hyuga Chen alone. No, is there anything that I can't even tell you? Hattori Heiji was a little angry. Is there anything he has to hide from him? Conan fell silent after hearing the words. Some things are really inconvenient for Hattori Heiji to say. This is also true, nothing can be done. This involves my personal affairs, so I'm sorry. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. Hearing that Conan said that it was a private matter, and finally Hattori Heiji was out of business, if he could tell him. It is estimated that Conan has already told him. Why not say it now? There must be something that cannot be said. Hattori Heiji calmed down a little bit of anger and calmed down. Okay, I won't ask anything, but if there is really something important. Note, you must tell me. Hattori Heiji said to Conan seriously. Well, if there is really something important, I will choose to tell you. Conan nodded and said. Conan then hung up the phone. He has to get to school quickly, otherwise he will be late, and if he is late, he will be punished. But he was an upright high school student, and naturally he didn't want to be punished. That would be too embarrassing. When he looked up, he saw the head teacher in the class, standing in front of him at this time. Hatobe classmates, although it's not forbidden to carry mobile phones, please don't use them in such an open and honest way. Hattori Heiji looked embarrassed, immediately put away the phone, bowed his head to admit his mistake to the teacher, and avoided being preached again. After that, Hattori Heiji quickly returned to the rank and file. After returning, Hattori Heiji glanced at Hyuga Chen. Conan didn't tell him why. Hattori Heiji was embarrassed to ask. But this does not mean that Hattori Heiji is not curious in his heart. Hyuga Chen definitely knew, but Hattori Heiji didn't want to ask. Even if he was very curious, Hattori Heiji didn't want to just look at him in the past. He looked straight at Chen, although he felt that he was hiding it very secretly. But this is completely hidden from Chen being stared at all the time, and Chen is a little annoyed. What are you looking at? Chen turned his head and asked Heiji Hattori, who was behind Chen's left. You are a big man staring at lousy, is this something? The problem, Chen felt that Hattori Heiji followed Kudo Shin. Has become a gay. Hattori Heiji was a little embarrassed. After being discovered, the price was embarrassing, but he still said stubbornly, I didn't look at you. Ha ha. Chen sneered and said again. Chen decided to go gout this guy's eyes. Deaton Elementary School. Although Conan came to the school, but still late, although not punished. Still, he taught Conan a lesson. Conan was embarrassed standing on the podium. When the teacher told him to go back, it felt like an amnesty. If I had known earlier, I would have made up a reason in advance so that I could avoid being preached. Conan, why are you late today? Mitsuhiko asked Conan. It has nothing to do with you. Conan said coldly. I was originally unhappy in my heart, and after being lectured for a long time, Conan was even more unhappy. So when facing Conan, not angry either. Hey, Conan, what's your tone? People are just caring about you. How can you do this? Yuan-tai blamed Conan with great dissatisfaction. Mitsuhiko was also very unhappy. He was originally concerned about getting down to Conan, but Conan didn't give him any good anger at all. Of course, he would not feel better in his heart. Class is over. Don't talk anymore, the teacher said above. Because the teacher spoke, Yuan-tai and Mitsuhiko are not good at quarreling with Conan. Obediently listen to the teacher's lecture. But after class, Mitsuhiko asked Conan to give an explanation. Conan, I care about you kindly. You don't appreciate it, so why don't you apologize to me? Mitsuhiko said to Conan angrily. Conan threatened. Can you two go away for me? Conan clapped the table and stood up, then shocked Mitsuhiko and Genta. They still. And his sudden anger shocked them all at once. I didn't dare to speak for a while. Cut. Xiao-ai glanced at them, cut lightly, and turned her head away. Mitsuhiko and Yuan-tai's faces turned Yuhi, and Xiao-ai's performance just now seemed to be disdainful of them being frightened by Conan. As children, it was just to fight. Such self-esteem is naturally unbearable. In fact, Xiao-ai doesn't mean that, but thinks that they are very naive. Damn, it's obviously your fault, what's so fierce? Yuan-tai's big fist hit Conan at once. Conan was caught off guard and was knocked to the ground by Yuan-tai, Wong Li good punch. And after seeing the light, he was angry with Conan in his heart, and he also started to do it to Conan. What should Xiao-ai do? Conan was beaten 9 inches after Bu Gai saw it. He hurriedly asked Xiao-ai. Now Ayumi and Xiao-ai are at the same table. It was Conan Edogawa who was beaten. What does it have to do with us? Xiao-ai glanced at Ayumi, then said lightly, but the teacher said that fighting is wrong. If the teacher knows, will I be punished? Ayumi asked worriedly. The relationship is good, so Ayumi's heart will be worried. Fear that they will be punished by the teacher. Shouldn't the punishment be deserved? Xiao-ai didn't even look at it, lying on the table with a bored face. But Ayumi was very entangled at this time and wanted to persuade her, but she didn't dare to go up. Chapter 1054. Are you picking things up? Mita, Mitsuhiko, and Conan, can you stop fighting? Ayumi saw it in her eyes, anxious in her heart. Ayumi, it's useless for you to persuade like this. Come with me, I have a way to stop them from fighting. Xiao-ai stood up and took Ayumi out. Xiao-ai, where are you taking me? After leaving the classroom, Ayumi asked Xiao-ai. You definitely won't be able to stop them like this, so go and report it to the teacher. When the time comes, the teacher will come. They will stop. The corners of Xiao-ai's mouth curled slightly, and she said to Ayumi. Ayumi suddenly hesitated when she heard the words, do you really want to report it to the teacher? But the teacher knows that if they fight, they will definitely be punished. Fighting in school is a very serious matter. If you can't get it right, you will have to ask your parents. Even if you don't go, someone will tell the teacher, but this will make them fight for a while, and maybe there will be some problems. Xiao-ai said. Then let's go to the office to find the teacher. Bu-mei hurriedly went to the office, and soon came with the teacher. The teacher's name is Kobayashi Sumiko, who has short hair and looks somewhat similar to Sato Mawako, but one is a policeman and the other is a teacher. Kobayashi Sumiko once dreamed of becoming a policewoman. Later, she liked 060_children and devoted herself to the sacred cause of being an elementary school teacher. Teacher, hurry up. Conan and the others won't be good if they do something wrong. Ayumi urged Sumiko Kobayashi. Sumiko Kobayashi nodded helplessly, and at the same time didn't understand why Conan would fight with Genta and Mitsuhiko. Aren't they good friends? Even if there is a conflict, they won't fight easily. And Conan doesn't seem to be called precocious, and he shouldn't fight. But now is not the time to think so much. In fact, they are really fighting. Kobayashi Chunko believes that Ayumi will not lie. After all, Ayumi is the most well-behaved child. After coming to the classroom, Conan is still fighting with Yuanta and Guangdu. Hurry up and stop, Xiaolin Chengji shouted. He probably heard the voice of the head teacher, Kobayashi Chunko. Yuantai and Mitsuhiko immediately stopped and let go of Conan, who was pinned to the ground. Why are you two fighting? Kobayashi Chunko asked them. Conan, Yuanta, and Mitsuhiko were silent, but at this time they didn't speak. Conan, what's the matter, Chob, at? Kobayashi Chunko asked Conan angrily. But at this time, Conan believes that silence is golden, not a word, not to say. Kobayashi Chunko looked at Conan and became even more angry in her heart. Finally shook his head. Then he asked Yuantai and Mitsuhiko what was going on. Yuantai and Mitsuhiko didn't speak either. In fact, they have already begun to regret in their hearts now, but it seems that the regret is too late, and the teacher has already known it. Okay, you don't say yes. If that's the case, then let your parents come. Teacher, can you not let the parents come? Chengji said. No, Xiaolin Chengji shook his head. Immediately, Yuantai and Mitsuhiko turned into bitter faces, which was worse than any punishment. How about your injuries? Are you okay? Kobayashi Chunko asked about their injuries with concern. Fights are bound to hurt. At this time, Yuanta and Mitsuhiko had several more scars on their faces, of course. Compared to them, Conan looked even more miserable. It's okay. Conan touched some of the wounds on his face and said. Then I'll leave first. You can't continue fighting. Otherwise, I won't spare you lightly. Conan, Yuanta, and Mitsuhiko suddenly looked at Ayumi and Xiaoai when Kobayashi Chunko left. The teacher walked in with Ayumi and Xiaoai. This shows that the people who tell the teacher are them. Conan stared at Xiaoai, feeling that she told the teacher maliciously. Ayumi, why did you tell the teacher? Yuantai angrily asked Ayumi. This was for the parents. If his father knew that he was fighting in school, he would definitely teach him a lesson. In fact, Yuantai did not fight less in school. Because of his size, there were many people who were bullied by him, and they didn't dare to tell the teacher. Does it make sense for you to fight? If I don't tell the teacher, wouldn't you continue to fight? What if there is a problem? Ayumi was also a little angry. How could there be a problem? Also very dissatisfied with Ayumi's complaint. It's also said to be measured. Look at your faces, they are about to swell up. Ayumi threw a small mirror over. Both of you can't beat Conan Edogawa, what a shame. At this time, Xiaoai stabbed a knife in the hearts of both Mitsuhiko and Yuanta. Indeed, it was the two of them who beat Conan himself, but from the looks of it, they looked a little bit worse. Conan's expression changed, and he looked at Haihara Jing and asked, are you picking things up? That's right. You can think so. I'm looking forward to seeing you fight again, so that school life will be more interesting. Xiaoai smiled lightly, said to Conan, the two of us are just letting him, otherwise, we will definitely beat him. Yuantai said a little unconvinced. Fight or? It's the first time I suffered a loss. Yuantai was also quite unhappy in his heart, especially this time it was 2 fights. Well, it's mainly because of the two of them who attacked, not Conan's attack at all, that's why it looks more miserable. Otherwise, with Conan getting smaller now, how could he possibly be able to withstand Yuantai and Guangdu, especially Yuantai, who is completely a heavyweight. Just the weight of L can overwhelm Conan. If you feel unconvinced, you can fight him again. Xiaoai glanced at Yuantai and said. Conan's face darkened. Sure enough, this woman, Haibara Ai, was doing something. I'm afraid they wish they would fight. Kojima Genta, don't forget what Mr. Kobayashi said just now. Conan saw that Genta was about to start, and immediately reminded Genta that he didn't want to fight with Genta and Mitsuhiko again. The most important thing is that Haibara Ai, the woman who was with Hyuga-chen, was watching the fun, so let's talk about it. If you don't use the props in his hand, Conan really can't beat Yuanta. Looking at the injuries on his face now, it seems that Yuanta and Mitsuhiko are worse than him, but in fact, the injuries he suffered are definitely more of Conan's injuries. Chapter 1055. I'm angry, come and coax me. Yuantai and Mitsuhiko to look at Conan, thinking that teacher Kobayashi Chunji asked them to call them parents before, and if they dare to continue fighting, they will punish them severely. Conan glanced at Xiao Ai. He thought that Xiao Ai would be disappointed to see that they didn't fight. In fact, Conan thought too much. For Xiao Ai, there is nothing to be disappointed about. If they fight, Xiao Ai will be happy to watch the play, and it doesn't matter if they don't fight. In a blink of an eye, a day passed. Chen came to pick up Xiao Ai from school as usual. Along with Chen, of course, is the little Izumi Yuhiko. Why are you only here now? Xiao Ai asked towards Chen. Compared with the past, this time Chen came a little later, and it was not too late. Just a few minutes. Because some things were delayed, I came late. Chen said to Xiao Ai. What's the matter? Xiao Ai looked at Chen curiously. Not knowing when it started, Xiao Ai also became curious. If it was before, Xiao Ai would definitely not have much time. Now Xiao Ai has changed. It was because he was blocked by a group of women, so he came late. Little Izumi Yuhiko said directly to Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai heard the words and stared at Chen. Her face seemed to have no expression, but she stared at Chen tightly. What's the matter? Xiao Ai asked with a hint of heartiness in her tone. Yo, I saw Xiao Ai's jealous expression again. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko smiled wickedly. Humph. Xiao Ai snorted coldly at the little Izumi Yuhiko, then looked at Chen and ignored the little Izumi Yuhiko. Don't listen to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's nonsense. In fact, there is nothing at all. Chen glared at Xiao Izumi Yuhiko, and then said to Xiao Ai. However, for Chen's words, Xiao Ai doesn't seem to believe it very much. She still looks at Chen with that skeptical Qiguang, and is doubting Chen's words. Xiao Ai, don't you believe me? Chen asked Xiao Ai with a sad expression on his face. I don't believe it. I didn't believe it before. I don't believe it now. Xiao Ai nodded lightly, and then said to Chen, which made Chen's heart even more sad. Then Xiao Ai approached Chen and sniffed on his body, but did not smell any special fragrance, and suddenly Xiao Ai believed Chen's words in her heart. It seems that the little Izumi Yuhiko lied and did things on purpose. Although I believe it. However, Xiao Ai looks disgusted on the surface. There is no way, Tsunere is like this. Although Xiao Ai has changed a lot, what can't be changed is still Xiao Ai's Tsunere. I'm afraid this can't be changed in a lifetime. Chen glanced at the little Izumi Yuhiko, and when he turned back, he must give the little Izumi Yuhiko some color to see. How dare you fall for him? Chen came a little late. It was because of other things, but it was not blocked by some group of beauties. Chen's heart seems to be so lustful. Let's go. Go back quickly. If you go back late, Mingmei will probably complain. Chen took Xiao Ai's hand and took Xiao Ai home. Hey, Chen, aren't you holding me? Aren't you afraid I'll get lost? Little Izumi Yuhiko quickly followed Chen, and then took the initiative to hold Chen's hand. Lost? It would be better if you got lost. Xiao Ai glanced at the little Izumi Yuhiko and said lightly. Xiao Ai, if you don't speak now, I might forget what happened in the morning. In the morning, I kindly sent you to school, but you actually drove me away halfway. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko put both hands on Xiao Ai on the head. Dangerously looked at Xiao Ai. Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Ai Yugong looked at Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and said lightly. Okay. Little Izumi Yuhiko responded directly, but she just agreed. Chen's fist landed on the heads of the two of them. Are you honest now? You still have to fight. Chen said with a light snort. Xiao Ai and Xiao Izumi Yuhiko gave Chen a dissatisfied look at the same time, and then the two walked in front, leaving Chen behind. What? Are you too angry? Chen quickly chased after her and asked towards her door. Can't you see? I'm angry, come and coax me. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen. Then how do you want me to coax you? I won't. Chen Tan said with his hands spread out, saying seriously, Chen really doesn't know how. This is your business, you can solve it yourself, don't ask me. Little Izumi Yuhiko turned her head and said, oh, if that's the case, then so be it. The little Izumi Yuhiko said, good, don't be angry. Uncle will buy you candy to eat soon. Asking for flowers, one little Izumi Yuhiko was stunned for a moment, and then got angry with Chen. Biting Kiba and looking at Chen. Hyuga-chen, stop for me. Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen who ran far away, bit Kiba and chased after him. The corners of Xiao-Ai's mouth were slightly raised, and she unconsciously revealed a smile. After returning home soon, Chen went directly to his room, and then locked the door. As soon as Zai-chan came back, the little Izumi Yuhiko walked into the door angrily and looked at the angry little Izumi Yuhiko. Mingmei couldn't help asking, "Where's Xiao-Ai?" She was behind. Little Izumi Yuhiko pointed to the back and saw that Xiao-Ai had just walked into Taiman. "Mingmei, tell me, where did that guy Hyuga-chen go?" Little Izumi Yuhiko bit Kiba and said. Mingmei looked at little Izumi Yuhiko looking angry. He couldn't help but stunned for a moment. What's the situation? Could it be that Chen offended Yuhi? It should be like this, and seeing Yuhi's angry appearance, he was offended. Chen just ran back to the room. Went in. Mingmei said something to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. Then Yugong looked at Xiao-Ai and asked Xiao-Ai in a low voice, "What's going on?" Xiao-Ai looked at her sister. Then she gave herself what happened before. "My sister said it," and Mingmei instantly understood. Why is Yuhizi so angry? "Chen, come out for me. If you don't come out, I'll smash the door and go in." Little Izumi Yuhiko knocked on the door and shouted to the inside. "Sorry, there is no one in the house." Chen's voice came from the room. "Is that the puppy barking now?" After Xiao Izumi Yuhiko finished speaking, Chen immediately opened the door from inside. Little Izumi Yuhiko sneered, "You are finally out now. It's actually said that I'm a puppy, can I not come out?" Chen looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko fiercely. Then he pulled the little Izumi Yuhiko into the room. Then the door was closed and locked again. Xiao-Ai put down her school bag and glanced at the door of Chen's room, not knowing. Chen pulled the little Izumi Yuhi closer to the room and said what she wanted to know. She wanted to know whether Chen cleaned up the little Izumi Yuhi twice or whether the little Izumi Yuhi took revenge, but Xiao-Ai thinks that the former should be the most dead. Chapter 1056. I understand why you were beaten so badly. During dinner, Chen and Izumi Yuhiko didn't come out either. Mingmei originally wanted them to come out to eat. But after walking to the door, he heard the sound coming from the room, Mingmei's face or Yuhi, and then ran away in a panic. Didn't you ask Chen and the others to come to dinner? Why didn't they come? Yukiko looked at Mingmei and asked. Xiao-Ai looked at her sister Mingmei, and found that her sister was obviously wrong. Her face was too Yuhi. No, what's wrong with me? Mingmei concealed the Yuhi color on her face and asked Xiao-Ai. It doesn't feel right anywhere. Xiao-Ai looked at Mingmei and felt that something was wrong with Mingmei now. It should be related to Chen and Xiao Izumi Yuhiko, so, March 20 inches used Xiao-Ai to go and see. However, just as Xiao-Ai stood up, she was pulled by Mingmei. Looking at Xiao-Ai's suspicious eyes, Mingmei asked Xiao-Ai, "Where are you going?" "I'll go and call that guy Chen over for dinner." Xiao-Ai said to Mingmei, "Well, don't go and call them, they told me something. Don't eat anymore. Sit down and let's eat." Mingmei asked Xiao-Ai to sit down. Others listened to Mingmei's words, and then looked at Mingmei's expression, and already had some guesses in their hearts. But Xiao-Ai didn't understand it, and looked at Mingmei in confusion. Why did my sister have to organize her? Surely, if you go there, I can't help but teach you a lesson. Belmod glanced at Xiao-Ai and said. Xiao-Ai frowned and sat down. She glanced at Belmod. This woman seems to know, and everyone else seems to understand. Hiroshi Akasa's house. After Conan came back, Dr. Akasa and Hattori Heiji looked at some of the injuries on Conan's face and asked Conan, "What's going on?" Dr. Lee couldn't help asking, "Did Hyuga-chen do it?" Hattori Heiji asked angrily because he knew that Conan went to Hyuga-chen this morning, so Hattori Heiji would suspect that Hyuga-chen did it. If Chen knew, Hattori Heiji doubted again. To his head. Definitely slap him to death. No. Conan shook his head. What's going on? Don't be embarrassed to say it. Hattori Heiji continued to ask Conan. The teacher had a fight with others at school and asked the parents to go there. Conan said to Dr. Akasa and Hattori Heiji. If the parents are allowed to go, the only person Conan can find now is Mr. Akasa, and Heiji Hattori will definitely not work. At most Heiji Hattori is to act as an older brother, and he will definitely not be able to fool the past. At that time, teacher Chungji Shaoshu will definitely call his parents. Akasa Hiroju and Hattori Heiji's expressions were very strange at this time. After looking at each other, they looked at Conan. Conan actually fights with others at school. This is something they really didn't expect. Could it be something wrong? Conan, why did you fight with others? Who did you fight with? Dr. A. Lee asked Conan. If Conan is really just a schoolboy, Akasa Botu wouldn't be so surprised, but Conan is actually a high school student. So why would he fight with a group of elementary school students? I was a little bored and couldn't control myself, so I got into a fight. Conan said to Akasa Hiroshi. Who did you do with that? It looks like you've suffered a loss. Hattori Heiji looked at Conan, and Conan clearly sensed a contempt in Hattori's eyes. Suddenly Conan felt very unhappy in his heart. Why are you asking so much? Conan asked Hattori Heiji angrily. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. If I want to know, I will go to your Dedan Elementary School and ask about it. Hattori Heiji said with a pouted lip. Are you bored? Conan looked at Hattori Heiji angrily. You're really right. I'm quite bored right now, and I really want a case to come to me. Me, Mitsuhiko and Yuan, there was a conflict too, so I had a fight with the two of them. Conan finally said the same as Hattori Heiji said. If Hattori Heiji wants to know, it is easy to know, so there is no need to hide it. It turned out to be a fight with them, then I understand why you were beaten so badly. Hattori Heiji nodded and said that A is the weight of Yuanta. He is not clear, even if it is pressed on Conan's body, Conan can't move. It is estimated that Conan can't beat one, let alone two. Can you stop talking? Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji equals eyes, and then said, okay. I won't continue to pick up your scars. Hattori Heiji looked at the wound on Conan's face and smiled secretly. Quite a bit of schadenfreude. I was actually beaten by a primary school student. If it spreads out, Kudo Shinichi's face will be disgraced. Didn't you say no? Conan looked at Hattori Heiji angrily. By the way, doctor, I want you to do me a favor. I'll go to school tomorrow. Ah, I have to do research. Ali Botu scratched his hair. Said to Conan, Botu, leave your research for now. I understand that if you don't help me to stop Mr. Kobayashi, she will probably visit her home, and it will be more troublesome then. Conan said to Dr. A. Lee, yes. Don't let Hattori go. You can convince him that it's your brother. Anyway, I think you two really look a little bit alike. Dr. Agasa looked at Hattori Heiji and Conan, nodded and said, no. It's definitely not possible to let him go, the doctor will help. Otherwise, if the home visit wants to find my parents, then I really don't know what to do with Dao 5.1, and the trouble will be even greater. Okay, then I'll do you a favor, it's too bad to be busy tomorrow. Dr. Aga finally couldn't stand Conan's plea and agreed to Conan. Conan, do you feel ashamed of this kind of thing? Hattori Heiji turned to Conan. Asked. Looking at the smile on Hattori Heiji's face, Conan shouted directly, get out of here. Kindly care about your thoughts, you actually let me go. Really good intentions are not rewarded. Hee, are you really kind? Conan sneered, glanced at Hattori Heiji, then turned his head away without even looking at Hattori Heiji. He was clearly laughing at him, yet he actually said he was kind. Conan is so angry that he will beat people. If it is not considering that he can't beat Hattori Heiji now, he will really do it. Chapter 1057. I heard Chen say Yuhizi, you are not feeling well. Early the next morning, Chen and Xiaoai walked towards the school, while Xiaoai looked at Chen with a puzzled face. Where's little Izumi Yuhiko? Why doesn't she come along? Xiaoai asked Chen. Ahem, she's not feeling well today. So she took a day off. Chen coughed lightly towards Xiaoai, and then said, uncomfortable. Xiaoai Yugong looked at Chen, always feeling that it was not that simple. Is it her illusion, or is it really not that simple? Do you think I'm too handsome when you look at me like this? Chen asked Xiaoai, who was staring at him with a slight smile. He pouted and said, "It always feels like you're changing the subject. Speaking of what happened to the little Izumi Yuhi, what did you guys do in the room yesterday?" Xiaoai asked Chen, rather inquisitively. In fact, it also reacted, "But it is 28 because I guessed it." Xiaoai's heart was more unchanged. "There is some sourness in my heart. If I said we didn't do anything, Xiaoai, would you believe it?" Chen looked at Xiaoai and asked. Xiaoai shook her head lightly. "Believe that if Chen said she didn't do anything, that's completely treating yourself as a fool. Anyway, that's my explanation. You don't believe it's your business." Chen didn't say much. Take Xiaoai to school. After sending Xiaoai to the school, Chen also went to Deaton High School. Xiaolin, Yuanzi and Heyi, who came to the school early, saw that Zongyuan was only Chen alone, and suddenly it was a little strange. "Where's Yuhizi? What's wrong with her? Didn't you come?" Sonoko asked Chen. "Yuhizi is a little uncomfortable, so I will rest at home. I have already asked for leave," Chen said to Xiaolin and Yuanzi. "Uncomfortable, yes indeed, uncomfortable after all. The first time. Then how is Yuhizi now?" Xiaolin and the others asked Chen with concern. "Painting, this one, it's not serious. Then we'll wait after school. Go and see Yuhiko," Xiaolan suggested. "Okay, I agree." Sonoko nodded. Their relationship with Yuhiko is also very good. Now I hear that Yuhiko is uncomfortable. Of course I have to go and have a look. I believe Yuhiko will be very happy after you go. After school in the afternoon, they will not go back because the time for the old school at noon is very short. Therefore, they usually stay in the school to eat. After the old school in the afternoon, Xiaolin and the others follow Chen to pick up Xiaoai first. "I can't see you." Yuanzi waved at Xiaoai and said hello. Xiaoai looked at Yuanzi's indifferent expression towards Wu Xiaoai. Sonoko is not surprised now, and knows that Xiaoai's character is like this. Xiaoai looked at Chen with inquiring eyes. "I don't understand why her Zuku came over." That's it. Xiaolin and the others heard that Yuhizi was uncomfortable, so they were going to see Yuhizi's situation. Chen smiled and said to Xiaoai. "Oh." Xiao Aishin glanced at her, then walked in front alone. After returning home soon after, Mingmei opened the door and looked at Xiaolin and the others who were standing behind, and was quite surprised. "Miss Xiaolin, Miss Sonoko, and Miss Yi are here too," Mingmei said to them with a slight smile. "Ms. Mingmei, you don't need to be so polite to us," Xiaolin couldn't help but say, "are all the visitors here? Of course you have to be more polite. Come in." Mingmei immediately invited them in. "Sister Mingmei, why didn't you see Yuhiko? How is she? I heard that she is not feeling well, so let's take a look." Mingmei glanced at Xiaolin and the others with a strange expression, then looked at her. Shang Chen. They would know that Yuhiko was not feeling well. Chen should have told them, but Chen still dared to say it. "Yuhiko is in the room, or I'll call her," Mingmei said. "No need. Let's go and have a look." Xiaolan immediately shook her head, preparing to go to Yuhiko's room to see Yuhiko. "Then I'm going to cook, so let Chen take you there," Mingmei said. Chen shrugged, then brought Xiaolin and the others to Yuhizi's room. The door was not locked. After opening the door, he saw Yuhizi sitting. "How are you, Yuhiko?" Chen asked Yuhiko with a smile. Yuhiko couldn't help but glared at Chen and then saw Xiaolin and the others. When she saw Xiaolin and the others, Yuhiko's heart was quite hurt. "Xiaolan, why did you guys come here? Why, aren't you welcome?" Yuanzi came over and sat beside Yuhizi and asked Yuhizi, "I heard Chen say that Yuhizi is not feeling well." Yuhizi asked towards Chen. Glancing at Chen, she nodded to Chen Zi secretly, and then nodded to Yuanzi. If she was asked to go to school, she would definitely not be able to do it. "So how is it now? Is it better?" Xiaolan asked with concern. "It's okay now, thank you Xiaolin for your concern." Yuhizi stood up and said, "It has been a day, and now Yuhizi has recovered, but in Yuhizi's heart, there is still quite a bit of resentment towards Chen." She even told Xiaolin and the others, "It's good to see Xiaolin and the others don't seem to know the truth, so Yuhi's heart is a little more at ease." Yuhi, you're fine. Xiaolan and the others saw that Yuhizi really had nothing to do, so 580 was relieved. What are you still standing here for? Sonoko, are you standing here too much? You were right. Sonoko asked Xiaolan and the others, that's right. I also think it's redundant. Yuhiko glanced at Chen, then nodded and said, look at Yuhiko. Chen secretly bit Kiba. Okay, it seems that if you don't give you a little bit of power, you don't know what family law is. In the end, Chen was driven out of the room by Yuhizi and Xiaolan and the others. Chen, who was kicked out, looked rather depressed. Looking at your expression, you don't seem to be very happy. Belmod looked at Chen with a smile on his face. You can hear it through, so you are watching my joke on purpose right now. Chen looked at Belmod and said, where is it? I don't have it. After all, even if you gave me 10 courage, I'm afraid I wouldn't dare to read your jokes. Belmod shook his head and said. Chen looked at Belmod and sneered, because he was watching his jokes, and he had to find a chance to clean up. Chapter 1058. Isn't it Ma? Chen, weren't you in Yuhizi's room just now? How did you come out now? Could it be that you were kicked out? Yukiko, the urge to hit someone rose in her heart. Yuchizi, don't force me to beat people. Chen glanced at Yuchizi and said. Could it be Chen? Are you really willing to do anything to me? Are you really willing? Yukiko asked Chen with shining eyes. There's nothing to bear with this. If you don't believe it, you can come over and try it out. Chen gestured to Yuchizi, but Yuchizi wouldn't be so foolish. What? I'm not that stupid, Yuchizi said with a glance at Chenbai. Chen, don't you explain what happened between you and Xiao Izumi Yuhiko? Xiao asked Chen, staring at Chen. Although his face was expressionless, Chen felt a sourness emerge from Xiao's body, and it was very strong. Chen looked at Xiao, couldn't help but smiled, and then asked, Xiao, are you jealous? No, you think too much, Xiao said lightly. Really? Chen continued to ask Xiao. Really? Xiao couldn't help kicking Chen, and then said lightly. Chen didn't say anything, but smiled slightly. But Xiao felt that Chen's smile was rather dazzling, so she couldn't help but gently kicked Chen again. Chen, Xiao actually dared to kick you. You are getting more and more courageous. Don't you teach her a lesson? Yuchizi suddenly said to Chen. Yuchizi was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Of course I want to see a good show. Chen and Xiao glanced at Yukiko at the same time, and then said at the same time, I think I should teach you a lesson. The two of you are talking quite in sync. Belmod looked at Chen and Xiao and said. Who is in sync with him? Xiao glanced at Chen and snorted coldly. Now Xiao has some resentment towards Chen in her heart. Well, the resentment in Xiao's heart is not small. Anyway, it is not good. As for whether it is jealous, this Xiao does not know. The meal is ready, do you want to eat? Mingmei came out of the kitchen at this time and asked Chen and the others. What's the matter with you, Xiao? Mingmei saw Xiao's face was cold and seemed unhappy. Immediately asked Xiao. Of course it's the big villain Chen who bullied her. Yukiko said suddenly. Pai glanced at Yukiko. In my heart, I was already thinking about how to deal with Yuchizi. If I didn't give Yuchizi some color, Yuchizi would not know how powerful a Yuchizi was. Under the gaze of Chen's eyes, Yuchizi felt a little hairy, but in fact, I started to regret it in my heart. And Belmod looked at Yukiko, who was not afraid of death, and admired Yukiko quite a bit. She hoped that Yukiko would not regret it later. Chen, did you really bully Xiao? Mingmei asked Chen. Do you think I'll bully an elementary school cow? Chen asked Mingmei with his eyes, and then Chen glared viciously at Naokiko. It's over, I will definitely not let me go, I feel like I'm going to die. Yukiko couldn't help but said to Kuroba Chikage. Kuroba Chikage looked at Yukiko and didn't say anything. Even if it was really finished, it seemed like Yukiko was killing herself. You said I was a primary school student again. Xiao stared at Chen stubbornly. Isn't it? Chen said, reaching out and touching Xiao's head, looking at Xiao with a smile. Xiao angrily opened Chen's hand. Lang Hum, Sheng didn't even look at him. According to Chen's understanding of Xiao, it is estimated that he won't talk to him for several days. I'll go and call Yuhiko and the others. Chen said, stood up, walked towards Yuhiko's room, and pushed open the door directly. You guys still have to talk about horses. You have to eat. Chen said to Yuhizi, Shaolin, Yuanzi and Hai. I didn't see them talking so much when I was in school. It's time to eat. Did Sister Mingmei cook? I haven't eaten for a long time. Sonoko's eyes lit up slightly. When you are free, Yuanzi, you can learn how to cook at home. Shaolin said to Yuanzi. However, Sonoko shook his head. Shaolin said, this is too troublesome, I feel like I can't do it. Even if Yuanzi had nothing to do, he would never cook, and it felt like cooking was too much trouble. It tastes more delicious when I make it myself. I'm now learning to cook with Shaolin. Kazuya said to Yuanzi, Hee, are you cooking dark dishes? I hope you don't take Shaolin out of the way. Good, Chen Hao said with a smile. What nonsense, what kind of dark cooking? Am I someone who can make dark cooking? He asked Chen angrily, isn't it? Shaolan, tell him, my cook how's the art? He looked at Shaolin and Shaolin's face suddenly became embarrassed when she heard the words. Don't embarrass Shaolan. Shaolan is a very kind girl. If you tell her to lie, she really can't do it. Yuanzi smiled secretly, and then said to Hee, Yuanzi, today I want to make you look good. Hee shouted to Yuanzi. I feel like I'm good looking now, so I don't need you anymore. Sonoko shook his head towards Hee, and then ran out of the room in order to avoid being cleaned up by Hee. Damn garden. Hee snorted and said angrily. Let's go out to eat. Shaolin followed and walked out. Wait, Shaolin, you haven't said how my cooking is. Hee shouted at Shaolin. And Yi Li's Shaolin is saving face for you. After all, Shaolin is not good at lying. If you tell the truth, it will blow your confidence too much. So you have to understand Shaolin. Buy it. Chen reached out and patted Hee on the shoulder, then said to Hee earnestly. I'll never say a word to you again. Hee Shanshin snorted coldly, and then walked out of Yuhizi's room. Then Haochen's eyes turned to the little Izumi Yuhi. Looking at the little Izumi Yuhi, Chen couldn't help but say, how are you doing now, can you act on your own? I'm fine. The little Izumi Yuhi gave Chen a dark look, and then said. Why are you staring at me? Chen asked the little Izumi Yuhiko, a little depressed. What do you think? Don't you still understand? If you don't understand, then you can think about it yourself. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen with some resentment, because he made him weak for a day. Chapter 1059. How do I feel you are hinting at me? By the way, Shaolin, have you called your father? Will he be worried? When he was eating, he suddenly thought of something and immediately said to Shaolin. Forget this. Shaolin patted her head a little confusedly, then immediately took out her mobile phone, and called Maori Kogoro. Hey, Dad, I won't go back for dinner today. I'm here now, Dad, you eat it yourself today. What, Shaolin, you're not coming back. What will I eat if you don't come back? I can't cook. Maori Kogoro on the other end of the phone jumped up immediately, and then immediately asked, Shaolan, wouldn't you want to spend the night with Chen Shaozi? Although I don't object to you being together, you must not do something outrageous. Dad, what did you say? I hung up. Shaolan hung up the phone shyly. I didn't expect his father to say such a thing. And the voice he used was too lady. Originally, Shaolan didn't avoid Chen and the others to call. And her father used so much noise. When 627 spoke, I guess everyone else in the room should have heard it. Thinking of this, Shaolin's face was Yuhi's. She lowered her head and didn't know what to say. She secretly complained to Kogoro Mori. A bowl of miso soup. At this time, Mingmei broke Shaolin's embarrassment and asked Shaolin with a smile. Okay. Shaolin nodded. Mingmei took the bowl and filled Shaolin with a bowl of miso soup. Shaolin immediately politely said, Thank you, Sister Mingmei. Other people didn't want Shaolin to be embarrassed. So they didn't say anything, which made Shaolin relieved. After eating, Shaolin and the others were going to leave. If they don't leave, it will be dark. Don't spend the night here, I promise I won't do anything out of the ordinary. At this time, Chen suddenly teased Xiaolin and said. Xiaolin's face flushed Yuhi when she heard the words, and then she glared at Chen, feeling extra shy in her heart. Chen, what are you talking about? Xiaolan raised her fist and threatened Chen. Xiaolan's fist is very powerful. A solid cement Jinchuriki column can leave a hole with one punch. However, for Chen, there is no deterrent. If Xiaolan words to stay, so can we stay too? Sonoko and Kazuyi suddenly asked Chen. Is this a question? In fact, I just welcome Xiaolin to stay, so let's forget your words. Damn, Xiaolin, hurry up and beat him. I'll help you, he immediately said to Xiaolin. Just kidding, if you stay here. Of course I would welcome it. Chen said with a slight smile. No, Xiaolin shook her head with Yuhi's face. Xiaolin refused, and he must be embarrassed to stay here, and Yuanzi also looked at Xiaolin and Kazuya. Of course, she chose to follow Tailiu. In that case, I will send you back. Chen said to Xiaolin and the others. This Xiaolin and the others didn't refuse. If they walked back, I'm afraid it would be late at night when they got home. Also, they were very tired walking. If you don't tell me, I'll let you take me back. Yuanzi said. Xiaolin and Hai are okay. Xiaolin's home is not too far from here, and Hai still lives in Xiaolin's house. But Yuanzi is different. Yuanzi lives just away from here. It's too far. If Yuanzi is allowed to walk back, he may not be home at 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen drove Xiaolin and the others back. Of course, Xiaolin and He first. After all, the two of them are compared to each other near. After sending Xiaolin and Hai, Chen drove Yuanzi home. On the way, Yuanzi didn't speak. Chen couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Why don't you talk to Yuanzi? If the quiet one is Xiaolin, Chen doesn't feel any doubts, but Sonoko is not CIDT kind. She has a lively personality, and just likes to babble. Now that she's quiet, Wuyu suddenly feels out of habit. Well, Chen, there is a question I want to ask you. Sonoko said to Chen. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Of course, if I don't answer, it's not certain. Chen said to Sonoko with a smile. Actually, I wanted to ask something about Yuhiko. Is it something? Chen asked Sonoko. Forget it. I still don't ask. Sonoko finally didn't ask. In fact, Sonoko just wanted to ask if Tatsu and Yuhiko had that kind of relationship. But in the end Sonoko was embarrassed to ask, and even if she asked, Tatsu might not tell her. It didn't take long. After arriving at Yuanzi's house, Yuanzi looked at Chen and asked, Chen, do you want to go in and take a seat? No, let's go another day. It's too late today, I have to go back. Chen shook his head towards the garden. Oh, just stay here with me. Today, I am the only one at home, and I am very scared by myself. Sonoko said to Chen. How do I feel that you are implying me? Chen looked at Sonoko and said involuntarily. What are you implying? Sonoko was stunned for a moment, but after a while, Sonoko suddenly came back to his senses and looked towards Sonoko. Chen Wei glared at Kun. Chen, what are you thinking about? I didn't suggest anything to you. I won't leave you, let's go. Sonoko was annoyed and threw people directly. Okay, then I'll go. Chen waved at Sonoko, then left. Hello, really gone? Sonoko looked at Chen who was driving high, and couldn't help but pouted. Sonoko, what are you doing standing at the door? Who were you talking to just now? Suzumoto Ayako's voice suddenly came from behind Sonoko. Sonoko turned around immediately, looking startled. Who? You scared me to death. Sister, do you have no sound when you walk? And sister, didn't you follow your mother to talk about cooperation? Why did you come back? Quote. Sonoko looked at Suzuki Ayako in surprise, but luckily Chen didn't stay, otherwise her sister would see it. Then I don't know what her sister would think. Go back. Why should I care what my sister thinks? Even if it's a real misunderstanding. Sonoko thinks that he should be more willing. Mom left first and didn't wait for me, so I didn't go. Who was that person just now? Could it be Sonoko's boyfriend? 8 trigrams asked Sonoko, No, it would be great if it was. Not to mention you don't have a boyfriend yet. How could I have a boyfriend? Sonoko shook his head towards Ayako. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm going back to rest. Sonoko obviously didn't want to answer, and went straight into the house. Chapter 1060. Why are you so wary of me? You actually came back. Belmont and the others looked at Chen with surprised expressions on their faces. What do you mean? If I don't come back? Where am I going? Chen glanced at them and said involuntarily. Who knows where you'll be going, but I'm quite surprised that you can come back. The shock is already on the face. I guess they are going to go to hell in Genshin. I glanced at them, and Chen sat down. I went down and ignored them. I turned on the TV and watched it. I said that I haven't watched TV for a long time. Remind the residents of Mika Town that there have been several incidents of gangsters attacking and killing recently at night, and I hope the residents will try not to go out at night. Chen couldn't help showing surprise when he heard the news. At the same time, he thought, no wonder he encountered so few pedestrians on the road when he came back. It turned out that he didn't dare to go out. This is already in the newspaper. Mingmei took out a newspaper, which also had information about this. The movement is getting bigger and bigger, and the murderer has not been caught. Mawako said, Mawako, shouldn't you be responsible for catching this murderer? Chen asked Mawako. No, this case is actually the responsibility of the police officer Mumu, not me. I am also responsible for the specific case. Don't understand. Mikazu Sato shook her head slightly. She didn't know if Officer Kimu had any clues. But she only knew that the murderer had not been caught yet. Oh, this seems to have nothing to do with us. Chen nodded, and then ignored it. It would be fine if the murderer didn't stare at him. If he did stare at him, he would definitely die. Besides, the other party seemed to have no reason to stare at him. Chen found out that it was still news about that incident. Are there so many stations broadcasting this news? Isn't he that afraid of causing panic? Chen shook his head and said involuntarily, there are some TV stations that dare to broadcast anything for the sake of ratings. Rather than one or two. Mawako is not surprised. Forget it. Don't watch it. Chen Yukui turned off the TV, and looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko who was sitting next to him eating potato chips. What do you want to do? After noticing Chen's gaze, little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chenji vigilantly. Dao-e looked at the vigilant appearance of the little Izumi Yuhiko. Chen has an urge to want Yi Shui, so why are you so vigilant towards me? Why are you so vigilant towards me? Chen couldn't help asking the little Izumi Yuhiko. Don't you know, I won't forget what happened last night. Also, I haven't recovered yet. Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen and said. Cough, I won't do anything. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko after coughing twice. However, just after Chen finished speaking, the little Izumi Yuhiko cast a contemptuous look at Chen, despising Chen very much. Well, it seems that not only the little Izumi Yuhiko is despising Chen, but even Belmode and the others next to him are also casting a contemptuous look at Chen. Chen was depressed. You don't believe what I said. But there is no need to despise me, it makes me very uncomfortable. After coming to school the next morning, Izumi Yuhiko also came this time, and it was all right. Of course, she will come to school. What are you talking about? Yuanzi, Shaolin and the others who came to the school early had already started chatting. Chen, who had just come in, didn't know what they were talking about. Chen, did you know that a student in our school was killed last night? Sonoko asked as he approached Chen. I really don't know this. Chen shook his head. Actually, we just found out, or Sonoko told us. Shaolin said to Chen. In fact, Shaolin and the others were wondering why Sonoko's news was so well informed. As long as there is any news from the school, Sonoko seems to be the first to know the same. How did you know Yuanzi? Chen really couldn't help it. Asked the garden. Humph. This is my secret, and I can't tell you. Sonoko didn't mean to tell Chen at all. Forget it. In fact, I have no interest in knowing. Chen shook his head slightly and said, really? Sonoko leaned over and asked Chen. Of course it's true. You thought I really wanted to know where you got these 8 trigrams messages. I tell you, the student who was killed in our school this time. The murderer is the murderer who committed the murder these days. Sonoko said. Asking for flowers. The homicide cases in recent days have been very noisy. Not only can it be seen on TV, but many people are discussing it now. Actually, my father is also giving Officer Mew Mew help to investigate the murderer. Xiao Lan said. That's right, Maori Kogoro is also investigating some things about the murderer. Of course, this is also Maori Kogoro hired by the police officer Kimu. If the case can be solved in the end, he will also give Maori Kogoro some rewards. Of course, if you don't solve the case, you won't let Mori Kogoro go in vain. After all, if you ask for help, the reward will definitely not be small. And this is still a dangerous task. So the police officer Kimu will not kung Mori Kogoro. After all, he and Mori Kogoro were colleagues in the past, and they had a good relationship with each other. It turns out that your father is investigating. Does that mean you have found something? Sonoko asked Shaolin. Yuanzi was very curious about the results of the investigation. Shaolin shook her head and said, there is no clue. The dead people have no connection with each other at all, and it is impossible to find out the motive of each other's murder. It seems that it is a pity, but I must be careful recently. Sonoko, in fact, the most important thing is you, Sonoko. Chen looked at Yuanzi and said. Yuanzi looked at Chen with a question mark on his face, not understanding what Chen meant. Like Shaolin and Kazuya, they have enough strength to protect themselves, but you are different. If Shaolin and Yi's fighting strength are strong enough to face them, I'm afraid they will be beaten down by 2 moves. But Yuanzi is different. Yuanzi has no fighting strength at all. Then why don't you come to protect me? How about being my flower protector? Sonoko asked Chen. The flower protector is better. I don't see you as a flower at all. Chen ruthlessly shook his head towards Yuanzi and asked Yuanzi, Chen, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm not a flower at all? Yuanzi asked Chen angrily, grabbing Chen's hand. If Dayuchen didn't give her a perfect explanation, she would not let go. Shaolin and the others looking at each other, I couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 1061-1080. Chapter equals 1061. Uchizi, you are very wrong. Sonoko, the class will be in a while. Can you let go of me now? It's indecent for you to hold me like this. Chen looked at the child who was holding his arm and didn't let go. Taking advantage of yourself, I said. Yuanzi, are you holding me on purpose to take advantage of me? I didn't expect Yuanzi to be such a person. You are such a small machine. Chen looked at Yuanzi and said involuntarily. Sonoko wants leaf blood. At this time, I was embarrassed to continue holding Chen's arm. Why do I take advantage of you? Isn't the one taking advantage of you? Sonoko looked at Chen angrily and asked. Also, don't you give me an explanation. Do you think I'm ugly? Sonoko stared at Chen. Chen Yugang looked at Yuanzi. To be honest, Yuanzi is very beautiful now. After the proposal of Liuba 2, last time, Yuanzi no longer wears that ugly headband. So now Yuanzi has transformed into a too beautiful, quite dazzling beauty, no worse than Shaolin and the others. Actually, I think Sonoko, you are very beautiful. Can you do it now? Can you sit back? Chen asked Sonoko. HMPH, I always feel that you have a meaning of sublimation. Sonoko said with a light snort. Where is the perfunctory? Chen did not admit that he was perfunctory at all. In fact, there was some perfunctory in his heart. After all, Yuanzi is beautiful, but Chen has seen more beauties, which is simply too many to count. Chen, are you interested in catching that murderer? Sonoko didn't pursue it anymore. Instead, he asked Chen. What did you say, Sonoko? I said Chen, are you interested in catching the murderer? Now the whole rice flour market is panicking. Please, I'm not a detective. I'm not a police officer. Said with a wave of his hand. That's right, Sonoko. You'd better have your bodyguard come to pick you up recently. After all, Sonoko really doesn't have much fighting power. If he really reveals the murderer, it will be really dangerous. Understood. I will, my mother told me. Sonoko nodded. But Chen, are you caring about me? Sonoko's heart suddenly became sweet and she looked at Chen happily and asked. Yeah, I care about you, but I care about you very much. Chen said, pinching Yuanzi's little face. Speak when you speak. Don't do anything. Yuhiko raised his hand and slapped Chen's hand. The reader was about to glance at Yuhizi, but Yuhiko had already turned his head at this time. Net Shanghai and GT, after the name of the year of the sea, I also went to class. So Sonoko also returned to his seat and stopped talking to Chen He. Is that the whole guy not here? Chen Qiguang glanced at Hattori's flat drive position, but it's not strange to think about each other. I guess this guy is going to investigate the case. Who didn't come? Chen, although his voice was relatively small, Izumi Yuhiko, who was sitting next to Chen, could still hear him. So he asked Chen Qi. You look where I am, don't you know who I am talking about? Chen asked. Little Izumi Yuhiko said. It turned out to be Hattori Heiji. Followed Chen's gaze. Little Izumi Yuhiko saw Hattori's vacant seat, obviously already in class. But Hattori Heiji hasn't come yet, obviously not coming. But Hattori Heiji has nothing to do with her. Little Izumi Yuhiko just glanced at it, and then stopped paying attention. For Chen, it was just messing around, and life at school was pretty good. But this is under the circumstance that Chen is not bored yet. If he is really bored, Chen is really not interested in coming. Today is Friday, and tomorrow is a holiday. It's time to rest, so when school is over, some students are very happy. Kai, Shaolin and Yi Gao Kai together, even if they really encounter any gangsters, they are not afraid. The combat effectiveness of the two women is the best in the army. Well, this is an exaggeration, but Xiaolan and He are really strong in combat. The two of them add up. Unless it's at the level of Sejiu, it's not the opponent. Chen and Yuhizi went to Fujidan Primary School to pick up Xiaoai. Originally, it was Xiaoai who went home by himself, or Ming Meifu picked up Xiaoai. But since Chen agreed to pick up Xiaoai, Xiaoai has been waiting for him to pick him up at the entrance of the primary school. Xiaoai has been waiting for a long time. Chen waved at Xiaoai and said, "Let's go." Xiaoai was expressionless, and said lightly, looking at Xiaoai's indifferent look. Chen is used to it now. She walked over and held Xiaoai's hand. Xiaoai looked at Chen and didn't struggle. She is also used to it now. Rang Chen grabbed her hand. I feel like both of you have forgotten me. And every time it happens I'm going to be pissed. Yuhiko caught up and said. That's because you were redundant. Xiaoai glanced at Yuhizi and said. Yuhizi bit Kiba. Forget it. Now Xiaoai looks like a primary school student and doesn't have the same knowledge as her. What is the same knowledge as a child? Go home soon. Just came back. Yukiko came over and handed a glass of water with a smile on her face. You, retired, drink a glass of water. Looking at the water that Yuchizi handed over, and then looking at Yuchizi's face full of smiles, Chen suddenly didn't dare to drink it. Something was wrong, it was really wrong. Looking at Yuchizi's current appearance, Chen was full of doubts in his heart. Is there something added? Yuchizi, you are very wrong. Nothing to be diligent as either a traitor or a thief. The current Yuchizi is very suspicious in Chen's eyes. Either something is added to the water, or there is something wrong, but the possibility of adding something to the water is not very likely. Chen suspects that Yuchizi has something to do now. Ask him. Chen's suspicion is not wrong. Yuchizi does have something to do. Chen, tomorrow is Saturday on 2.4, can you accompany me to go shopping? Yuchizi said to Chen. It's finally Saturday. I'm taking a break. I don't have time to go shopping with you, so I'm sorry. Chen shook his head without hesitation. I knew you would refuse. Yuchizi said angrily. Yuchizi knew that Chen was particularly repulsive to go out for shopping, but it was not that there was no way for Yuchizi to get Chen to agree. Since she has already spoken, how can you let Chen refuse? There are still people watching, but you can't let them see the joke, so you have to succeed no matter what. Yukiko leaned over to Chen's side, lowered her voice, and whispered something to Chen. Anyway, Belmont and the others who were not far away couldn't hear it. Okay. If so, I promise you. After Yuzi finished speaking, Chen suddenly changed his tune and agreed. Chapter 1062. Xiao Ai, do you want me to buy you children's clothes? Why did you suddenly agree? What benefits did Yuchizi promise you? Belmod asked Chen. What promises, what benefits? No. Chen shook his head and said. Hee, do you think I'll believe it? Belmod chuckled. Chen knew exactly what this hee meant. If it wasn't for the benefits that Yukiko promised, would you agree to accompany her to go shopping with your character? Belmod asked Chen. Indeed, if it wasn't for what Yuchizi promised, Yuchen's character would definitely not allow Yuchizi to go shopping. But Belmod doesn't know. What exactly did Yuchizi promise? And Chen agreed to it. Bermod, are you curious too? Can't I be curious? Bermod couldn't help but rolled a glance at Yukiko. Then said, this is not true, but you are so curious about what to do, and if you are really curious, then go to the inquiry room _Yukiko. Belmod Kieguang glanced at Yukiko, who was not far away, then turned his head away, wanting to ask Yukiko. But Yukiko has to tell her too. With the character of Kiko. Certainly will not tell her easily. Forget it, I won't ask, I will be with you tomorrow. Belmod said to Chen. What, you want to go too? Chen looked at Belmod with a surprised expression. Why, can't I go? Chen, do you dislike me? Belmod hugged Chen's arm. Looking at Chen said, how is it possible? If you want to go, then I will naturally welcome it. Chen said to Belmod. It would be great if Belmod could go there. It would be more lively with one more person, but seeing that Belmod would go shopping, Chen felt a little incredible. Xiao Ai, do you want to go with us? Chen asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai was sitting not far away, and she should have heard Chen and the others talking. No, I still have things to do. Xiao Ai shook her head. What Xiao Ai said should be her research. Don't you plan to relax, Xiao Ai? Chen asked towards Xiao Ai. They've been relaxing for so long, I don't want to relax anymore and I'm not interested in shopping. Xiao Ai said, this is the most important thing. Xiao Ai has no interest in shopping. So I don't want to go, just like Chen. It's fine if the little girl doesn't go. Belmod glanced at Xiao Ai and said, I suddenly changed my mind. I'll go tomorrow too. Xiao Ai glanced at Belmod and said tit for tat. Glanced at Neuer Yinged, then at Xiao Ai. Chen shrugged. The two of them, it seems that there has never been harmony, even now. Early the next morning, Chen left home with Yukiko, Belmod and Xiao Ai. Wait, do you want to come back for dinner today? Mingmei shouted loudly to Chen and the others. You shouldn't be back at noon, Mingmei, don't prepare our meal. Yukiko replied to Mingmei. Do you still want to go shopping for a day? Chen couldn't help looking at Yuchizi and asked. Yes, I paid such a huge price. Of course I have to earn it back. Yuchizi glanced at Chen proudly and said, so what did you give, Yukiko? Seer Mod asked Yukiko, want to know. Yukiko blinked and looked at Belmod. I don't want to. Belmod turned his head indifferently, which made Yukiko stunned for a moment. Belmod, who knew about Yukiko, saw what Yukiko looked like. I knew that Yukiko would definitely not say L. So she said no. If you don't want that, forget it, I won't say it anyway. Then Yushizi led the way. Chen and the others came to the commercial street. To be honest, if it wasn't for Yushizi to lead the way, Chen wouldn't even know where the commercial street was. So what do you want to buy, Yuchizi? Chen asked Yuchizi. Nothing to buy. Yuchizi shook her head and replied to Chen. And Chen's expression instantly froze. If you don't have anything to buy, what are you going to go shopping for? If you don't buy anything, what are you doing out shopping? Xiao Ai asked for Chen. Whoever says to go to the street must buy something. I'm bored at home, just go out for a stroll. If you find something you're interested in, buy it, and if you're not interested, just go for a while. Chen said he was speechless. There is some truth to what Yukiko said. That is to say, we came out to accompany her wandering around. Xiao Ai had a dull expression on her face. If I had known it earlier, it wouldn't have come. In fact, if she hadn't seen her mod, she would be studying medicines at home now. It feels like researching drugs is more interesting than this. But that's just what Xiao Ai thinks. If it is to do research and go shopping, put it in front of Chen. Chen will definitely choose to go shopping without hesitation. After all, what Xiao Ai studied, Chen also couldn't understand at all. Let's go to the clothing hall to take a look at Yukiko. Seeing that there is a huge clothing hall in front of her, her eyes light up slightly. Then she pulls Chen and walks over with the light. I don't want to go. Chen couldn't help saying, if shopping is just a nightmare, then entering the clothing hall is a nightmare come true. Anyway, Chen doesn't want to go. No, don't forget that you promised me to go shopping with 360. Yuchizi took Chen into the clothing hall. Xiao Ai, do you want me to buy you children's clothing 3 inches? Belmod lowered his head and asked Xiao Ai, smiled and asked. Buy it and wear it yourself. Xiao Ai glanced at Belmod lightly. Then she walked ahead and followed Chen. After entering it, Chen looked at the people inside and couldn't help but be speechless. So famous, it's because today is a day off. The reason, there are too many people, let's go. Chen said to Yuchizi, don't go. To prevent Chen from running away, Yukiko reached out and grabbed Chen. Yukiko, it's really you. What are you doing? I didn't expect to meet you here, we sisters are really fate. Yukiko ran over and said to Fei Yingri. What are you doing with Chenla just now? Fei Yingli glanced at Yukiko, and then asked Yukiko. Eri, don't ask too much. Why do you come here to go shopping? With your character, shouldn't you be working now? Yukiko couldn't help asking. It was Shaolin who brought me here. Fei Yingli pointed to Shaolin who was picking clothes not far away. If it wasn't for Shaolin, Fei Yingli would not come. Chapter 1063. Like to pretend to be tender. Chen, you guys are here too. After Shaolin finished choosing her clothes, when she came to see Fei Yingli, she obviously saw Chen and the others, and couldn't help but said, yeah, it was Yuchizi who wanted to go out for a walk. Shopping, I didn't expect to meet you by coincidence. Chen said with a smile. Isn't it bad to meet us? He couldn't help saying. I didn't say bad, I'm very happy to meet you. Chen put his hand on He's head and rubbed it vigorously. He's hair was messed up. Looking at Chen, He knew that this was revenge against her. He couldn't help snorting towards Chen, his face exposed on top equals white beauty color. Still. It was the first time that a boy rubbed his head. This feeling caused a strange feeling in He's heart. That's right. Why are you following Xiaolan? Won't you disturb Xiaolan and her mother? Chen said to He. Don't bother, you and Yizai. We had more fun. Shaolin smiled and said, did you hear what Shaolin said? Shangshan snorted softly, and then said, I heard it, but I feel like you're still in the way. Chen whispered, his voice very low. He couldn't hear it at all. Well, He did not hear it, but He saw Chen whispering, so He now suspects that Chen is just whispering bad things about her. Are you talking ill of me? He asked to Shang Chencho. No, absolutely not. Chen simply shook his head neatly. Since we met, how about we go shopping together? Shaolin suggested. I don't have any opinion. Chen didn't have any opinion, and it would be nice to talk to a few more people. That's right. I'm going to sit over there for a while. If you want to buy something, go and buy it. After that, Chen walked over to the chair next to him, and Xiao Ai thought about it. Then he followed Chen. I'm not interested in clothes or anything, and Xiao Ai is also not interested in anything. So she sat on the chair with Chen. Hey, I asked you to come out so that you can give me some advice, why are you sitting there now? No, come here quickly, Tilda. Yuchizi walked over angrily. She shouted to Chen, she should accompany you to buy clothes. I think it is better for women to ask women for advice when buying clothes. Chen rejected Yuchizi without hesitation. Suggest to mention, come here quickly, okay. Otherwise, I might as well come alone. Besides, women don't wear clothes just for men to see. Yuchizi came directly to Loken. Oh Soshin, I think I should buy some clothes for Xiao Ai. Lord, Bermode, Chiguang glanced at Xiao Ai and said. Xiao Ai glanced at Bermuda when he heard the words, and then said, I number need. That's not possible, Xiao Ai, you finally came out equals times. How could you treat you badly? Yuchizi said directly, and said that Yuchizi directly pulled Xiao-ai, and Yu Chen walked over there together. And Belmorda looked at Chen and Xiao-ai who were depressed, but smiled slightly. Not far away, Fei Yingli looked at Yuchizi and Chen strangely, and the relationship between them. There was really something wrong. Fei Yingli had it before. 1. I have some doubts, but I can't be sure. Now Fei Yingli feels that her suspicions should not be wrong. Why do you feel that the relationship between Aunt Kiko and Chen is so close? Xiao Lan said involuntarily. This made Xiao feel a little bit more. It's weird, I don't know what to say. Xiao Lan, don't let her hear that you called her Aunt Yuchizi, otherwise. With Yuchizi's character, I will definitely not let you go like this. Fei Yingli turned to her daughter Xiao and said. Fei Yingli knows her friend Yukiko very well and likes to pretend to be tender. Of course, this cannot let Yukiko know that she thinks so, otherwise, Yukiko will come to her desperately. But Yukiko looks like she is really very young, and even when she is standing with her daughter Elle, she feels like a sister. To be honest, Fei Yingli is a little jealous of Yukiko. But Fei Yingli doesn't know that she is actually the same. It seems, she is very young. Because of her mature temperament, she stands with Xiaolin. It is like a big sister. She will never be considered as Xiaolin's mother. It's just that Fei Yingli can't feel it herself in normal times. At this time, Yuchizi has already pulled Chen and Xiao-ai over. I saw you talking just now. What are you talking about? Yuchizi asked Fei Yingli curiously. Her curiosity was very heavy. Xiaolin just said you were young. Fei Yingli glanced at Yukiko, and then said. Ha ha ha, is that true? Yukiko laughed when she heard the words. Oh yes, you are standing with Chen now. Together. It's almost like a couple. Fei Yingli glanced at Yuchizi and Chen, and then said. In fact, Fei Yingli said this on purpose. I want to see if Yuchizi's face will change, and then speculate about Chen and there is a relationship between Yukiko. Fei Yingli has a strong ability to observe words and emotions. After all, Fei Yingli is a famous queen in the legal world. Without this ability, how could she remain unbeaten? However, what disappointed Fei Yingli was that Yukiko's face was just hanging on it. Smile. Didn't show anything else. At this time, concubine Yingli realized that Yukiko used to be a big star, as a big star that swept the world. Acting is definitely online. It doesn't exist. Fei Yingli, you praise me, do you want me to pay for today's consumption? But I'm happy today, I'll help you pay for it. Money, once big, okay, celebrity, the money she earns is enough for her life. I'm not short of that money. Fei Yingli gave Yukiko a blank look, and then said. Yuchizi is not short of money, and Fei Yingli is not short of money, after all, as a lawyer. The money that can be earned is naturally not a few, especially Fei Yingli, who has always won. I don't know how many people have paid a lot of money to ask Fei Yingli to file a lawsuit. Since you're not short of money, then forget it. Yuchizi waved his hand. That can't be the case. Since you have already opened your mouth, if you don't take advantage of you, wouldn't it be a good opportunity to let go? Fei Yingli would not let this opportunity to take advantage of it. How do you take advantage of Kiko? How can I miss this opportunity? If you say something like this, I feel a little uncomfortable for some reason. Yukiko heard it as an advantage, and immediately felt uncomfortable. Chapter 1064. Are you also interested in Chen? Yukiko, I think the relationship between you and Chen is too good, you don't have any scruples. There are only two of them here, Chen and they are not here now. Chen was pulled by Xiaolin to buy clothes for Xiao-ai. Belmod found it interesting, so I followed the past, so now concubine Eri and Yukiko are left. It was only the two of them that I saw. Fei Yingli asked Yuchizi in a low voice, if Chen was here. Fei Yingli was really embarrassed to ask any questions. Do I need to have any scruples? Yukiko asked Fei Yingli. Don't you need it? Fei Yingli protested. Yukiko looked at Fei Yingli. Yukiko thought she knew very well about her former good sister. She was very smart, and two things could definitely be seen. What did you see? Yukiko asked Fei Yingli. Anyway, I'm not afraid that Fei knows what Yukiko has no worries about Fei. Fei eyes widened. Before, everything was just her guess. Although there was such a guess a long time ago, Fei had no real confirmation. But now Fei is really confirmed. It seems that the guess is true, which makes Fei heart very complicated. 103 inches. Why don't you talk 9 inches? Yukiko asked Fei. What did you ask me to say? Fei turned a Byakugan to Yukiko, and then asked, when did you start? Does Yusaka Kudo know? It's been a long time. As for Yusaka Kudo, it has nothing to do with him. Uchizi pouted and said. Concubine Yingri suddenly looked at Yukiko speechlessly. You have already cuckolded him. He even said that it doesn't matter. Immediately, concubine Eri felt that Kudo Yusaka was a little pitiful. Eri, in fact, I have nothing to do with Kudo Yusaka. Yukiko said to concubine Eri, not a real wife. After that, Yukiko and Fei said that equals next. Fei stared at Yukiko and sister Yukiko for so many years, and now Fei really knows the truth. However, the age difference between you and Chen is not small. How could it be? Before Fei could finish her words, she saw Yukiko's incomparably dark face. Suddenly speechless. What do you mean, Yingri? Do you think I'm getting old? Yukiko looked at the concubine Yingri angrily and asked. Seeing the angry Yukiko, Fei had an embarrassed face, and immediately said to Yukiko, no, I didn't mean that. That's about the same. Uchizi snorted softly, and then Uchizi gave Fei a wink. Fei looked at Uchizi in a daze, not understanding what Uchizi meant. Don't think I didn't see it. Yingri, are you also interested in Chen? Yukiko blinked and stared at Fei Yingri. You're talking nonsense. Something. I don't know what you're talking about. Fei retorted excitedly when she heard the words. Then she turned around. I just asked, but you are so excited, it seems to be true. Yukiko is really convinced now. I just asked, but Yukiko didn't confirm it. Just like Fei she was just suspicious. But now it's not just suspicion. Yukiko is 100% confirmed. I didn't expect it. Yingri, you actually have such an idea. Saying that Shaolin is also interested in Chen, so you two are here. Yukiko laughed suddenly, with a smile of interest on her face. If the two of them were really with that guy Tatsu, I don't know what kind of embarrassing situation it would be. As for her son Kudo Shinichi and Xiao between Ran, Yukiko has long since given up hope, because she knows that it is impossible. Besides, Shaolin is such a gentle and virtuous woman. Yukiko still thinks that she is more compatible with Chen, compared with Kudo Shinichi. Yukiko is now obviously it is a man who is more towards her. After all, although Kudo Shinichi is her son, it is only in name, but there is no blood relationship. What are you laughing at, Yukiko? I warn you not to talk nonsense, otherwise don't blame me for breaking up with you. Fei warned Uchizi in embarrassment. Help me, how can you help me? Fei asked erratically, but after asking, Fei immediately turned her head away. I don't need any help from you. After Huichin comes back, you can't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I really break up with you. Fei threatened Yukiko again, but looking at Yukiko's smiling face, it was obvious that Fei warning didn't seem to have a deterrent effect on Yukiko's wife. Eri, are you hurting? The first time I saw Eri, you're shy. It feels so fun. Fun 3 inches. Fei looked at Yukiko angrily. If it wasn't for the good relationship with Yukiko, Fei would really be angry with Yukiko. I know Yingri, you are inferior. After all, you are not as beautiful as me. Doesn't look younger than me. I don't know how to dress up. So I'm afraid that Chen doesn't look down on you, right? Hearing Yukiko tell her that she is nothing but nothing and nothing can compare to her, Fei suddenly became unhappy. Beautiful. Am I not as beautiful as you? Young. I think does it make me look old? I can't dress up. Well, this concubine Yingri doesn't seem to be able to refute. Compared with Yukiko, she is really not very good at dressing up, but concubine Yingri is very unconvinced in her heart. Although the two are good friends, but they also want to compete with each other. One of them was Princess Dedan and the other was Queen Dedan, and they have been fighting since childhood. Do you think I am inferior to you? Fei Yingri looked at Yukiko and asked. Obviously, Fei Yingri also, being aroused by Yukiko's competitive spirit. Yeah, I think so. Yukiko nodded. She was deliberately provoking Fei Yingli. I don't know if Fei Yingli saw it, but this doesn't seem to be important, no matter whether Fei Yingli can see it or not. With her understanding of Fei Yingli, she will be fooled. If you are not convinced, Fei Yingli, then prove it to me. Yukiko said to Fei Yingri, why should I prove it to you? Concubine Yingri naturally saw that Yukiko wanted to provoke her. After a long time, Byakugan ignored Yukiko. Oh, it seems that you admitted it. Admit that I am inferior to me, and this time I have won. Yukiko deliberately said this to Fei Yingri. Then she looked at Fei Yingri, and then it was to see if she would take the bait. After all, she said so, she should be hooked. Chapter 1065. In fact, my eyesight is very bad. Concubine Airy Moonlight looked at Yukiko. Knowing that Yukiko is deliberately arousing herself, after all, the performance is too obvious. If it was in the past, in the face of Yukiko's deliberate aggressiveness, Fei Yingri would definitely not admit defeat, even if it could be seen that he would not admit defeat. But now Concubine Yingri will not be like this. She glanced at Yukiko, and then ignored Yukiko at all. Seeing that Fei Yingri didn't hit her aggressively, Yukiko looked at her suspiciously, and then said to Fei Yingri, they changed, Yingri. Yeah, who can not change a little? Nodding, then said, besides, this is not the time it used to be. The former concubine Yingri is also competitive. In fact, now concubine Yingri is also like this. Otherwise, there will be no undefeated queen in the legal world. However, the current concubine Yingri was too lazy to compete with Yukiko and felt a little naive. I feel like you're very naive, so don't follow me. You can play with Yukiko. Ru Yingli waved to Yukiko, as if she wanted to drive her away. Hey, we're good friends. You actually dislike me. I want to break up with you. Yukiko said to Fei Yingri with an angry look. Okay, I don't mind. Concubine Yingri said directly to Yukiko that she didn't mind. Suddenly Yukiko became annoyed. Eri, you will lose my good friend like this, and I still want to help you. What are you helping me? Fei Yingli glanced at Yukiko, and then asked, of course, it's to help you fulfill what you want. Hehe, wouldn't you tell me you didn't know? Yukiko now took a she looked at Fei Yingli with a smile on her face, but the smile she was showing now made Fei Yingli feel different. Now you are just like someone with bad intentions, and I don't believe you have such good intentions. Fei Yingli glanced at Yuchizi, and then said, wow, you can suspect me of something else. But you can never doubt me on this point. I am really kind. Would you be kind enough to pull me into the water? Fei Yingli pouted. Well, since you have to be unwilling, then forget it. I hope you will not regret it in the future. Yukiko didn't say anything at all. Seeing Yukiko suddenly stopped talking, Fei Yingri really felt some regrets in her heart at this time. Well, this point must not be shown, nor can it be seen by Yukiko. What were you talking about just now, so hot? Chen and the others asked, looking at Fei Yingri and Yukiko after they walked back. Yukiko looked at Fei Yingri and smirked, then said, Chen. We were chatting just now. Yuchizi hasn't finished speaking yet. She was covered by Fei Yingli. Fei Yingli's face was slightly equals Yuhi, and she said, there is nothing to talk about, and it's still some serious and cold topics. Chen, you should stop inquiring. Shaolin looked at her mother. In fact, now Shaolin also wants to ask, but it depends on her mother's appearance. Probably won't say it. By the way, you guys are back from buying clothes. Yuchizi and Guang looked at Xiaoai. At this time, Xiaoai has changed into new clothes. It looks very beautiful, but Xiaoai doesn't seem to like it very much. Xiaoai, after changing your clothes, you feel so beautiful now. Yukiko said to Xiaoai. Really? Xiaoai looked at herself, although she praised her beauty. However, Xiaoai felt a little uncomfortable. Can we leave now? Chen asked them forcefully. At this time, Chen really wanted to leave and bought clothes for Xiaoai. Chen felt that he was very tired, but they had been shopping for 2 hours. Actually, Chen was not physically tired. But tired. No, I haven't bought anything yet. Yukiko shook her head. Then what else do you want to buy? Chen asked Yukiko helplessly. This is a clothing store. What else can I buy besides clothes? You come and give me a reference. Yuchizi pulled Chen. That Yuchizi, wait a second. In fact, my eyesight is very bad, so don't let me come to you for reference. Chen called Yuchizi, and then said to Yuchizi. It's okay, I don't despise your poor eyesight. Yuchizi shook her head towards Chen. But I hate my poor eyesight. Chen said helplessly, you don't want me to choose some weird outfits for you. So don't look for me. You still take Yingri to choose clothes. Let's go. Asking for flowers. Chen glanced at Fei Yingri next to him. Then he said to Yukiko. Hearing this, Yuchizi glanced at Fei Yingri, then curled her lips and said, forget it. I think Yingri's vision is even worse. What do you mean by Yukiko? Fei Yingli was immediately dissatisfied. I think her vision is poor. Could it be that her vision is really bad when it comes to clothing taste? It's nothing. Anyway, Chen, follow me. If you want to run, you won't be able to run away. Yuchizi grabbed Chen's hand. Don't let him go. Taking a look at Yuchizi, Chen also knew that he seemed to be doomed. Forget it. Let's work hard with Yukiko. Looking at your expression, it seems very bitter. Yukiko was dissatisfied. Is it wrong to go shopping with her? Do you feel wronged? Yukiko asked Chen. No, I just want to call Belmont and the others. Chen felt that he couldn't suffer by himself, and he also wanted them to follow him. But they don't seem to suffer, except for Xiao Ai, they all enjoy hanging out here very much. Let's go together. Chen turned to look at Belmont, Fei Yingli, Shaolin and the others. They didn't refuse either. Following up, we wandered around this clothing store together, watching their chattering appearance. Chen's expression couldn't help revealing, wipe helpless s, it's really a torment. Chen couldn't help whispering, just in time to be caught when I heard it. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen, then didn't say anything. I don't know when they will go shopping. Chen couldn't help saying, it is estimated that we will have to wait until evening. Xiao Ai, who was standing beside Chen, said. Chen felt that what Xiao Ai said was really possible, and it was really possible that he would go shopping at night. So just thinking about it is annoying. At this time, Yuchizi and the others called Chen to pass by. Are they trying to force his opinion again? Chen is like a salted fish. He walked over there and lowered his head, as if he was a real Weiyu who had lost his dreams. Is it so reluctant? He said in a low voice when he saw the expression on Chen's face. Glancing at He, you really don't know my torment. Chapter 1066. It was getting dark, so we came out. Chen couldn't help but say after walking out of the clothing store. He really spent a whole day shopping, so he came out at noon to have a meal and bought it. There are a lot of things, and the key is to buy a lot of clothes for Chen. Even if Chen said no, but still bought them for him, Chen couldn't refuse their kindness. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Chen turned around and asked Yuchizi and the others. Of course I'm hungry. And it's not just that I'm hungry. I feel very tired. Yukiko shook her arms and said. I'm tired now. When I was shopping just now, I didn't see you listless. Chen couldn't help but Yi Sao said. I was full of energy before, but now I am lethargic after I come out. This makes Chen, 480 inches really can't help but leave the slot. You also said that we are not like you. You looked listless before. You just came out and you were rejuvenated. Isn't it so boring to go shopping with us? Yukiko said to Chen. Chen wanted to say yes directly. But then I thought about it. I think it's better not to say it, otherwise, I'm afraid Kiko will be angry. In fact, Chen is not particularly repulsive about shopping, but if he has been shopping in the clothing store, then Chen will have no interest at all. What do you want to eat? I will treat you. Chen simply changed the topic. After all, what he said, he must have failed to speak to them. Don't quarrel with women, because it is impossible to be an opponent at all, and Chen knows this truth. Since it's Chen who is here to treat you, then of course you'll be slaughtered. He looked at Chen and said, Whatever you want, if you can ruin me, that's your ability. Chen said to He. That's what you said. Then don't blame me for ordering more expensive dishes. He clenched his fist and said to Chen. Chen shrugged. He can still order more expensive things, and the money in his hand is too much to be used at all. The most important thing is that Yi Chen can have as much money as he wants. Therefore, he is destined to be unable to eat Chen and go bankrupt in his entire life. Then Chen and the others came to a restaurant. Although they told Yi that they would eat expensive food just now, they would go bankrupt by eating Chen, but at this time, he suddenly felt embarrassed. The food in this restaurant is pretty good. The food in the restaurant that Chen chose is very good and tastes good. Although the price is generally a bit higher, Chen doesn't care about these things at all. Chen only cares about how it tastes. It doesn't matter how much the price is at hand, anyway, the money can't be used up at all. Said, I.C., Xiaolan. Go to my place today. Fei Yingli said to Xiaolan. It's been a long time since I met Xiaolan, and Yingri, the drink partner, is going to accompany Xiaolan more equals accompany Xiaolan, and if Xiaolan follows her back, she will not be alone. But Dad is still at home. Xiaolan said worriedly. Don't worry about him, he is two-man. Can't you take care of yourself? That's it, Xiaolan will follow me back. Fei Yingli directly helped Xiaolan decide. He, come with you too. Fei Yingli said to He, and Fei Yingli also liked the girl He very much. No, I'm going to stay at Chen's house for one night today. He thinks it's better not to disturb Xiaolan and her mother. So he refused. Hey, I didn't say that you were allowed to come to my house. Chen said to He. HMPH, that's the decision. Don't you dare to have an opinion. He and Yi Zhongqiba danced their claws and asked Chen. Okay, I certainly don't dare to have any comments. But I don't have enough rooms at home, so I will entrust you and me with a room tonight. Chen smiled wickedly, and then said. What did you say? He looked at Yuhi's staring eyes. Then he suddenly thought of something, and then he pouted and said, your house is so big, how can there be no room? You don't welcome me, right? Congratulations, you guessed right. You are indeed not welcome. What? Chen smiled and said to He. Wenyan snorted heavily towards Chen. I don't care, I'm going to your house today anyway. I don't think you dare to drive me out. Tsunere raised his head and said, Eri, can I go to your house? Yukiko suddenly asked concubine Eri. Fei Yingli frowned upon hearing this, and then asked Yuchizi, what are you going to do at my house? Of course I have something to talk to you about, aren't you welcome? Yuchizi looked at Fei Yingli and blinked blinking his eyes, he said. Yes, I am indeed not welcome. Fei Yingli said ruthlessly, I'm not welcome to go, anyway, I have to go to your place today. Yukiko said seriously. Yukiko, why are you going to Yingri's place? Didn't you say you wouldn't go in the future? Chen asked Yukiko. Of course I have something to do. As for what it is, I won't tell you, you don't ask me this question. Anyway, I will never tell you. Yuchizi blocked Chen directly to prevent Chen from asking her some questions. Forget it, I don't have the heart to know. Chen simply waved his hand, and then said that Yukiko didn't want to tell him now, and he wasn't interested in knowing yet. In the end, Yukiko didn't know how to convince Fei Yingri, and then left with Fei Yingri. Let's go, it's time for us to go back. Chen turned to Belmont and the others and said, by the way, you come to my house to stay overnight, but you need money. Chen said to I'll take a bite of you as a reward, do you think it's okay? He said with a sneer. That's better. I'm afraid of rabies. Chen glanced at then shook his head. What did you say? I have to make you look good. Wanted to grab Chen as he spoke, but with ability, if Chen didn't count on meeting Yi, she wouldn't even want to meet him in 0.2 of her life. Chen. After He was depressed for a while, he then said to Chen, can't you hold back a little when facing girls? Oh, I'm sorry. This really doesn't work. Chen smiled at shaking his head, he said. Phew, if there is a chance. I'll let you know how good I am. He exhaled, and if there is a chance, he must take revenge on Chen. Okay, Hurry up and leave, it's getting dark now. After Chen finished speaking, he got into the car. The following Belmont and the others also got into the car, but Xiao Ai sat directly on the co-pilot at the fastest speed. Xiao Ai, who was sitting on the co-pilot, glanced at Belmont, who also knew what Xiao Ai meant. But ignore her. Chapter 1067. The jealous Hattori Heiji, what's going on ahead? Chen looked at the road ahead being blocked. He couldn't help frowning, and then stopped not far away. It's the police, did something happen? And Yi glanced at him, and asked Yi but asked him in surprise. He didn't know either, and he didn't know what the situation was. If he couldn't pass, he would have to take a detour, which is really troublesome. If you take a detour, it will be too late to go home. Because if you don't go this way, it takes a long circle to get home. Come on, let's go down and have a look. He curiously opened the car door and prepared to go over to take a look. Looking at the curious He, Chen shook his head. Why is he so curious? But most people encounter this kind of thing. We'll be a little curious. Kazuo, why are you here? Kazuya just got off the bus when he heard Hattori Heiji's voice. That's right, Hattori Heiji is here. Immediately after that, Tatsu, Belmont and Xiao Ai also got off the bus. 28. When I saw Tatsuya, when I got out of the car, Hattori Heiji's eyes instantly became Yuhi. The murderous eyes are now staring at you, Tatsu. Bermode glanced at Chen. Then he said, seeing the murderous moonlight that Ermod pointed to. It was Hattori Heiji's gaze. Now Hattori Heiji can't wait to kill Chen. Kazuha, why are you in Hyuga? Chen's car. Hattori Heiji questioned Hii. The Mewtwo police officer who came over was a little surprised at this time, but then he became embarrassed. Although he didn't know the specific situation, the Mewtwo police officer suspected that it was a triangle. Love. But Hyuga-chan isn't Officer Sato's boyfriend, ma. Forget it. Officer Mumu doesn't ask nonsense anymore. This is someone's private matter, so don't let it go casually. There are too many words. It may be hated by others. Officer Kimu, what's the situation? Chen ignored Heiji Hattori and asked Police Officer Kimu. I'm not the ex-hand who was in charge of the serial murder case recently. There is another murder case here, Brother Hattori. It's L who came to help. And the tomb officer looked at Hattori Heiji. He ran over to help, and he came to help and brought Conan along with him. Seeing Hattori Heiji's father's sake, the police officer couldn't refuse. In addition, Police Officer Tsukimu also knew that Hattori Heiji had some abilities, so he wanted Hattori Heiji to help. After all, this case must be solved quickly. The whole rice flour town is already in a panic. If it is not solved quickly, I have to be punished. So I have no choice. I can only pin my hope on Hattori Heiji. I hope he can help. Kawaba, you haven't answered my question yet. Why are you so late at night? In the same car as him. Hattori Heiji continued to ask Hii. His expression was very ugly, thinking that it was so late. Hii was still with Hyuga-chan, and they were still in the same car. Looking at this purpose, he even wanted to go home. Thinking of this, the jealousy in Hattori Heiji's heart drowned him. Looking at the calm Hyuga-chan, Hattori Heiji's heart was full of jealousy. The jealousy made him completely different, and even the jealous were a little crazy. Gradually held it, and after Conan noticed something was wrong with Hattori Heiji, he immediately ran over and grabbed Hattori Heiji's hand. There are policemen standing here. If Hattori Heiji shot at Hyuga-chan, he might be detained. Conan doesn't want to watch Hattori Heiji commit a crime. What does my business have to do with you? What qualifications do you have to ask me? Heiji looked at Hattori Heiji lightly and said. Heiji Hattori lit it on fire in an instant. Heiji Hattori was instantly angry. What did you say? Heiji Hattori looked at Heiji angrily. He is clearly caring. Can't he even see his concern? Actually, he really can't see it. After all, Hattori Heiji's performance is like a mad dog going mad. Do you still want to hit me? Toyama and Yi glanced at Hattori Heiji, and then said indifferently that she is not afraid of Hattori Heiji. If she really does it, she will also teach Hattori Heiji a lesson. In the case of not using weapons, Hattori Heiji is really not. Even if the fighting power of Yi's opponents and Yi can't be compared with Shaolin, but they are much stronger than Hattori Heiji. Well, can you stop arguing? Officer Chiku interjected. Brother Hattori, didn't you say you already have clues? Heiji Hattori only thought of the case after hearing the words, so let's break the case first. Officer Chimu, I want to ask us a question. Can I go over this road? Chen asked the police officer Keys Toom. I am sorry, Brother Chen, but I can't pass for the time being. Chinmu police officer said apologetically to Chen. Okay, it seems that I can only take a detour, which is really troublesome, if I want to catch the murderer. Directly unload 8 pieces, Chen said a little depressed. This is not a joke. If he really encounters a murderer, Chen will really cut him off. Officer Kimu, let's go first. Chen said that he got in the car directly. And he also walked towards the car. Wait a minute, Hattori Heiji shouted loudly. You can leave, but Kazuya must not follow. Hattori Heiji rushed over and said. Chen frowned. He said lightly, what does this have to do with UZ03? What are you? Hattori Heiji only knew how to stare at Chen angrily, but he didn't know what to do. Of course he didn't want to see Hii leave with Hyuga Chen, but he couldn't stop it. Get out of the way, don't get in my way. Chen waved his hand impatiently. Kazuo, what are you doing with him? Aren't you afraid of being hurt? Hattori Heiji shouted at Kazuya. This has nothing to do with you, you don't care so much. Hii also said impatiently. Now Kazuya is really getting tired of Hattori Heiji. And there is nothing to do with him anymore. Officer, this kind of person should be arrested, right? Belmont glanced at Hattori Heiji, and then said lightly to Officer Muki. At this time, Conan couldn't help but look at Belmont after hearing the words. After seeing Belmont, Conan's pupils shrank suddenly, on Belmont's body. Conan really felt the breath of the black organization. Brother Hattori, let's investigate the case first. Don't make me embarrassed. The Toon police officer pulled at Hattori Heiji, and then said to Hattori Heiji. But Hattori Heiji didn't move. The case was really important to him. But he also can't watch Hii follow Hyuga Chen Hai, or who knows what will happen. Chapter 1068. I'm not in the mood right now, Hato Heiji, I don't have time to waste here with you, don't let me do anything to you. Chen said coldly to Hattori Heiji, Heiji must not be with you. Hattori Heiji looked angrily. Chen said, Hatten. Conan pulled towards Hattori Heiji. He felt that Hyuga Chen seemed to be arrogant. Then Hattori Heiji should not suffer. Hattori Heiji didn't pay attention to Conan at all. He didn't believe that Hyuga Chen was still here when the police officer Mumu was here. If he dares to do something to him, even Hattori Heiji wants Hyuga Chen to do it to him. At that time, he can be arrested by the Toon police officer. In this case, Kazuya doesn't have to leave with Hyuga Chen. It's true it's worth taking a beating. Anyway, he must not let Hai leave with Hyuga Chen, otherwise he won't be at ease. Who knows, Hyuga Chen is a bastard. Will he do anything to Hai? Wanwan, if he has been doing something, he is afraid that it will be too late to regret it. Officer Kimu, can I trouble you to pull him away? Dude, this is harassment. I have the right to take you away. And the Toon police officer said to Hattori Heiji in embarrassment, and said that although Hattori Heiji's father is Hattori Heizo, this is not the reason for him to make trouble. Wait a minute, Kazuya, do you really want to follow him? Hattori Heiji looked at Heiji. Yi, there is anger in the moonlight. It has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way, and Yi said coldly to Hattori Heiji. In the end, Heiji Hattori was pulled away, and Chen drove the car directly away. When he was leaving, Chen looked at Heiji Hattori, giving Hattori Heiji a mocking look. After seeing Tatsu's mocking expression, Hattori Heiji was a little furious. Damn Hyuga Tatsu. If possible, Hattori Heiji would like to rush to beat him now. Don't be mad. Conan pulled Hattori Heiji. He whispered to Hattori Heiji. You are not me, how can you understand my current mood? Hattori Heiji shook off Conan's hand and said. Indeed, if Xiaoran was the one who was taken away, Conan would probably go crazy too. Do'n't you live with Xiaoran? Why did you follow Hyuga-chen? Heiji Hattori's eyes turned. He asked Conan. Looking at the expression of Heiji Hattori, Conan shook his head. How could he know this? Bad, is Shaolin also with that guy Hyuga-chen? Although Shaolin, I'm not here, but who knows if I'll be with that guy Hyuga-chen today. Thinking of Shaolin and that guy Hyuga-chen staying for nothing, Conan's heart is very uncomfortable. Then Conan immediately took out his phone. I started to call Shaolin. I was going to ask what happened when Shaolin arrived. Have you been with Hyuga-chen today? And Hattori Heiji also came over, and he also wanted to understand this Hattori Heiji, why he was with you will be with Hyuga-chen. Soon the phone will be connected. Hey, Conan, why did you call me? Is there something wrong? Shaolin asked Conan involuntarily. To be honest, Shaolin was really surprised because Conan had never contacted Shaolin during this period of time. That's right, Sister Shaolin. What did you do today? Conan asked Shaolin. Shaolin became puzzled when she heard the words, and Conan suddenly asked her what to do. Conan, what are you doing all of a sudden? Shaolin asked Conan. Oh, that's the new brother asked me to. He wants to know what you've been up to today. Conan can only take out his own bag. Conan, it turned out to be a new one, so let him ask himself. Shaolan said lightly. Hearing Shaolan's light words, Conan's heart suddenly felt a little uneasy, because there was not much emotion in Shaolan's words, as if she didn't care about him anymore. Sister Shaolan, are you with Hyuga-chen today? Conan simply came out. How do you know? After Conan heard the words, he turned petrified in an instant. It turns out that Shaolin is really with Hyuga-chen. Conan didn't know what to say in an instant. Conan, talk to ye for a moment. Just when Conan's expression was stiff, Hattori Heiji immediately shook Conan's arm and said to Conan. Conan woke up with a dazed look in his eyes. However, he still asked, Sister Shaolin, why you and ye are following Hyuga now? Chen Conan, you can't be so rude to call elder sister Hai and elder brother Chen. Shaolan said with a bit of arrogance. When Conan heard the words, he curled his lips and called him brother Hyuga-chen. But now Conan doesn't dare to refute it. One Sister Shaolan, you haven't answered my question yet. Conan felt anxious when he saw Hattori Heiji next to him. He immediately asked Sister Shaolin. Why are you asking this question? Shaolin felt that something was wrong with Conan. Why did she ask so many questions? That's it, Hattori. Heiji wanted to ask, but he saw it just now. Conan said after glancing at Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji glared at Conan after hearing the words, but he didn't say anything, but waited for Shaolin's answer. He was asking. He is going to stay at Chen's house for a day today. Ran replied directly. What? Hattori Heiji exploded all of a sudden. Not only was he sitting in the same car with Hyuga Tatsu, but he had to live at Hyuga Tatsu's house for a day. Heiji Hattori couldn't stand it anymore. Heiji Hattori couldn't take it anymore when he learned that he was sitting with Yi and Shangshan in the car, let alone going home with Hyuga-chan. Hato brother, are we here now? I'm coming to investigate the case. And the tomb police officer asked Hattori Heiji. I'm not in the mood right now. Heiji Hattori said to the tomb police officer. Yes, the current Hattori Heiji is really not in the mood. Now the case is in front of you, but Hattori Heiji also feels bad. Now Hattori Heiji just wants to stop and Yi live in Hyuga-chan. At home, Officer Kiku was very embarrassed to hear the words, and then said to Hattori Heiji, in that case. Then don't disturb Hattori brother. Actually now, Officer Megumi is very angry in his heart. In the past, it was Hattori Heiji who begged him, and he asked Hattori Heiji to come and investigate the case together. As a result, Hattori Heiji suddenly said to him that he was not in the mood, and immediately the police officer also doesn't want to talk about Heiji Hattori. For Officer Yimu, the case is the most important thing, and he doesn't want to continue talking about Heiji Hattori. If this case is not solved, he will be out of luck. Chapter 1069. Anxious Hattori Heiji, Conan, ask Shaolin if he knows Kazuya's phone number. Hattori Heiji immediately said to Conan, now Shaolin has hung up the phone. Conan said to Hattori Heiji holding the phone. Also, you don't know Kazuya's phone number. Conan looked at Hattori Heiji's Kazuki with surprise and speechlessness. The phone number of his childhood sweetheart. He didn't even know it. Even Conan wanted to despise Hattori Heiji. But forget it. It seems that Hattori Heiji is very angry now. If Hattori Heiji is annoyed, the angry Hattori Heiji is likely to fight with him. She doesn't have the old phone number anymore, so I don't know Hiei's phone number now. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan. He seemed to know what Conan was thinking, so he said to Conan. However, when Conan heard the words, he glanced at Hattori Heiji sympathetically, and changed the phone so that you don't know, which means that he doesn't want to contact you. That is, there is no drama. Conan said that he could see it, but Heiji Hattori couldn't. This emotional intelligence is really low. Conan 753 secretly despises Hattori Heiji's low emotional intelligence in his heart. As everyone knows, he and Hattori Heiji are the same. They are all guys with low emotional intelligence, and they are not qualified to despise Hattori Heiji at all. I just finished the phone call. I'm ashamed to call again. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. Then let me fight. Hattori Heiji said to Conan. Anyway, Hattori Heiji must know Kazuya's phone number, and he must call Kazuya back, otherwise he won't be at ease. Hitbu, actually you don't have to worry so much at all. Trust Kazuha, she will never be deceived by that guy Hyuga-chen. Conan comforted Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan and said, if the person who was taken away by Hyuga-chen was Shaolin, would you be worried? Conan was silent when he heard the words. If the person who was taken away was Shaolin, then he would definitely be worried in his heart. After thinking about it this way, Conan can also understand Hattori Heiji now. Okay, then you talk to Shaolin. After Conan made the call, he handed the phone over to Hattori Heiji. After a while, Shaoran was connected. Conan, is there anything else? Shaoran, I'm not Conan, I'm Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji immediately said to Shaolin. Shaolin frowned slightly when he heard that, but it was Hattori Heiji. What's the matter with him? Shaoran, can you tell me Kazuya's phone number? Do. Hattori Heiji said himself the purpose is to want Hiei's phone number. But Shaolin is silent. Shaolin is silent, but Hattori Heiji is in a hurry, and he doesn't speak now. What's the matter? I told Hiei and I'm sorry for not letting me tell you if you asked for her phone number. Shaoran hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and Hattori Heiji could only be in a hurry. Hattori Heiji was angry punched the cement Jinchuriki column next to him, and then the blood flowed out of his fist. After all, his fists are no match for the hard cement Jinchuriki column. The bones are not broken already. Who else knows Kazuya's phone number? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. Conan was speechless for a moment when he heard the words. How could I know this? After all, Conan didn't pay much attention to Hiei. By the way, little Izumi Yuhiko and Suzuki Sonoko know Kazuya's phone number. Hattori Heiji thought of the little Izumi Yuhiko and Suzuki Sonoko who had a good relationship with Hai, and immediately wanted to make a call. But little Izumi Yuhiko can't carry it. After all, little Izumi Yuhiko lives with Hyuga-chen, and Hattori Heiji doesn't have little Izumi Yuhiko's phone. Do you have Sonoko Suzuki's phone number? Hattori Heiji asked Conan again and asked Sonoko Suzuki's phone number. After all, the relationship between Hattori, Heiji and Suzuki Sonoko is also very bad. How could I know? Conan spread his hands and said. Aren't you and Suzuki Sonoko classmates? Hattori Heiji couldn't help saying Conan. Originally, when Conan was still Kudo Shinichi, he and Suzuki Sonoko were classmates, and Suzuki Sonoko and Shaolin had a good relationship. I don't have a good relationship with Suzuki Sonoko. Conan said to Hattori Heiji. The woman Suzuki Sonoko didn't like to see him, and he also didn't like Suzuki Sonoko's sanba. What now? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. Unless we go directly to Hyuga-chen's house, but now we have to solve the case. Conan looked behind him. Behind the police officer Kimu is investigating the murderer, but there are no clues to investigate. We've been looking for 9 hands for several days, and now we have clues. Do you still want to watch the murderer continue to kill people? Hattori Heiji clenched his fist after hearing the words, and finally chose to help Officer Kimu to solve the case. Let's go. Let's solve this case first, and we must not let the murderer continue to kill. Conan pulled Hattori Heiji and walked over, and Officer Mew saw Hattori Heiji approaching. He frowned slightly. Then he said to Hattori Heiji, "Isn't Mr. Hattori in a bad mood? I told him just now that he was not in the mood, and now he is still coming over. What are you doing?" Of course, the Toon police officer felt unhappy in his heart. So now he doesn't have a good temper with Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji's expression was a little embarrassing. Just now, Hattori Heiji was really in a bad mood, so he spoke in a tone of voice. "It's also very bad. I'm sorry, Officer Yimu. I was in a bad mood just now." Heiji Hattori sincerely apologized to Police Officer Mizuki. After seeing Heiji Hattori's apology, Officer Heiji didn't say anything else. Although he was angry just now, Heiji Hattori still needs to solve the case at this time. After all, in terms of finding clues in solving cases, Heiji Hattori he is indeed stronger than them, although the police officer Meguro doesn't want to admit it. But he doesn't want to admit it. Then Hattori Heiji and Conan continued to stay here to solve the case, but it was Conan who solved the case. Now Hattori Heiji is really not in the mood to think about clues. Because he couldn't calm down at all, so naturally there was no way to find clues to solve the case. But even so, Hattori Heiji will continue to stay here. After all, he needs to cover for Conan. I don't want to expose Conan's identity, even if his parents don't want to tell, let alone the police. And Conan doesn't believe in the ability of Officer Mumu and the others to arrest those black organizations, so it's better not to expose them. Are there any clues? And the police officer asked Hattori Heiji. However, the police officer Meguro didn't have much hope, because the Toon police officer had already discovered it. Hattori Heiji was not in the mood to investigate the case at all. Chapter 1070. Shaolin's Wild Thoughts. There are some clues, but it is still a little troublesome to find the murderer. Hattori Heiji looked at the police officer Mumu and said, "Some clues have been found before, but they are just clues, and the murderer has not yet been found." And Officer Mew sighed. In fact, they also mastered some clues, but they lacked key clues and could not find the real murderer. The deceased who have been killed several times have no contact at all. The murderer is probably a lunatic who wants to kill, so it is so hard to find. However, although he is a lunatic, he should be a lunatic with an IQ. He did not leave any clues at all. That's trouble for Hattori, brother. Let's continue to look for clues. Officer Mew has nothing to do, and now, he can't just rely on Hattori Heiji, and he has to think of other ways to solve the case. In such a big case, Officer Kaimu felt that a high school detective like Hattori Heiji couldn't handle it at all. On the other hand, Chen, who changed the road, did not encounter anything, but because he took a long detour, it was very late when he returned home. "You came back so late, we thought you weren't coming back," Mingmei said after opening the door to Chen and the others. "I should have come back long ago. But I encountered some troubles on the road." Chen shook his head and said. Then Chen sat down, picked up the water glass and took a sip of water. "This is my water glass." Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen and said. "Really? But what does it matter? I won't mind. Yuhiko, do you still mind?" Chen looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko. Of course, little Izumi Yuhiko doesn't mind. After all, they are already in that kind of relationship, so of course they won't mind this. "By the way, why did he come with you? Could it be that you have already?" Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced back and forth between Chen and Hii in shock. Chen is thick-skinned and doesn't care about this, but Hii can't care less. Yuhi got up all of a sudden with a sullen face. "We're not in that kind of relationship," Hii quickly defended. When the defender was defending, he still glanced at Chen, with a shy Yuhi look on his face. "Oh, I didn't say what kind of relationship it was. Why are you nervously explaining what to do with Yi?" Yuhi smiled darkly, and then said. "Yuhizi, are you making fun of me on purpose?" Hii stepped on Yuhizi angrily. "I was really angry inside. Okay, don't get angry. I'm just joking with you." Little Izumi Yuhiko immediately said to Hiei. It's really just a joke, with Xiao-ai following along, nothing can happen to them. Xiaolan went to her mother's place. That's why I came to live there, don't get me wrong. Hiei explained it to Yuhizi. Why do I feel like I'm missing someone? Kuroba Chenying frowned slightly, and then couldn't help but say, Yukiko, why didn't you come back with him? Mawako asked Chenji. Yuchizi followed concubine Yingri. I got up and went back, and I don't know what to do at concubine Yingri's house. Chen replied to Mawako. L, Yukiko, who was at the house of concubine Yingri, suddenly snorted. Yukiko. Sister, do you have a cold? Shaolin asked Yukiko with concern. Yuchizi couldn't help but glanced at Shaolin. Just now, Shaolin probably wanted to call her auntie. Never mind. I don't care so much with Shaolin anymore, and Shaolin is still looking at her so concerned. It's okay, I don't have a cold, someone must have missed me. Yukiko smiled and said, who is that person who missed you? Fei Yingli came over with a glass of water and placed it next to Xiaolan. Don't you know? By the way, Eri, where is my water? Yukiko asked Fei Eri. When Fei Yingli came over just now, she was carrying 2 glasses of water, but she herself, a glass, and a glass for Shaolin, did not have Kiko's share at all. You want to drink water too, so go pour it yourself. Fei Yingli glanced at Yukiko, and then said to Yukiko. Hey, did you make a mistake? I'm here as a guest. How can I let the guest come and pour the water by myself? Yukiko said to Fei Yingri very dissatisfied. Isn't it there now? Fei Yingli smiled faintly. Then he said to Yukiko. Sister Yuchizi, you drink my cup, I'll pour the water. Shaolin put the cup of water in front of her in front of Yuchizi, and went to pour the water. Look, Shaolin is still sensible. She is much better than a mother like you. Yukiko glanced at Fei Yingli. Then he spoke. After a while at night, Eri, I want to be with you. Yukiko said and walked towards concubine Eri's room. Concubine Yingli also knew that Yuchizi must have something to do, so she did not refuse Yuchizi, but Shaolin glanced at them strangely. There was some doubt in her heart. Mom and Aunt Yukiko are not Lily. Shaolin whispered to herself. Very quiet. Only Xiaolan could hear it. If concubine Yingri and Yukiko know what Shaolin is thinking, I don't know what the expression will be. Shaolin returned to the room where she lived, not when she returned to the room. Shaolin still pricked up her ears and leaned against the wall, listening to the sound of the next room. Shaolin wants to know what her mother and Aunt Yukiko are talking about, whether it is really the same as what she thinks, if it is the same as what she thinks. Shaolin really didn't know what to do, but to Shaolin's disappointment, the sound insulation was very good, and she couldn't hear the voice at all. It was estimated that if she ran to the door to listen, she might be able to hear something. Oh, I can't hear anything. Shaolin sighed, then left As for going outside and ran to the door to listen. This little land still can't do it. It would be really embarrassing if they were found out. As long as I think about that embarrassing scene, I feel embarrassed in my heart. I hope Mom and Aunt Yukiko are not what I think. Shaolin said silently. Then Shaolin went to rest, and Fei Yingli's room was not like Shaolin's wild thoughts. Yukiko, what are you doing? You can talk about it now. Fei Yingli looked at Yukiko and said to Yukiko. Yuchizi smiled and said, you are so smart, Yingri. Why don't you guess what happened? Fei Yingli couldn't help but glance at Yuchizi and asked her to guess. Guess what happened to Yuchizi, if you can really guess. Does she also ask Yukiko? Chapter 10-11. Concubine Yingli chose Yukiko. Seeing that Fei Yingli ignored her, Yukiko pouted. You really don't want to know what's wrong with me? Yuchizi asked Fei Yingri unwillingly. Hearing this, Fu Yingli couldn't help flipping through a Byakugan. Everyone has curiosity, and Fei Yingli, a barrister, is of course also curious. It's just that Fei Yingri is not interested in playing some kind of guessing game with Yoshiko. So don't accompany. Oh, it's so boring. Yukiko watched concubine Eri turn Byakugan. Then shook his head. Actually, what I want to say has something to do with Chen, don't you want to know? Yukiller couldn't help but poked Fei Yingli and asked Fei Yingli. The corner of Fei Yingli's mouth twitched slightly, and she knew that it would be like this. Even if she didn't ask, Yuki, too missed, couldn't help but tell her. Then talk about it, Fei Yingli said lightly, as if she didn't care at all. Millie, Yingli, although you don't seem to care, you actually care a lot. Uchizi Lily smiled. Then he spoke. Just like Fei Yingli knew Yukiko very well, Yukiko also knew Fei Yingli very well, and she really couldn't be clearer about Fei Yingli. No, Fei Yingli lightly denied. However, Yukiko can still see it. Forget it, since you have no interest, I won't tell you. Yukiko shook her head regretfully. Fei Yingli's expression stiffened slightly, then turned her head to look at Yukiko. Only now did I realize that Yukiko really didn't say anything. This made Fei Yingli a little uncomfortable. I want to ask Yukiko aloud, but I don't want to be embarrassed. As for Yukiko's playful expression, she didn't know how long Fei Yingli could hold on. Okay, you can talk about it after all. Fei Yingli insisted for a while. Still compromising to have a murderer. Ah, no, now you still want Chen to be your daughter-in-law. Yukiko looked at concubine Yingli in amazement. Li should know, but I didn't expect Fei Yingli to have this idea now. I think Chen is a person worthy of trust. Is there any problem? No, although he seems to be a bad person in normal times. But he is really a person worthy of trust for a lifetime. Eri, do you have any advice? Quote. Yukiko gave Fei Yingli a bad laugh and then asked Fei Yingli. Dolan Yukiko, don't be joking. Fei Yingli's face turned Yuhi's face, and then she said quickly. Yurin is now at night, but the lights in the room are very bright, so Fei Ying's haircut Yuhi's face can be seen. Zarin thinks I am in joke. Then your Yuhi is an official, and the bird has Shizi grinning. Then asked Fei Yingli, do I have a face Yuhi? Fei Yingli immediately touched her face when she heard the words, and found that her face was really hot. Maybe it's because it's too hot in the house. Fei Yingli found a random reason, but after Fei Yingli finished speaking, Yukiko looked at Kainri strangely, and then said to Fei Yingli, it's almost winter now. Not to mention the hot weather at that time, it is already good if it is not cold. Fei Yingli looked at Yukiko annoyed. She can see that Yukiko is going to break her stage now. What exactly are you trying to say? Let's be straight. Don't blame me for saying anything. Fei Yingli said to Yukiko bluntly. Alright then, I'm going to tell you Wang Ran like this. I want to ask you something. That is, Yingri, do you have any interest in Chen? Yuko asked the concubine Yingri expectantly, her eyes full of anticipation. Concubine Ying looked at Yukiko incomprehensibly. What was she doing with this question? And Yukiko seemed to be looking forward to her answer. Don't you want to say it? Why are you asking this question? Fu Yingli was not positive the answer to Yukiko's question. Instead, she asked Yukiko the reason for her question. Don't worry about what I do with this question. Answer me quickly. Then I refuse to answer. Fei Yingli said lightly. Okay, it's getting late, I'll rest first, and I'll get up early tomorrow. Fei Yingli didn't want to chat with Yukiko at all. Actually, I can help you. Don't you want me to help you? Of course Yukiko was not willing to end the conversation like this. What are you helping me? But at that time, Fei Yingli didn't say anything. And he thought Yukiko was joking. After all, Fei Yingli knew Yukiko was very fond of joking. You said what I would do for you, do you still need me to express it? Well, Fei Yingli, I understand what Yukiko means. You are serious 9 inches? Fei Yingli asked Yukiko, and at the same time it was a little strange. Now Yukiko and Chen are definitely in that kind of relationship. It seems that you are really interesting. Yukiko is now certain. It turns out that concubine Yingri is really interested in Chen. Seeing Fei Yingli's expression a little angry, the smile on Yukiko's face converged, and she couldn't smile anymore, if she would break up with him. I really want to help you. Now it's up to Eri to make your own choice. Yukiko said to Eri. After listening to Yukiko's words, concubine Yingri became a little tangled, and finally asked Yukiko, why do you want to help me? Do I need a reason to help you? We are good sisters, said. Fei Yingri glanced at Yukiko. Anyway, Yingri, you can choose. After passing this village, there will be no 3.6 shop. I won't help you in the future. Yukiko said to Fei Yingri seriously. Okay. Fei Yingli hesitated for a long time, then nodded towards Yukiko. We may be good sisters in the future. Yukiko giggled. Then he said to Fei Yingli. Concubine Yingri glanced at Yukiko, then said to Yukiko, I suspect that you are pulling me into the water. Where are you pulling you into the water? I'm a good person, I'm helping you, don't you want me to help? If you really don't want to, then I won't help you. Didn't you agree just now? Do you want to go back now? Fei Yingli withdrew Yukiko. Hey, don't worry, since I promised to help you. Of course I won't go back, just wait. Yukiko said to concubine Yingri. Chapter 1072. Shaolin was even more skeptical. How do you want to help me? Fei Yingli hesitated for a long time, and asked Yukiko with a yuhi face, that's right. Fei Yingli has really made up her mind. Because she has been in love with Chen for a long time, and she can continue to suppress it in between, but she thinks that Yukiko has become Chen's woman. In addition to a touch of jealousy in her heart, she also had some expectations. It can be said that Yukiko helped Fei Yingli to pass that level, otherwise, Fei Yingli would probably be pressed in her heart for the rest of her life. Eri, are you hurting? I'm still. This is the first time I see you so shy. Yuchizi jokingly said to concubine Yingli. Yuchizi. Fei Yingli's voice was too loud, which made Yukiko know that she was a little angry in her heart. Okay, I won't make fun of you, but Yingri, are you so impatient? Fei Yingli looked at Yukiko blankly. Didn't you just are you kidding me? 292 Why did I forget it in a blink of an eye? But Fei Yingri also knows that Yukiko's character is like this, and she likes to tease especially, and Fei Yingli can't do anything about her. Fei Yingri turned her head away. Did it really rise? Yukiko asked Fei Yingri, but Fei Yingli ignored Yukiko. She already knew how to deal with Yukiko. Just pretend to be angry. If there is Shizi, there will be no problem, and when the time comes, I will definitely admit my mistake and apologize. Okay, I was wrong. I really don't meet you this time. I'm really wrong. Don't get angry, okay? Yuchizi whispered to Fei Yingli. Then what's your plan? Fei Yingli turned around and asked Yuchizi. Of course there is a plan, but I can't tell you. This can't be said. If it leaks out, don't worry about it if it doesn't work. Yukiko patted Fei Yingri on the shoulder, reassuring Fei Yingri, but Fei Yingri couldn't feel relieved. Who knows what Yukiko will come up with? How could she be relieved? Unless she really knows the plan. But what disappointed Fei Yingri was that Yukiko didn't tell her at all, even if Fei Yingri knew very well. Fei Yingri also understood. After all, she knew Yukiko too well. Since you don't want to say anything, then forget it. Yukiko just went to plan. Fei Yingri went to sleep by herself, and after Fei Yingri fell asleep, Yukiko was preparing the plan with a distressed face. In fact, there are 0 reasons for not telling Fei Yingri. That is, the plan has not been thought out. Well, so there is no way to tell it to Fei Yingri. After the evening has passed. The next morning, Yukiko didn't sleep well either, with 2 light dark circles under her eyes. After Jin left the room, Shaolin glanced at Yukiko very strangely. Originally, she had some doubts in her heart, but now Shaolin's doubts are deeper in her heart. Could it be that Aunt Yukiko really has that kind of relationship with her mother? Seeing that Yukiko didn't sleep well, Shaolin thought about it again. Shaolan, what are you thinking? Fei Yingli noticed the strangeness of her daughter and couldn't help asking Shaolan. It's nothing, I didn't think about anything. Shaolan immediately said to Fei Yingli with a yuhi expression on her face. But now Shaolan's appearance is a little obvious, which makes Fei Yingli even more suspicious. I asked Shaolin again, but if Shaolin was killed, it was impossible to express the doubts in her heart. If I suspect that Mom, you and Aunt Yukiko are lilies, I guess they will be carried to death. Well, it is impossible to kill them, but it is certain to be embarrassed. It would also be embarrassing to be Shaolin herself. So it's good to know it in your heart, but don't take it apart. What's wrong with you, Eri? Yukiko asked the thoughtful concubine Eri. I feel a little weird. What's weird? Yuchizi asked suspiciously. Xiaolan was very weird just now. I don't know if there is something wrong. Fei Yingli shook her head slightly and said. As Xiaolan's mother, Fei Yingli could of course see that Xiaolan was careful, but she just didn't know what was on her mind. Would you please ask me what's wrong with Xiaolan? Fei Yingli said to Yukiko. Xiaolan didn't even tell you, let alone me, so don't ask. Yukiko shook her head. She wouldn't help Fei Yingli. Soon Xiaolan made breakfast and came back. Concerned about her concern, Fei Yingli still asked Xiaolan, Xiaolan, do you have any concerns? Xiaolan was nervous for a moment, then shook her head quickly and said, no. Mom, I have nothing to worry about. Really? Fei Yingli looked at Xiaolan suspiciously, and then said to her. If there is really anything, please do tell me. Xiaolan nodded, but what would she say about such a thing? She must take into account the face of her mother and Aunt Yukiko, but this is in her heart, and Xiaolan's heart is also very tangled. I want to find someone to tell it. Suddenly, Chen's face flashed across Xiaolan's mind, her eyes lit up slightly, and Xiaolan was ready to talk to Chen. After all, when encountering such a thing, Xiaolan didn't know what to do or how to deal with it. Mom, I will not be with you for a while if I have something to do. Xiaolan said to Fei Yingli. Is there something? What is it? Fei Yingli frowned slightly. Just now she suspected that Xiaolan had something on her mind. Now that Xiaolan said there was something, Fei Yingli was of course very concerned. I have something to look for Chen. Hearing that Xiaolan was looking for Chen, Fei Yingli nodded and relaxed. If that's the case, then maybe there's nothing wrong. After breakfast, the bar called Chen's phone. Xiaolan, so call early, what's the matter? Chen had just woken up. Of course, there is a reason for waking up so late. Chen, do you have time now? I want to tell you something. It's inconvenient to be on the phone. It's inconvenient, what's the matter? Do you want to confess to me? Chen asked teasingly. Chen's words made Xiaolan make a big yuhi face, and her heart hurt a little. No, either or other things. After you come out, I will talk to you after I meet. Xiaolan said to Chen. At home. Chen nodded, then asked Xiaolan. Well, I'm still here with my mother, are you free Chen? Since it's Xiaolan, of course I'm free, just wait, I'll go pick you up. Chen smiled slightly, then said, ready to go over pick up Xiaolan. By the way, let's find out what happened to Xiaolan. Chapter 1073. Wanting to talk about it, Chen left the house, and then came all the way to Fei Yingli's house. After knocking on the door, Xiaolan opened the door, and behind Xiaolan stood Yukiko and concubine Yingri. After Fei Yingli saw Chen, her face turned slightly yuhi, which made Chen feel that something was wrong. Why did Fei Yingli look at his face yuhi? The situation is not right. What's the matter with you, Yingri? Chen asked concubine Yingri. No, it's nothing. Fei Yingli immediately shook her head. Shang Chen said that he was fine. Seeing Fei Yingli shaking her head, Chen didn't have much time, and Guang looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan asked Chen to come over, so Chen didn't know what was going on with Xiaolan. Seeing Chen looking at herself with questioning eyes, Xiaolan's face was also slightly yuhi, which made Chen completely puzzled. Their mother and daughter seemed to have problems today. Chen, can we go out and chat? Xiaolan asked Chen. Of course, I have no opinion. Chen nodded slightly towards Xiaolan. Yo, what the hell is going on? Can't we just let us know? Yukiko couldn't help joking. Xiaolan glanced at Yuchizi. I really can't let you know this. Xiaolan is shy, don't make fun of her. Fei Yingli said after glaring at Yuchizi. Okay, then I won't make fun of Xiaolan, you guys have a good time outside. Yukiko said after waving her hand. Land-faced Yuhi pulled Chen to flee, feeling that Aunt Yukiko had misunderstood something, but just misunderstood. Xiaolan didn't mean to explain in the past. As for why she didn't explain it, Xiaolan herself didn't know. Probably since Tu did not want to explain it at all. By the way, Xiaolan, what are you looking for? Chen looked at Xiaolan. Although Xiaolan's face was very yuhi, Chen still felt that Xiaolan had something on her mind. There is something. Xiaolan nodded lightly, but Xiaolin was really embarrassed to say those things. What's the matter? Approximately 2 inches. Chen was very curious. What did Xiaolin have to do with her? Xiaolin glanced at Chen, and then she didn't know what to say. She was very entangled in her heart. No, can you tell me? Chen asked Xiaolan. Actually, I don't know how to say it, sorry. Xiaolin said tangled. I'm sorry. I am sorry for something. Don't you really want to confess to me? Chen smiled and looked at Xiaolin. Xiaolin's face became even more embarrassing when she heard the words, and she shook it gently. After shaking his head, Shang Chen said, No, it seems that I was looking forward to it in vain, which is really disappointing. Chen's disappointed expression made Xiaolin want to say something to Chen. Let's go, there's a coffee shop over there, let's go in and have a seat. After coming downstairs, Chen said to Xiaolin, there are quite a few coffee shops where Fei Yingli lives, and Chen has seen several. This is a community where the elites of the society live. When they are free, they go back to the coffee shop for a drink. Coffee, so the coffee shop business here is very good. There are more coffee shops. I remember you don't like coffee, Chen. Xiaolin asked Chen suspiciously. Do you not like it? But that doesn't mean you can't drink it. If you have a cup suitable for drinking, it actually feels pretty good. Chen said to Xiaolin with a smile. Oh, Xiaolan followed Chen into a well-decorated coffee shop, and then ordered a cup of coffee each, and asked for some desserts along the way. Actually, there is no need to order so many things. Xiaolan looked at the dessert on the table and said to Chen. Actually, I haven't had breakfast yet, so of course I want more. Chen said to Xiaolin while eating dessert. It's already past 9 o'clock. Haven't had breakfast yet. Xiaolin was stunned for a moment. Because I woke up a little late, I haven't had breakfast yet. Chen said with a light smile. Can you talk to me now? Xiaolin struggled for a while, but she thought of calling Chen out. She just wanted to get close to Chen. So Xiaolin put her own guess the original he. Chen said a cough. Chen almost spit out the coffee in his mouth. What did Xiaolin say just now? Did he hear it wrong? Xiaolin, you actually suspect that Eri and Yukiko are Lily. Chen looked at Yukiko without knowing what to say. It's a little suspicious, and it's really suspicious. I think you've got something wrong. Chen waved to Xiaolin. This is completely impossible. Actually, I think I made a mistake. But I think it should be true. Xiaolan said with a distressed face. Although Xiaolan has no golden head for her mother and father to get back together, she doesn't want her mother to become a Lily. Then what do you want to do with me? Chen asked Xiaolin. I just want to talk to Xiaolin and I don't know what to do if it's the truth. Don't think so much, there is absolutely nothing between Yingri and Yukiko. I promise you, and your brains are too strange. After Chen took a bite of the cake, he withdrew the strange expression on his face. Color. Then said, but Mom and Aunt Yukiko are really close. Isn't this normal? Eri and Yukiko are good friends. Isn't it normal to be close? Well, I hope I think too much. Xiaolan temporarily persuaded herself, but she still had some doubts about the relationship between her mother and Yukiko. If you don't ask your mother in person, maybe you'll be able to find out. Forget it. I'm embarrassed to ask my mother. When Xiaolin faced Chen, she was a little embarrassed to say. Not to mention it's time to face his mother. How about I help you find out how Zhao Chenjiao is like? Chen asked Xiaolin forcefully. This seems to work. Then I will trouble you, Chen. Xiaolin grabbed Chen's hand gratefully and said to Chen. No need to thank you. In fact, this has something to do with me. Chen said, after all, Yukiko is his own woman. If there is really anything with Fei Yingli, even if Fei Yingli is a woman. But he's also a cuckold. Then are we going back? Xiaolin asked Chen. What are you doing when you go back so early? Are you too tired of being with me, Xiaolin? Chen asked Xiaolin. No, it's not. I really like to be with you, Chen, but I want to know the truth quickly. I hope it's not what I imagined. Xiaolan quickly shook her head and said to Chen, don't be so anxious. This is not too late. Let's play outside first. We'll go back later. Chen finished eating the cake. Pull Xiaolin out of the coffee shop. _. Chapter 1074. I do hope that you are being held by Chen on purpose. Xiaolan's little face is like Yuhi, but she doesn't mean to break free. Instead, she enjoys the feeling of being held by Chen very much. Chen, where are we going? Xiaolan raised her head and asked Chen. Chen is also thinking about where to go, the amusement park. No, there are a lot of people there. Chen did not want to go. It's better to go to the game city to play, let's play. Chen suggested to Xiaolan. Game city, okay. Xiaolan nodded when she heard the words. Before, Yuanzi took her to go there, but she came out after playing for a long time. Soon came to the game city. This game city is in a shopping mall. Chen came to Xiaolan's side after purchasing the game city. What do you want to play, Xiaolan? The fighting game over there seems to be very interesting. So I want to go and try it. Xiaolan pointed to the arcade fighting game not far away. I didn't expect you to like this, Xiaolan. Ah, Chen smiled slightly, but thought that Xiaolan likes karate, so it's not surprising. Let's go, let's play together. Chen walked over. The arcade 110 fighting game here is inferior to King of Fighters and Street Fighter _ not much, but the characters are different and the skills are the same. Chen and Xiaolan equals play this game together. It's just chickens pecking at each other, because neither Chen nor Xiaolan have ever played this game. So when fighting, there is no combo at all, but it feels very fun to play. After playing a fighting game for a while, Xiaolan took Chen to the shooting game, which is Chen's strength. Hundreds of hits. Easily refresh the highest record. I feel like I'm still not suitable for this kind of game, but Chen, you are amazing. Xiaolan looked at Chen with some admiration. Come on, let's come and grab the doll. Chen called Xiaolan and walked to the doll machine. Xiaolan suddenly became interested, and immediately walked towards the doll machine. The doll inside was very cute, and Xiaolan also wanted to get the doll inside. The doll inside is so cute. But I can't catch it. Xiaolan shook her head. In the past, Xiaolan and Yuanzi used to catch dolls together. But they never caught them, and they failed every time. Which one do you want, Xiaolan? I'll catch it for you. Chen said to Xiaolan. Can the real CIFB be caught? This one is really hard to catch. Xiaolan said to Chen. It's hard to catch for others, but easy for me. Chen Wei said with a smile. Wanting to catch these dolls is simply too easy for Chen. I want that Yuhi-colored bunny, can you catch it for me? Xiaolan pointed to a bunny that was pinned down. This is more difficult to grasp, but Xiaolan really wants it. No problem. Chen manipulated the mechanical claw, and after catching the little rabbit, directly grabbed the puppet little rabbit. Don't fall. Xiaolan prayed in her heart not to fall. In the past, everything she caught would fall. Hope it doesn't fall off this time. It's absolutely possible to catch it. There's no problem, Xiaolan, you can just trust me. Chen said to Xiaolan. Well, I believe that Chen, you can catch the bunny. Xiaolan held Chen's hand, very trusting. Then I saw the baby bunny slowly move to the exit position and fell down. Xiaolan immediately took out the bunny, and it really succeeded. It's great Chen. Xiaolan couldn't help but excitedly kiss Chen. But after kissing Chen, Xiaolan was stunned and her face suddenly turned into Yuhi. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Xiaolan said quickly. It's alright, I hope you did it on purpose. Chen's moonlight looked at Xiaolan, until Xiaolan's face turned into Yuhi. Anything else you want, I'll catch it for you. Chen smiled at Xiaolan and said it's good to catch one, can you still catch it? Xiaolan said involuntarily. When she and Sonoko started arresting before, they didn't arrest any of them. As a result, Yuanzi is now too tired of seeing the doll machine. Don't you believe me? With my ability, even catching all of them is a breeze. Then I want this pink Yuhi-colored pig. Xiaolan pointed out. He pointed to a very cute little pig inside. Okay, I'll catch this right away. After putting in the game currency, he immediately started to catch the pig, and quickly caught this pink Yuhi-colored puppet pig. Here, Chen picked it up and handed it to Xiaolan. I don't want it. This little pig is handed over to you. Xiaolan handed the pink Yuhi-colored pig to Chen. I think this looks a lot like you, so I gave it to you. Xiaolan covered her mouth and smiled lightly, but then she ran away quickly. Okay, Xiaolan, you actually said that I was a pig. How would you discipline you after seeing that I caught you? Chen smiled lightly, and then chased after Xiaolan. Seeing Chen chasing after her, Xiaolan hurriedly ran faster, but because she didn't see the person in front, she accidentally bumped into the person in front. Get off. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Xiaolan immediately stopped and apologized to the other party. The other party turned her head, wrapped very tightly, but her eyes were very fierce. Full of murderous intent, Xiaolan was taken aback. Xiaolan, are you alright? Chen came to Xiaolan and asked Xiaolan, I am fine. Xiaolan shook her head towards Chen. Then Xiaolan looked at the person she accidentally bumped into, but she didn't see that person, and it seemed that she had left. Chen, the look in the eyes of the person I bumped into was so terrifying, as if he was going to kill someone. Xiaolan said with a lingering fear, and Chen nodded. He also saw it just now. There was murder in the man's eyes, and there should be life in his hands. It's okay, anyway, if anyone dares to hurt my Xiaolan, I will let him die without a place to be buried. Chen stroked Xiaolan's hair and said to Xiaolan. After hearing what Chen said, Xiaolan's face was shy, because Chen was talking about my Xiaolan. Xiaolan is hurt. Chen smiled at the shy Xiaolan. That's right, I didn't. Xiaolan shook her head gently, but just now. Xiaolan was really hurt. Let's go, let's continue playing. Chen took Xiaolan's hand and walked towards the other game consoles. After playing in the game city for a long time, I came out of the bush and walked towards the next store because I was hungry. There is a Western restaurant here for something to eat, but Xiaolan didn't like it very much, but took Chen to a ramen restaurant. This family's ramen is very delicious. Yuanzi and I have tasted it when we came here before, and the taste is very good, much better than what I made myself. Xiaolan said to Chen A. Chapter 1075. Strangling in the cradle. Although the ramen in this shop is very good, I think Xiaolan's ramen is better. After walking out of the ramen shop recommended by Xiaolan, Chen said to Xiaolan, Chen, you really is that what you think? Xiaolan was slightly stunned, then looked at Chen and couldn't help asking. Yeah, I really think so, don't you think I'm lying to you? Chen nodded and said, well, will I make it for you to eat later? Xiaolan's voice was very low, and her face was a little yuhi, obviously some harm. Although the voice was low, ordinary people couldn't hear it at all. When it comes to what Xiaolan is saying, of course Chen can hear it. Even if Xiaolan's voice is small, Chen can hear it clearly. After all, his hearing can be said to be against the sky. Okay, if Xiaolan, if you want to make it for me, of course I can't ask for it. I'm just afraid that Xiaolan doesn't want to make it for me at all. Chen Qiaguang looked at Xiaolan seriously and said approximately 1. Xiaolan's face couldn't help but become more and more yuhi. It seems that Xiaolan's character is also very shy. If you really want to eat, even if I 10 make it for you to eat. Xiaolan whispered, said. Then thank Xiaolan so much. Chen couldn't help kissing Xiaolan's face. Xiaolan, who was kissed by Chen, didn't reject anything. On the contrary, she was very happy in her heart, but she was also a little shy. Baiyi Xiaolan was originally rather shy personality, and now this is outside, so it is normal for Xiaolan to feel hurt. Let's go shopping, Chen said to Xiaolan. Xiaolan was stunned for a moment, and then said to Chen involuntarily. I remember that Chen doesn't like to go shopping. I like it wherever I go with the girl I like. Xiaolan lowered her head instantly. Is Chen confessing to herself? Xiaolan doesn't know either. But Chen didn't give Xiaolan too much thought. Grabbed Xiaolan's little hand, and then pulled Xiaolan into the mall, but when she was pulling Xiaolan away, she suddenly felt a murderous aura coming towards them. Chen frowned slightly, then glanced back, a very tightly wrapped man. It was the person Xiaolan accidentally bumped into before. Because he wanted to accompany Xiaolan, he ignored that person for the time being, but if he really wanted to do something, Chen would definitely let him not even leave the body behind. Chen, what's wrong? Xiaolan asked Chen in confusion. It's nothing, let's go in. Chen shook his head slightly, then dragged Xiaolan into the guard mall. He didn't come here to buy things, but to accompany Shaolin and Shaolin to develop a relationship. They wandered in the mall until the evening. Then Chen and the others planned to go home. Losa, let's go back. It's getting late. Chen pulled Shaolin out, but after walking out Chen instantly felt a murderous intent locked on them. It's really endless. Killing intent rose in Chen's heart. What's going on? Shaolin asked Chen in confusion. I don't know what Chen said. It's nothing, Shaolin, I think it's good to go shopping again. Chen smiled and pulled Shaolin towards the open space not far away. Shaolin gave Chen a puzzled look, but she didn't object. Xiaohan held Chen's hand, and walking like this felt very sweet. When Chen pulled Shaolin and walked towards that direction, the very strict man who was staring at Chen and Shaolin's package was also approaching Chen and them. Chen couldn't understand it. It seemed that apart from Shaolin bumping into the guy, the others didn't offend the guy. Killing me just because of this. This guy is either a lunatic or a lunatic, alright. There is no difference between a lunatic and a lunatic. When he was about to get close to Chen and Shaolin, the man made a move, with an extra knife in his hand, and then stabbed at Shaolin. Before he came to Shaolin, the tightly wrapped guy was directly kicked by Chen. Fly out 10 meters. Land on the ground and slide out a long distance. Pedestrians seen on the road. Directly surprised. This kick flew out more than 10 meters, which was not much worse than being hit by a car. Some people regarded Chen as a Superman. What's wrong? Shaolin asked Chen in a daze. That person wants to kill you. Shaolin, you have to be careful. Chen said to Shaolin. Although Shaolin's force value is indeed very high, her vigilance is not enough. This is also a normal thing. After all, how can ordinary people maintain vigilance? Begging for flowers. What is that? Shaolin couldn't help but ask Chen. She didn't offend anyone. Why did someone kill her? Shaolin was a little scared to Chen leaning on. I suspect that guy is Mahua Dingji, the murderer who committed the murder. Chen said. This is not Chen's speculation, but it is really possible. This style of daring to kill people on the street is almost the same as the murderer reported on the news. And this man had at least a few lives on him. Chen can detect it. Let's go take a look. Chen took Shaolin and walked over there. But Chen also knew that that guy would definitely not survive. After all, Chen was originally running for his life. No matter who this guy is, since he showed murderous intent to Shaolin, of course he wanted to kill him in the cradle. After Chen and Shaolin passed, that person was out of breath, and there were still pieces of internal organs in his mouth. After Shaolin saw it, she couldn't help burying it directly in Chen's arms. Be scared. Chen, is he dead? After a long time, Shaolin asked Chen Chang worriedly, if he really died, would Chen be in trouble? Well, there is no breath anymore. Chen he nodded towards Shaolin and said. Then what should I do? Shaolin was about to cry. It was he who wanted to kill us first, so we can be considered justifiable defense. Chen said to Shaolin, and this guy is not a good person in the first place. If it is really found out that he is the murderer, then Chen will not only be fine, but also give him an award. Although Chen told Shaolin that it was okay, Shaolin was still very worried. Don't worry. Chen took out his mobile phone and made a call with Mawako. Let's go over there and sit first. Chen smiled and pulled Shaolin towards the other side. After all, there was a corpse here, but it was very emotional. Seeing Chen's smiling face and not worried at all, Shaolin's heart relaxed a little, thinking of the knife in that person's hand, maybe they really won't have anything to do. Chapter 1076. Police Officer Yimu asked for help before she waited too long, and Mawako brought the police here. In addition to Mawako, the police officer Megumi also came along. What surprised Chen even more was Hattori Heiji and Conan, who were also following along. But think about yesterday. They helped the police officer Mumu to investigate the case. It is estimated that they came with the police officer Yimu. When Hattori Heiji saw Hyuga-chen, he was also surprised, but Conan's face darkened because Conan saw Shaolin in Hyuga-chen's arms. Shaolin was actually in Hyuga-chen's arms. Conan really thought that the scene he saw was fake. Hattori Heiji's eyes searched all around, and he was relieved when he realized that he hadn't seen Kazuha. Chen, what's going on? Mawako ran over. 7-2 = 3, Guan Xiao asked. Shaolin quickly broke free from Chen's arms. After seeing the acquaintance, Shaolin felt hurt in her heart. I was a little embarrassed. It's like this. Someone attacked me and Shaolin, and then of course I have to fight back. So now he's dead. Chen pointed to the corpse not far away. Xiaolan was a little worried. The little hand held Chen tightly, hoping to be fine. I'm sorry Chen, if it wasn't because I asked you to come out to accompany me, maybe this would not have happened. Shaolin said to Chen with an apologetic face. What does it have to do with you? Chen touched Shaolin's head and said the other side to Shaolin. Looking at this scene, Conan felt that Kiba's teeth were about to be crushed. At this moment, he could finally feel the mood of Heiji Hattori yesterday. It was really uncomfortable. Sister Shaolin, why are you here? Conan asked Shaolin, wanting to know why Shaolin came out with Hyuga-chan. Conan, why are you here? Shaolin looked at Conan in surprise. Conan was a little sad. He came with him, but he didn't even see him. Could it be that Hyuga-chan is the only bastard in his eyes? Conan really didn't guess wrong, because Shaolan's eyes were all on Chen. So I didn't really notice Conan coming. Sister Shaolin, you haven't told me why you are with this murderer. Conan asked Shaolin. Conan, Chen is not a murderer, we are self-defense. Shaolin looked at Conan angrily. Shaolin is rarely angry, but when she is angry, her aura is quite strong. Completely different from his usual gentle personality. Children, you can't talk nonsense. Also, this place is not for children. Mawako said lightly. Damn, didn't he admit it just now? Don't care if it's self-defense or not, he is the murderer now. Conan roared angrily. Seeing Shaolin completely standing on Chen's side and helping Chen to speak, Conan was also jealous. Shaolan was about to argue with Conan angrily. But the hand was pulled by Chen. Shaolan, don't get acquainted with a child. After all, what he said doesn't count. By the way, Officer Mew Mew, are you bringing a child to solve the case now? Chen's Moonlight looked at Officer Kimu, and Officer Mew. The embarrassment being said is actually not that Officer Meguro wants to take Conan as a child, but that Officer Memiku wants Hattori Heiji to help, and Conan came with Hattori Heiji. Moreover, it was not easy for Officer Mew to drive Conan away, not to mention that when handling the case, Conan did find some clues for them. So the police officer on the screen was more tolerant towards Conan and allowed Conan to follow. What's going on? Mawako asked Chen. Chen talked about the specific Kazu Mawako. Mawako nodded. If this is the case, then it would be easy to solve the trick. Mawako walked to the corpse, and saw that the man was still holding in his hand put. Investigate first, the identity of this person. There are cameras here, you can check the surveillance, you can know if it is self-defense. Mawako ordered others. The police officer said, Officer Mawako, can I conduct an investigation? And the tomb officer asked Mawako. After all, this case is now under the control of Mawako. And now Mawako and Yimu are at the same level, so if Officer Yimu, if you really want to intervene, you need to get Mawako's consent. Otherwise, don't say anything else. At least it will be difficult for Face. Yes. Mawako nodded lightly, and the tomb police officer went to check immediately. In fact, the reason why the police officer Yimu came over was because the serial murderer was probably in this area, and after learning that this person attacked Hyuga-chen and Xiao after ran, I think this person is very likely to be the murderer. Officer Takagi, how is it? It does have some characteristics. The murderer left bloodstains. We can test the blood to determine whether the other party is the murderer we are looking for, Takagi she said to Officer Mumu. Soon the forensic doctor came. After examination, the other party was indeed the murderer of the recent serial murder case. A happy look appeared on Officer Mu's face, and it seemed that the murderer had really been found. The pressure on him could finally be removed. The police officer Mumu has been under a lot of pressure for a long time. After all, the murderer has not been found, and he cannot give the public an explanation. Now that the killer is dead, it's all over. Hattori Heiji's Moonlight is a bit complicated, and he has been checking it for several days. In the end, the real murderer was met by Hyuga-chan. And Hyuga-chan also solved the murderer. Brother Chen, come here, come down, I have something to ask for your help. Officer Kimu suddenly called out to Chen. I don't know if the police officer Chi-tum has anything to do with me. About this murderer. Then the police officer Chi-mu whispered his purpose. After learning the purpose of the police officer Yimu, Chen directly agreed. Many thanks to Chen Lao 4.1 brother, we will thank you from the Metropolitan Police Department. The Toon police officer left directly. Chen, what did Officer Kimu say to you? This time it will be okay, right? Shaolin asked Chen hurriedly. It's alright, don't worry. Chen shook his head slightly towards Shaolin. We can go now. The rest will be left to Officer Miu Miu to take care of it. Chen took Shaolin's hand and said, oh, as long as it's fine. Shaolin felt relieved. After saying hello to Mawako, Chen took Shaolin and left. Officer Chi Miu, just let him go like this. Even if this person is the murderer, he must not be let go easily. Conan said angrily, this is naturally handled by us. This person is a murderer, and Brother Chen is naturally a hero. Said the Toon police officer. Chapter 1077. Don't go back tonight, Conan, what are you doing? Hattori Heiji shouted to Conan. However, Conan did not respond to Hattori Heiji, but chased in the direction of A Shangshan and Shaolin. Officer Chi-tum, I'll go first. Hattori Heiji greeted Officer Chi-mu, then left immediately, chasing after Conan. In addition, Officer Miu didn't say anything, and now he is happy in his heart. I talked to Hyuga-chen just now. This time it's up to them. That is to say, reporting to others means that they solve the murderer, but the reward or something can be sent to Chen. Of course, Chen definitely doesn't care about the reward. Conan, what are you doing running so fast? Hattori Heiji finally caught up with Conan. Although Conan was not slow, Hattori Heiji's speed must be faster than Conan's. Finally caught up with Conan. Then Hattori Heiji grabbed Conan and asked Conan. Don't hold me, you quickly let me go, Hyuga-chen and the others are leaving. Conan shouted anxiously to Hattori Heiji. No, what's the use of you catching up? Even if it really passes. In the end, you will suffer. That person is still you, so don't be foolish in the past. Hattori Heiji said to Conan, yesterday, you should be able to understand my mood now, right? There is no one else between Hyuga-chen and Shaolin, just the two of them. Conan said angrily to Hattori Heiji. There are only two of them, so what will happen in the end? Conan can't imagine now. Okay. Hattori Heiji let go of Conan and didn't stop Conan. Conan immediately ran towards the parking lot. But when Conan ran to the parking lot, Chen and Shaolin got in the car and started the car. Absolutely can't let you run away. Conan immediately took out a tracker. It was launched towards Chen's car and landed on the car. Then Conan saw the car leave, and luckily the tracker was launched on it. Otherwise, you can't really catch up. Come after him. Conan shouted loudly. Hattori Heiji is here now. Looking at Conan, he couldn't help but say, how do we catch up? People are driving cars. We have two legs now. Hattori Heiji spread his hands, wanting to catch up, but how to catch up? They don't have a car or something. You can drive, right? Conan asked Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji shook his head lightly when he heard the words. Conan was stunned, and this guy, Heiji Hattori, didn't know how to drive. Human mind, is not that I can't drive. It's that I don't have a driver's license. My driving skills are not very good. Hattori Heiji said to Conan. Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji, then shook his head and said, then let it go. Conan doesn't count on Hattori Heiji anymore. Hey, what do you mean by shaking your head? Do you know how to drive? Hattori Heiji said to Conan in an unhappy manner. Conan said to Hattori Heiji that this is not Conan's bragging, but that Conan really knows how to fly a plane. He learned it from his father, Yasaka Kudo. When he was a child, he learned a lot from Yasaka Kudo. I have to say that to some extent, speaking of, Conan is definitely a genius. Hattori Heiji was a little bit beaten by Conan, but now is not the time to talk about these things. Now we are going to hire a taxi to chase them. Hattori Heiji said. Even if he really knows how to drive, his driving skills are very good, and there is no car for him to drive, so he can only take a taxi to chase Hyuga-chen. Actually, you don't have to worry about it, Shaolin probably won't. What to do with Hyuga-chen? Hattori Heiji comforted Conan. I'm worried about Hyuga-chen, if he really wants to do something. Can Shaolin really resist? Conan said after glancing at Hattori Heiji. I really can't resist. If that's the case, what are you going to do? Now let's catch up. Conan was anxiously waiting for a taxi. Fortunately, there are quite a few taxis here, and Conan called a taxi in a short time. Open the tracking glasses. These glasses have the ability to track, and Hattori looks envious. How about the doctor helping him? It should be more convenient to solve the case. Fortunately, the tracker is still there. I hope it has not been found. Conan said with a sigh of relief after opening the tracking glasses. Master, please hurry up, I'm in a hurry now. Conan said to the driver who was driving. The taxi driver glanced at Conan behind him when he heard the words. He was just a child, so there was nothing urgent. No, the speed limit in this place cannot be too fast. The taxi driver immediately shook his head. Can't I give you more money? Conan bit Kiba and said. The taxi driver looked back at Conan after hearing this, and then shook his head, because he didn't think Conan could take out the money, and even if he really took out the money, he wouldn't do it. After all, there is still a family waiting for him to live. If you don't have to work hard for the money, if something really happens, it will be over. Conan can only work in a hurry. On the other side in Chen's car, Shaolin's cheeks slightly yuhi, and she finally gathered up her courage, looked at Chen and said, Chen, will you not be going back tonight? Chen, who was driving, was stunned for a moment because of Shaolin's words. What is Shaolin talking about? Did he hear it wrong? Or did Shaolin say it wrong? But seeing that Shaolin had bowed her head because of her shyness, Chen knew that she had not heard it wrong. Okay, I have no opinion. Chen said with a slight smile. Of course he has no opinion. He is even eager to be so. Where are we going now? Shaolin asked Chen. Shaolin forced a question. Yes, of course. Shaolin stammered because she was a little nervous, and almost didn't even say a word. Looking at Shaolin's appearance, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that it was really a good idea to agree to come out with Shaolin this time. I can't be right anymore. But you can't let some little tales follow you. If something bad happens, it will be bad. Chen glanced at the back through the rearview mirror, and then with a thought, the tracker on the car fell instantly. In a car next to it. When the tracker just landed on his car, Chen had already discovered it. He knew that Conan was tracking him. Originally, Chen planned to take him to the Kabuto Circle, but now Chen doesn't have that time for the Kabuto Circle. Important things matter now. When you have time to pay attention to Conan, let Conan track other vehicles. I don't know how wonderful his expression will be after he catches up. The First Thousand Fog Chapter 78. The Autistic K, that's not right. Where is this going? Hattori Heiji, who is tracking him, reacted and said to Conan. If he goes any more, he will leave the rice flour stair. Hyuga-chen and Shaolin can't leave the rice flour town now, right? Damn it. Conan also reacted and slapped the chair in front of him forcefully, startling the driver. The tracker must have been discovered by Hyuga-chen. Conan said angrily. How did he find out? Did he feel that we were tracking him? Hattori Heiji asked Conan involuntarily. After thinking of Hyuga-chen's mysterious methods, it is not surprising that the tracker has been discovered now. Then what are we going to do now? Hattori Heiji asked Conan, whether to continue tracking, or go back. If they continue to track, it is very likely that they are not tracking Hyuga-chen at all. And if they don't continue tracking, it's a little trick played by Hyuga-chen, so what is in front of them is a two-choice question. It can be any money. Conan Yuhi said to the driver with his eyes closed. Possibly frightened by Conan. Maybe it's for money. So the driver accelerated and finally caught up after more than 10 minutes of tracking. It's just that after seeing the tracked vehicle, I immediately understood that it was being deceived, and this was not Hyuga-chen's car. Hyuga-chen's car, Conan is known. The country is familiar and clear, but the one in front of me is not at all. Damn it. It's been calculated. Stop. Conan said to the driver, asking the driver to stop quickly. Don't you continue chasing. The driver turned his head and asked Conan. I don't know who they are after. But the driver didn't want to inquire so much, and it wouldn't do him any good to inquire too much. He knows that trouble can't be caused, and he doesn't want to cause any trouble. Stop chasing. Please send us back, Shiju, please. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan absent-mindedly. Said to the driver, okay. The driver nodded. He didn't say anything else, just turned around and drove the car back. Conan, you can rest assured that nothing will happen, I can assure you. Hattori Heiji said to Conan. And Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji equals he came to me and promised me that you can't take it. Seeing the driver in front, Conan didn't want to say more, lest others hear things that shouldn't be heard and provoke him. The trouble Conan doesn't want to cause any more trouble now. He feels a look on his face now, worry about it first. After going back, Conan took out his mobile phone and thought about calling Shaolin's house, which is the phone number of Maori Detective Agency. If he didn't go back to Nan, he would be relieved if he didn't return. If so, then Conan doesn't know what to do. But if there is really no return, even if he turned the sky over, he would have to find Shaolin. Conan called Maori Detective Agency, but no one answered at all. Mori Kogoro was not at home at all. The rare Shaolin is not at home, so of course Maori Shaolulong wants to go out for a drink, so as not to be controlled by Shaolin. No one answered. Conan said with an embarrassed look on his face. No one answered the phone at all. This shows that Shaolin has not returned yet. Actually, you can call Shaolin's number now. Hattori Heiji said to Conan to wake up the dreamer, and Conan woke up instantly. Yes, just dial Shaolin's number directly. How could he forget it before? Conan slapped his brain suddenly and then called Shaolin immediately. It's just that Shaolin's phone was already turned off. After hearing that the phone was turned off, Conan was shocked, and the bad premonition in his heart deepened. What happened to Conan? Hattori Heiji quickly asked Kanan when he saw Conan's stunned appearance. I'm fine. Conan shook his head, but looking at his expression, he didn't look like he was okay. Come on, come with me to find Shaoran. Conan stopped a car and said to Hattori Heiji. Then do you know where to find Shaoran? I don't know. Of course Conan didn't know where Hyuga-chan took Shaoran to. Yes, but even if you don't know, look for it. If I really can't find Shaolin tonight, Conan really won't be relieved. Okay, I'll accompany you to find it. Hattori Heiji followed Conan into the car and got into the car. Then Conan and the others began to look for Shaolin, but it was impossible to find Shaolin in this way. The two searched for a whole night, but they couldn't find any trace of Shaolin. I really looked for it all night, until after dawn. Conan and Hattori Heiji had two eye circles, and Conan returned to Dr. Agasa's house in a very disappointed way. Quote. Conan actually sometimes the knot is not as bad as your root image. Gonki comforted Nanami. Hattori Heiji even did not find Shaolin. It doesn't mean anything either. However, Conan just walked absent-mindedly, as if he hadn't heard what Hattori Heiji said. At this time, his heart was a little tingling. It seemed like a thorn, deeply piercing his heart. Conan felt that every step of the way was very heavy. After returning, Akasa Hiroju looked at Hattori Heiji and Conan in confusion. What's wrong? Could it be that the murderer didn't? How to catch it? Akasa Hiroju asked them. The murderer was caught. It's just. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan, and then said nothing. Don't mess this up. Say it, otherwise Conan will probably go mad. So don't talk nonsense. Just what? Hattori Heiji didn't say anything. But did Akasa endure it? He couldn't help asking. Hattori Heiji shook his head at Dr. Akasa, and then pointed to Conan. Seeing Heiji Hattori's posture, Dr. Agasa understood. It turns out that it was because of Conan that I couldn't say it. He looked at Conan worriedly. Dr. Lee also didn't understand what was going on. Ali Botu, I'll go back to the room to rest first. After Conan finished speaking, he walked into the room alone. Heiji, what's going on? Why is Conan so listless? After seeing Conan entering the room, Dr. Ali listened, but didn't hear anything. That's when he asked Hattori Heiji. I can tell you, but Dr. Aga, don't let Conan know what I said to you. Hattori Heiji thought for a while. Said to Agasa Hiroshi. Akasa Hiroshi nodded, and told Hattori Heiji that he was tight-lipped and would never say anything casually. Chapter 1000 Earth 19. In the room of the hopeful Rice Blossom Hotel, Chen Qiguang looked at Shaolin who was still sleeping. Shaolin slept very sweetly, and Chen was reluctant to wake Shaolin. And it's better to let Shaolin rest now, after all, Shaolin is really tired. So Chen didn't move, just accompanied Shaolin, but Shaolin woke up after a while. Rubbing her eyes, Shaolin looked at Chen. After seeing Chen, Shaolin couldn't help lowering her head. Is Shaolin still shy now? Chen smiled and asked Shaolin. How can you not be shy? Shaolin spoke in a low voice. If you didn't listen carefully, you wouldn't be able to hear what Shaolin was saying. I'm hungry, I'll go get some breakfast. Chen said to Shaolin. Shaolin nodded lightly, although she wanted to get up and prepare breakfast by herself, but Shaolin also understood her current situation. She was not allowed at all. And it's not home, and it's not that convenient. Chen called to order some breakfast, and when she came back, Shaolin was already up. Why did you get up? Don't you take a break? 967 inches. Chen walked over and asked Xiao_Lan. No, it's alright. I feel it's alright. Shaolin was a little inconvenient when she walked. After all, it was her first time. But it still feels okay, not to the point of weakness. After all, yesterday Chen took care of Shaolin very much. Chen, are we going back now? Shaolin raised her head and asked Chen in a tangled manner. If I go back, will it be seen? No, it's not a question of whether it is right or not. But it can definitely be seen. After all, it is too obvious. After all, Shaolin's temperament has become a little different now. Are you afraid of being seen, Shaolin? Chen asked Shaolin. Well, if it's seen by my mother, I feel. Shaolin didn't continue to talk. But Chen also understands that Shaolin must feel shy. It's normal as a girl. Oh. Now it should be a woman. Actually, I guess your mother should be suspicious now. Chen said to Shaolin. Really? Shaolin looked at Chen nervously. Chen nodded, not joking with Shaolin, but was really suspicious. After all, they didn't go back yesterday. Eri must be suspicious. Then what should I do? I don't even know how to deal with my mother. Chen, can you help me? Shaolin looked at Chen with the moonlight she was looking forward to. However, Chen couldn't help this. After all, Shaolin had to overcome the problem by herself, and Chen couldn't help either. I won't go for the time being. Escape is also a way of course, and it is impossible to escape forever. 2871. Chen touched Shaolin's head and said to Shaolin. Then Chen and Shaolin sat together, watching TV quietly and sweetly. Shaolin glanced at Chen, and the warmth in Shaolin's heart completely erased the tension. Isn't this what she was looking forward to now, and now that her hope has come true, she should be happy. At concubine Yingri's house, concubine Yingli was indeed suspicious and worried at this time. Yesterday, it was not that Fei Yingli did not make a call, but she made a call in the past, but no one answered. Of course no one answered. Because Chen had turned off Shaolin and his mobile phone, and Shaolin had no opinion on this. After finally making up her mind, Shaolin didn't want to be disturbed by a suddenly. Eri, you're not serious about your work. Leisurely, he said to Fei Yingli who was working, but now Fei Yingli has no intention of working at all. It's all influenced by you. Fei Yingli rolled her eyes at Yuchizi and said. Hey, Yingri, it's a bit too much for you to say that now. It's obviously because you can't concentrate, see yourself. The king is going to blame me. If you do this, I will break up with you. Yukiko snorted softly, and then said to Fei Yingri. You said it's not once or twice that you broke up with me, and I haven't seen you ever break up with me. Fei Yingli said. Now Yukiko uses this to threaten concubine Eri. It's no longer useful. You should be worried now, Yingri. After all, after Shaolin and Chen went out together, they haven't come back, and no information has been sent back. Yukiko walked over to Fei Yingri with coffee, put down the coffee, and then smiled. No, what am I worried about? Fei Yingli shook his head expressionlessly. Then he picked up the coffee on the table and sipped it down. Hey, this is my coffee, not for you. Yukiko said dissatisfiedly. In my house, everything is mine, and you still talk about your coffee. Fei Yingli glanced at Yukiko, then calmly said. Forget it. I don't care about you so much. Sure enough, you are still worried about Yingri. Are you worried about Shaolin's problems, or are you worried about your own problems? Yukiko asked concubine Yingri expectantly. I'm not worried about anything. If there is anything, it's what I want to see. Also, I'm going to work now, if you're okay. Just stay away from me. Do you want to? The so-called work is because you are upset and want to use work to numb yourself, right? Yukiko cut lightly, and Fei Yingri heard Yukiko's words. The pupils shrank slightly, then it returned to normal. It seems that I was say it. Sure enough, my name Detective Yukiko is the strongest detective. Yukiko jumped up and said with her fist clenched. Fei Yingli wanted to drive Yukiko away in embarrassment. It's really ruthless. I'm still your good friend. Is that how you treat me? I'm very sad now, unless you comfort me well. Yukiko wiped her tears and said. Fei Yingli looked at Yukiko blankly. The tears were real, but the sadness was definitely fake. After all, Yukiko used to be a big star and she was definitely the best at acting. Fei Yingli had already been deceived. It has been several times, so now I will definitely not be deceived by Yukiko. From now on, you are not my good friend, can you go now? Fei Yingli asked Yuchizi. I didn't expect Fei Yingli, you really are it's so ruthless, some of the plans that I thought of, I have to tell you, let's help you. Now it seems that it's okay, after all, you don't take me as a friend anymore. After speaking, Yukiko walked towards the door, and when she got to the door, she quietly turned her head and glanced at Fei Yingli. She thought that Fei Yingli would keep her immediately, but she still underestimated Fei Yingli. No lift. Chapter 1080. Probably because of the thick skin, aren't you going to leave? Why are you back? Fei Yingri raised her head and stared at Yukiko who suddenly returned. Asked Yukiko. HMPH, Yingri, do you really want me to go? Are you so ruthless? Yukiko asked in dissatisfaction after snorting lightly. That's right, your presence here will only affect my work. Fei Yingli said without raising her head. With Yukiko here, it will only affect her work, and Fei Yingri feels annoyed. I wish there were Shizi now and hurry up. Does it really affect you? I think it is you who affect yourself. Yuchizi pouted and said. That's right, in Yuchizi's opinion, it was concubine Yingri who was influencing her. But no one else was influencing her. Someone is here. Chen and Shaolin should be back. Yuchizi immediately ran to the door of the room, looked out through the cat's eye, and opened the door immediately. And Fei Yingli also put down her work. Then she came over. Of course, it was Chen and Shaolin who were outside the door. Although Shaolin was very shy, at the beginning, I decided not to come back, but later Shaolin decided to come back. Mom, Yushi, sister, I am back. Shaolin lowered her head and raised her head a little embarrassedly. Fei Yingli and Yuchizi looked at Shaolin strangely. Then they glanced at Chen, of course they both saw it. Okay, Chen, I think you are now there should be a way to explain it to Yingri one by one. I don't feel it. After Yuchizi got close to Chen, she whispered to Chen. Chen heard the words and looked at Fei Yingli. At the same time, Fei Yingli also looked at Chen, but Fei Yingli's eyes were very bad. Maybe if you really don't give him if Fei Yingli explained it, Fei Yingli will really make his death feel rhythmic. But what should I say? Chen doesn't know, so let's help Yukiko. After all, if you let Yukiko help, it's easier to fool but the premise is that Yuchizi speaks for him. Chen whispered to Yuchizi. Let me help. Yukiko glanced at Chen in surprise, then shook her head directly. I don't want it anymore. I don't think it's possible to go into politics. Yuzi glanced at Fei Yingli. Then he shook his head to Chen. Let's talk about it. I don't have any benefit, so why should I help you? I didn't hit you. It's already good. Ying Liren said with a blank face. Isn't she jealous in her heart? No, even Yukiko has something in her heart. The sour, okay what? Yuan shrugged helplessly, and then walked into the room first. Xiaolan sat shyly on the sofa, looked up at Zhao Hao, saw Fei Yingli staring at her, and didn't dare to look up. Could it be that she was seen? Has this been discovered? Just thinking of this, Xiaolan's head burst out involuntarily steam. No, it is too harmful. Xiaolan, why didn't you return to Fei Yingli to gently lift her glasses yesterday, and then pretended not to care and asked? In fact, Fei Yingli was very concerned about it. That, Xiaolan didn't know how to answer this question. She turned her head and looked at Chen. Yingri, Xiaolan was with me yesterday. Oh, then what did you and Xiaolan do yesterday? Ru Yingri's eyes were sharp and her body was full of aura, which made people dare not be small. If I say nothing and do nothing, Yingri, would you believe it? Chen asked Fei Yingli. When Fei Yingli heard the words, she turned to Byakugan. If she didn't do anything, wouldn't she be regarded as a fool? I'm not that easy to fool, and I'm not a fool. Fei Yingli looked at Chen and said to Chen. Actually, Yingri, you've seen it now, haven't you? Chen said with a slight smile. In fact, Chen's heart was not so nervous. As for why he wasn't so nervous, it was probably because of his thick skin. You actually dare to say it. Fei Yingli looked at Chen angrily and said. Seeing Fei Yingli's expression, Chen knew that things weren't that serious. Looking at Xiaolan Fei Yingli's eyes gradually became complicated. Lai said softly, Mom, I really like Chen, so you don't have to say it, I can tell. Fei Yingli reached out and touched Xiaolan's head. Chen, you have to treat Xiaolan well in the future. If Xiaolan suffers any grievances, I will never forgive you lightly. Fei Yingli said to Chen seriously what Xiaolan said, and I myself would not forgive you. Forgive my own, Chen said to Fei Yingli with a serious expression. If that's the case, I'm relieved. Fei Yingli lowered her head slightly, a look of gloom flashed in her eyes. Yukiko has been paying attention to Fei Yingli. Of course, she saw the change in Fei Yingli's expression, and Yukiko also understood why Fei Yingli showed such an expression. And Light looked at Chen. He glanced at Chen and cast a Byakugan at Chen, but because Chen's eyes were not on Yukiko, he didn't see it. Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief and then felt relieved. In fact, what Xiaolan was most afraid of was her mother. It's good that her mother didn't object to work, which also made Xiaolan relax and say, I am hungry. Now waiting for Xiaolan to cook. Yukiko said to Xiaolan, it's getting late. Yukiko's stomach is really hungry, but neither she nor Fei Yingri is the kind of cooking expert. Both Fei Yingri and Yukiko are both master chefs of the dark. I was going to order some takeaways, but now Xiaolan is back. Kiko has eyes. Now that Xiaolan is not convenient, you let Xiaolan cook, which is a bit too much. Chen said to Yuchizi that seeing Chen hurt Xiaolan so little, Yuchizi felt a little jealous in her heart. She was jealous at first, but now she is even more jealous. If the cooked food makes me dissatisfied, I won't let you go easily. Yuchizi said to Chen in revenge. No, let me do it. Chen don't have to worry about me, I'm actually fine. Xiaolan said to Chen. No, Xiaolan, you should rest well. It seems that it's time for me to show off. It's not that Chen, who doesn't know how to cook, stands up with confidence in his eyes. After all, cooking is also important to Chen. It's not that difficult again. Naruto God Level System, Chapter 1081-1100. Chapter 1082. You should have called my teacher to ask, what do you see me doing? Chen couldn't help but ask Xiao Ai, who was staring at him with the moonlight. Have you smelled it? There is a fragrance on your body. Xiao Ai stared at Chen and said. Fragrance. Chen Wenyan first sniffed on his own body, and then really found the fragrance, and Chen was very familiar with it. This is Xiaolan's fragrance. Cough. I didn't expect Xiao Ai to have such a sensitive nose. Chen said after coughing twice. I have to say that Xiao Ai's nose is really sensitive, and she can smell such a faint fragrance. Is it Xiaolan's? Xiao Ai looked at Chen and asked. Looking at Xiao-ai, looking at her eyes, Chen was embarrassed to deceive Xiao-ai and nodded directly to Xiao-ai. I knew, Xiao-ai stood up with a cold snort, then glared at Chen, then turned and left. Chen touched his nose, and then saw Yuhizi suddenly sitting beside him, and said to him, I know it all, Yuchizi has already told me everything just now. What did Yuhizi tell you? He glanced at the place where Yuchizi was, but found that Yuchizi was no longer there and had gone back to rest. 29 I said everything. Do you think I'll believe you? I guess Yukiko didn't tell you anything. Otherwise, you wouldn't come to me. Chen Hehe smiled and said, how did you know? Yuhiko asked depressedly. Because I know you too well, I can tell just by looking at it. I can't help it. I know you too well. Chen threw his hands towards Yuhizi and stood up. Chen, where are you going? Tell me, let's talk. Is there really something you can't say? Yuhiko, maybe you've been with Sonoko for a long time, and you've become more and more 8 trigrams. What do you know so much? Chen waved his hand to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Then he returned to his room. Does it take more time? Guess it. Belmod said, looking at the little Izumi Yuhiko. Can you guess? Yuhiko looked up at Belmod. Now just look at Xiao-ai's face. You can know the real situation now. Belmod gestured to Yuhizi and asked Yuhizi to take a look at Xiao-ai. Yuhizi couldn't help looking at Xiao-ai, only to see Xiao-ai's cold face, the appearance of being close to other people. Yuhizi couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. What are you looking at? Xiao glared at Yuhiko. It seems true. Yuhiko nodded involuntarily, then turned away the moonlight. I don't want to stimulate Xiao-ai anymore. The next morning, it was time to go to school again. Chen got up early. After breakfast, Chen is going to send Xiao-ai to school. You don't need to send it. Xiao-ai said to Chen indifferently. Her tone seemed a little indifferent. Well, not really, just a little indifferent, with a cold tone. As if there was no emotion at all. Tisk tisk, Xiao-ai is still angry. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko smiled and looked at Chen. Looking at Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's smiling face, Chen suddenly had the urge to beat her. Don't speak for help at this time. Still watching jokes. All right. In fact, Yuhizi was also a little angry in his heart, to be precise, jealous. So don't say help Chen. It's good to not teach Chen a lesson. Xiao-ai walked towards the school with a cold face. Chen looked at Xiao-ai's back, and finally followed. She walked up and took Xiao-ai's hand, smiled slightly at Xiao-ai, and said, let's go. I don't worry about you going to school by yourself. HMPH, do you treat me as a child? Xiao-ai snorted coldly, but after the cold hum, Xiao-ai's expression is much better. It's not as cold as before. I just don't want Chen to see it, so I try my best to show that I'm very unhappy. To be precise, Tsunere. No way. Xiao-ai has always been like this. Tsunere. Send Xiao-ai to the school, and then Chen and Yuhizi walked towards the school. By the way, it seems that Judy hasn't come in the last few days. Chen suddenly thought that Judy didn't seem to go to his house to learn ninjutsu recently. Why not? That's because you are often away from home these days, so I think Judy didn't go there. In fact, Judy and Ten are here. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen. Oh right, Elle shouldn't be called Teacher Judy now, Judy should call me teacher now. Little Izumi Yuhiko said proudly. Did you teach her magic? Chen asked curiously. No, she and I asked for ninjutsu, so I am now her teacher. Little Izumi Yuhiko said. You are each other's teachers, so if you say that, you should call me teacher. Chen looked at Yuhiko and said. Don't forget your ninjutsu or something. I taught it all, so it shouldn't be too much to call me teacher. Well, it's not too much, but do you think I'll call you teacher? Little Izumi Yuhiko glanced at Chen, then turned her head away. I don't care about Chen at all. Ah, you're going too far. Chen shrugged and said involuntarily, hurry up or you will be late. Yuhizi didn't want to talk about this with Chen, and directly pulled Chen to run faster. I don't think you are someone who cares about being late. No, you're wrong, I am very concerned. Of course, now I want to see you and Shaolin meet 407 in school. Will it be embarrassing? Yuhiko smiled slightly, and then said with a black belly. Awkward. This is not at all, just like the two of us, there is no embarrassment. Chen looked at Yuhizi, and there was no embarrassment between him and Yuhizi. Of course you don't feel anything because of your thick skin, but Shaolin is different. I want to see what Shaolin will be like. Reaction. Yuhizi said with some concern. Then Yuhizi didn't wait for Chen. He ran straight ahead, completely leaving Chen behind. Yuhizi, you just said that I have a thick skin and you want to run, how can it be so easy? Give me a stop and obediently admit my mistake, maybe I can let you go, otherwise don't blame my subordinates for being merciless. Chen shouted to Yuhizi. Hee, you can catch up with me first. Yuhizi disappeared instantly. Chen looked at Yuhizi's disappearing figure, smiled slightly, and then the figure disappeared. The next moment Yuhizi was captured by Chen. It was very embarrassing for Yuhiko who was caught. Yuhiko, don't you think naively that you can run away in my hands? If you really have such an idea, I think you should throw away this unrealistic idea. Chen said to Yuhizi. Yuhizi looked depressed. Sure enough, no matter how serious she practiced, she still couldn't compare to Chen, and she was caught directly. Chapter 1083. Shaolin's secret to becoming beautiful. Now tell me what to do. Chen walked towards the school while holding Yuhiko. Cough, Chen, can you let me go first? Being held by you like this makes me feel very unimpressive. Yuhiko said to Chen after coughing twice. Yo, it turns out that you are also concerned about the image, Yuhiko. Chen said teasingly, looking at Yuhiko. Of course, how could I not care? I am also very concerned about this issue. Yuhiko nodded immediately and said. She looks suffocated now. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to let other people see it? You must know that she is a relatively cold and arrogant character in school. If it is broken by Chen, I will feel ashamed if I want to be a little Izumi Yuhiko. It's okay to let you go. Chen said and let go of Yuhizi, but Chen didn't say anything. Chen, do you have to be polite? So don't have the same knowledge as me. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen after struggling for a while. Don't have the same knowledge as you. I am sorry, this is impossible. I'm thinking about how to teach you a lesson now. Chen squeezed his fingers. Of course, this was actually just to scare the little Izumi Yuhiko, and the little boy Izumi Yuhiko also knows. Knowing that Chen doesn't really do anything. It is precisely because she knows that now little Izumi Yuhiko is not afraid of Tatsu's threatening intentions. Remember to promise me one by one condition. I'll let you go this time. Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Conditions? What conditions? Yuhizi asked Chen. If it was an excessive condition, then Yuhizi would never agree. Don't worry, don't you know me? I will never say anything too much. After all, I'm not that kind of person. Chen patted Yuhiko on the shoulder and said to Yuhiko. Yuhiko couldn't help but pouted, although Chen said so, but in Yuhiko's eyes, it didn't seem to be convincing. Why are you looking at me with such suspicious eyes? I feel like you don't believe me. Of course, if it is the condition you put forward, it must be too much. Anyway, if it is too much, I will never agree. Yuhiko said to Chen first. Okay. Chen nodded and agreed simply, as if he was not going to embarrass Yuhiko, which made Yuhiko look at Chen in surprise. I didn't expect you to agree so easily, I thought it was a dream. Yuhizi himself did not expect that Chen would agree so easily. Chen glanced at Yuhiko. In my heart, I am thinking about what method to use to rectify the Yuhizi under L4. It didn't take long before he came to the school. After Chen and Yuhizi arrived in the class, Chen saw Shaolin sitting on the chair at a glance, besides Shaolin, Yuanzi, and Yi and the others. At this time, Yuanzi and Yi were surrounding Shaolin, while Shaolin was lying on the table. Her face seemed to be Yuhi, she must be hurting something. Yi, didn't you go home? Chen looked at Yi and said rather strangely that Yi had followed him to Chen's house to stay temporarily, but after staying for one night. Yi went home. I didn't expect to see Yi early in the morning when the school started today. Chen thought that even if Yi came back, he would have to wait until the afternoon, because I came back yesterday. Yesterday. It was Shaolin's mother who lived in Shaolin. Home. He raised his head and said to Chen. Then what are you doing around Shaolin? Chen asked the two of them if someone who didn't know came in. I'm afraid they will think that the two of them are bullying Shaolin. Of course Shaolin has become beautiful. I want to ask what is the secret of Shaolin's beauty? Sonoko said with bright eyes. Yeah, I've been curious since yesterday, but unfortunately Shaolin didn't tell me no matter what. He pouted. Do you really want to know? If you, Chen, you mustn't say it. Shaolin stood up and immediately said anxiously to Chen. Of course, Shaolin herself has changed so much. Also no Akatsuki. It's just that Shaolin didn't want Yuanzi, Kazuya and the others to know. Since Shaolin doesn't want me to say, then forget it, I won't say it. Chen said at Shaolin with a slight smile. In fact, Chen didn't plan to say anything at all. Just to tease Shaolin just now. Yuhizi, who was following behind Chen, couldn't help but pouted. In fact, he was very much in his heart. This is actually normal, and it is not normal to not be jealous. Chen, it seems you know, can you tell us? Sonoko asked Chen with a smile on his face. He also came to Chen's side, and looked at Chen with expectant eyes. And at this time, Xiaolan, too, couldn't care less about being shy, and looked at Chen likewise, of course. Shaolin is different from Yuanzi and Yi, and Shaolin is afraid of Chen's words. Of course I can't tell your secrets, so you just give up. Don't keep asking. Just kidding, of course Chen wouldn't say it. After all, Shaolin's emotions must be considered. After all, Shaolin is very easy to harm. Really don't say it. You see we have already asked. Are you embarrassed to say nothing? Sonoko said unwillingly. Yeah, I also want to be as beautiful as Shaolin. He said to Shang Chen. After he finished talking, Shaolan and Yuhizi stared directly at He, and He was a little confused. So, did she say something wrong just now? Probably not. What's wrong? He asked Shaolin and Yuhizi suspiciously. It's nothing. Shaolin lowered her head directly, and at the same time secretly glanced at Yuhizi, seeing Yuhizi's appearance, as if Yuhizi knew. Okay, the class is about to start. You guys have paid the money, hurry up and return to your own position. Chen said immediately, and at this moment, the class bell rang suddenly. Yi and Sonoko could only reluctantly return to their seats. But the garden did not give up. But she plans to continue to ask after class, if she doesn't come out in time anyway. Sonoko will never give up. Just then Judy, an English teacher, came in. Judy Moonlight glanced at Chen's position. Chen was a little unclear, so Judy looked at him just now. There seemed to be some meaning. What happened? Forget it. Chen didn't think about it. Wait after class. Ask Judy to understand. Why are you still guessing here? How boring. And Chen is not a person who likes to guess puzzles. Turning his head, he glanced at the location where Hattori Heiji was, but Hattori Heiji did not come. Is it not coming anymore? Chapter 1084. The truth is just as you think. Chen was thinking about Hattori Heiji not coming when the door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open, and then Hattori Heiji hurried in from the outside. Sorry teacher, I'm late. Hattori Heiji saw that Mr. Judy was already standing on the stage. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, It's all Conan's fault. If it wasn't because of Conan, he wouldn't be late. Hattori-san, forget it this time. I don't hope there is a next time. Otherwise, I don't mind going to your head teacher to react. Judy glanced at Hattori Heiji lightly. Then let him in. Hattori Heiji after he came in. And Guang first glanced at Chen, and then at Shaolin. He opened his mouth, and Hattori Heiji was about to say something. At this time, Judy spoke up. Hatobe-san, are you still going back to your seat? Do you want to stand here and listen to the class? All the classmates looked over. Hattori Heiji was embarrassed, and then immediately he ran to his seat. But after getting to his seat, Hattori Heiji stared straight at Tatsuya. During the few days of vacation, Hattori Heiji and Conan went crazy looking for Hyuga Tatsuya. But they just couldn't find Hyuga Tatsuya. This guy. I didn't find Shaolin either. Conan is going to shut himself up because of this, and he was late to persuade Conan H. Chen glanced back, 977 then thought, moved, and the chair that Hattori was sitting on snapped. It broke with a bang. Then the whole person fell to the ground. Chen didn't like people staring at him. Especially this person was still a man, so I gave this guy a little warning to Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji was thrown hard. The most important thing is the strange eyes of the classmates in the class made Hattori Heiji a little annoyed, and he glared at Hyuga Chen fiercely. Of course, this was not because Hattori Heiji noticed that Chen had something to do with him, but Hattori Heiji felt unhappy, so he glared. After China got up, Hattori Heiji could only stand and listen to the class first. As for the chair, he had to wait until the class was over before trying to figure out a way. It was a bit tortuous for Hattori Heiji, and he finally looked forward to the end of the class. Then Hattori Heiji left immediately. Classroom. But after the class, it was a bit tortuous for Chen. I saw Sonoko's eyes were shining brightly at Chen, just looked at him like this. Let Chen not know what to say. Sonoko, what do you think? What are you doing? Chen didn't understand, and asked Sonoko. You haven't said anything about the past. I feel a little strange between you and Shaolin suddenly. Sonoko Kieguang looked between Chen and Shaolin. I have to say that Sonoko's eyes are very sharp, so I can find out something. It seems that Sonoko is also suitable for being a detective. Wouldn't be a detective. Too lazy to talk to you. Chen was lying directly on the table. No matter what Yuanzi was forced to do, Chen would not answer directly. Yuanzi was full of anger. As for asking Shaolin, Sonoko has passed it before, but ask anyway. Shaolin didn't tell herself why she had changed so much. I think I understand. Hii Zaichen and Shaolin glanced at each other, then lowered his head and said in a low voice. Hii, you understand 3 inches. Sonoko looked at Hii with a blank expression. Sonoko, I think it's better not to tell you. Hii looked at Sonoko. Although I understand what happened. But he still didn't want to tell the garden. Because of such a thing, I'm embarrassed to tell Yuanzi, and I have to take care of Shaolin's emotions. Do you really know Hai? Shaolin asked Hai embarrassedly. He stared at Shaolin. Nod lightly. Shaolin's change was so obvious. Hiejia also guessed what he knew about, some knowledge. Don't worry Shaolin, I won't talk nonsense. He looked at Shaolin's embarrassed appearance and said to Shaolin. Shaolan nodded and didn't say anything, but Shaolan still quietly instructed Hii not to let Yuanzi know. Because Sonoko couldn't keep a secret at all, if she knew it, it wouldn't take much, and the whole school would know about it. Shaolin didn't want to see such a situation happen. I know. Hii nodded towards Shaolin. After all, he and Yuanzi have known each other for a long time. Kazuya also knew Yuanzi very well. What are you two whispering about? Sonoko looked at them with some dissatisfaction. I don't know what they are whispering. She couldn't hear either, but it was clearly behind her back. It made the garden's heart uncomfortable. Even after seeing Sonoko's dissatisfaction. Kazuo didn't tell Sonoko either. So Yuanzi waited until school with curiosity. Shaolan, I want Xiaoai on the way. Chen waved at Shaolan and said. Shaolin nodded. In fact, with Shaolin's skill, that terrifying karate would definitely not encounter any danger. What's more, Shaolin is still with Hii. Hii's fighting power is also quite strong. If you really encounter bad people, you should worry about bad people too. Chen and Yuhizi went to Deaton Elementary School together and came to the gate of Deaton Elementary School. She found that there was not only Xiaoai herself, but another person waiting here, then Conan, who had eyes on Yuhi. He wants to find you. After seeing Chen coming, Xiaoai pointed at Conan and said lightly, Hyuga Chen, that day you brought where did Shaolin go? Conan asked Chen angrily. Xiaoai glanced at Chen, and then snorted coldly. Sure enough, her guess was correct. Chen really had something to do with Shaolan. Xiaoai felt very unhappy in her heart, if she could. Xiaoai has the thought of carrying Chen equals ton viciously. So you were asking this. I'm sorry, but I don't seem to be able to answer. Chen looked at Conan and said with a smile. Bastard, tell me. Conan looked like he was going to eat Chen. Well, since you really want to know, it doesn't matter. The facts are the same as what you think, so now what you think in your heart is what it is. His face was ashen, and he felt that his head was a little green. I almost fainted. Sometimes if you know the truth, maybe it's better not to know. After Chen finished speaking, he didn't have the intention to chat with Conan. Shall I go? Chen walked to Xiao Ai's side, took Xiao Ai's hand and said. Yeah. Xiao Ai nodded, but when Chen came over, she kicked Chen to express her dissatisfaction. Looking at Xiao Ai's appearance, Chen's face couldn't help but show, white helpless, of course, but also a little proud, because Chen knew the reason why Xiao Ai was angry. It's a little pitiful. Yuhiko gave Conan a sympathetic look, then quickly followed Chen. Chapter 1085. The conversation between Dr. Akasa and Yusaka Kudo. Conan looked at Chen's back, biting Kiba angrily, with extreme unwillingness in his heart. He didn't expect this to happen. His fists gradually clenched. Conan wanted to go to Hyuga Chen desperately. But before Conan started, someone suddenly blocked Conan. Of course, this person was Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji had already returned to Dr. Akasa's house, but after seeing that Conan had not returned, he immediately rushed to the school to take a look. Conan, don't. Shut up and get out of the way. Conan broke free from Hattori Heiji, who was pulling him, then rushed towards Chen, and then kicked at Chen. Chen turned around, and just as he was about to shoot, Conan was directly knocked out. Chen's eyes couldn't help looking at Yuhizi. Yuhiko shot just now, and directly beat K-Nan out. Would you like to thank me? Yuhiko blinked at Chen, and asked Chen, I need to thank you for such a trivial matter. Chen couldn't help but pouted. HMPH. Yuhiko snorted, a little dissatisfied in his heart. Conan, are you okay? Hattori Heiji immediately ran over and asked Conan, while looking at little Izumi Yuhiko angrily. I didn't expect this woman to be so ruthless. Conan glanced at Hattori Heiji with difficulty, and then the whole person fainted. At this time, Hattori Heiji couldn't care about anything else. He immediately picked up Conan and ran towards the hospital, too late to trouble Hyuga Chen and the others. The key is that Heiji Hattori also understands. He didn't have the ability to trouble Hyuga Chen at all, and it was not easy to have to convince Heiji to see through it. Probably because he has learned a lot in the past, he has become smarter. Let's go back. Chen didn't do anything else. As for what Conan would do in the future, this Chen didn't care at all. Anyway, Amir Conan is not capable of causing any trouble to himself, and even if he counts Conan's father, Kudo Yusaka, he cannot cause him any trouble. Chen and the others went home, but Conan went to the hospital. Hattori Heiji called Dr. Akasa immediately after taking Conan to the hospital. Akasa Hiroden is not good. Conan is in the hospital now, come and have a look. Hattori Heiji immediately reported to Dr. Akasa. Hearing this, he immediately asked Hattori Heiji anxiously. Conan was injured. The doctor said it was very serious, and he couldn't explain it on the phone at all. Come and have a look. Hattori Heiji couldn't say a word or two, so he thought it was better for Dr. Akasa to come over and talk about it. And he had to ask Akasa Hiroshima to come over. The reason is very simple. Because Hattori Hiron has no money in his hands. After all, Hattori Hirano is just a high school student. Although he worked part-time as detective too before, he didn't know the importance of money, so he didn't collect money, so now he doesn't have much money at all. Okay, I get it, I'll go right there. Ali Boshi did not continue any longer. Prepare to wait and see for yourself. Soon Dr. Ali came to the hospital, and Conan was still in a coma. Are you the parent of this kid? I'm his attending physician. A doctor looked at Akasa Hiroden and said, yes, I'm Conan's guardian. Hiro Akasa nodded 10 times. He seems to have been hit by a heavy object, and his injuries are not minor, but there is no danger now. However, I hope you can settle the medical expenses. Akasa nodded 10 times, and after sending the medical cow away, he looked at Hattori Heiji. Heiji, what's going on? Dr. Aga pointed to Conan who was lying down, and then asked Hattori Heiji, but he wanted to see Conan personally. But Conan is in a coma right now. It has something to do with Hyuga Chen. Hattori Heiji said with an ugly face. To be precise, it was not just Hyuga-chen, but also little Izumi Yuhiko. Hattori Heiji did not expect that little Izumi Yuhiko, that woman, was so powerful. Dr. Agasa frowned, and then sighed. Alas. After that, Hiroto Akasa didn't say anything more to Heiji Hattori, but sat aside and waited for Conan to wake up. However, Dr. Akasa was thinking in his heart, should he make a phone call and inform Yasaka? Otherwise, it won't work like this. Dr. Aga can understand that he can't fight against Hyuga-chen with Conan's ability. If Conan continues like this, it is estimated that his life will be over. So let's inform Kudo Yu. Let's do it. Heiji, look at Conan first. He will inform me when he wakes up. I have something to go out. Akasa Hiroshi said to Hattori Heiji, and then walked outside. After walking outside the ward, Akasa Hiroshi hesitated again. After all, Conan had told him before, and he was determined not to tell his father. Alas, Shinichi blames me. Then talk about it later. Dr. Akasa finally made up his mind and had to tell Yasaka Kudo. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Yasaka Kudo. Although Yasaka Kudo has not been back for an unknown time, Hiroten Akasa still owns Yasaka Kudo. Sukuru's contact information. After a long time, the phone was connected. Akasa Hiroshi, I didn't expect you to call me. Could it be that something happened to Shinichi? Kudo Yasaka asked. The doctor was speechless. As expected, it was Yasaka Kudo. I guessed it as soon as I guessed. Yuzuku, you're right. Something happened to my son Shinichi. Akasa Hiroshi said immediately. Yasaka Kudo on the other side of the phone shook his hands, and then asked, what happened? Is it serious? Shinichi offended a mysterious organization and was fed a poison. Now from high school students to elementary school students. Your son is getting smaller. Hearing this, Yasaka Kudo's expression became serious and offended a mysterious organization. Suddenly, Yasaka Kudo already had some guesses in his heart. Also, Shinichi is now in the hospital and is seriously injured. You'd better come back and see. One look. Dr. Ali said again. I know Ali Botu. I will go back immediately, but now I need Dr. Ali to take care of you first. 2 new ones. When I heard that Kudo Shinichi was hospitalized, Kudo Yasaka couldn't sit still, and immediately prepared to come back to see what happened to Shinichi now. Okay, hurry up and come back. In fact, Shinichi told me not to. I told you. Now that I tell you, I don't know if he will be angry. Dr. Ali has some headaches, and Conan is angry by then, which is also a troublesome ministry. Chapter 1086. After Kudo Yasaka and Conan hung up the phone, Akasa Hiroto returned to the ward. After returning, Conan had already woken up. Conan, how are you feeling? Dr. Ali looked at Conan and asked Conan. I'm fine, Dr. Ali, you are here too. Conan shook his head and said although Conan said it was okay, Dr. Ali clearly saw that Conan was not in high interest now, so he didn't say the original question. A few days later, Conan came out of the hospital. And Yasaka Kudo also came. Go back to Agasa Hakudo's house. Conan was shocked when he saw Yasaka Kudo. Although the clever Conan immediately figured it out, and the light looked towards Akasa Hakudo. Ali Botu, does it have anything to do with you? Conan Chaoguang stared at Ali Botu, asked Dr. 050, Kasa, and asked Ali Botu with an embarrassed smile. He originally wanted Yasaka to help. He concealed it for a while, but he didn't expect Conan. Shinichi, I didn't expect such a big thing to happen, and you didn't tell me. Kudo Yasaka put his hand on Conan's head. Speak up. Conan's expression froze slightly, and he raised his head to look at his father, Kudo Yasaka. After seeing that there was no anger on Kudo Yasaka's face, Conan was relieved. I think I can solve it myself. Conan said to Kudo Yasaka. He didn't tell Kudo Yasaka about this. It was not that he didn't believe in Conan, but he thought he could solve the trick. Conan felt that he was not too small. No need, parents are here to worry. Okay, I won't ask. Tell me what you know about that organization. Yasaka Kudo also knows his son very well. So I won't talk about it. The key is that Yasaka Kudo wants to know that his son Kudo Shin encountered Is it the organization he guessed? For that organization I don't know much about the information. I only know that the people they organize seem to use the wine name as a code name. Conan told Kudo Yasaka some of the information he had learned. Yasaka Kudo's eyes were slightly bright when he heard the words, as he guessed, which organization really did it. Shinichi, listen to me, don't investigate this organization. I will find a way. Kudo Yasaka said to Conan seriously. Dad, do you know information about this organization? Conan immediately asked Kudo Yasaka. Although Conan has a high emotional intelligence at some point, he is very observant, even if Kudo Yasaka just shows a trace of wrong. Conan noticed it too. I do know something. This organization is still something you can solve. Listen to me, don't get involved in this matter. One Oga Kudo Yasaka's expression was very serious, and he was not so serious in normal times. Kudo Yasaka didn't want Conan to continue to participate in it, but Kudo Yasaka said so and wanted Conan to give up. That was simply impossible. If Conan gave up so easily, he wouldn't be him. I have to investigate. I have to change back. Conan clenched his fists and bit Kiba and said, if he hadn't turned into an elementary school student, Shaolin wouldn't be with Hyuga-chan now. Anyway, Conan hates it. The group of people who hate the black organization, and the bastard who hates Hyuga-chan. And he desperately wants to change back to the former Kudo-shin. Not the current Edogawa Conan. I can help you with this, so don't interfere. It's good that you can survive now, so don't take the initiative to send it to the door. Yasaka Kudo is very aware of the style of that organization, and now that Shinichi is still alive, he can learn from those people. It is a miracle that he escaped his life in his hands. At this time, if he went to the door again, he would be stupid. He didn't want Shinra to be sent to the door by himself. You don't understand, you don't know anything. Understand, I have to get the antidote and change it back. Must. After Conan finished speaking, he walked directly to the room where he lived, and slammed the door shut. Why did you suddenly lose your temper? This, I probably know some reasons. Akasa Hiroju said. What's the reason, Akasa Hiroshi? After hearing Akasa Hiroju's words, Kudo Yasaka hurriedly asked Akasa Hiroju, maybe it's because of Hyuga-chan, I don't know the specifics. Well, let me tell you, I don't know much. You can ask Pingji. Akasa Hiroju looked at Hattori Heiji who was standing beside him, as if he had lost his presence. Said to Yasaka Kudo. Kudo Yasaka's eyes turned to Hattori Heiji. Regarding the identity of Hattori Heiji, Yasaka Kudo actually knows Akatsuki a little bit. Are you Hattori Heijira's son? Kudo Yasaka asked Hattori Heiji. Uncle Yasaka knows my father. Hattori Heiji looked at Kudo Yasaka in surprise. I know, but I can't say how familiar I am. Of course, Kudo Yasaka knew Hattori Hazang, and he had met, of course. The relationship can't be said to be good, it can only be said to be average. I want to ask, about Shinichi. What happened to him? If it wasn't for something big, Shinichi would never have lost his mind so much, so something must have happened. Hearing Kudo Yasaka's question, Hattori Heiji hesitated in his heart whether to talk to him or not. Uncle Yasaka, it's better for you to ask the new, it's not convenient for me to say. Hattori Heiji finally didn't tell Kudo Yasaka because Hattori Heiji thought it was hard to say, and he didn't know how to say it. So even in the end it didn't say anything. About Shaolin, it's not convenient for him to say at all. It's better for Shinra to tell his father himself. If he said it without authorization, he probably wouldn't be able to make friends with Shin in the future. Since you didn't say it as intended, I won't force you either. Kudo Yasaka shook his head in disappointment. Then came to the door of Conan's room. Knocked on the door with his hand, ready to call Conan out and talk to him. In other words, the two of them, father and son, hadn't had a good conversation for a long time. Mainly because Kudo Yasaka is too busy with things, and Kudo-shin is not a person who likes to communicate with his parents. Shinichi, you open the door first. I have something to tell you. Kudo Yasaka knocked on the door for a while. Finally Conan opened it from the inside. And Guang stared at his father seriously. If you want to say something to stop it, then forget it. Don't say such a thing, Conan said to Kudo Yasaka. Although before, Conan will still listen to Kudo Yasaka. But not in this case alone. Chapter 1087. Environmental Protection. Father and Son. Kudo Yasaka looked at his son Kudo Shinichi and couldn't help sighing. He knew too much about his son and knew that he would definitely not give up investigating the information of the black organization now. Okay, I'm not stopping you anymore. I hope you think about the consequences when you do things. Don't act recklessly. Kudo Yasaka also knew, even trying to stop Kudo Shin, is useless. Impossible equals stare straight at him. So Yasaka Kudo didn't stop him. By the way, tell me what's going on with you now. As your father, I have the right to be concerned. Kudo Yasaka looked at Conan, waiting for his answer. Conan's face was slightly ugly, and then he said, don't ask if he can tell Kudo Yasaka, your son, I seem to be green. How can he say such a thing? It's because of that Hyuga-chen, right? Kudo Yasaka 29 continued to ask Conan. How did you know? Did Akasa Hiroto and the others tell you? Hearing that Yasaka Kudo actually knew. Immediately, Conan thought of Akasa Hiroshi and Hattori Heiji, and it was estimated that the two of them said it. Conan couldn't help biting Kiba. They didn't say anything to me. I'm coming to you now. What's going on? Can you tell me? Conan asked Kudo Yasaka, looking at Yasaka Kudo's serious face. It's better to tell me. Next, I know some information about that Hyuga-chen, he is not that simple. Kudo Yasaka said cautiously, have you investigated Hyuga-chen? Conan looked at Yasaka Kudo in surprise, but he didn't expect his father to investigate Hyuga-chen. But it's not right, what is his father investigating Hyuga-chen? Is it because of his mother? Thinking of Yukiko, Conan's expression suddenly stiffened, and he raised his head to look at his father. Something is not right. Since he has investigated Hyuga-chen, he probably should know, but looking at his father's calm expression, he doesn't seem to know. Conan opened his mouth and wanted to talk to Yasaka Kudo. But I don't know how to speak. Do you know that you are being cuckolded directly? New, what are you going to say? Yasaka Kudo asked Shinichi suspiciously. Dad, how much do you know about Hyuga-chen? Conan didn't ask directly, but asked side by side to see if his father knew. I don't know much. It's a long time ago that I know his information. I haven't investigated anything, and I don't know much about him now. Kudo Yasaka didn't hide anything. His opponent Hyuga-chen knew. He is really unknown, and even Hyuga-chen's origin has not been investigated. But precisely because of that, the more dangerous this Hyuga-chen is. The scary thing is not that any horrible information is investigated. It is that no information is investigated. Looking at his father, Conan was relieved, and it seemed that he really didn't know anything about his mother Yukiko Kudo. Just thinking of himself and his father, Conan couldn't help but flash a sadness in his eyes. He and his father seemed to be green. Environmental protection. Father and son. Kudo Yasaka frowned as he looked at Conan, feeling that something was wrong with his son. Dad, about Hyuga-chen, don't worry about it, I can solve it myself, I hope you don't interfere. Conan didn't want his father to interfere. Because Hyuga-chen doesn't know the details right now. Perhaps even more dangerous than the black organization. More importantly, Conan didn't want his father to know that he had been greened. I hope you promise me, don't worry about Hyuga-chen. Conan looked up at Kudo Yasaka seriously and said, okay, I promise you. Although Kudo Yasaka didn't know the reason, he didn't say anything in the end. Directly agreed to Conan. By the way, Yukiko has been back for a long time. Did she find you? Yasaka Kudo asked suddenly. I heard Yasaka Kudo mention Yukiko. Suddenly Conan's expression stiffened. I didn't expect Yasaka Kudo to ask this question. No. Conan shook his head at Kudo Yasaka, which was a fact. Yukiko did not look for him. Of course, even if Yukiko wanted to get him, he couldn't find him. After all, he was no longer Kudo Shin, but Conan. No. Then do you know where Yukiko is? Kudo Yasaka thought for a while, then asked Conan. No, I don't know. Conan shook his head immediately. However, Yasaka Kudo narrowed his eyes. Although he denied it, Yasaka Kudo could see that Conan was lying. It's so obvious after all. Yasaka Kudo knows Conan very well. Coupled with his already keen observation, of course he can see it. Why did Shinichi lie? Kudo Yasaka didn't know, but he didn't ask. Some things don't need to be asked at all, as long as he investigates it himself. The same goes for things including Hyuga-chen. Although Kazuichi said that he would not intervene, it is absolutely impossible for Kudo Yasaka to really not intervene, and he will still intervene in the end. Seeing that Yasaka Kudo didn't ask, Shinichi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't continue to ask, it would be fine. Shinichi really doesn't know how to answer a. After all, it's really hard to lie. Conan is not good at lying, and his flaws may be seen. In fact, the flaws have been seen. It's just that Conan doesn't know it himself. By the way, when are you going to leave? Conan looked at Yasaka Kudo, now thinking about when Yasaka Kudo should leave. Conan doesn't want Yasaka Ito to stay here, because the longer Yasaka Kudo stays here, the more he may know. Why, do you want me to leave now? Yasaka Kudo asked Conan, seeing what Conan meant. No, of course I want you to stay longer, Dad. However, Yasaka Kudo already knew what he was actually thinking when he said that. For Yasaka Kudo, it's still a little difficult to see through others, but I want to see through Conan's words. It's a simple thing. I don't plan to leave for the time being. I'm going to stay here for a while. Well, but I think you should go back, Dad. It's been very unsafe recently, and there was a murder not long ago. Incident. But when he mentioned this, Conan lowered his head. I still remember the night when the murderer was caught, Shaolin and Hyuga-chen. Conan lowered his head, and Yasaka Kudo looked at Conan suspiciously with some pain in his eyes. Shinichi is definitely hiding something from him. Chapter 1088. Kudo Yasaka, who is closed door, Akasa Hero Plus, I would like to ask you for a favor. Kudo Yasaka called Agasaka Hero Plus out, and talked to Akasa Hero by himself. Please help me. Yasaka, what do you think? What can I do for you? Please tell me. The two of us care so well. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Hiroshima Akasa assured that the relationship between A and Yasaka Kudo is indeed very good, as long as it's not that kind of negotiable. That kind of unfulfilled condition, Dr. Agsa will agree. Help me look good on Shin. You should understand Shinichi's character. Although he is mature in some things, he is sometimes impulsive, so I want to ask Agasa Hiroto to take a good look at Shinichi. Agasa Hiroto was stunned a moment. Even if Kudo Yasaka didn't say it, Akasa Hiroju would still be optimistic about Shinichi's words, which was indeed a bit embarrassing for him. After all, what kind of person Shin? He is. Dr. Ali, who watched him grow up since he was a child, knows all too well that L can't settle down at all. How can you value him unless you follow him without taking an inch? And even follow him without leaving an inch. It may not be able to be optimistic about the new equals one. I know that Shinichi's character is a bit difficult to handle, but it is for this reason that I will ask you, Akasa Hiroto. It is precisely because I know that Shinichi's character is rash. Kudo Yasaka wants to let Akasa Hiroshi can take a good look at the new equals sum. Okay, I will try my best to be optimistic about the new equals. Akasa Hiroshi finally nodded towards Kudo Yasaka and agreed. Thank you, Akasa Hiroshi. Kudo Yasaka smiled and thanked Dr. Akasa. Actually, you don't need to thank me. Watching Shin grow up. Of course I won't let him do anything dangerous. But I think Yasaka, you'd better get used to calling him Conan. Dr. Akasa said to Kudo Yasaka that the main purpose is not to reveal Conan's identity. After all, the less people know about Conan's identity, the safer Conan will be. I know, for a long time. Yasaka Kudo nodded. He will pay attention to this in the future. By the way, Hiroto Akatsuki, I want to know Akatsuki, some information about Hyuga-chen. Kudo Yasaka looked at Akasa Hiroto, ready to find out some news from Dr. Akasa's mouth. You want to know about Hyuga-chen? I actually don't know much about this. Dr. Agasa shook his head. It wasn't that Hiroto Akasa didn't want to talk to Yasaka Kudo, but Hirohito Akashi really didn't know too much. But Shin has suffered several losses in the hands of the other party, which is definitely very important. Dangerous, if you can help the new couple deal with him. Dr. Akasa thinks Yasaka's involvement is also good. Compared with Kudo Yasaka, Shin is obviously far worse. B.S. Has Shinichi suffered several losses? 9. Kudo's eyes flashed. Regarding the ability of Shin, although Kudo Yasaka thought it was still very immature, he was still able to recognize his ability. However, he still suffered a loss in this way, but I think that Hyuga-chen is not easy. By the way, Yasaka, the other party also knows that Konan's real identity is Shinji, and I heard Shinichi say it. He seems to have contact with that organization. I told Yasaka Kudo all this. Kudo Yasaka nodded. This was indeed a relatively important piece of information for him, and Kudo Yasaka also paid some attention to it. Next, it's time to meet Hyuga-chen. Kudo Yasaka was going to meet Hyuga-chen in person. Only by meeting in person can we get to know Hyuga-chen. How are you going to meet him? Akasa Hiroshi asked Kudo Yasaka. Isn't he right next to my house? Although it's across the road, it's barely a neighbor. I'll go visit. It's not too much. Yasaka Kudo was about to visit in person. Let Shinichi know. If Shin knows, he will definitely stop it. Agasa Hiroshi nodded, thinking that this is okay. But Yasaka, you'd better be careful. Akasa Hiroshi finally reminded Kudo Yasaka, lest Kudo Yasaka be in danger. Don't worry, I don't believe that if I go to visit, I will encounter danger. Kudo Yasaka smiled. If he went to visit, he would be in danger. That would be too much. Then when are you going to go? Akasa Hiroshi asked Kudo Yasaka. Of course it's the past, I'm going to go and see now. At the same time, Kudo Yasaka was curious about Hyuga Tatsuya. Afterwards, Yasaka Kudo left Agasa Hiroshi's house, first went home to have a look, and then walked towards Chen's house. When he came to Chen's door, he knocked on the door. What are you doing? I heard a voice from behind. Kudo Yasaka immediately turned to look, and saw the handsome man standing behind him at a glance. Second eye, who are you? I should ask you, right? You suddenly appeared at the door of someone else's house and looked like a ghost. Could it be some intention? Chen Tan glanced at him indifferently. Then said, Yasaka Kudo looked embarrassed. He was actually said to be sneaky. Did he really look sneaky just now? Hello, you are the owner of this place. My name is Kudo Yasaka, and I live next door. Kudo Yasaka reached out to Chen, wanting to shake hands with Chen to get acquainted. However, Chen K did not have the habit of shaking hands with men. Just a faint glance at Kudo Yu. In fact, Chen was quite surprised. I didn't expect Yasaka Kudo to come back. Could it be because Konan was injured? Before, Konan was injured by Izumi Yuhiko, maybe because of this reason, so Yasaka Kudo just came back. Although Chen is guessing, but the guess is completely correct. Oh, so what are you doing here? Chen nodded and asked Kudo Yasaka. Qian Haojiao_, I'm here to visit. Oh, then you don't need to visit, you can go. Chen directly issued an order to evict Kudo Yasaka. No, not an expulsion order. Kudo Yasaka didn't even enter the door, and Chen was about to drive him away. Rao as Kudo Yasaka's cultivation is not bad. But there was still some anger in my heart, and before I got in, I just ate a group of cents. Chen opened the door and walked in, with no intention of inviting Ito Yasaka in. Kudo Yasaka could only stand at the door with an ugly face. As for the ugly face of Kudo Yasaka, this has nothing to do with Chen K, and Chen K will not care about the thoughts in Kudo Yasaka's heart. Looking at Hyuga Chen who closed the door, Gung Yuzuo stood there for a while with an ugly face, then turned and left. To be honest, this was something he didn't expect, and he never expected to have a closed door here. It was very sad inside, I felt suffocated. The First Thousand Fog Chapter 89th. Xiao I wanted to be upset, I heard someone knocking on the door before. Who is it? Mingmei saw Chen walking in from outside. Shang Chen forced to ask. "It's Kudo Yasaka," Chen said after looking at Yukiko. "Yasaka Kudo, he's back." Yukiko asked in surprise. "Yukiko, I feel you are a little panicked right now." Belmod looked at Yukiko and said with a smile. "Panic? Why should I panic? Yasaka Kudo and I, didn't I already tell you, why should I panic?" Yukiko said after pouting towards Kainermod. But what did he suddenly come back for? Yukiko was a little strange. Could it be that something happened to Shinichi? I have to say that Yukiko's intuition is very keen. I really guessed it right. If it wasn't for the newness, Kudo Yasaka would never have come back. Who knows this? If you ask a room, he will know. Chikage Kuroha said to Yukiko. I don't ask, I don't even want to see him. Yukiko withdrew her mouth, and she didn't even want to see Yasaka Kudo. At this moment, little Izumi Yuhiko suddenly came to Chen's side. What's the matter? Chen asked little Izumi Yuhiko suspiciously. I want to ask, Kudo Yasaka will come back, should it have something to do with me? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. After all, she was the one who injured Konan. And Konan is Kudo Shin, too. So little it's not surprising that Izumi Yuhiko would be like this. I think it should be. Chen nodded lightly, although there is no 100% confirmation yet. But Chen thinks that it should be because of Kudo Shinichi's affairs that Kudo Yasaka came back. Yasaka Kudo knew that he was injured. Chen guessed that Kudo Shin, Ichi would not sue Kondo Yasaka. After all, if he said it, it would be revealed that he had become smaller. Of course, it's not very clear, and there is no need for him to guess these boring things. He just left. Didn't he trouble you? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen in confusion. No, it's probably for safety, so don't dare to trouble me. Chen shook his head gently, and then said. What are you asking about? I just want to know. I just don't know if Kudo Shinichi's father will come to trouble me. Probably not. I guess the most important target to be targeted will only be me, and even if Kudo Yasaka really finds you trouble, are you still afraid of the Lord Yasaka? Chen asked Yuhiko, with Yuhi do you still care about Yasaka Kudo's ability to make trouble? If Yasaka Kudo is really looking for trouble, it would be good not to be beaten to death. After all, with Yuhiko's character, if Kudo Yasaka really came to trouble little Izumi Yuhiko, Yuhiko would definitely make him suffer. After all, with Yuhiko's strength, it's not easy to deal with a Kudo Yasaka. Although Kudo Yasaka is smarter, but sometimes the brain is not as good as the fist. What are you two whispering about? Yukiko came over and asked Chen and Yuhiko. Their voices were low. Even after Arikiko became a ninja now, her hearing is stronger. But I still couldn't hear what Chen and Yuhiko were saying. Yuchizi, eavesdropping on other people's conversations. It's not a good habit. Chen turned his head and said to Yuchizi. I didn't eavesdrop, let's talk about it. Even if I want to eavesdrop, I have to be able to hear it. Yukiko pouted. She wanted to eavesdrop on what Yi Ershaken and Yuhiko were saying. But I couldn't hear it all, right, Chen, I have something to tell you. Yuchizi sat beside Chen, said to Chen mysteriously. What's the matter? Seeing Yukiko's mysterious appearance, Chen suddenly became curious, CIA_I, wondering what Yukiko had to tell him. Can Yuhiko get out of the way first? I want to talk to you alone. Yuhiko glanced at Yuhiko, and said, don't let me know. Yuhiko glanced at Yuhiko, and then stood directly. Got up and left. Anyway, she is not interested in knowing. Tomorrow, do you want to go out with me? Don't you have a holiday tomorrow? Yuchizi looked at Chen and asked. No. Chen looked depressed. It turned out to be just this. I thought it was a secret thing. Don't worry, there's more. It's not just me who went out to play this time, but also Fei Yingri, go with him. Yukiko said to Chen with a smile. Chen Wenyan moved in his heart, and then looked at Yuchizi puzzled. Don't you want to go with each other? Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Yukiko hinted at Chen. Since you want to go out to play. Then I will accompany you. Chen nodded and said, as expected, as long as you move out of Yingri, you will agree, alas. Isn't it easy for me? Yingri. Yuchizi looked at Chen with a bit of resentment. Chen Wenyan couldn't help but coughed and said nothing. I want to go with you too. Xiao-ai suddenly appeared from behind Chen. Yuchizi was startled by the sudden appearance of Xiao-ai, and when Xiao-ai came over, the conversation between them was also blocked by Xiao-ai. Did IG hear it? I'm going with you too. Xiao-ai looked at Chen and didn't let Chen refuse Xiao-ai to go for anything else. Just to go to bad things. Through the conversation between Tatsu and Yukiko just now, Xiao-ai smartly guessed that some people had arrived at the same place. That's why she said this. Xiao-ai, do you want to go too? Chen's face showed a look of embarrassment. Don't you agree? Xiao-ai's face turned cold, and then she turned her head away. Well, since Xiao-ai wants to go, of course I won't refuse. Chen couldn't help but Xiao-ai thought that if she followed, it would be a bad thing. What would happen if she went straight? Even Xiao-ai, there is absolutely no way to stop it. Xiao-ai looked at Chen in surprise. I thought Chen would do everything possible to stop her from going. Now it's so simple to say yes. There is something incredible in Xiao-ai's heart. What? Looking at you in a daze, did you change your mind and don't want to go? If you don't want to go, I won't say anything. Xiao-ai, just stay at home. Chen said with a smile. Who said I changed my mind? I must go. Xiao-ai stared at Chen, and she would follow Chen tomorrow no matter what, and then Xiao-ai glared at Yuchizi next to her. Chapter 1090. Somewhat abnormal. Early the next morning, Chen was called up by Yukiko. What are you calling me so early? Chen looked at the time, it was only after 5 o'clock, and even if I wanted to go out, I didn't need to be so early, it was still early morning. Of course there is a reason, do you want Xiao-ai to follow Tilda? Yuchizi gave Chen a white glance, and then said to Chen. You mean let's go first and leave Xiao-ai at home? Of course Chen was very smart. Immediately I understood the meaning of Yuchizi's words, nothing more than to let Xiao-ai stay at home. That's right, let's leave now before Xiao-ai gets up. Yuchizi said with a smile. Chen immediately got up, and then walked outside with Yuchizi, moving quietly for fear of disturbing Xiao-ai. After walking out the door, Yukiko let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I can leave Xiao-ai at home, Yuchizi said to Chen, and Chen didn't speak, but pointed to Yuchizi's back. Yuchizi looked at Chen a little strangely, and didn't understand what Chen meant. But when Yuchizi turned around, she immediately knew what Wuyu meant, because the person standing behind Yuchizi was Xiao-ai. Yukiko was taken aback. Xiao-ai was actually standing here, and Qi Guang was staring at her. Make Yukiko feel so embarrassed. Xiao-ai, why are you here? Yuchizi asked Xiao-ai involuntarily. Yuchizi really didn't expect Xiao-ai to be here. Did Xiao-ai wait here on purpose? After thinking about it, it seems indeed so. Otherwise, what would you do if you appeared here early in the morning? I expected it a long time ago. Xiao-ai's eyes seemed to see through everything, and she had long guessed that Chen and Yuchizi would run away. So Xiao-ai waited here early in the morning. Cough. Xiao-ai, what did you expect? Yuchizi asked very embarrassedly. In fact, if there was a ground scene here, Yukiko will definitely get in without hesitation. I expected you to take me down. Xiao-ai said angrily. Before, Xiao-ai expected that Chen and the others would find a way to leave her, and then slipped away alone. Unexpectedly, she was really guessed by her. Yukiko was embarrassed to hear that. I thought of it myself. It was also thought of by Xiao-ai. Why is Xiao-ai so smart? Even though she is not too old, she just went to primary school, grade. The reason why Yuchizi thinks like this is because Yuchizi doesn't know Xiao-ai's true identity at all, and just treats Xiao-ai as two primary school students. Xiao-ai is really clever. When did you wait here? Chen asked Xiao-ai. I've been waiting here all night. Xiao-ai said quietly, but this is Xiao-ai lying. Although Xiao-ai has been waiting here for a long time. But it didn't take that long to wait here all night. Xiao-ai has been here for half an hour, if Xiao-ai is a little later. Then they really went high. Let's go back first. Chen pulled Yuchizi and Xiao-ai back. Now that it has been discovered by Xiao-ai, then there is no point in leaving so early now. After going back to eat breakfast, let's go to see concubine Yingri. By the way, where are you going? Chen asked Yuchizi, although going out to play. But Chen didn't even know where to go. It hasn't been decided yet. Fei Yingri said that he was going to a mountain area, and the specifics have not been decided yet. Yukiko said to Chen and they started chatting. After having breakfast, after talking to Mingmei and the others, they left the house directly. Chen drove the car to Fei Yingli's house. It was only after 6 o'clock, but Fei Yingli was already up. We came so early, yet you are all up. Yukiko looked at Fei Yingri in surprise. I am used to it. I have to get up early when I work. Fei Yingli is also very hard as a lawyer. And to be able to remain unbeaten, this effort is naturally several times that of others. The good concubine Yingri also has an assistant, Li Shanlu, otherwise everyone will be exhausted. Xiao Ai is here too. What is the purpose of this time? Yukiko has already told her. If that's the case, why did you get up with Xiao Ai? Seeing Fei Yingli's surprised look at her, Yukiko shrugged helplessly. It wasn't that Yuchizi wanted Xiao Ai to follow her, but Xiao Ai took the initiative, so. Begging for flowers. Yuchizi guessed that this time it might be a waste. But after the soup is over, let's have a good time and relax. It's good too. Seeing Yukiko and Yao's helpless faces, Fei Yingli didn't ask any more questions. Maybe there was a reason. Coincidentally, Fei Yingli was still nervous at first, and she didn't dare to look at Chen just now, but now she was relieved, but she felt a little lost at the same time. That's right. You guys have to wait for me. Next, I still have some things to deal with. Fei Yingli said to Chen. Originally, she didn't expect Chen and the others to come so early. In fact, they came so early because Yuchizi went to call Chen. Otherwise, Chen intends to come here just after 8 o'clock. What's the matter? Didn't you say it's already on vacation? Yukiko asked Fei Yingri involuntarily, although it's a vacation, but you have a vacation for yourself, you have to deal with the 2 things left before. Fei Yingli said to Yukiko. What the hell is going on? Yukiko asked Fei Yingri. What are you doing in detail? Do you want to help me? Eri, don't think about it. You have Kiko's lazy personality, and it is absolutely impossible to help you unless the sun comes out from the west. Maybe there is something more. Possibly, Chen said with a smile. Yukiko's face changed. Then he stepped on Shang Chen. To actually say that, Yukiko is of course not convinced. If you think you're diligent, Chen, then go and help Yingri, and I'll see if you're diligent or not. Yukiko said angrily. Actually, it's not that I don't want to help, it's just that I can't help. I don't know anything about these things. If I really help, I'm afraid I'll be a disservice to Yingli. Chen pulled Xiao Ai to sit down, and then said that Xiao Ai sat down obediently. Chen's side is very close to Chen, and Yuchizi looks at this scene with some doubts. Today's Xiao Ai seems to be a little wrong. Actually, and Chen seems so close. In the past, Xiao Ai's character was more Suinder. Although she likes to stay by Chen's side, Suinder's character makes her pretend to be disgusted and walk aside, and today's Xiao Ai is completely different and somewhat abnormal. Chapter 1091. Kudo Yasaka knew, Xiao Ai, you are a little abnormal. Chen whispered in Xiao Ai's ear. Is there? Xiao Ai glanced at Chen, and then revealed a questioning moonlight. In normal times, you are quite a Tsunere, but you wouldn't be so close to me on purpose, but today is different. Chen patted Xiao Ai's head, and then said to Xiao Ai. HMPH. Xiao Ai didn't answer Chen, but snorted coldly towards Chen. Looking at Xiao Ai Tsunere's ignorance, Chen didn't say much, and curiously picked up the document that Fei Yingli put on the table. I'll take a look at these things, there should be no problem, right? Chen asked Fei Yingli. Okay, these are not important secrets, as long as you don't leak some of the information out, it's fine. Concubine, 140 inches Yingri nodded. I believe that Chen will not leak the information. Concubine Eri has immense trust in Chen. Chen picked it up and looked at it, and after the meeting, Chen lost the slightest interest and threw the document in his hand on the table. Chen didn't study the FA, so he didn't understand it at all, and he wasn't interested in this thing. He picked it up and looked at it just out of curiosity. Why didn't you watch it? Yuchizi asked Chen. I don't understand, Chen said bluntly. Anyway, Chen wouldn't pretend to understand. If he didn't understand, he just ignored it. Tisk tisk. I didn't expect there are things you are not good at, Yukiko said with a smile. Actually, there are only things that I am not interested in. Chen said to Yuchizi, if Chen was really interested, he would be able to study it clearly in a few days. It's finally done, let's go. Fei Yingli stood up at this time, stretched her waist and said. These things are finally completed, it's really not easy. Fei Yingli feels a little tired, and she should relax a little more, and it's not wrong to listen to Yukiko. I wasn't so short of money in the first place. If that's the case, why should I work so hard? I'll find myself guilty and relax when I have time. Have you decided where we're going, El Eri? Yukiko asked concubine Eri. Fei Yingli was slightly stunned when she heard the words, and then said to Yuchizi, isn't this for you to make a decision? Fei Yingli didn't say that she came to decide where to go. She originally thought it was arranged by Yuchizi, but now I see Yukiko's appearance seems to have no arrangements at all. Ah, I haven't made any arrangements yet. Yukiko shook her tip. The next person, if this is the case, let's take a look now. Tianchi is a better place. Fei Yingli took out the map. Nian looked at the two of them speechlessly. They were about to take action and still haven't found the moon sign. At this time, they were still looking at the map. Why didn't you go outside for a picnic? Just find a place with a nice view. Yukiko said. Then Yukiko just looked at Fei Yingli. Yushizi is not familiar with it, so I should leave it to Fei Yingli to find it. But what Yuki didn't expect is that Fei Yingli is not familiar with it either. Basically, Fei Yingli rarely blooms rice flowers. Stare, I don't know what beautiful places are around. After all, Fei Yingli is not interested in playing either. She is most interested in work. Otherwise, how to become the undefeated queen in the legal world? It seems that I will leave it to me. Chen sighed and said. After that, Chen took Xiao Ai, Yuchizi and Fei Yingri downstairs and left, and drove directly out of the city. Something came to mind. No, I know if I should tell you. Akasa Hiroto stood behind Yusaka with a tangled expression on his face. Akasa Hiroshi, we have been old friends for many years. Is there anything else we can't say? You can just say it. Soil said. If that's the case, then I'll say it. I hope you don't get angry. Dr. Ali sighed, and finally decided to say it. Don't hide this kind of thing from Yuzuo, or Ali Botu will be guilty. Hearing Hiroju Akasa say this, Yusaka Kudo was actually even more curious in his heart. What the hell was going on? And he even specifically told him not to get angry. It's about Yukiko. Yukiko has always lived in Hyuga Chen's house. Hiroshi Akasa said to Yusaka Kudo. Yes, that's what Dr. Akasa wanted to say to Yusaka Kudo. The reason why I didn't tell Yusaka Kudo before is not because Hiroshi Akasa didn't remember it, but Hiroshi Akasa, plus I don't know if I should say it. After thinking about it all night, Akasa Hiroshi felt that it would be better to tell Yusaka Kudo, and even if he didn't tell, Yusaka Kudo might not know. Kudo Yusaka's face sank after hearing this. Although he has nothing to do with Kudo Yukiko, on the surface, it is in the eyes of others. If Kudo Yusaka behaves too calmly, it is estimated that it will make others suspect, and it doesn't matter if they suspect anything else, in case others know that he is Brokeback Mountain. Then it won't work. Agasa Hiro plus what are you saying is true. Agasa Hiro nodded 10 times, looking at Kudo Yusaka's bad expression. He can understand it, and even has some sympathy. But Akasa Hiro plus mouth he still persuaded Yusaka Kudo to say, don't think about it, Yusaka. Maybe Kiko and Hyugachan knew each other and lived in Hyugachan's house because they were friends. In fact, even Dr. Agasa himself does not believe what he said. After all, if there is no close relationship, how can it be possible to live in Hyuga-chen's house? If it is only for a day or two. Nothing. But according to Agasa the doctor understands, it seems that Yukiko has been living in Hyuga-chen's house. I understand, thank you, Akasa Hiroshi. Yasaka Kudo said with a dark face. Akasa Hiroto looked at Yasaka Kudo's expression. He hesitated a little. Doing what? Yasaka Kudo said to Hiro Akasa 10. Hiro Akasa nodded 10 times. After all, Yasaka Kudo is also an adult, so he will definitely not act impulsive. In fact, don't look at the ugly appearance of Yasaka Kudo on the surface, but in fact he didn't have much feeling in his heart. The way he made it was just for Dr. Agasa to see. Hiroshi Agasa, I have something to go out. Conan, please take care of you. At this time, Kudo Yasaka's name was changed to Conan. Since he didn't want to reveal his identity, it was natural to call him that. Lest you get used to it, you can't change it for a while. I see. Hiroshi Akasa nodded. He could probably guess what Yasaka Kudo was going to do, but he believed that Yasaka Kudo could handle it. Chapter 1092. Look down on me too. Yasaka Kudo immediately took out his mobile phone and called Yukiko after he left. Hearing the phone ringing, she took it out and looked at the person who called her, frowning slightly. Who, Yuchizi, you don't seem happy. Fei Yingli observed her words. At a glance, it was obvious that Yukiko was not very interested. A guy the first don't want to see. Yukiko pouted, and then gave Fei Yingri a look. It's actually Kudo Yasaka. Fei Yingri showed surprise, then looked at Yuki and asked, then do you answer? Did you answer the call? Yukiko answered of course. Directly connected to the phone. After the call is connected. The two sides were silent for a long time. Yukiko did not speak. On the other side, Yasaka Kudo did not speak. If you're okay, then I'll hang up. Yukiko finally said in a faint voice. Yukiko doesn't have time to spend 29. Feeling very boring. Listen to Hiroju Akasa. Now you live in Hyuga Chen's house. Kudo Yasaka asked. You are too busy with your own business. Yukiko said with a frown. She once had an agreement with Kudo Yasaka, and the two parties just took what they needed and did not interfere with each other. You embarrassed me like this 2 inches, Kudo Yasaka said with an ugly expression. At this time, he is afraid. In the eyes of others, he has the image of a green hat. You are embarrassed, you have to solve the trick yourself. What does it have to do with me, and I want to divorce you? Yukiko said to Kudo Yasaka. Originally, there was Kiko who had this plan. It was just that Yasaka Kudo was in a country at the time, and now Yasaka Kudo came to Shang. Of course, this opportunity cannot be missed. Even Yukiko, the divorce agreement, asked Fei Yingri to help her prepare a. Kudo Yasaka was silent for a while, and then there was no objection. Maybe this was a good choice for him. At least it's better than being called cuckold. Okay, I want to meet Hyuga Tatsu. Tatsu, Kudo Yasaka said he wanted to see you. Yukiko said to Tatsu who was driving. I've heard it, although he said he wanted to see me, but I'm not someone who wants to see me. Chen nodded and said, so Kudo Yasaka, if you want to see me, you need to show me your capital. Kudo Yasaka sounded a little angry. Seeing that you still need capital, do I still need money to invite you to meet me? This is a bit too much. What do you want? In the end, Yasaka Kudo couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and asked Xingyu. Chen also knew that although Kudo Yasaka would be angry, he would definitely find a way to see him. I want too much. It's a pity you can't give it. Chen thought about it. Yasaka Kudo doesn't seem to have anything worthy of his conspiracy. Chen doesn't seem to care about the things that Kudo Yasaka owns. Kudo Yasaka was silent for a while, then hung up the phone voluntarily. Is this the end? I thought he would do anything else. Fei Yingli's expression was slightly surprised. Yasaka Kudo is a smart person. There is no need to waste time at this time, so he just hangs up the phone. Chen said to Fei Yingri, I seem to be very familiar with the road we are taking now. This place I seem to have been here before. Yukiko said involuntarily, why does it feel familiar? Have you been here before? In fact, there is nothing wrong with Yukiko's feeling, because Yukiko has indeed been here, and she will still have many memories. Gradually, Yukiko finally remembered, wasn't this where she had been before, and she came with Chikage Kuroba at that time. And just this time, Yushizi is the one with Chen. and this one has to blame Chikage Kuroha, but now Yukiko has no resentment towards Chikage. Aren't you taking us to climb the mountain? Yukiko asked Chen. Yeah, don't you still dislike it, Shanti? Chen Yugong looked at Yukiko. He asked Yukiko, I don't think the mountain is tired. It's just that I won't be tired. Could it be that Eri is not tired, and Eri is here to relax? Will climbing the mountain relax? Yukiko couldn't help but said. Now she is a ninja. So it doesn't matter if you are tired or not, because you can't feel it at all. But Yingri is different. Yingri's physique is still the physique of ordinary people. Yukiko, do you look down on me? Eri was immediately annoyed when she heard Yukiko say this. Do you still think that my physical strength is not as good as yours? Unlike Yukiko, Eri has practiced judo, and when she was in school, she was able to surpass Yukiko in terms of physical strength. No, I didn't mean that. Yuchizi shook her head immediately after hearing this. If it was in the past, Yukiko is indeed inferior to Eri, but now it is not the past. Yukiko has now become a ninja, and she is still quite a strong ninja. How can Fei Yingri compare with Yukiko in terms of physical strength? Let's just climb the mountain. I've already decided. I think it's not bad to see the scenery from the top of the mountain. It can also improve the mood. Fei Yingli said to Yukiko. Right now, Fei Yingri's mood is a bit complicated, so it's good to relax. Okay, since it's Eri's decision, let's go climb the mountain, but I hope you don't regret it. Yukiko nodded and said, 010_. Don't underestimate me, I can't regret it. Fei Yingli raised her head and said. This is the case with Fei Yingli, as long as it is a good decision, no matter what the final result is. Fei Yingli will never regret it. Okay then, let's go to the mountain and drive the car together. After a while, we came to the foot of the mountain and rented a room in the hotel at the foot of the mountain. You hope that the hotel in front of you is very complicated. The last time it was here it is. Yo, it's you. The owner of the hotel was quite surprised when he saw Chen and the others. I didn't expect the owner to know us. Yu Shizi looked at the shop owner in front of him strangely. Of course, after all, it's hard to forget someone like you once you've met them. The shop owner nodded and said. The face value is the highest they have ever seen, how could they forget it? For the sake of you being acquaintances, I will give you a 20% discount this time. The proprietress said. Then I would like to thank the proprietress. Yuchizi said with a smile, and then looked at Chen quite proudly. This is an 8 discount, this time it is saving money. Chen is quite speechless, and they are not bad money. But it is quite good to have a discount. At least the mood is much better, and there is a feeling of taking advantage in my heart. Chapter 1093. How dare I have an opinion? Huh, are you really not tired? Fei Yingli let out a sigh of relief, and then asked Chen and the others. I'm not tired at all, I told you not to force it. Yukiko looked at Fei Yingri and said. If it was said that Fei Yingri had good physical strength in the past, but Fei Yingri had not exercised for a long time. Now it's far from what it used to be. After all, Fei Yingli is sitting in the office now and lacks exercise. Physical fitness will naturally decline. Of course, this is not the point. The point is how Yukiko behaves like she used to be. I remember Yukiko was very lazy when I was in school. Even if there were any club activities, Yukiko had never participated in it, but now Bashan is not at all tired, it just doesn't look like Yukiko used to be. Why do you still act so vigorously and vigorously? Right, Fei Yingli asked Yuchizi. Could it be that Yukiko secretly trained herself while she didn't know? Hee, I paid attention to exercise. I'm not you. Yukiko said with a smile. After Yuchizi said this, Chen and Xiaoai glanced at Yuchizi. Did you pay attention to exercise? You didn't even take ninjutsu seriously, and now you say that you pay attention to exercise. You are really embarrassed to say it, right? All right. For the time being, I won't despise her first. Chen and Xiaoai walked in the front. Hey, Chen, what are you doing so fast? Yuchizi shouted to Chen. Because I want to get to the mountain as soon as possible. Chen turned around, spread his hands towards Yuchizi, and said. Don't you want to wait for Yingri? You think Yingri seems a little reluctant. Yukiko looked at Feiyingri and said involuntarily. Feiyingri gave Yuchizi a hopeful look, and she didn't know if Yuchizi was laughing at her on purpose. I have no problem, Feiyingli said. Others will not, but Feiyingli will be brave, especially in front of Yuchizi. How can even Yuchizi be incomparable? This is what Feiyingri thought of. Yingri, listen to me. Don't be brave, it's not good if you're really tired. Yukiko said towards Eri. I'll carry you on my back. Chen opened his mouth and said to Feiyingli. Then, Chen did not give Feiyingli a chance to refuse, and took the initiative to carry Feiyingli on his back, so that Feiying could not even say no to refuse. Yukiko looked at Feiyingli and smiled lightly. Laughing Yuchizi, Feiyingli glared at Yuchizi, laughing at what Xiaochen carried Feiyingli on her back. It felt quite comfortable, but Xiao-ai gently kicked Chen in a place that Chen couldn't see. Chen couldn't help it. She glared at Xiao-ai, but she met Xiao-ai's stare back. Xiao-ai snorted lightly at Chen. Then she pouted, and walked directly in front of her. That little girl is jealous. Yuchizi leaned close to Chen and whispered to Chen. Because of the close distance, Feiyingli also heard it. But then Feiyingli looked at Chen with a strange look. Xiao-ai is a child. Look at me with that strange look, okay. Chen couldn't help but said. Although Chen didn't look back, Feiyingli's eyes were quite strange. Chen could still feel it. Chen didn't want Feiyingli to misunderstand. What? After all, although Xiao-ai looks like a child, she is an adult. After being discovered, Feiyingli immediately lowered her head, but just after she lowered her head, she accidentally touched Chen's back, and her face suddenly turned. Yuhi. Can you carry me on your back? Feiyingli asked Chen in a low voice. Don't worry, it's okay to carry you. I still think there is no problem. Even if you weigh 200 pounds, I can definitely carry you on your back. Chen said with a smile. Feiyingli was annoyed on the spot when she heard the words. 200 pounds too, you are deliberately making fun of me, right? 1 inch okay. Actually, I was joking, Eri, don't be angry. Chen said to Feiyingli, telling her not to be angry. But what should I do now that I'm angry? Feiyingli asked Chen with a face. Chen said with a distressed face. Then what do you say? Chen spread his hands toward Feiyingli. Then he asked Feiyingli, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'll talk about it when I think about it. Feiyingli thought for a moment, and then said. In fact, Feiyingli was not angry at all just now. Can you guys hurry up? Xiao-ai turned back with a blank face, and said indifferently that at this time, Xiao-ai wanted to kick Chen off the mountain in annoyance at this time. Got it. Chen quickly followed Feiyingli on her back. Feiyingli looked at Xiao-ai. She felt ashamed for a while. In terms of physical strength, she couldn't even compare to the little girl Xiao-ai. Shame, I can't even compare to a little girl. It's too embarrassing. It seems that I can't work all the time in the future. After reaching the peak, stand on the top of the mountain and look down. The view from the top of the mountain is really good. It's very relaxing here, Feiying said involuntarily. At this time, concubine Yingri had already come down from Chen's back. However, Feiyingli felt a slight loss in her heart. If it is possible, Feiyingli really wants to be carried by Chen all the time. Although she is a little greedy, Feiyingli thinks so in her heart. What are you thinking? You, actually in a daze at this time. Yuchizi saw Feiyingli in a daze, so she patted Feiyingli on the shoulder and asked Feiyingli. No, I didn't think about anything. Feiyingli's face was slightly yuhi. Then he immediately shook his head in denial. Really? Then I saw that the appearance of yuhi on your face is fake. I got it, Yukiko pouted and asked Feiyingli. I heard Yukiko say that her face is yuhi. Feiyingli immediately covered it up, and after she couldn't see Yuhi's expression on her face, she was relieved. To the other side, Xiao-ai took Chen to the other side, and was farther away from Yuchizi and Feiyingli. Xiao-ai, why are you pulling me here? Chen asked Yuchizi. Of course you're with me, do you have an opinion? Xiao-ai looked into Chen's eyes. Shang Chen asked. No opinion, Princess Ai who is with us, how dare I have an opinion? Chen said teasingly. HMPH. Xiao-ai Jiao snorted, then turned her head away from Chen. Xiao-ai, promise me not to be so sunere. Chen touched Xiao Ai's hair and asked Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen Yi, and then stepped on Chen Yi's foot. Does she really have such a tsunere? Xiao Ai herself doesn't admit it. Chapter 1094. Tsunere ruined his life. Damn, I seem to have forgotten one thing. Yukiko patted her forehead. I found that I seem to have forgotten an important thing. What's wrong? Fei Yingli asked Yukiko suspiciously, not knowing why. There was a bad premonition in my heart. Yukiko bowed her head embarrassedly. Yuhi said to Chen with a face, I forgot the food in the hotel. Fei Yingli twitched the corners of her mouth, and then asked Yukiko, then what shall we eat for lunch? We can't be hungry. Right. If you really want to be hungry, then how can you go down the mountain? Although going down the mountain won't be as hard as going up the mountain, but it's also very exhausting. And when they went up the mountain, their physical strength was almost exhausted, and Fei Yingli stared at Yukiko. You forget what's wrong. I just forgot about the food, and now I really doubt that you did it on purpose. Did you trick us on purpose? Fei Yingli asked Yuchizi. I really forgot. Why do you think I'm tricking you? Yukiko said depressedly. It's really not that she didn't take it on purpose, but she really forgot. It seems that she didn't take it off when she put it on the car, so there is no way to do it now. Small meaning, we won't be starved to death. Chen said. Chen's expression was very calm. Anyway, he wouldn't starve to death if he didn't eat, and he wouldn't have anything if he didn't eat. Xiao Ai and Yukiko think there is no problem. But Fei Yingli can't do it. Concubine Yingri is the only ordinary person here. Why are you all so calm too? Fei Yingli thought she was a very calm person, but seeing Chen and the others so calm, she was a little speechless. By the way, shouldn't you forget to bring all the water? Fei Yingli felt even worse, so she asked quickly. Kiki Yingli, you should know that the food and water are put together, so the food is not brought, which means that the water is not brought. Yuchizi coughed dryly for a while, and said to Fei Yingli. A pat on the forehead, how was it before? I didn't think Yukiko was so unreliable, but now I feel that Yukiko is really unreliable. What should I do now? Yuchizi asked Chenji. It's easy to say. After Chen finished speaking, there was a lot of water and food in his hands, which made Yukiko, who knew Chen's ability, couldn't help blinking, and Fei Yingli stared too much. It turned out that Chen brought it. No wonder it was so bland. After thinking about it, Fei Yingli suddenly felt that something was wrong. Do you remember that Chen brought water and food? I remember that I didn't take anything at all. Are all the things in your hands directly transformed? Fei Yingli's doubts are getting heavier and heavier. Chen, could it be that you know magic? Fei Yingli felt that it was the only way to explain it. But it was not right. Magic also needs magic tools, and Chen didn't have any magic tools in his hands. This is a secret, Chen said to Fei Yingli with a smile. Can't I even say it? Fei Yingli was very disappointed and even a little uncomfortable. I can tell you, but it's hard to say clearly in one sentence or two. Let's talk about it when you have time, Chen said to Fei Yingli. Okay then. After hearing Chen say this, Fei Yingli didn't continue to ask questions. Because Fei Yingli is also very clear. The more the foundation is created, the more dissatisfying it is. Come here and eat quickly. Fei Yingli, you must be hungry, Chen asked while looking at Fei Yingli. Chen is not hungry, but Chen estimated that Fei Yingli should be hungry, because Chen heard Fei Yingli's stomach growling. Fei Yingli's face turned, Yuhi, and then she lowered her head, wondering in her heart whether her stomach growling had been heard. If she was really heard, Fei Yingli would feel a little indecent. That kind of feeling is like a shame. Well, actually Chen doesn't think there is anything to be ashamed of. Isn't it normal to cry when you are hungry? Xiao Ai, eat a piece of chocolate. Chen pulled out the chocolate. Then handed it to Xiao Ai. I will pull it out myself. Xiao Ai said, since this is the case, then I will eat for you. Yuchizi took it directly, and then ate it in one bite, which instantly made Xiao Ai's face look bad. Xiao Ai had a feeling. It felt as if her things had been robbed, and it was a very uncomfortable feeling. Xiao Ai is, don't you feel very uncomfortable? Tsunere ruined life, Yushizi said to Xiao Ai with a grin. HMPH, old woman. Xiao-ai snorted coldly, and then said ruthlessly that this was Xiao-ai's counterattack against Yushizi. Instantly Yushizi's face froze. You must know that what Yushizi doesn't like the most is when others call her an old woman. Now Yushizi is angry. Xiao-ai, I'm being arrogant. Do you know what the consequences will be if I get angry? Yushizi asked Xiao-ai viciously. What consequences could there be? Fight with me. Do you think you can handle me? Xiao-ai was proud. He raised his head. He asked Yukiko. Yukiko was a little speechless. Yes, to be honest, Yukiko is really not Xiao-ai's opponent in terms of strength. Yukiko knows this, because she has seen Xiao-ai's strength. She is stronger than her it's not a little bit. Thinking that her strength is not as good as that of a child, Yukiko's heart is particularly uncomfortable. A child should look like a child, and don't use violence. Yushizi taught Xiao-ai a lesson. You are an adult. It's really ashamed of you that you can't even compare to a child. You are too weak. Xiao-ai looked at Yushizi with contempt. Yushizi suddenly became impatient, if possible. Now Yushizi really wants to beat Xiao-ai, but if the opponent really does it, she will be beaten by Xiao-ai. That face will be lost. Especially now that there is concubine Yingri present. At that time, the disgraceful face will be seen by concubine Yingri. That way, I won't be teased by concubine Yingri. Yushizi can't afford to lose that person. HMPH, I don't have the same knowledge as you. Yushizi said angrily, and then deliberately got closer to Chen, just for the purpose of angering Xiao-ai. Don't think that she doesn't know what Xiao-ai's thoughts are, as a woman. She is very sensitive to these things, even Xiao-ai is very sensitive. No matter how well she hides it, she can't escape her eyes. The expression on Xiao-ai's face is even more unsightly, and she also knows that Yukiko is acting for herself on purpose. Fei Yingli looks at Yukiko in surprise. Yukiko is so calculating, and she still compares with a little girl. Chapter 1095. Are you really Xiao-ai? Xiao-ai is just a child. Why do you care so much about her? Fei Ying said to Xiao-ai involuntarily. You're just treating her as a child now, but she's not a good child. Yukiko glanced at Xiao-ai and said. Xiao-ai is very smart. There is Shizi in this point, but I don't understand that she suffered from Xiao-ai just now. It's quite comfortable on this mountain. Chen sat on the top of the mountain and felt very comfortable with the autumn wind blowing. Especially today's weather is very good. Okay, it's good to go out and play. It's very relaxing. Fei Yingli came over, sat beside Zhang Chen, and said with a smile. Yeah, I feel very relaxed. Especially for you. Fei Yingli was usually busy and didn't have time to rest at all. Now it's good to go out and play and relax. When are we going down the mountain? Fei Yingli asked Chen. Climbing the mountain wasted a lot of time, and then they spent a lot of time on the top of the mountain. If they didn't go down the mountain, it would be dark in a while. How about going down the mountain now? Chen stood up and said. After all, they didn't bring a tent or anything, and they didn't plan to spend the night on the mountain. Let's go. Chen shouted to Yushizi and Xiaoyu who were fighting. Seeing Yushizi and Xiao-ai who were fighting, Chen was also quite speechless. He just didn't look at it. Why did he still pinch it? Go back, can you wait until you go back and then pinch? Chen asked them. It's on Chen's face. I'll let you go this time. Little girl, next time I won't hold back. I will definitely teach you a good lesson. Yukiko raised her fist and protested towards Xiao-ai. HMPH, you're just asking for your price. Xiao-ai snorted coldly. Have the ability to really fight with me. Xiao-ai looked at Yushizi a little unpleasant. Don't ask why. Anyway, Xiao-ai is seeing her a little unpleasant. Do you really think I'd be afraid of you? No, I just don't want to bully you, this little girl. Yushizi pouted and said with a contemptuous pouting. In fact, Yukiko has a guilty conscience. In terms of strength, I have to say that Yukiko really can't compare with Xiao-ai. Of course, Yukiko thinks that this is not a matter of talent. Yukiko thinks that it is the reason why she has been exposed to ninjutsu for too short time. After all, Xiao-ai has practiced earlier than her. If you contact her at the same time, Yukiko feels that her strength should be able to surpass Xiao-ai. Morning. Don't say I'm a little girl. Xiao Ai said with a blank face. I think you both need to clean up, but don't force me to clean up both of you. Chen looked at the two of them and said. Got it. It feels like you're protecting her more. Yuchizi pouted, feeling a little jealous inexplicably. Am I protecting Xiao Ai more? Chen was stunned for a moment, but he didn't feel that way. He didn't seem to be protecting Xiao Ai on purpose. Hurry down the mountain, or it's too late. You guys stay here, let's go Yingri, we won't wait for them. Chen reached out and took Fei Yingri's hand, and then went straight down the mountain. Hey, Chen, wait a minute, don't leave us behind. Yukiko ran over immediately. Xiao Ai snorted softly, and then Tsunere followed. Fei Yingli was held by Chen's hand, and felt very hurt in her heart, but she finally got rid of the hurt in her heart. It felt good, and she actually liked it very much in her heart. I'm tired. I can't walk anymore, Xiao Ai suddenly said to Chen. Chen turned back and looked at Xiao Ai, who looked at him pitifully, and couldn't help but stunned for a moment. This is still Xiao Ai. This is the first time to show such an expression. Chen was stunned for a moment. Is this pitiful and cute person in front of him really Tsunere's Xiao Ai? Could it be something wrong? Are you really Xiao Ai? Could it be that you have been replaced? Chen asked suspiciously. You just got pulled in. Xiao Ai said angrily. In fact, Xiao Ai felt very uncomfortable when she saw Chen holding Fei Yingli's hand, and wanted to say something to interrupt. Okay. Can I carry you behind my back? Chen asked towards Xiao Ai. Since you have already made a request, then I will reluctantly agree. Xiao Ai deliberately showed a reluctant expression. Well, Xiao Ai began to be frank again. It's not frank, be careful to be a loser in the future. Yuchizi said suddenly, asking for flowers. A sentence pierced into Xiao Ai's heart in an instant. Xiao Ai looked at Yuchizi angrily. Why did she have to fight against herself? In fact, there is a reason why Shizi and Xiao Ai are against each other, because of the original plan. Now it has been broken by Xiao Ai. So Yuchizi felt a little unhappy in her heart. Don't bother you to worry about it, Xiao Ai said to Yuchizi in a calm and incomparable manner. Can you two say a few words less? Come on, Xiao Ai, I'm carrying you. Chen said and walked to Xiao Ai's side, and then carried Xiao Ai on his back. For Chen said back her words. Of course Xiao Ai would not refuse. He even made a face to Yukiko. You have no problem with Yingri, right? Chen asked the concubine Yingri. No problem. This is not going up the mountain, I can still go down the mountain. Fei Yingli shook her head towards Chen and said. Of course, it doesn't mean that going down the mountain is easier than going up the mountain, just that going down the mountain consumes less physical strength and is not as tiring as going up the mountain. Going down the mountain is indeed a lot faster, especially since the mountain is not so steep. It is relatively easy to walk, so it didn't take long to reach the bottom of the mountain. Finally down from the mountain. Fei Yingli breathed a sigh of relief. Chen they have nothing, but Fei Yingli still felt a little tired. Xiao Ai, come down quickly. Don't get tired of Chen. Yuchizi came over, hugged Xiao Ai directly, and then dragged Xiao Ai down. Xiao Ai glanced at Yuchizi angrily. Chen hasn't said anything yet. You just opened your mouth, it seems that you must be doing it on purpose. In fact, Yukiko did it on purpose, even if she knew that Yukiko did it on purpose. Xiao Ai seems to have nothing to do. Only grinding Kiba. Don't let me take a chance, if I give you a chance. I will never let you go easily. Xiao Ai said to herself in her heart. You must know that Xiao Ai is very vengeful. This time, Yuchizi was remembered. At this time, Yuchizi didn't know the danger of the matter. When Yuchizi started to be targeted by Xiao Ai later, he knew it, but he didn't know when Yuchizi would meet. I won't regret going against Xiao Aizuo at this time. Yuchen is here now, so they didn't fight. Chen took them back to the hotel together. Chapter 1096. I told you, I'm so tired. I'm finally back. Fei Yingli sat down exhausted, and after a moment of Yukiko, Fei Yingli felt more and more that she should exercise. Let's go. I went down the mountain like her, but Yuchizi didn't feel tired at all, and she was very relaxed. This gave Fei Yingli a feeling of being compared by others. I don't want to eat anymore. I want to rest now. Fei Ying ideally went to rest. As for eating, Fei Yingli felt that she was no longer in the mood to eat. Let's go to rest after eating. Otherwise, it will be more troublesome if you are hungry at night. Chen said to Fei Yingli. Chen's words had a taste of refusal, and Fei Yingli did not refuse in the end. Eating is of course the food in the hotel, but the food is provided here. And the taste is not bad. They also ate 20 Chen last time. After eating, Fei Yingli went to rest, and what was originally planned to happen did not happen. Because there is Xiao Ai here, even if Chen wants something to happen, he has to bypass Xiao Ai first. The key is that Xiao Ai cannot be avoided, so there is no way out. Fei Ying was also in her heart, not knowing whether she was disappointed or relaxed. But she felt more disappointed. But Fei Yingli would not show it, and Fei Yingli didn't want to show disappointment. It felt so embarrassing. Are you going back tomorrow? Yuchizi asked Chen. Yeah, go back tomorrow. Could it be that you can't stay here at all? Chen forced to ask. Chen K doesn't plan to stay here any longer. He will go back tomorrow. He has already climbed the mountain once, but Chen doesn't want to do it again. Of course I don't want to stay here any longer, so I've decided to go back tomorrow. Yukiko was no longer interested. Let Yukiko go again, Jishin. Yukiko doesn't have this interest anymore. Early the next morning, Chen and the others got up and cleaned up, then they left and returned to Fei Yingli's house. By the way, I also sent concubine Yingri back. What I want is finally here. Yukiko took a piece of paper and said with a smile, what is it? Chen looked at Yukiko curiously. Of course it's the divorce agreement. I've already prepared it, and I sent it to Yasaka Kudo. He's sent it back to me now, and he signed it. Yukiko held Zaichin in front of her eyes and shook the tea. I originally planned to find concubine Eri to help me file a lawsuit if Yasaka Kudo disagreed. I didn't expect him to be quite sensible. Yukiko nodded in satisfaction. I am going back to work again. Fei Yingli sighed, then said, after a day of rest, I don't know how much work I have. I want to talk about Yingri. You, too, should take a break, so why are you working hard? You are not short of money now, right? Yukiko asked Fei Yingri. Now Yingri should not be short of money. After all, every time Fei Yingri earns there is a lot of money and there is not much spending, so Fei Yingli is also a little rich woman. You are right, but I think if I don't work, I will feel very uncomfortable, and I have that kind of feeling. Fei Yingli shook her head at Yukiko and said. Yukiko blinked her eyes, then said, can I say this is a dirty act? Touch tilde. His fist fell directly, and then hit Yukiko's head. Shut up. Fei Yingli stared at Yuchizi angrily and said. Yuchizi smiled shyly. Then she said to Fei Yingli. Actually, I'm just joking with you, don't care. How could I not care? I have the urge to beat you now. Fu Yingri looked at Yukiko. She really has this urge now. And she still has a feeling that she can't hold back. Yingri, if you really do it, you are not my opponent. I just let you. I don't want to know you in general. Yukiko said to Fei Yingri. Oh, if that's the case, why don't you give it a try? Fei Yingli stared at Yukiko and asked. That's right. Fei Yingri was a little unconvinced, although she felt that in terms of physical strength. Not as good as Yukiko, but in terms of combat power, Fei Yingri still thinks that she is stronger. After all, she has studied judo and knows some techniques of vigorous fighting. Relatively speaking, Yukiko does not know these at all, so if you really want to fight, Fei Yingri feels that she is definitely stronger than Yukiko. But this is just Yukiko in Fei Yingri's impression, but at this time Yukiko's fighting power is completely different from the Yukiko in her impression. At this time there is Kiko, but she knows ninjutsu. I am afraid that only one ninjutsu move will be able to defeat Fei Yingri. Forget it. Still don't try it. Are you scared? Fei Yingri provocatively asked Yukiko. Wow, Yingri, you're trying to find fault, right? I wanted to save face for you, but you didn't. Understand? Forget it. Looks like it's time to let you know Akatsuki my true power. Yukiko said dissatisfiedly. Just when Yuki was about to make a move, Chen suddenly took hold of Yuki. Wait a minute, you are going to start here, right? Chen looked at Yuki speechlessly. Yeah. Is there any problem? Yuchizi asked Shang Chen. Are you still asking me any questions? Of course, the problem is too much. This is home. Could it be that you want to demolish concubine Yingli's house? Chen said to Yukiko speechlessly. I don't even know the severity, and there is something wrong with my pregnancy. Xiao Ai said very sharply. Listening to Xiao Ai's words, Yukiko looked at Xiao Ai with incomparably sharp eyes. Humph. Xiao Ai snorted softly. 4_6. Looking at Yuchizi, her strength is stronger than Yuchizi's, so naturally she will not be afraid of Yuchizi. Forget it. For the sake of you being a child, I let you. Yuchizi and Xiao Ai looked at each other for a while, and then suddenly waved their hands quite generously, saying that he didn't want to meet Xiao Ai at all. Chen looked at Yuchizi, and she was quite thick-skinned. If you can't beat it, why are you still looking for so many reasons? If you can't beat it, just say it, don't be embarrassed. Xiao Ai glanced at Yuchizi, and then said seriously to Yuchizi. Immediately, Yuchizi felt unconvinced. But she was not convinced. Yuchizi was not yet impulsive. Magical movement is the devil. Knowing the gap in strength, Yuchizi simply didn't talk. Don't pay attention to Xiao Ai's provocation at all, just let Xiao Ai talk about everything. Chapter 1097. You also know that the food you made is very unpalatable. After staying at Fei Yingli's house for a while, Chen said, let's go back, so don't disturb Yingli's work. At this time, Fei Yingli still has a lot of work. It's not good to disturb Fei Yingli here all the time. It's okay, I'm going to push these jobs away. Fei Yingli shook her head and said. Push it. Why? Yukiko asked in surprise. It didn't look like Fei Yingli at all. Surprise. In fact, there is no other reason. I just want to have a good rest. Let's go. This can be regarded as following Yukiko's advice. Put aside the work at hand for now. Take a good rest. The workaholic has actually changed. Could it be because of my words? Yukiko asked Fei Yingli. In your heart, am I a workaholic? Fei Yingli looked at Yukiko. Is she just such an image? Do you really want to change these 29 images? Yukiko took out her cell phone and dialed Kuriyama Green. Miss Kuriyama, let's take a break for the next 2 days. Let's temporarily dismiss those requests for now. After receiving the call from Fei Yingli, Li Shanlu was quite surprised. Is teacher Fei Yingli kidnapped? Is there something wrong with you? Kuriyama Green couldn't help but say a word. Just relax for yourself. I've been feeling a little tired recently. Fei Yingli said truthfully. Oh, that's it. Naingri-sensei, you really should rest a bit more. Kuri Shanlu nodded. As for how serious Fei Yingli's work is, Li Shanlu is the most experienced, and Fei Yingli is definitely a real strong woman. Miss Li Shan also take a rest. In fact, Miss Li Shan is also very hard, right? Fei Yingli said involuntarily. Being her assistant is also a very hard thing. I don't think it's hard work. Teacher Yingli, you take good care of me, and I also learned a lot of useful knowledge. Kuri Shanlu doesn't think it's hard to follow Fei Yingli and has indeed learned a lot. Even if she is now a lawyer by herself, there is absolutely no problem. However, Li Shanlu has no such idea. It is good to be an assistant to Fei Yingli. It would be more troublesome if you were a lawyer yourself. You are serious, I thought you were joking. After Fei Yingli finished the phone call, Yukiko believed that Fei Yingli was serious. Well, I saw a news. Someone died suddenly because of work. I don't want to die suddenly. Fu Yingli said seriously. By the way, I plan to take some time to spend with Shaolin. Over the years, I have not fulfilled my responsibility as a mother. After Fei Yingli finished speaking, she couldn't help but glared at Chen, while Chen touched his nose. Then he pretended not to see. Let's go. Let's go out and buy some ingredients, and I'll cook for you today. Chen's face changed suddenly. What a joke. Fei Yingli actually wants to cook, isn't that sure that she wants their lives? I think it's better to just go out and eat. Why is that? Trouble. Chen said quickly. Yes, I support Chen's words. Yukiko said immediately. Yukiko also knows about Fei Yingli's situation. Her cooking skills are even worse than hers. She still wants to cook at this level, and she doesn't know where the courage came from. The courage is commendable. Yukiko admires it very much, but admiration is admiration. But really let Yuchizi go to eat the food made by concubine Yingri. It is no exaggeration to say that Yuchizi Ning would die. It seems that the dishes you cook are very unpalatable. Xiao Ai said directly. The corners of Fei Yingli's mouth twitched. She really didn't give her any face, so she said it directly. Although the food I cook is really bad, it still makes me feel a little rude to say so. Fei Yingli said to Xiao Ai. Eri, so you also know that the food you make is unpalatable. I thought you didn't know. Yukiko couldn't help saying. I originally thought that Fei Yingli had no self-knowledge, but I didn't expect that Fei Yingli was not without self-knowledge, but had self-knowledge. I'll do the grocery shopping, Chen said. After Chen just finished speaking, concubine Yingri, Yukiko, and Xiao Ai's Qiguang all looked at Chen. You can cook too. What are you asking? Who told you I wouldn't cook? Chen couldn't help but said. Of course he can cook. How could this not be possible? It's just how well he did it. To tell the truth, Chen can only say that it's second to none. But you can't say he won't do it. I know a lot of things. It's just that you don't know it. It seems that I will show you my hands today. Chen said to them, really? I hope not to make dark dishes. Xiao Ai glanced at Chen, then he said, you look down on me too much. I can't do dark cooking. After all, my cooking skills are not that high. Chen felt that being able to cook dark cooking is also a kind of skill, at least Chen felt that he was absolutely not. Maybe made. No matter how ordinary it is impossible to cook dark food. It can only be said that concubine Yingri is also a talent, a kind of talent that ordinary people can't reach. The key is that the food made by Fei Yingli looks very good. If you don't look carefully, you won't know that 030 is dark food. Only by tasting it can you know. At least Chen feels that with his own strength, it is estimated that he will not be able to do it even if he works hard for a lifetime. Going out to buy vegetables, Yukiko didn't want to come out with her, but she was pulled by Fei Yingri, so she could only come out with her. You can choose what you like to eat, I can do anything anyway. Chen said to Yuchizi and the others. This is not a lie, Chen really can do everything, but he has not really studied the cooking skills and taste can say the level of home cooking. Not too good, but definitely not too bad either. What do you like to eat, Chen? Fei Yingli asked Chenji. I'm not picky eaters. Chen replied subconsciously. Oh, since you're not a picky eater, how about we eat the food made by concubine Yingri? Yukiko immediately asked Chen. Chen Wenyan raised his eyebrows, and then said to Yukiko, it's not impossible. As long as you can eat it, I can eat it too. That's fine, I'm afraid I'll poison myself to death. Yukiko shaking his head, he said. Afraid of poisoning himself, this sentence was said in front of Fei Yingli. Chen could feel that Fei Yingli was a little angry, so he subconsciously kept Kiko a little further away. Chapter 1098. In the kitchen of Yakusaizakang, Fei Yingli's house, Chen and the others have already returned from shopping, and Fei Yingli is standing in the kitchen. Yingri, are you really going to cook? Chen looked at Fei Yingri in front of him. There was hesitation on his face. What a joke, Fei Yingli really wants to cook, but Chen Ke doesn't dare to eat the dishes made by Fei Yingli, not because he is afraid of poisoning himself. How can Chen be poisoned to death? But even if he is not poisoned, he will definitely not eat the kind of strange things that Fei Yingri made. I just want to do an experiment. Fei Yingri and Guangxiang secretly Yukiko glanced at the kitchen. Before Yukiko said that eating the dishes she made would be poisoned to death, which made Fei Yingri feel a little uncomfortable. So now do an experiment to see if Yukiko will actually be poisoned after eating the food she made. Hee, Yingri, your eyes are so scary, just like the kind of murderer Qiguang. Yukiko began to worry. Yingri should not attack her. Thinking about it makes me feel a little chilly, is it right now? Should I run over and beg for mercy? I'll see if I can poison you in a while. You must eat all the things I made, Yukiko. Hee, isn't this killing me? I'd rather kill myself than eat the food you made. Yukiko is serious, and thinks she eats the food made by concubine Eri. It's better than suicide. Really? That's what you said. Then Yukiko, you commit suicide and let me see it. Fei said to Yukiko with the kitchen knife in her hand. I'm just joking, Eri, why are you so serious? Yukiko simply slipped into the living room, listening to the strife in the kitchen uneasy. Is it that exaggerated? Xiaoai glanced at Yukiko, and then said involuntarily, haha. Are you saying that it is that exaggerated? The fact is even more exaggerated than you imagined. You have never eaten food made by Eri. So you don't even know how it tastes tilde. Yukiko thought of the taste of the food made by Fei. That was really killing people. I felt like my body couldn't help shivering, and the conversation changed. I feel like the food made by Fei. It tasted worse than what she made. In fact, this is Yuki's lack of self-knowledge. The taste of the food made by Yuchizi is definitely not much better than that of Fei Yingli, and it even looks exactly the same. Xiaoai Xin didn't feel that way, but felt that it was too exaggerated. Even if it was something unpalatable, there are still many more beaches to eat. Anyway, Xiaoai doesn't believe. You don't believe it, right? Yuchizi asked Xiaoai. Looking at Xiaoai's pouting expression, Yushizi knew that Xiaoai didn't believe it, and suddenly Yushizi thought of an idea to pitch Xiaoai. Should we make a bet? Yuchizi looked at Xiaoai and asked At this time, Yuchizi's expression didn't show anything wrong. After all, she used to be a star, so she was very online in terms of acting skills. Flaw. What do you want to bet with me? Xiaoai looked up at Yuchizi and asked Yuchizi. Although I didn't see Yukiko's weirdness, I told Xiaoai intuitively. Yukiko seems to be tricking her. Well, if you can eat the meal made by concubine Yingri, you can let me do whatever you want in the future. Yukiko said straight to Xiaoai. What if I can't eat it? Xiaoai asked. You're so unconfident in yourself. You'd better say it first and then talk about it. Well, if you can't eat it, you have to listen to me in the future. Yukiko said with narrowed eyes. No, Xiaoai refused directly. The risk was very high. This gambler doesn't want to say. Well then, you have to listen to me for a day. How about this? Yukiko relaxed the conditions. I want to pitch Xiaoai. Yuchizi can't give up like this, so in the case of Xiaoai's refusal, he can only lower the conditions. I agree. Xiaoai thought about it for a while and thought maybe she could give it a try. She was very confident in herself, even if it was really hard to eat. Xiaoai felt that she could eat it too. Even Xiaoai has eaten the kind of bizarre food made by the little Izumi Yuhiko, so I can't believe that it is still unpalatable. Yushizizui couldn't help showing a smile. Xiaoai was hooked, and she didn't believe that Xiaoai could stand up to the meals made by Fei Yingli. It didn't take long for Chen and Fei Yingli to come out of the kitchen. Most of them were made by Chen, while Fei Yingli made only a few dishes. The main reason was that Chen was afraid that concubine Yingli would waste all the ingredients and would be hungry. So I can only do it myself. After all the dishes were served, Xiaoai's face showed doubts. There was obviously nothing ugly in these dishes. Usually dishes are hard to come out, and usually very ugly. Urchin, did Yingri make this one? Yuchizi asked in a low voice in Chen's ear. Daoli was mainly clear, lest he would be struck by a thunderbolt. For Yuchizi, he felt that being struck by a thunderbolt would mean death. Chen pointed it directly to Yuchizi, and after Yuchizi nodded, she put the light on Xiaoai's body. Chen looked at Yuchizi, not knowing what Yuchizi meant, and looked at what Xiaoai was doing. 2 inches. Xiaoai, would you like to have a taste or two? Yuchizi asked Xiaoai with a smile. As he spoke, he pointed all the dishes that Fei Yingli made to Xiaoai, and then waited for Xiaoai to taste. Although the appearance of these meals is very good, even Fei Yingli's cooking looks even better than Chen's cooking. It's just that Yuchizi knows that what is called gold and jade is not good on the outside, and what looks good may not be delicious sometimes. Xiaoai moved his chopsticks without hesitation. But after eating it in his mouth, the money is good. Xiaoai's face changed immediately. Unpalatable, unsavory and indescribable. Worse than the quirky stuff made by little Izumi Yuhiko. You won. Xiaoai came out directly. Then he said to Yukiko, although he didn't want to admit defeat, Xiaoai really couldn't help it. At the same time, Xiaoai couldn't help but glanced at Fei Yingli, and there was more strange color in the light. How did this unpalatable thing come about? Being able to make such dark dishes, Xiaoai felt that this was also a talent, and it was a talent that ordinary people could not get. I have to say that Xiaoai's thoughts are surprisingly consistent with Chen's. Zhang Chen also felt that Fei Yingli's ability to make such dark dishes is definitely an ability that no one else can match. Of course, there is also Yukiko. The food made by Yukiko can be tied with Fei Yingli. Of course, in terms of appearance, he is still Fei Yingli's good uncle. Chapter 1099. I hope you won't let me down. Shizi looked at Xiaoai proudly, and then said to Xiaoai, don't forget that you lost to me this time, don't renege on your debt. Humph. Xiaoai just snorted, of course she won't be billed. Because he can't afford to lose that person, Xiaoai is not the kind of pit Xiaoai who likes to default on his debts. Yuchizi is a little proud, but soon Yuchizi will know that it is too early for him to be proud. Concubine Yingri directly pushed the dish she made to Yukiko's side, and said to Yukiko with a stern face. Yukiko, you'd better finish eating it for me. What? Eri and we are good sisters, right? You actually killed me. Yukiko stood up and looked at concubine Eri with grief and indignation. In Yukiko's opinion, Fei Yingli is literally killing her. Let her eat all these things that Fei Yingli made. Yukiko said that she really can't do it. Yukiko really doesn't want to touch such unpalatable things. You are wrong about Yukiko. It is because we are good sisters that I will cook for you. I hope you don't let me down. The corners of Yukiko's mouth twitched. What do you think? I think you or I'm right in the pit. Anyway, Yukiko will definitely not eat such a damn thing. No, you have to find a way. 290 Kiko's eyes glanced, and then looked at Chen, her eyes lit up immediately. Yukiko, I know what you're thinking, I will never eat what Yingri cooks. Chen said to Yukiko with a blank expression. Fei Ying, who was sitting across from Chen, took a sip on the fish. Even if I didn't make it delicious, don't do it. Makes me ugly. Eri, don't worry about it. After all, if you taste what you make, you'll know how it tastes. Chen said to Fei Yingri. Fei Yingli listened to Chen's words, and finally couldn't help it, and tasted the level of the dishes she made. In fact, Fei Yingli felt that she was already very good this time. This time it was done perfectly. However, after Fei Yingli ate it in her mouth, Fei Yingli's face changed completely. Sure enough, he didn't have any talent for cooking. Looking at Chen, Yuchizi, and Xiaoai all looked at him, Fei Yingli still didn't have the courage to swallow. In the end, concubine Yingli came out and said with some discomfort in her heart, could it be that what I make is so unpalatable? Haven't you already tasted it? Look, you can't eat it yourself, which means I don't. You were wronged, Yukiko said to Fei Yingri. It's far from my sister. Xiaoai said faintly. She took a bite just now, but she still hasn't recovered from the bitter taste, and she doesn't know why it still looks good. It will suffer like that. It tastes worse than devil fruit. To be able to make such a meal, I can't describe it with pure genius. This is the evaluation given by Chen. It is really more unpalatable than devil fruit, although Chen has never eaten a devil fruit. His ability to get the devil fruit was not for eating. Anyway, Chen felt that the dishes made by Fei Yingri were the worst he had ever eaten, even worse than those made by Kushina. Yuchizi, if you can eat it, I will admit the friendship between you and me. Fei Yingli said to Yuchizi with a plate of tofu. The tofu looks good, but it was made by Fei Yingri. It cannot be seen from the outside. The appearance is just a concealment. Friendship. Forget it, there is no friendship between us. Yukiko said without hesitation. What friendship are we talking about now? Such unpalatable food, Yukiko can't eat it anyway, and the friendship between us is gone. Yukiko feels that even if there is no friendship, also determined not to eat, unpalatable to indescribable. It seems that the friendship between us is really fragile. Fei Yingli said with a smile. In fact, Fei Yingri was just joking with Yukiko. With all due respect, if anyone can eat all the things you made, CJ_E, I can kneel down on the spot for that person, Yukiko said. Don't talk about me. In fact, you are similar to me. Fei Yingli was unhappy at being ridiculed, and said to Yukiko. What Fei Yingli said was absolutely correct. When it comes to cooking, Yukiko and Fei Yingli are completely the same. It's all about the same level. Yes, I know, I admit that my cooking skills are poor. Yukiko admitted frankly, but Yukiko then said, but Eri and I are still different from you. What's the difference? Fei Yingli asked Yukiko. Of course I know better than you, I know myself very well. The food is not good. Yukiko said to Fei Yingli. And Yingli, you should have a special experience in cooking, right? Fei Yingli denied it directly. Don't deny it. The dishes you made before can be seen as dark dishes, dark and gooey. At a glance, you can see that it has become too beautiful now. You dare to say that there is no effort. Yukiko pouted and directly dismantled Fei Yingli. Unfortunately, although the appearance has improved a lot, the taste has not changed. I really admire you. Yukiko looked at Fei Yingli with admiration. Actually, I'm also curious about this. How did you do it, Yingli? Chen asked Fei Yingli. This technique is really too difficult. How did Fei Yingli do it? It's so bad in taste, but it looks so good. Chen he said that it was much better than his own. When he was in the kitchen before, Chen thought that Fei Yingli's cooking skills had really improved. But after secretly tasting it, Chen realized that he was thinking too much. Dark cooking, even if the appearance has changed, it is still dark cooking, but the essence has not changed. Chen, do you still want to study with me? Fei Yingli looked at Chen and asked Chen. If it is possible, I don't mind learning. Chen said with a smile. I learned how to cook, Fei Yingli. Maybe a master who has no teacher to make poisons, he will become a generation of poison. Fortunately, Fei Yingli doesn't know what Chen is thinking now. What? If Fei Yingli knew, she would definitely not give Chen a good face, and completely compare the dishes she made to poison. This is indeed a bit excessive. If Fei Yingli knew, she would definitely give Chen a crazy mess. Caught. This is the special skill of a female master. I believe that Fei Yingli, a strong woman, should also be a master. I just don't know what the scene will be if Fei Yingli uses this trick. I guess the picture is very beautiful. Chapter 1100. Don't understand female A.'s heart, Yukiko. Are you really going to stay here? Chen asked Yuchizi that they were planning to go back. However, Yukiko chose to stay with Fei Yingli. Said to accompany Yingli, but looking at Eri, the disgusting look on his face, it seems that he doesn't want Yukiko to stay here at all. But Yukiko wants to stay here. Of course, I think Yingli herself is quite boring, so I'll accompany Yingli here, lest she get too bored. Yukiko said with a smile. I think you're more in the way. Fei Yingli couldn't help but said. Eri, we have been in love for so many years, are you talking about me like that? It really makes me so sad. Yukiko looked at concubine Yingli's tearful eyes with a sad face, and looked very pitiful. But even looking at the pitiful Yukiko, Fei Yingli remained unmoved. I know Yukiko too well, so Fei Yingli can see at a glance that Yukiko is just pretending, but it's a bit like it. Sure enough, the acting skills are past. That's right, otherwise Yukiko wouldn't be able to become a famous star in the world. Since this is the case, then Xiaoai and I will leave together. Chen pulled Xiaoai and said to Fei Yingli and Yuchizi. Well, remember to pick me up when I go back. Yukiko waved her arm towards Chen and said. Chen is very speechless, and he actually asked me to pick you up. Do you think I have time to come and pick you up? If I have time, I will come to pick you up, but if I don't have time, then you can go back by yourself. Chen Shang Yuchizi he waved his hand and said. Let's go Yingli. Chen pulled Xiaoai, and then opened the concubine Yingli's house. On the way back, Xiaoai glanced at Chen, and then asked him, are you particularly disappointed now? What disappointment? Chen was stunned for a moment, and then asked Xiaoai. Aren't you really disappointed? This time I ruined your good deeds. Xiaoai said to Chen faintly. You also understand co-authoring. You ruined my good deeds. I thought you didn't know. Chen couldn't help but said. Humph. Xiaoai didn't say anything, just snorted. Of course, I knew that it was bad for you, and I came here just to harm you. I don't want this anymore. Xiaoai suddenly said to Chen. Chen looked at Xiaoai suspiciously, and was a little puzzled by Xiaoai's mindless words. What do you mean? I don't want to keep the current primary school student appearance. Xiaoai looked at Chen said seriously. Before, Xiaoai wanted to rely on her own ability to change back, but now Xiaoai doesn't want to do this, but Xiaoai has not yet developed an antidote. At this time, I can only let Chen come to help, only Chen can help her change back again. Didn't you say that you need to rely on your own efforts? Why did you change your mind now? Chen smiled and asked Xiaoai, I just want to change my mind, can't I? Xiaoai snorted and asked towards Chen. Okay, of course, I didn't say no. Chen said with a smile. Forget it, I don't need you to help me. Xiaoai looked at Chen, and suddenly changed her mind again, causing a question mark to appear on Chen's face. How did she change her mind again? It's really hard to understand. Really, I don't understand you. Chen looked at Xiaoai, then shook his head. He didn't understand, his thoughts were too complicated. That's because you are too stupid. Xiaoai said to Chen with a very vicious tongue. You have a lot of courage, and you dare to call me stupid. Chen pinched Xiaoai's face. Of course. Chen didn't use any force, he wouldn't really bully Xiaoai. Xiaoai fiercely opened Chen's hand and gave Chen a 2-byakugan, but the moon looked ahead. No, I ignored Chen. When I was about to drive back home, Chen suddenly saw a familiar figure in front of his house. Isn't he that Kudo Yasaka? Xiaoai looked at the shadow in front of her and said. You can actually recognize him as Kudo Yasaka. Chen looked at Xiaoai in surprise. Did Xiaoai have seen Kudo Yasaka? Chen didn't remember that Xiaoai had met Kudo Yasaka. It's very easy to recognize him. Strange. I haven't met Yasaka Kudo though. However, I have checked the information on Kudo Yasaka. To be precise, I checked it by the way when I was looking at Kudo Shinichi's information. Xiaoai said to Chen. When it was still in the organization before, Jinju made her confirm whether Kudo Shinichi really died. At that time, Xiaoai investigated. Ask for flowers. Xiaoai's memory has always been very good. It is said to be unforgettable. As long as you watch it once, you will never forget it. At this time, Yasaka Kudo, who was about to leave, also saw Tatsuya's car. The pace that was going to drive high stopped. In fact, Yasaka Kudo Sukuru came to look for Tatsu, but he couldn't find it. Tatsu wasn't at home at all. So Kudo Yasaka was waiting here. It was getting dark now. Kudo Yasaka was about to come back tomorrow. At this time, Chen appeared directly. Can you wait? Kudo Yasaka stopped Chen, and then asked Chen. What do you want to talk to me about? Chen fell down the glass and looked at Kudo Yasaka lightly. Asked. I want to talk about my son. Of course, Yasaka Kudo is looking for Chen for his son Kudo Shinichi. Is your son Kudo Shinichi? Actually, if your son Kudo Shin equals doesn't cause me trouble, I won't pay attention to him. Chen doesn't want to pay attention to Kudo Shinichi at all, or he disdains Kudo Shinichi. Of course, if Kudo Shinichi comes and jumps in front of him, Chen doesn't mind giving him a slap to wake him up. But maybe this slap really won't wake up, just slap it to death, okay? If there are other things, I don't have time to talk to you, so get out of the way. Chen said lightly. Kudo Yasaka took a deep breath. To be honest, Kudo Yasaka was very angry in his heart. Anyone would feel very angry and feel that the other party did not respect him at all. In fact, Kudo Yasaka felt right. Chen did not respect Ito Yasaka. Just relying on Kudo Yasaka, does he need to give Kudo Yasaka any respect? Chen simply doesn't care whether Kudo Yasaka is good or not. Okay, I will come back another day. Yasaka Kudo stepped aside, looked at Chen deeply and said. He must have a good talk with Hyuga Chen. The main purpose is to understand the identity of Hyuga Chen, what organization he belongs to, and more importantly, with Hyuga let's talk about Tatsu, to ensure the safety of his son. Kudo Yasaka knows that it is meaningless to talk with Hyuga Tatsu now, because he can't find the bargaining chip. How can we talk without any bargaining chip? Ah Shan. _ Naruto God Level System, Chapter 1101-1129. Chapter 1101. Wujishi 2 inches Chen, you guys are back, by the way. Did you see Kudo Yasaka outside? After Chen and Xiaoai entered the room, Mingmei asked Chen. I met. Chen nodded towards Mingmei. Oh, then did he say anything to you? Mingmei looked at Chen with curiosity in her eyes, not knowing when it started. Mingmei's curiosity also became serious. I didn't give him a chance to say anything at all. Chen sat on the sofa and leaned on Hermod beside him. Belmod pushed Chen for a while, but found that after he couldn't push it, he didn't continue, and resignedly acquiesced. Mr. Judy, are you here too? Chen looked at Judy. I thought you wouldn't see me. Judy said in a low voice. She said this for a reason, probably because 1 or 3 zeros was often ignored by Chen. Of course it's impossible not to see, as long as it's a beautiful woman, I can see it. Chen said with a smile. Judy's heart skipped a beat. Is she saying that she is a beauty? Judy's face Jonan couldn't help showing a hurt expression. But this expression was immediate, fleeting, as if it had never appeared before, because she didn't want to show it in front of the woman Belmod. But even though Judy's shy expression subsided quickly, she was still seen by Chen. Chen couldn't help but smile. To be frank, still. It was the first time I saw Judy look so shy. By the way, what are you doing, Judy? Chen asked Judy. Learn ninjutsu, and her by the way. Judy Qiguang became completely cold when she saw Belmod. These days, Judy has gotten along well with Akemi, Kuroba Chikage and the others, but with Belmod. To be honest, Judy hated Belmod so much that she was an enemy after all, but it was really strange to hate that. You two are fighting. Chen couldn't help asking them. That's right, if it wasn't for my mercy, she would be a corpse now. Belmod smiled lightly, and then said. Don't think that if you show mercy, I will be grateful to you. Judy snorted coldly. Even showing mercy to her won't change Judy's hatred for Belmod. I never expected you to be grateful to me, Belmod said flatly. Seriously, Belmod didn't expect Judy to appreciate her at all, and of course she had a reason for showing mercy to Judy's men. After all, Belmod is usually ruthless, and the reason why he is merciful to Judy. Naturally there is a reason. Chen, I need to ask you something. Judy said to Chen. Please. Chen was stunned for a moment, and looked at Judy in surprise. This is probably the reason why Judy stayed here and didn't leave. Okay, what are you talking about? Chen didn't agree first. After all, if Chen didn't agree with what Judy brought up, of course Chen would refuse. Aren't you going to agree first? Of course not. I'm not stupid. If you say something that I can't do, what should I do? Chen shrugged and said, I remember you said before that you can do anything. Judy Shang Chen said. This was not made up by Judy. Judy clearly remembered that Chen did say this. Did I really say it? Even if I did, it was made up by me. Chen waved to Judy. Okay. To tell you the truth, it's actually for you. It's not difficult, I just want to ask you to take the time to teach me. Judy said to Chen seriously. This is it. Chen touched his chin, and then fell into deep thought. How? What are you thinking about? After watching Chen pondering for a long time, Judy couldn't help asking Chen aloud, why don't you talk? Ahem, I actually don't have time. You know, it's very tiring to guide other people's lives, so I don't want to. Chen spread his hands and said. Just tell Judy the truth, but don't want to. Let's talk about it. Judy doesn't give herself any reward. If there is any reward that can attract him, Chen may be really unscrupulous once. Only but it's not good now. It's not a good thing. To be honest, Chen really has no interest at all. You just refused so directly. This is a request from a beautiful woman. Judy said angrily. You are right, you are indeed beautiful, but Judy, look, there is no one worse than you here. Chen said to Judy with a smile. Judy looked around. Although she didn't want to admit it, Judy knew. There's really nothing worse than her, or even prettier than her. I'm your teacher, you really can't you help me, times. Judy couldn't help but continued to Shang Chen. Since you are my teacher, you should help me. Chen is not moved at all. Anyway, if there is no good situation, Chen will never waste his time. Even if Judy is a beauty, it will not work. After all, she is a beauty but not her own, so naturally Chen will not interested. Then talk about it. What conditions do you need to help me? Judy asked Chen helplessly. No conditions. I just want to be a salted fish. Say it again. Your talent is not very good. I feel like a waste of time. Chen felt that he didn't want to waste time. If he had time, he might as well go out and play. Why would a runner help? This is what Chen thought. You said my talent is not very good. Judy heard the words, looking at Chen with a bit of depression. Yeah, I feel that your talent is not very good. In fact, it is not very good. Chen nodded. Anyway, Judy is definitely not a genius at 3.9. It's quite satisfactory. It's a lot worse than Xiao Ai, of course. Xiao Ai is the most talented among them. I think you are hit me on purpose. Judy said angrily. No, don't think like that. I absolutely don't have the idea. Chen directly shook his head and denied that he had absolutely no such idea. In fact, Chen really didn't have such an idea. By the way, Chen, have you eaten? Mingmei asked Chen at this time, and it was a direct hit. Cut off the topic of Judy, but even so, Judy is not going to let the car go. Feeling the strength of Belmod, Judy feels that she will never be able to take revenge for the rest of her life. After all, when she becomes stronger, Belmod is also getting stronger, so Judy can only find other ways now. The only way she can think of is to find Chen. Chapter 1102. So Ruthless. 2. The next morning, after Chen opened the door, she saw Judy standing at Chen's door. Judy didn't leave yesterday, she simply lived here, and Chen's house was enough to live in, so it was no problem for Judy to live here. Mr. Judy, shouldn't you come over too early? Chen looked at Judy and asked speechlessly. Yes, I came here at 5 o'clock in the morning and have been waiting here. Judy nodded to Chen honestly and earnestly. I know you want me to teach you. But I'm actually not suitable for teaching you. Chen said to Judy, while he spread his hands helplessly. Why? Judy frowned slightly, feeling that Chen was just perfunctory her. Wasn't Belmod's ninjutsu taught by Chen? This is absolutely impossible. Since she can teach Belmod, why can't she teach her? Judy felt a little dissatisfied in her heart, and also felt that Chen was disgusting her. Why? If you insist on 29 to know why, it's not that I can't tell you, it's just that I'm a bit lazy right now, so you should be clear. Chen said seriously to Judy, mainly Chen lazy, it's not that he doesn't know how to teach, he just doesn't want to be so troublesome. If you have this time, isn't it bad to sit down and drink tea? Even if you don't want to drink it, you can watch TV or read comics. Chen is used to living like a salted fish now. That's right, after coming to the world of Conan, Chen lived a life of this kind of salted fish, and Chen was already used to such a life. You really can't teach me. Judy moved closer to Chen and Chen also found out. Judy is wearing something sexy today. Is this trying to come over to confuse him? Chen thought of this. He raised his brows involuntarily, and then stared at Judy. Judy was also staring at Chen seriously at this time, with stubbornness in her eyes. It looks like it's pretty fun. Okay. Don't show such an expression to me. People who don't know still think I'm bullying you on purpose. Chen looked at Judy's expression and couldn't help but said. Then you promise to teach me. Judy's moonlight lit up slightly, looking at Chen seriously. Chen Wenyan couldn't help but pouted. Did you think of a name? When did I promise you? It is absolutely impossible to promise you. No, I didn't agree. It's too troublesome. You'd better study with Ming Chai. Ming may seem to be able to teach Judy now. No one else has time either. Karoba cheekage is just a bottle of unsatisfactory rice swaying around. Apart from Karoba cheekage, Yukiko is the same, not to mention Yukiko is not at home now, and Yukiko is staying at Fei Yingri's side. As for Yuhiko, it's not bad, but Yuhiko may not have time. Yuhiko still needs to study magic. Although he has learned ninjutsu now, Yuhiko has not given up studying magic. If you don't agree, then I'll follow you all the time. Judy has no other way. As long as Chen doesn't agree, Judy will always follow. If she wants to defeat Belmod, it seems that only Chen can help her. So Judy really has nothing to do. Can only come to Chen. Okay. I heard Chen say okay. Judy thought that Chen had compromised, and a smile appeared on her face. Just follow if you want. I don't care. Chen smiled at Judy. It really doesn't matter. With the beautiful woman Judy following her, Chen still feels a little happy in her heart. Why should she refuse? Chen, are you really that ruthless towards your teacher? Judy looked at Chen with a resentful look. Ting, don't say I'm ruthless. I don't think I'm ruthless, and I don't think even if I teach you, you won't be able to improve your strength quickly. Chen said to Judy seriously. This is not Chen's presence lies to fool Judy, but seriously. Judy's strength has now reached a bottleneck. It is impossible for her to reach the sky in one step. She can only cultivate slowly. There is no good way to do this. It's just that Judy has been trying to rush things. Judy is desperate to beat Belmod. Don't say that Chen can't help Judy, even if Chen can really help Judy. He wouldn't even think about it. It is impossible for Chen to help Judy defeat Belmod. After all, Belmod is his woman. And the relationship between Chen and Judy, Shang Duo, is already a good friend. I found that you just didn't want to teach me that. Judy found it at this time, and looked at Chen depressed. It seems that you found it. That's great. Yes, I really don't have time to teach you anything right now. Chen nodded earnestly. Are you afraid that I will defeat Belmod? Judy looked at Chen, wanting to see what Chen's expression was like. Chen smiled strangely, and then shook her head at Judy. Judy, this is impossible. There is no way you can beat Belmod. Chen reached out and patted Judy on the shoulder, then said to Judy. Why is it impossible? Judy looked at Chen with some bullshit and felt that Chen was clearly facing the woman. In fact, Judy was right. Chen, there will definitely be more towards Belmore. Who knows who is closer to Chen? What do you think is the strength gap between you and Belmore? Chen did not answer Judy's words. Instead, he asked Judy. Listen to Chen's question. Judy frowned and fell into deep thought. After a long time, Judy looked up at Chen and said depressedly, although I don't want to admit it, there is a big gap between my strength and hers. When she fought before, she was defeated by Belmod with just a few moves. Even if it wasn't for Belmod's mercy, now that she is cool, she can go to heaven to find her father. Yes, your strength is improving, but Belmod is not idle either. Chen said to Judy, although Belmod doesn't go out every day at home, and doesn't seem to practice all day, but Belmod really works hard. This is what Mingmei told Chen. Originally, Belmod's the talent is better than that of Judy, plus Belmod is also working hard. What does Judy do to catch up with Belmod? It is precisely because of this. So Chen will say that Judy will never be able to defeat Belmod. At this time, Judy's expression is a little dazed, and there is some emptiness in her eyes. Obviously she has been hit. Is it impossible to defeat Belmod? What's the point of her efforts now? Does it really make no sense at all? Judy is at a loss. Chapter 1103. I am a good person. Looking at the dazed Judy, Chen couldn't help shaking his head, as if the blow to Judy was a bit serious. But Chen also wanted to make Judy recognize this fact, not to mention that even if Judy had the strength to avenge, Chen would stop Judy. Belmod is his own woman. Of course Chen will not let his woman have any trouble. Don't disturb Judy for now. Chen bypassed Judy and walked towards the kitchen, thinking that Mingmei is up now. Sure enough, when he came to the kitchen, he did find Mingmei standing in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Chen, you came in. Did you see Judy before? Mingchai turned his head and said to Chen after hearing the movement from behind. When Mingmei got up before, I saw Judy standing at Chen's door. She also deliberately went over to check what happened to Judy. It's just that Judy didn't tell Mingmei at the time. Well, I see. I'm still in a daze now. Chen nodded, and then looked at what kind of Mei was preparing, and did not prepare anything complicated, just a simple Japanese breakfast, but after Mingmei handmade. It looks a little fancy. The rice balls are so beautifully made. In fact, with Mingmei's craftsmanship, there is absolutely no problem in being a chef in the Thai restaurant. Chen looked at Mingmei and said with a light smile. I'm very happy to get your compliment, Chen. Mingmei's face showed a sincere smile. Sure enough, the research on cooking during this period of time has not been in vain. Now that she can get Chen's praise, Mingmei really feels very satisfied. By the way, is there something wrong with Judy? Mingmei asked Chen curiously. It seems that Mingmei, you have also learned to be curious. Wu Yu couldn't help saying, yeah, I always feel very curious in my heart. After all, no matter who it is, everyone will be curious. Mingmei nodded and said that Mingmei was right, no matter who it is, everyone will have curiosity. Mingmei, you should have already guessed it. Judy wanted me to teach her. She mentioned it to me yesterday. Then did you agree? Mingmei asked Chen curiously. This is not, is it obvious? If I promised Judy, she wouldn't be standing there in a daze now. Yes, but you refused like this. Mingmei looked at Chen with a strange expression. Do you mean that Judy is also a great beauty? Mingmei felt that she was no worse than herself, but she rejected it directly. It felt that it did not conform to Chen's style. Although he didn't know what Mingmei was thinking, but seeing Mingmei's strange expression, Chen then tapped Mingmei's little head. I feel like you are cranky, what are you thinking about? Chen looked at Mingmei and said. No, I didn't think about anything. Mingmei rubbed her forehead, feeling a little pain when she was knocked. This is Makoto. If it is Yukiko, after this loss, I will definitely think about fighting back. I'm going to ask Belmod and the others to get up for breakfast first. Chen left the kitchen, also in order not to disturb Mingmei to continue cooking. After walking out, Chen walked towards the room of Belmod and the others, and soon called them all up. Okay, don't be dazed, come over and get ready for breakfast. Chen said to Judy, who was still in a daze. Judy looked at Chen with Yuhi's eyes. She looked like she was crying, and Chen suddenly felt his head too. Didn't you cry just now? Chen asked Judy. It was so obvious that Chen could see it at a glance. Judy must have been crying just now. No, Judy said stubbornly. Even if she really cried, Judy would stubbornly say no. Alright then, come over for breakfast. Don't starve you, you are also a teacher after all. Chen pulled Judy and said. Wait a minute. Judy grabbed Chen's hand and stopped Chen, staring straight at Chen. Judy wasn't wearing glasses at this point, but she looked prettier than when she was wearing them. Is there anything else? Are you willing to teach me if I am willing to pay some price? Judy asked Chen Ji. After paying some price, Chen probably already understood what Judy wanted to do, and looked at Judy in a daze momentarily. Stop, don't think of me as that kind of person. I'm a good person, Chen said righteously to Judy. Hey Tilda. A rather sarcastic voice came over. This was Xiao Ai's voice. Xiao Ai was looking at the good Chen Yi with that kind of contempt. You really have the guts to say such a thing, this face it's really thick. Xiao Ai, do you have any opinion? Chen stared at Xiao Ai dangerously and asked Xiao Ai. No, how dare I have any opinion? Even if I have, I wouldn't dare to mention it. Xiao Ai withdrew after the mouth. He said and said no, but in fact there is, and this opinion is definitely not small. Forget it, Chen also doesn't plan to care about these things with Xiao Ai. Let's go eat quickly. Chen let go of Judy, then followed Xiao Ai and walked into the living room. Judy, who followed behind, bit Kiba, making up her mind in her heart for revenge. No matter what the price. No matter how high the price is, I will never give up, in order to take revenge for defeating Belmod. Chen at this time. I don't know what kind of determination Judy has made in her heart, if she knows. I don't know if Chen should be happy, or should be happy. Don't touch my head. Xiao Ai opened Chen's hand and said. Just now, Chen's hand was on Xiao Ai's head, and then Xiao Ai felt very angry and wanted to get angry directly. Li's good, yo, Xiao Ai, don't I remember that you didn't like it very much before? Shouldn't it be embarrassing now? Belmod looked at Xiao Ai with a smile on his face. When Xiao Ai saw the smile on Maud's face, Xiao Ai snorted and felt that the smile on Belmod's face seemed to be laughing at her, and Xiao Ai was very unhappy in her heart. Judy sat down, looked at Belmod deeply, and faced Judy's gaze. Belmont wasn't afraid at all, and stared at July in the same way. "See your Maud, sooner or later I'll let you repent of your crimes." Judy said, "Oh, yes, if you really have the ability. Then you can give it a try. I'd really like to see it." "See your Maud," said with a smile. Seeing that the anger in Judy's heart continued to pour out, but Judy finally suppressed the unhappiness in her heart. Chapter 11:04. You threatened me that Belmont and Judy were quarreling in my house. To be precise, Judy was quarreling with Belmont. Seeing that Belmont didn't want to pay attention to Judy. However, it was so ignored. It made Judy even more unhappy in her heart, and even more angry with Belmont. Chen felt a little bored at home, so he left the house. Just came out of the house, and then Chen saw this guy Kudo Yasaka. He was coming out of his house at this time, and Tatsu's house and Kudo Yasaka's house were only separated by a road. So Yasaka Kudo came out. Naturally also saw Chen. After seeing Chen, Kudo Yasaka's footsteps paused, and then he ran over quickly, and shouted at Chen. Chen thought about it, and it seems that he has nothing to do. Since that's the case, let's chat with Kudo Yasaka. "Hyuga Tatsu, can we talk?" Kudo Yasaka took a deep breath and asked Tatsu. "Tan, in what capacity do you want to talk to me?" Chen looked at Yasaka Kudo playfully. "As a father. Can you?" Kudo Yasaka asked 47. That's right, he just wanted to talk to Chen about his son. This is also the most peaceful thing for Kudo Yasaka right now. "Okay, I know there is a coffee shop not far away, let's go there." Chen originally wanted to pass the boring time, so naturally he nodded and agreed, and Chen also wanted to know. What will Yasaka Kudo say? Kudo Yasaka didn't hesitate either. He was not afraid, and quickly followed Chen. Soon he came to the coffee shop and started chatting. Kudo Yasaka and Chen talked a lot of nonsense, until Chen was a little impatient. Kudo Yasaka finally said something. "What's your relationship with that organization?" Kudo Yasaka wanted to ask him in a side-by-side manner before, to see if something could happen. But Chen didn't pay attention to him at all, so Kudo Yasaka changed his way. It is very direct to ask about the relationship between Chen and the Black Organization. "Then what do you think is the relationship between me and the Black Organization?" Chen took a sip of coffee and asked Kudo Yasaka. Kudo Yasaka's expression was silent. If he guessed Sid, Kudo Yasaka felt that even if Hyuga Chen and the Black Organization were related, they would never be a person from the Black Organization. The reason was very simple. Hyuga Chen knew that Kudo Shinichi had changed. Became Conan, but the Black Organization still doesn't know it. So Hyuga Chen definitely couldn't be someone from the Black Organization. Since that's the case, let's go straight to the point. I'm looking for you to tell you, don't target the new. Kudo Yasaka said seriously. What is Hyuga Chen's identity? Kudo Yasaka can't control it now. I don't want to care who he is, but Kudo Yasaka just doesn't want Hyuga Chen to target his son again. Did you make a mistake? I am targeting Kudo Shin equals. Do I need to target him? Hyuga Tatsu pouted in disdain. If he really wants to target Kudo Shin, Kudo Shinichi can really still live in this. The world was targeted by him. And if he could still survive, it might really be a miracle. The reason why he did that was because he wanted to kill himself. If he had to run over to provoke him, Chen would simply ignore him like Conan. A guy that can be easily cleaned up. It also needs to be deliberately targeted. Yasaka Kudo must be thinking a little too much, right? There are some reasons for his son, but Hyuga Chen's reasons are absolutely indispensable. If it is not for no reason, his son will not trouble Hyuga Chen. According to Kudo Yasaka's investigation, Shinichi has such a big deal with Hyuga Chen. The reason for the hostility has already been guessed. It must be because of Shaolin, a child, and Shinichi's feelings for Shaolin. Kudo Yasaka also knows it. And now according to his investigation, Shaolin seems to be with Hyuga Chen now. For Shinichi, this is definitely a thunderous blow. And Hyuga Chen himself is not a good person. So Shinichi, who was already hostile to Hyuga Chen, was even more hostile to Hyuga Chen. I don't care. The reason, I don't want to hear that Shinichi is injured otherwise. I will use all my energy against you. Kudo Yasaka looked at Chen. The expression is very serious. Are you threatening me? Chen squinted his eyes and asked Kudo Yasaka. You can take it as it is. Kudo Yasaka was not afraid after he noticed Tatsuya's dangerous gaze. Haha, you're not too brave. You actually dare to threaten me. Chen Hao sneered. Does Kudo Yasaka think he can wrestle with him? Indeed, Kudo Yasaka's ability is good, and he is stronger than Kudo Shinichi as his son in all aspects. It can be said that Kudo Shin's abilities are basically taught by Kudo Yasaka, but this does not mean that Ito Yasaka is qualified to threaten himself. Threatening him, Yasaka Kudo alone is not worthy. Kudo Yasaka didn't even respond. He was kicked and flew out, and the whole person flew out directly in the coffee shop. Hit the glass. The entire glass was shattered by Yasaka Kudo's body. You're threatening me like this. You're still one eternal early. Chen walked out indifferently, came to Kudo Yasaka's side, and said to Kudo Yasaka. Kudo Yasaka is really not simple. Such a kick, if it is an ordinary person, I am afraid that he will faint directly. Possibly even dead. And Kudo Yasaka was kicked by this kick, and he didn't faint, but the pain had already made Kudo Yasaka speechless. Also, put away these little toys of yours, they have no effect on me. Chen looked at the small pistol that Yasaka Kudo was hiding in his hand. Disdain smile, then said, not to mention firearms, even if I gave Kudo Yasaka a nuclear bomb, it would not be able to hurt Chen. Kudo Yasaka's hand tightened slightly. In fact, even if Ito Yasaka really wanted to shoot, he didn't have the strength to shoot. The injury he suffered is very serious, and even if you really want to do what you want to do, you can't do it at all. That's right. The compensation from this coffee shop is up to you. Chen stepped over Kudo Yasaka directly and left, leaving only Kudo Yasaka covered in glass shards. There were also some people who heard the movement and came to watch curiously. Of course, there is also the owner of the unfortunate coffee shop. At this time, the owner of the coffee shop looked at Yasaka Kudo lying on the ground, and his heart was a little bitter. After hesitating for a while, pick up the phone, then call the rescue, and send the other party to the hospital first. Otherwise I'm afraid he will die. 1. Chapter 1105. Shortly after helping me monitor Conan, Yasaka Kudo was sent to the hospital. After examination, Yasaka Kudo was seriously injured. And when his father was injured, Conan of course would not be concealed, although Kudo Yasaka wanted to conceal it, but he did not conceal it. Conan and Hattori Heiji. In addition, Aliboshi appeared in the hospital together. Dad, tell me, did Hyuga-chen hurt you? Conan asked with anger on his face. Kudo Yasaka sighed. For the first time, I regretted that my son was so smart, and it was not good for him to know so much. Although Kudo Yasaka did not say. But smart is Conan. Of course it is impossible to guess. After guessing, Conan's heart flashed with anger. I'm going to find Hyuga-chen. Conan was about to leave. Hattori Heiji directly grabbed Conan, and did not let Conan go out. Stop, Conan, are you going to court death? Kudo Yasaka shouted to Conan, enduring the injury. This time, Yasaka Kudo knew more about Hyuga-chen, and that guy shot, absolutely no worries. If Shinichi goes to Hyuga-chen, there may be real danger. If it was fine before, it doesn't mean it will be fine this time. Conan, I think you should listen to your father. Dr. Agasa took Conan's hand, said to Conan that although Dr. Agasa didn't want to fight Conan, even Yasaka couldn't fight Hyuga-chen, so he was sent to the hospital. What's the use of him going? Damn. Conan clenched his fists angrily, and his nails went into the flesh because of too much force. It's useless to be so angry now, it's better to calm down. Hattori Heiji said to Conan. Conan's mood has not been stable recently, and Hattori Heiji can also see this. Of course, the reason why Conan is like this is mainly because of Hyuga-chen and Shaolin. The blow to Conan is really a wife. So Conan is a little groggy now, and his emotions are particularly serious. In fact, Hattori Heiji can understand Conan like this. Thinking about it, if it were him, he would definitely not be able to stand it. No, I have to figure out a way to deal with that guy Hyuga Tatsu. He seems to have that kind of meaning towards Kazuya, so he had to find a way to stop it, and the way to stop it was to find a way to smear Hyuga, but Hattori felt that Hyuga-chen was already very dark, and he was not a good person. But Yi didn't believe it at all. This is the most uncomfortable part of Hattori Heiji. Obviously Hyuga-chen is not a good thing, but Kazuya still regards him as a good friend, but his relationship with himself is getting more and more. His heart was naturally unhappy, and he felt very uncomfortable. Just thinking about Hyuga-chen makes Conan feel like he's about to explode. There was always an anger in my heart that wanted to burst out. But I don't know how to break out I was holding it in my heart, and Conan felt like he was about to collapse. Conan, listen to me, don't bother with Hyuga-chen for the time being. Kudo Yasaka said to Conan. Conan's ability is definitely no match for Hyuga-chen, mainly because the opponent doesn't play cards according to the routine at all. This is also a person who cannot see through Kudo Yusakuyu. Conan, I remember you told me before, don't go to Hyuga-chen. I didn't listen to you, so I have become like this now, you have to remember. Kudo Yasaka said to Conan earnestly. I see. Conan took a deep breath and nodded. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know what to do, and it wasn't that he couldn't listen to other people's advice. Especially since the person in front of him is his father, Conan has listened to the words of Kudo Yasaka since he was a child, although he is too grown now. But when my father said so, Conan naturally wouldn't continue screwing. As for Hyuga-chen, leave it to me, Kudo Yasaka said in a deep voice. Although this time was beaten. In addition, he was severely injured, but Yasaka Kudo felt that he still had some confidence in dealing with Hyuga-chen. Looking at his father, Conan didn't say anything. He felt that his father should be measured and he didn't need to remind him. Dad, you need to recover from your injury first, and I'll leave first. Conan said to Kudo Yasaka, and then left. Seeing Conan leaving, Hattori Heiji took the role of little Conan, and then followed Conan. And Yasaka Kudo, who was originally worried about Conan's departure. After seeing Hattori Heiji following up, Kudo Yasaka was no longer worried. For flowers. Agasa Hakudo, Conan will need your care in the future equals next. Kudo Yasaka said to Akasa Hakudo. Don't worry, Yasaka, you can recover from your injury. Of course I won't let Kanandi move. Akasa Hiroshi nodded to Kudo Yasaka and assured Kudo Yasaka. That's good. Kudo Yasaka breathed a sigh of relief. Yasaka, don't relax too early, don't forget Conan's character. Agasa Hiroto suddenly smiled bitterly. Originally, Agasa Hiroshi agreed, but after thinking about Conan's character, Dr. Agasa had a headache. It's because I know his character. That's why I asked Hiro Aga Plus to help me watch him. Please, Hiro Aga, Yasaka Dingto said to Dr. Hiro very solemnly. If it weren't for the serious injury, I am afraid that Kudo Yasaka will get up directly and thank Hiro Akasa 10 times. Yasaka, actually, you don't need to be so polite. Akasa Hiroshi shook his head, even though Kudo Yasaka didn't say anything. Akasa Hakudo wouldn't watch Conan in danger either. And it's not a masterpiece. Please ask him for the first time. When they came back before, when they were talking, Kudo Yasaka had already solemnly asked him. Agasa Hiroshi, if you're in any trouble, feel free to come to me, especially about Conan. There's one more favor, I'd like to ask you to help me. What? Yasaka, you're welcome, go ahead and say it, as long as I can help, I will definitely help. If that's the case, then I'll say it. Kudo Yasaka didn't hesitate. He opened his mouth and said, I want to ask you to help me monitor Conan. Ali Botu was suddenly stunned, and couldn't help rubbing his head. You should know. He didn't tell me anything, such as the fact that he was fed poison by the black organization before and then became small. Shinichi never mentioned it to me before, and I was kept in the dark. So I want Dr. Ali to help me report the new trend. Kudo Yasaka said with a wry smile. If it wasn't for Akasa Hiroshi to inform him to come back. He really didn't know that Shinichi was involved in this incident. Chapter 1106. Honesty is easy to be deceived. Hey, what's the matter with Xiaolin? Chen received a call from Xiaolin at home, and there was a smile on his face. Xiaoai, who was sitting next to Chen, saw the smile on Chen's face. At the time, he couldn't help but pull his mouth away, and then there was a deep and incomparable displeasure on his face. Anyway, I felt uncomfortable when I saw it. When it was normal, Xiaoai would definitely leave Tsunere very much, but this time Xiaoai did not open high. Not only did he not leave, but he also deliberately approached Chen, ready to listen to what the two of them were saying on the phone. Chen glanced at Xiaoai. He did not shy away from Xiaoai. Anyway, they didn't talk about anything shameful between them. Even if it's really a shameful thing, Yichen's thick skin will definitely not care whether Xiaoai will eavesdrop. That's right, 4 forces 0, Chen's face is like that. Chen, I'm at my mother's place now, Shizi. My sister said she wants to take us to the shopping mall, do you want to come over? Originally, Xiaolin wanted to talk about Aunt Yuchizi, but after seeing the change in Yuchizi's expression, change your mouth now. I have to say that Xiaolin's desire to survive is also very strong, if she speaks her aunt's words. Yukiko will definitely not let Xiaolin go. After all, the thing that Yukiko cares about the most is probably her age, which must not be mentioned. Even if Chen said it, Yukiko would bite him angrily. Go shopping. Ahem, I found that I still have some things to do, so I can't go. Chen coughed twice, and then opened his mouth to refuse. Although he really wanted to go to Xiaolin, he just wanted to go shopping. Chen completely dispelled this thought of his own. That's it. Xiaolin's tone was filled with disappointment. If possible, Xiaolin really wanted Chen to pass. I'm so sorry Xiaolin, I'm afraid I can't get through. After hanging up the phone, Yukiko looked at Xiaolin. He must have said that there is something he can't come over. Yuchizi asked Xiaolin. Yeah, Xiaolin nodded towards Yuchizi, a little disappointed in her heart. Actually, you shouldn't have said this to that guy Chen, you should put it another way. Not to mention going shopping, you can definitely deceive Chen. Yukiko said. Yuchizi also knew Chen very well, and knew that Chen hated shopping, so when Xiaolin talked about shopping, Yuchizi knew that it was absolutely impossible. Cheat here. That's a bit bad, Xiaolin said embarrassedly. Xiaolin is not good at deceiving people. After all, Xiaolin is a good boy, especially the deceiver is Chen, and Xiaolin doesn't want to. Not so. Of course he won't come. IOSQ Yukiko said in a rather depressing tone, if she knew earlier. She came to Hecken to call, and then directly told Chen that Xiaolin was here, and Chen would definitely come over, and then drag him to go shopping. He wanted to refuse. There is no way to refuse. Ah, it's Xiaoran who is too honest. Yukiko sighed again and shook her head at Xiaoran. Isn't it better to be true? It's easy to be deceived. Yukiko looked at Xiaolin with a special look. She was a little embarrassed to see Xiaolin. It felt like Yukiko had completely seen her through. Why is Xiaolin so embarrassed? Yukiko teased. He asked Xiaolin. Yukiko swore that she did it on purpose. She just wanted to see Xiaolin's face. Yuhishi. Don't bully Xiaolin. In the face of her mother, she actually bullied her precious daughter. Fei Yingli can't pretend she didn't see it. I didn't bully Xiaoran. Yukiko blinked and said, Xiaoran, if she wants to, if you bully you, don't be polite to her. Fei Yingli said to Xiaolin. On the other hand, Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at how relaxed you are, if you let Xiaolin see it, do you think she will misunderstand? What? Xiaoai said while withdrawing from Chen. What is the misunderstanding? Chen glanced at Xiaoai blankly. Misunderstanding that you are a scum? No. You are a scum. Xiaoai felt that there was no need for a misunderstanding at all, because Chen was originally a scum. He looked at Chen with contempt. I just came out of the room and heard Xiaoai say that you are a scum. Xiao Izumi Yuhi looked at Chen strangely. Yuhi, you what happened? Chen looked at Yuhizi in amazement. At this time, Yuhizi was wearing his wife's dark circles, as if he hadn't slept for several days. What's wrong? Yuhizi asked suspiciously. It's ugly. The ugly can't be recognized anymore. Xiaoai didn't know where Kong took it out, a mirror, and then threw it at the little Izumi Yuhiko. After the little Izumi Yuhiko took it, She opened the mirror and looked at it, and then the whole person, they were all stunned. Is this really me? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked with a bit of doubt in her words how she became like this. Didn't she just stay up all night? Why is this? Well, no, it's caused by staying up all night for a day. I have been up late for several days, so Izumi Yuhiko exaggeratedly turned into this look. What the hell did you do? Chen couldn't help asking little Izumi Yuhiko. I didn't see the little Izumi Yuhi, even when I was eating. The little Izumi Yuhi didn't come out, and Mingmei brought her food. I study magic. After the little Izumi Yuhi finished speaking, Bu Hekken continued. She has to hurry up and sort out the image, the current image is really bad. Little Izumi Yuhiko, I can't stand it. She is a very beautiful girl. It is now like this. How can you bear it? Researching magic can actually make yourself look like this. I admire you now. Chenyi looked at little Izumi Yuhiko with admiration. It must have been a few days of cultivation. Fortunately, little Izumi Yuhiko's current physique is better than before, otherwise, little Izumi Yuhiko may not really be able to withstand it. But now the little Izumi Yuhiko, who hurried to the room, seems to have no time to listen to Chen's words. I see, I hope you don't become like Xiao Izumi Yuhi. Chen looked at Xiao Ai and reminded Xiao Ai, don't think he doesn't know. Xiao Ai has been working very hard recently, as if to study her drug, and she often stays up late recently. Although after becoming a ninja, my physical fitness has improved, but I can't stand staying up all night. I won't become like her. Xiao Ai said very firmly, but when she saw the appearance of little Izumi Yuhiko, what Xiao Ai thought in her heart was, do you want to take a break? Chapter 1107. Going to the little Izumi Yuhiko's house, the little Izumi Yuhiko's tidy up. He walked out of the room, came to Chen, and asked Chen, I should look better now, right? Although it was covered up by your makeup, the dark circles under your eyes are still very obvious, so I advise you to take a good rest now. Let's go, Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko, not knowing what magic the little Izumi Yuhiko was studying. Actually so fascinated, I think you should stop studying your magic. What's the use? Xiao Ai looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko and said, although the little Izumi Yuhiko's magic is indeed unique, but it's really just that. In the case of fighting, it is definitely not as powerful as ninjutsu, and it requires a lot of preparation. Anyway, Xiao Ai thinks that magic is too rubbish. This is also the reason why Xiao Ai did not study after reading Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's magic book. This thing is not only difficult, but also not very useful. Xiao Ai will naturally not waste time on it. The difficulty of learning magic is really difficult. Xiao Ai can't understand it, unless someone teaches it from a young age, so that you can get started. And when Xiao Ai looked at it, he couldn't even understand Fu number 29. In fact, Chen was the same, but Chen didn't mean to study magic. He doesn't need such a low-level thing at all. This can't be done. It's a family heritage and it must be passed down. Little Izumi Yuhiko shook her head. Of course it wouldn't do for her to let go of the magic in her hand. It's not a question of whether it's useful or not. By the way, Chen, I have to go back, so can you take me back? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to go back. Of course, she went back to her house. There are still many things in the house, all related to magic. Little Izumi Yuhiko is going to get it back. Okay, I'll take you back. Chen nodded. After all, Yuhiko was his own woman. This is a small request. Of course Chen would not refuse. I'm going with me too. Xiao Ai said suddenly. You want to follow too? Chen and Yuhi looked at Xiao Ai in surprise. Doesn't Xiao Ai usually like Bao's family? Even if Chen wanted to call Xiao Ai out, she might not follow him out. I want to go out with you. Can't you? Xiao Ai asked Chen. Of course there's nothing you can't do. If you want to go out with you, then go ahead. Chen nodded towards Xiao Ai nod. Then Xiao Ai looked at Yuhizi, because she was going to Yuhizi's house, so she still needed Yuhizi's consent. Can I still refuse? Yuhiko said to Xiao Ai when he saw Xiao Ai looking at him. After that, The pedestrian left the house and drove towards Yuhizi's house, which was actually quite far from Yuhizi's house. After driving for more than 2 hours, I arrived at Yuhizi's house. In fact, the speed is far less than that of not driving. I didn't expect your family to be very rich. Xiao-ai looked at the luxurious castle with a glimmer of envy in her eyes. Little Izumi Yuhiko is still a rich witch. Of course, the little Izumi Yuhi is also a lady of the Tai family. No, she is the witch of the Tai family. Chen looked at the luxurious castle without any surprise. Money. There was originally a servant butler in the house, but he was instructed from Momochan's side. Little Izumi Yuhiko made the original housekeeper high. So this place has not been taken care of for a long time, resulting in a layer of dust. What a waste. Xiao-ai couldn't help but say after entering the inside and seeing the dust. A nice castle. It's too desolate now. Would you like to help you clean up? Chen asked the little Izumi Yuhiko. If you don't mind the trouble. Of course you can. It won't be troublesome for me at all. Chen controls the gravity, sucks the dust directly in, and then throws all the dust outside, and the entire castle equals a little bit in an instant. The dust is gone. How did you do this? Xiao-ai looked at Chen in surprise and widened her eyes at Chen. Although she didn't say anything, it showed that she also wanted to learn. The power of Kekkei Genkei, that is, the power of blood, you don't have it, you can't learn it. Chen said after shaking his head towards Xiao-ai. You can take a stroll here. I'll go find something. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Chen and Xiao-ai. Then little Izumi Yuhiko entered the room, opened a secret compartment, and then entered a secret room. She stored her magic props. There is also a place for magic books. Naturally it can't be placed in the clear eyes, it's all placed in the secret room. I'll follow. Xiao-ai is very curious about Xiao Izumi Yuhiko's magic props and so on, which is why Xiao-ai asked to come along. Now it's hard to come here. Of course, you have to satisfy your curiosity. Although Chen is interested in magic props, or something. I'm not that curious, but I'm alone. It's not interesting to wander around the castle. So I walked in together and prepared to follow along. Is this your magic item? It looks very ordinary. Xiao-ai looked at the crystal ball that Izumi Yuhiko was holding, and said disappointedly, it looked like a glass ball. What do you know? Little Izumi Yuhi looked at Xiao-ai with contempt. Being despised by little Izumi Yuhi, Xiao-ai was a little upset and snorted, what do I know? Although I really don't understand, but if I really want to do 507 if you understand, you can absolutely. These things, Izumi Yuhiko is the guy who eats. Chen chuckled, and then said. These props, as well as those books, must be brought. Little Izumi Yuhiko pointed at the books on the wall and said. These are all magic books. Chen looked at the books in astonishment. He was surprised when he saw the thick magic book in the hands of little Izumi Yuhiko. Now, it seems that it is still too small. No, if you want to become a qualified witch, especially a witch in this era, you must have a master's knowledge. Little Izumi Yuhiko brought the book to Chen to look at, and Chen was speechless to discover that it was actually a book about science. Yes, you are a magical girl who actually collects this scientific knowledge. Do you want to cross the line? I may be able to look at these things. Xiao-ai walked over, flipped through it for a while, and said to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. If you want to see it, you can take it and see it. I don't have any opinion. Little Izumi Yuhiko said very politely. Even the magic book has been read to Xiao-ai, let alone these things, and little Izumi Yuhizi also has some things that need Xiao-ai's help. Regarding the refining of potions, although Xiao-ai can't refine potions, she is very good at pharmaceuticals. Chapter 1108. Curiosity killed the cat. Today we won't go back, let's rest here for a night. Chen said to Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao-ai. It's getting dark now, and there's no point in going back. Might as well wait until tomorrow morning to go back. Well, okay, I'll have a good rest too. Little Izumi Yuhiko yawned. I haven't slept well for several days, and I have to take a good rest before I can make up for it. Xiao-ai, don't you want to rest? Chen asked Xiao-ai. I'll watch it for a while, and then go to rest. You don't have to worry about me. Xiaoai raised her head and glanced at Chen, then said. Well, you also remember to rest early. Chen didn't say anything, then found a room and went to rest. Little Izumi Yuhiko's house is big enough to just find a room. The next morning, Chen was used to getting up earlier. And after he got up, neither little Izumi Yuhiko nor little I got up. It's also normal, little Izumi Yuhiko is sleep deprived and needs to make up for sleep. As for Xiaoai, I don't know when to rest yesterday. Anyway, Xiaoai's rest time yesterday will never be too early. Let's go buy some breakfast first. Chen suddenly felt a little unaccustomed to it. If it is at home, Mingmei is basically responsible for breakfast. As long as you wait to eat it, it doesn't matter if you eat it or not. But Chen is used to eating breakfast. To eat breakfast here, I can only go out and buy it. Let's not talk about whether Chen is willing to make it by himself. Even if he really wants to make it himself, there are no ingredients here. After all, little Izumi Yuhiko's house has not been occupied for many days. Even if there is food in the refrigerator, it must not be eaten. I didn't drive, Chen walked out, but Izumi Yuhiko's house was a little far from the place to buy things. So there is still a long way to go, so it doesn't matter to Chen. He no longer has the word tired. The house is nice, but it's too remote. Chen couldn't help shaking his head. Although little Izumi Yuhiko's home is nice, it's a bit remote. Boss, buy some sushi and rice balls. Chen came to the place where he bought breakfast, and said to the boss. At this moment, Chen was slightly bumped from behind. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump you. A very beautiful girl in the back immediately apologized after realizing that she had bumped into someone. Chen couldn't help but look back. This glance made Chen stunned. Shaolin. 900s. B2 My name is not Shaolin, my name is Nakamori Aoko. Nakamori Aoko was at a loss for a moment after listening to Chen's words, and then immediately said. Oh, so you are Aoko Nakamori. That's right. Chen started. I sees the other party as Shaolin, but now, she has come back to her senses. It is impossible for Shaolin to appear here, and although the appearance of the other party is very similar to Shaolin, the hairstyle is different. Nakamori Aoko is Kuroba Kato, the childhood sweetheart and classmate of Kato Kid. She is the daughter of the 3 police officers of Nakamori Silver. Looks very similar to Xiaolan. It was almost a sheep carved out of a mold. In addition, between Nakamori Silver-san and Mori Kogoro, there are too many similarities in face shape. You are very similar to my girlfriend. Chen said to Nakamori Aoko. Hear what Chen said. Nakamori Aoko was stunned for a moment, and then the Yuhi-faced and Chen distanced themselves. And also looked at Chen with vigilant eyes. Your move is outdated. Nakamori Chingzi didn't have a good impression of Chen. Second, people who want to pick up girls like to say things like this. Originally, Juchen is very handsome. Although he is not super handsome, Aoko Nakamori still has a good impression of Chenji. But because of one word, Aoko Nakamori's sense of Chen is much worse. The name of the tomb is amazing. There is something wrong with my head. I should go see a doctor. Chen glanced at Aoko Nakamori, and by this time he had already got breakfast. Chen is ready to leave. Although you and my girlfriend look alike, in some places, you really can't take a look at Nakamori Chingzi. Although it's not flat, but there are not too many ups and downs. What do you mean? Nakamori Aoko looked at Chen angrily. She had already roughly understood the meaning of Chen and Guangzong. What do you mean? You still don't understand. If you don't understand, it just means your IQ is too low. Chen shook his head helplessly towards Nakamori Aoko. That's right. You have a problem with your IQ. How could you possibly understand? It seems that I think too much. Damn, you stop for me. At this time, Aoko Nakamori didn't even bother to buy breakfast, so she chased after Chen. But at this time, Chen had already gone a long way. Angrily, Aoko Nakamori bit Kiba. Erji is wrong, that direction seems to be Yuhiko's residence. Nakamori Aoko is a little puzzled. There is no one living in that direction, but Nakamori Ayoko knows that Yuhiko's home is in that direction. Nakamori Ayoko and Izumi Yuhiko are direct, and they are barely good friends, so Nakamori Ayoko will understand that a lot. It's just that Nakamori Ayoko didn't understand why Yuhiko transferred schools, and suddenly transferred and left. Follow up and have a look. Nakamori Ayoko's curiosity has been raised, and she immediately followed quietly. Curiosity killed the cat, but Nakamori Ayoko should have never heard of it, so she followed directly curiously. When Nakamori Ayoko followed, Chen's footsteps paused for a moment, and then he continued to move forward. Nakamori Ayoko followed. How could this Chen not know that Nakamori Ayoko's clumsy tracking was probably a normal person? You can perceive it. And Chen is more aware of it. The king is good. Follow it if you like. Chen simply ignores it. All the way Chen returned to the house of the little Izumi Yuhiko. After a long time, Shen-sen Qingzi followed. Get here. Walk so fast. Can't see anyone anymore. Nakamori Ayoko looked at the castle in front of him. This is Yuhiko's house, but Nakamori Ayoko has never been there. He glanced at the courtyard door. The door was not locked, which means that Yuhiko is at home. The man should also be go-in. At this time, Nakamori Ayoko is tangled. Do you want to go in and have a look? Yuhiko's house is very mysterious, and Nakamori Ayoko also wants to know more about Yuhiko. And there is that man. I haven't settled with him yet. Nakamori Ayoko's heart is also full of anger, and he is ready to let out his breath, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable in the garden. But if you go in privately like this, wouldn't that mean trespassing in other people's homes? It is because of this that Nakamori Ayoko hesitates. Should I go in? Chapter 1109. Be confident. This is how I think of your go in. Go in and have a look. After hesitating for a long time, Nakamori Ayoko decided to go in and have a look. She has already come here, if she is allowed to open up again. Nakamori Ayoko's heart is also not at ease. Pushing open the door in the yard, and then Nakamori Ayoko walked in. She was actually quite curious about the inside of Nakamori Ayoko. Although this is Yuhiko's home, Nakamori Ayoko has never been here at all, so he doesn't know much about this place. But Yuhiko is very mysterious and doesn't know how her family is. Before coming to the door, Nakamori Ayoko walked in with little wings. Hey, strange, why is there no one? After Nakamori Ayoko came in, she felt more and more strange. There was no one inside. I clearly watched him come in. Could it be that he went to another room? Nakamori Qingzi saw that there was no one in Kekjin, and Hikaru looked in the direction of the guest room. Forget it. I'll just sit here. Entering someone's home without authorization. It's already too much. If she enters someone else's room again, I'm afraid they can call the police and arrest her. After looking at the furniture in the living room, Nakamori Ayoko just waited. 970. Hey, why does the room feel so dark? Ayoko Nakamori, who was doing this, suddenly noticed that the whole living room had become much darker, and it looked a little scary. What's going on? Nakamori Ayoko couldn't help standing up. Crack tilde. A slight sound made Nakamori Ayoko couldn't help but look over, only to see that the wall suddenly turned bloody. Looks a little sleazy. How did this become like this? Nakamori Ayoko stood up immediately. Instinctively felt bad, and then wanted to run out. However, when Nakamori Ayoko ran to the door, he found that the door could not be opened at all. It seems that it was locked. Immediately after, Nakamori Ayoko felt something approaching her behind her, and Nakamori Ayoko shivered. No, don't scare me, I'm not afraid of anything. Nakamori Ayoko shouted loudly, as if to use his voice to dispel fear, and at the same time, to attract the attention of others. Really? Are you really not afraid of anything? Miss Nakamori Ayoko. It sounded in his ears, and then Ayoko Nakamori rolled his eyes and fainted. It's really boring. I was scared and passed out before I even started. Chen said with a look of disappointment. Of course before Yuhi, Chen was trying to scare Nakamori Ayoko, who asked her to follow her, teach her a lesson, and let Nakamori Ayoko know that you can't go anywhere. Following others has to pay the price. It's good for you to be like this now. Chen helped Ayako Nakamori, who was lying on the ground. Then he tested Nakamori's breathing. Fortunately, there is still breath, and he was not scared to death. But yes, how could it be possible to frighten people to death? Unless there is something wrong with the heart, but Nakamori Ayako will definitely not have a heart problem, so Chen will scare Nakamori Ayako like this. He helped Ayako Nakamori to the sofa. Then Chen heard a cold question. Who is she? Why is she here? After Xiao Ai walked out of the room, she asked Chen indifferently. Seeing Xiao Ai's angry and jealous appearance. After Chen spread her hands, she said to Xiao Ai, don't make a fuss. She was just someone who followed me without authorization. She was frightened by me and then fainted. It's over. Really? Didn't you faint? Xiao Ai looked at Chen with a sneer. The expression on Chen's face was a little unpleasant. Xiao Ai, who do you take me for? Am I such a person in your heart? Xiao Ai, do you miss me like this? Haha, be more confident, remove that, that's how I miss you. Xiao Ai, with a scumbag expression, let Chen want to explain cannot explain. Forget it, Ruxian, if you don't believe it, just wait until she wakes up and ask her to find out. What are you talking about? I heard you guys are arguing too early in the morning. Little Izumi Yuhiko came out lazily. I haven't washed yet, so little Izumi Yuhiko's hair is a little messy. But this does not affect the charm of little Izumi Yuhiko in the slightest. Hey, this person looks familiar. After seeing Ayako, Izumi Yuhiko felt very familiar even though she only saw Ayoko's profile. Then little Izumi Yuhiko couldn't help but walk over and observed it carefully. It's actually Ayako Nakamori. Little Izumi Yuhiko showed a very surprised expression on her face. Then looked at Chen with questioning eyes. Why did Nakamori Ayako appear here? This should have something to do with Chen. Little Izumi Yuhiko absolutely did not believe that Nakamori Ayako appeared here, and Chen has nothing to do with. She followed me and came here. Chen said to little Izumi Yuhiko, and then whether little Izumi Yuhiko believed it or not. That's the truth anyway. Qingzi is following you. Why is she following you when she has nothing to do? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen suspiciously. Probably there is something wrong with her head. There is a sudden problem with her IQ. That's why she followed me, otherwise I can't explain it. Chen spread his hands and said that he couldn't explain it either. Because Chen didn't know what Nakamori Qingzi was thinking, who knew what was in her mind, and Chen couldn't open her mind to take a look. Then why did she faint? Little Izumi Yuhiko looked at Chen. Although I don't think Chen will be that kind of person, but this time. In the heart of little Izumi Yuhiko, there is still a suspicion of Chen. It's so suspicious after all. Who knows if Chen saw Nakamori Ayako beautiful, and then kidnapped her back. Why does she look so much like Shaolin? Xiao Ai asked suspiciously. She didn't look at it before, but now she looks at it and finds that the other party and Shaolin really look alike. It's almost like it's been carved out of a mold. If it weren't for the fact that there are still some things that are not very similar, and if Xiao Ai's observation ability is careful, maybe he really regards the other party as Shaolan. In fact, Xiao Ai's. At first glance, I really took Nakamori Ayako as Shaolin. This is because Nakamori Qingzi and Shaolin look so similar, they are exactly the same. This question, in fact, when I first met Shaolin, I was also curious why Shaolin looked like Nakamori Ayako. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko had just transferred to Tedon High School. When I saw Shaolin for the first time, I also had this doubt. He directly mistaken Shaolin as Nakamori Ayako, and even thought that Nakamori Ayako had also transferred to Tedon High School. But later Izumi Yuhiko realized that he was wrong. There are really people who look so similar in this world, and I was surprised for a while, and the little Izumi Yuhiko also let go of the surprise. Chapter 11:10. When did you learn to act coquettish and cute? Xiao Ai poked Chen with her finger, and then asked Chen, what are you going to do with this woman now? Ayako Mori is also a friend, so it's best not to hurt her. Little Izumi Yuhiko said towards Hung. After all, he is a friend of Ayako Nakamori. If possible, Izumi Yuhiko doesn't want Nakamori Ayoko to be imitated. Don't worry Yuhiko, I didn't plan to do anything to Nakamori Ayoko. Chen really didn't plan to do anything to Nakamori Ayoko. If he really wanted to do something to Nakamori Ayoko, he would have done it long ago. When she wakes up, let her open high. Chen said. Will you be so kind? Xiaoai looked at Chen and asked how. I don't believe that Chen is so kind and actually said to let her leave after she wakes up, which is a little incredible to Xiaoai. Of course. When did I feel bad? I've always been a kind person. Xiaoai, don't misunderstand me. Chen shook his head and said, misunderstanding. I can't misunderstand you. Xiaoai pouted to herself. Then there was no, when will Qing be able to wake up? Xiaoming Yuhiko asked Chen, looking at Qingzi's appearance. Little Izumi Yuhiko didn't know when she would wake up. This question, I don't know how long it will take. I'll be able to wake up. Chen also didn't know when Nakamori Ayoko would wake up. He was probably too frightened. As for when he would wake up, it also depends on Nakamori Ayoko himself. After waiting for more than half an hour, after Chen and the others had eaten breakfast, Nakamori Ayoko slowly woke up. This is me. Nakamori Ayoko had just woken up at this time, a little dazed. But then the blankness in Mori Qingzi's eyes disappeared. All the previous things had been remembered, and there was no fear on his face. Qingzi, how big are you? Izumi Yuhiko found out that something was wrong with Qingzi, and then asked Nakamori Ayoko. The moonlight of Nakamori Ayoko looked towards the little Izumi Yuhiko. After seeing the little Izumi Yuhiko, she was relieved at first, but she immediately became vigilant. You, who are you? Nakamori Ayoko asked little Izumi Yuhiko. Little Izumi Yuhiko was questioned by Nakamori Ayoko's 10-year-old words. Shouldn't there be no 4 sides in such a short time? Now you have even me I don't know 7 sides 2 inches Qingzi. You don't even know me 2 inches. Little Izumi Yuhiko felt a little uncomfortable and Nakamori Tsukiko said that robbing is a friend, but now they don't even know themselves. I forgot about myself. You are really Yuhiko, not something special. Nakamori Ayoko confirmed to Yuhiko. What's going on? Little Izumi Yuhiko asked Chen. She was sure that it was definitely related to Chen. Cough cough, didn't I say it before? I just frightened her, but it wasn't that she couldn't help but frighten her. Chen opened his mouth and said, Xiao Izumi Yuhiko was stunned for a while. When I was before, Chen really didn't say that far. Maybe I told Xiaoai, and I hadn't come out at that time. I gave Chen Bai an angry look, actually scared. Shish, girl, I guess only you can do this kind of thing. Little Izumi Yuhiko thinks that this kind of dishonest thing is not something ordinary people can do, and only Chen can do it. Ayoko can be considered a little beauty no matter what. =5 and she looks exactly like Shaolin, and she can actually scare her. And this shock is definitely not an ordinary shock. Nakamori Ayoko is definitely frightened. It won't pass out. Ordinary fright, of course, will never make people faint. You scare me before. After Nakamori Ayoko heard it, she immediately looked at Chen, and then Nakamori Ayoko felt in her heart, suddenly there was a burst of color. Son, it turns out that everything I saw before was because of you scaring me. Ayoko Nakamori, who had some grievances with Chen, has completely fainted now. Wow, I cried immediately. I actually cried. Chen couldn't help but pouted. As for crying, I don't know, I thought I was bullying you. No, I seem to be bullying her. Little Izumi Yuhiko glared at Chen angrily at this time. Then hugged Ayoko Nakamori and began to comfort Ayoko Nakamori. I really despise you. Xiaoai looked at Chen with a look of contempt. I begged for flowers. If you dare to talk about every video again, believe it or not, I'll fix you right now. Done 2 inches. Chen looked threateningly. Xiaoai said, what, do you want to fix me? Are you really willing? Xiaoai blinked suddenly and asked towards Chen. To be honest, when she saw Xiaoai like this, Chen was stunned. After a while, Xiaoai actually learned to act coquettish and cute. When did you learn to act cute and cute? Chen asked Xiaoai with a surprised look on her face. She felt that this should be exclusive to Xiaoai. I just learned it suddenly, can't I? This is a woman's talent. Do I still need to learn? Xiao Tsunere glanced at Chen, and then said, "Really? Are these the talents of your women? Jing, you are wrong, you are at most a little girl now, and women are too far away from you, so don't say such things." Izumi Yuhiko, a small villager, suddenly said something to Xiao with a teasing smile. Xiao couldn't help biting Kiba and looked at Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. This woman. I feel that she is so hateful, and she clearly knows what she is in the end. Did you do it on purpose? Xiao asked Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. Well, that's right, I said it on purpose. Little Izumi Yuhiko smiled at Xiao. And you can't be considered a woman originally. Xiao Liangzi looked at Xiao Ryushin with a special look. With Xiao's cleverness, she should know what she meant. Damn. Of course, Xiao knew what Xiao Izumi Yuhiko meant. She did not transform into a woman. Ayoko, we finally meet again. Don't face me with such an ugly look of crying, okay? Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Ayoko. After a little Izumi Yuhiko said. Nakamori Ayoko, who was still crying, immediately stopped crying. Indeed, if you cry like this, it will be too embarrassing, especially in front of your former friends. Telling your friends to see your ugly side and thinking about it every day. Nakamori Chingang feels so shy, and blames this man for entering. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. Thinking about it, Nakamori Chingzi couldn't help but glared at Chen Wan fiercely. Chapter 11:11. You are still relying on me now. Nakamori Ayoko is staring at him and can't wait to bite at Chen. If you don't care about her ladylike demeanor, I will definitely take a bite towards Chen. Don't work hard. Is it not your fault? Chen said to Nakamori Chingzi. What do I have? Nakamori Chingzi asked Chen Tian in dissatisfaction. Oh, then you now think that you are following others, and you are breaking into other people's homes without their consent. Isn't it wrong? Chen glanced at Nakamori Ayoko, and then said calmly. Nakamori Ayoko, who was glaring at Chen, shrank his head, feeling a little guilty in his heart. If you come in from this aspect, it seems that she is indeed there. The tone of, I am also Yuhiko's home here. I come to Yuhi to stay at 50's house, can't I? Nakamori Ayoko tried to defend herself for a year. Really? Then let me tell you. This is not only Yuhiko's home, but also my home. Chen said. The little Izumi Yuhi heard the words with a slightly Yuhi face, and then did not refute Chen's words. Actually, she is now Chen's whole person, and her family is equivalent to a dowry. What does he mean? Is Yuhiko and Yuhiko a relative's military? Nakamori Ayoko asked a somewhat dazed question. No, our relationship is more intimate. Yuhiko is my woman. What? Nakamori Ayoko was surprised and looked at the little Izumi Yuhiko, and then asked the little Izumi Yuhiko, isn't it because of him, Yuhiko, that you transferred schools and left? Yes, indeed there is a reason for this. Little Izumi Yuhiko didn't deny it. The reason why he transferred to Deaton High School was indeed because of Chen. If it wasn't for Chen, little Izumi Yuhiko would never have been able to transfer to Deaton High School in his entire life. A little more handsome. What's good? Nakamori Ayoko looked at Chen's Xiangguang with some dissatisfaction, and was frightened and fainted by Chen. It's normal for Nakamori Ayoko to be dissatisfied with Chen in her heart. By the way, how did you do it before? At this time, Ayoko Nakamori asked Chen curiously. In the previous scene changes, Ayoko Mori wanted to know how Chen did it. Is it magic? The childhood sweetheart who played magic, Kato the Kaido Kid. Of course, Nakasan Ayoko didn't know that Kato the Kaido Kid was the Kato Kuroba. In fact, Ayoko Nakamori hated Kato the Kaido. Because Kato Kid was her father Nakamori Silver Sand's arch-enemy. Nakamori Silver Sun's dream is to catch the arch-enemy of the Phantom Thief Kid. However, every time he will be run away by the Phantom Thief Kid, and he will also tease her father, causing Nakamori Ayoko I don't have a half-point favor with Kato Kid. Chen is very curious. If Nakamori Ayoko knew that Kuroba Kato was Kato, I don't know what would happen. Would he break up with Kato Kuroba and bow 2 inches? You are very curious. Yes, but do you think he'll tell you? Chen approached Nakamori Ayoko and asked Nakamori Ayoko. At this time, the distance between Chen and Nakamori Aoko was a little close, and they were even close to each other, looking at the handsome face who was close at hand. Nakamori Aoko's face is Yuhi's, and she has never been so close to the opposite sex. So Nakamori Aoko is naturally a little shy. Can you stay away from me? Nakamori Aoko took 2 steps back, and then said. Pin Xiao Izumi Yuhiko and Xiao I looked at Chen speechlessly. Is this trying to take advantage of others? Humph. Xiao I gave a cold sail. Although she didn't say anything, she could understand what Xiao I wanted to express later. Okay, you're awake now, too, and it's time to leave. Chen issued an expulsion order to Nakamori Aoko, so let me leave. Nakamori Aoko was slightly stunned when he heard the words, and then he looked angry. Hi, you and I haven't settled the account yet. ZZ Nakamori sat down and said that he would never say anything to leave easily. He mocked himself before and then frightened himself to faint. He has never suffered such a big loss yet. What's the matter? Do you still want me to apologize to you? Chen glanced at Nakamori Aoko lightly, and then asked Nakamori Aoko. Nakamori Aoko nodded, and then said indifferently, yes, shouldn't you apologize? Is it? Let's not talk about the previous thing for now. But you should apologize for the thing that made her faint. You should know the time at that time. Aoko Nakamori was really scared to death. It's even scarier than going to a haunted house. Nakamori Aoko has a similar personality to Shaolin, and she is more afraid of that kind of supernatural things. Even if she knows it's fake, Nakamori Aoko is afraid. What's more, Nakamori Aoko couldn't feel it was fake at all. That kind of scene is almost the same as the real one, and she still remembers it fresh. Even as long as she closes her eyes, the pictures will flash in front of her eyes constantly. I got on. Chen sat down and looked at Nakamori Aoko interestingly. There was nothing to do anyway, and Chen didn't mind chatting with Aoko Nakamori. Aoko, I gave you advice as a friend. You should leave now. Little Izumi Yuhiko advised Nakamori Aoko. Because stay here. Aoko Nakamori is definitely not good enough, and even puts herself in it. Enzyme, if you don't apologize, I will definitely not be lofty. Nakamori Aoko's attitude is very firm. In fact, Nakamori Aoko is staying here for another reason, because of fear. You must know that there are no people here. The location comparison, the remoteness. And Nakamori Aoko was so frightened by Chen just now that she didn't dare to leave, so she stayed here. 3.2 Of course. And there are insects Aoko Mori is really angry, and wants Chen to give it. She apologized. The things she is afraid of are absolutely impossible to say. The flesh is Nakamori Aoko, who is afraid of being embarrassed after saying it, and facing everyone's contemptuous eyes, but she was really frightened before. Nakamori Aoko feels that she may have a long way to go. Yuhiko, are you ready to come back now? Nakamori Aoko asked Yuhiko. After chatting with Yuhiko, he also shifted his attention and removed the fear in his heart. No, I'm coming back to get some stuff, and then I'm leaving. Little Izumi Yuhiko shook her head at Nakamori Takako, which made Nakamori Aoko a little disappointed in her heart. Then Nakamori Aoko glanced at Chen again, and she didn't know why Yuhiko was interested in this man. Was it really because of his looks? The reason for being handsome? I didn't know Yuhiko was so pretty. Why would I look at you? Aoko Nakamori said to Chen, because there is a reason for resentment towards Chen, so when he speaks, he likes to reject Chen. Do you want to know the reason for the second time? Chen suddenly smiled evilly, and then asked Nakamori. Road. Instinctively told Nakamori Chingmeiyu not to understand, and Nakamori Chingzi also obeyed his own instincts. Immediately distanced himself from Chen. Pulling away the distance, and looking at Chen with the kind of eyes that are not optimistic, but it is not wrong, Chen is not a good person. I don't want to know anything. Nakamori Aoko looked at Chen vigilantly. If that's the case, then you're ready to leave, and we're leaving too. Chen once again issued an expulsion order to the poisonous child. You want to leave? Nakamori Aoko's expression froze slightly. Yeah, we're leaving. It doesn't matter if you stay here. but if anything will happen here, then only God knows. Chen looked at Nakamori with a malicious smile. Ayoko, Ayoko's complexion changed greatly. What if the previous scene reappears? Anyway, Ayoko Nakamori has already had a psychological shadow on this castle in 04, and the area of the psychological shadow is not small. In fact, Zongji Qingzi also wanted to leave, but in her own words, she didn't dare at all. Well, can you please bring me to open here together? At this time, Nakamori Qingzi doesn't care about face anymore, face is here. Time doesn't matter anymore. What matters is how to get out of here. Oh, you're leaving with us. Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking you to take me out of this place, I'm scared. Nakamori Ayoko said with a little trembling. Looking at Nakamori Ayoko's trembling appearance, little Izumi Yuhiko was still a little speechless, and then glanced at Chen. What are you scaring people? I remember Nakamori Ayoko's courage is also quite strong. Big. I don't know what kind of fright she gave her, that's why Nakamori Ayoko was frightened like this. Then Ayoko, come with us. Little Izumi Yuhiko said. Hearing Yuhiko's opening, Ayoko was relieved. But Nakamori Ayoko felt very shy in her heart. In the past, since should be more embarrassing, she actually said that she was afraid, and she didn't know. Guide how Yuhiko thinks of herself. In fact, Nakamori thinks too much. Yuhiko doesn't look at Qingzi, but looks at Shangchen, which is a little strange. Raising a beautiful woman and being with Shaolin, it's too much for you to scare people like this for a beautiful woman who looks so similar. But she is a witch, and she doesn't seem to be qualified to say that Chen is too much, because when she does things, she seems to be too much. Yuhiko, I agreed. Of course Chen wouldn't say anything, not to mention that Chen didn't have any bad feelings towards Nakamori Ayoko. I drove away from here, then Chen put Nakamori Ayoko down. Nakamori Ayoko looked at him with a fierce face, as if Chen remembered it. Wait, I will definitely seek revenge on you once. Ayoko Nakamori released a cruel word towards Chen. Yo, you still want to seek revenge on me? But do you think you can do it? Chen glanced at Nakamori Ayoko, and then said lightly in that plain tone, which made Nakamori Ayoko tickle a little Kiba, and couldn't help but snorted coldly at Chen. Go ahead, I absolutely will. In the middle of the product, Mori Qingzi gestured towards Chen with a fist, and he has never suffered a big loss. This time, he completely remembered the game. Okay, I'm waiting for you to come to me for revenge, I hope you don't take yourself in. Chen smiled slightly, then drove away. What do you mean, put yourself in? Nakamori Ayoko glanced at the car that was far away. Anyway, this matter must not be forgotten. I was scared to death, and I absolutely wanted to avenge him. 3 Nakamori Machiko bit Silver Kiba, women are more observant, especially beautiful women. And although Nakamori Ayoko is still just a girl, she absolutely loves her revenge and is still very vengeful. Nakamori Ayoko stomped her feet. Then she went home, but when she went back, Nakamori Ayoko basically chose places with a lot of people to give her courage. After all, she was frightened before. When she saw other people, Nakamori Ayoko could feel at ease. Not long after Nakamori Ayoko left, a figure came out of the hidden place. If Nakamori Youth was still here, this person would definitely be very familiar to him. Because this person is Nakamori Ayoko's childhood sweetheart, Kuroba Kuihu. That is now, Kato Kid. Kato Kuroba is Kato Kid. Second generation. The first generation of Kaito Kid is Kuroba Kuito. Hyuga-chan. Why is he here, and what is his relationship with Ayoko? Kuroba Kuito's face was very ugly. Originally, he came to this place to buy things, and then he saw Ayoko getting out of the car, and then after Kuroba Kuito saw Zi Shangchen sitting in the car. At that time, Wu Kuito didn't show up, instead he hid himself and didn't want to disturb Hyuga-chen. In fact, Hyukato didn't know that when he looked over, Chen had already noticed Yichen's keenness, and it was too easy to find Hyukato, and he found Hyukato easily. It's just that Chen didn't do anything, and Kuroba Kato didn't know that he had been discovered. Can you ask Ayoko? Kuroba wanted to greet Ayoko. The main thing about Hyuga-chen is, Kuroba Kuito wants to know the relationship between the two. Kuroba Kuito felt very uncomfortable when he saw the child getting out of the previous car. Yukui took out his cell phone, and Kuroba Kuito called Ayoko. At this time, Chingzi was still walking home, and when she heard the ringing of her mobile phone, she was taken aback. Huh, scared me to death. Chingzi felt startled, and then looked at who was calling in angrily. It's actually a call from Kuito. Chingzi wrinkled suddenly, then he chose to answer. Hey, what are you doing on the phone with me? Chingzi said angrily. It's here, and there is a conflict between her and Kuroba Kato now. Of course, the reason is that Kuroba has praised the thief kid in front of her. I don't care that Ayoko hates Kato kid, so naturally there is a contradiction. Black Yu Kato is Kato the Kaito, so to praise Kato the Kaito is to praise himself. 3 And because of his father, Nakamori hates Kato the Kaito very much, so naturally he can't stand Kuya Kuito to praise Kato the Kaito in front of her. Chapter 11-13. Kuroba Kato's tone of voice was very good, and Kuroba Kato felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, but in the end, Kuroba Kato held back. Now is not the time to quarrel with Ayoko, and Key Island asks about Hyuga-chen, and why Ayoko is with Hyuga-chen. 0 inches Ayoko, I asked you about important things, why do you know Hiyori? Kuroba Kuito asked Ayoko after interrupting Ayoko's other words, why did she know Hyuga-chen? Ordinarily Ayoko should not. Is there any intersection between Hyuga-chen, and also, what is the purpose of Hyuga-chen here? Kuroba Kato and Hyuga-chen are also enemies. One thing, that is, my mother went to find Hyuga-chen. Oh, the point is that there is no contact now. So Kuroba Kuito's score was a little bit worried. Even his mother Kuroba Shudai rarely communicates with him. But not this time. This time he knew that his mother went to Hyuga-chen. So this is no room for Kuroba Kato not to worry. Before, Kuroba Kato wanted to go to Hyuga-chen and ask about it. It's just that he can't walk away now, so Kuroba Kuito didn't go either, but Kuroba Kuito didn't forget. Who is Chen? I.e. Chingzi frowned and asked, okay. In fact, Chingzi still doesn't know Chen's name, so it's normal not to know at this time. But Kuroba Kato is not clear about this point. God touched Tilda. Kuroba Kato couldn't control himself. He punched the telephone pole next to him, and he was indifferent even though his hands were scratched. Originally, Kuroha Kuito had some misunderstandings and doubts in his heart, but now he clearly saw the conversation between Ayoko and Hyuga-chen, but Ayoko denied it, which was taken by Kuroha Kato as a fool. Deliberately not to say, deliberately pretending to be stupid. If there is no internal story about this, Kuroba Kuito would never believe it even if it was a face-to-face. I saw you with him before, you really don't know him 3 inches Kuroba asked with anger. Being questioned like this, Ayoko's heart was also very unchanged, but then Ayoko suddenly came back to her senses and seemed to understand a little. Kuroba Kuito said, could it be that very hateful guy? Damn, forgot to ask the guy's name. After Jing went to think of Chen, it was even more difficult. Oh, but Ayoko is also very curious, why does Kuroba Kato seem to know that guy? How did they know each other? Although Ayoko's little inside is very curious, but because of Kuroba Kato's attitude. Of course Ayoko wouldn't say it. Just hang up the phone. After that, I will ignore Kuroba Kuito at all. Miss Ben was very upset. At this time, you came to piss me off. Ayoko, who was capricious for a while, hung up the phone, while Kuroba Kuito on the other side punched the telephone pole again. The wires are also very innocent. It was obvious that they didn't recruit anyone, but they were already punched twice. But the poles are okay. As for Kuroba Kuito's fist, the result of touching the re-battle stick can be imagined. It is estimated that people who see Kuroba Kuito's behavior will think that he is a fool. At this moment, Heifei Kuito came here, but he also left behind him. These are no longer important, the important thing is to understand the information of Hyuga-chen. It is necessary to know about the Japanese way people, especially his relationship with Ayoko. Hyuga-chen, I hope you don't deceive Ayoko, or I won't let you go. Kuroba clenched his fist and vowed to return home, and after saying hello to the housekeeper, Kuroba left the house. Kuroba Kuito is about to go to Rice Flower Town. This time, Kuroba Kuito had to investigate. Let's go, because this matter involves Ayoko. I don't know what the relationship between Aishonchan and Ayoko is. Kato felt at ease in his heart. And besides this country, Kuroba Kato has other 100. The other month is of course to find Chikage Kuroba, and now he can't contact Chikage, and he doesn't know what is going on with this unreliable mother. Kuroba Kato never imagined it. Kuroba Chikage is already Chen's woman, and Kuroba Kuito should be considered Chen's cheap son. If Kuroba Kuito knew about this, he would probably go crazy. At that time, he should choose Hekken to work hard. It is also possible to take love like this. After all, he absolutely wants to accept such a thing. Kuroba Kuito went to Krabi Flower Town. As for the matter of going to school, Kuroba Kuito has no thoughts for the time being. So I took a long vacation straight to the wall. Anyway, Kuroba Kuito often asks for leave, and he is good at studying, so the teacher also allows Kuroha Kuito to ask for leave. Chen has already returned home at this time. He didn't know that Kuroba Kato was coming to find him. Knowing this, he doesn't care about it. Anyway, he doesn't care whether Kuroba Kuito is his cheap son or not. If he really wants to fight against Kuroba Kuito, it will definitely not be vague. Of course, he doesn't know this now. Tilda, I thought you would come back yesterday, but I didn't expect to come back today. Belmod walked out of the room and said, Bermode, come and help, do a favor. Chen said to Bermold, what are you doing? Bermuda came over curiously and asked Chen in confusion. Help me move some of Yuhiko's books into the room. Chen pointed to Yuhiko's books, and some props. The car was full, and Belmod was a little surprised when he saw it. He didn't expect that Yuhizi had so many things. Nothing to do. Bai Ying naturally came to help. Cheng, okay, can I see these? Judy hesitated and asked Yuhiko. Judy felt that it was too difficult to surpass Belmod in terms of ninjutsu. So it's better to start somewhere else. Let's see if we can rely on magic to defeat Belmod. Anyway, this is what Judy thought at this time. It's not impossible that you want to see these. Yuhiko at the small table nodded and did not refuse. If it was in the past, little Izumi Yuhiko certainly wouldn't show these things to others too politely. After all, these things are secret, and Jianjin can't let outsiders see the boat. But now after learning ninjutsu with Chen, little Izumi Yuhiko is looking at these things. Didn't care that much. Of course, it doesn't mean that you don't care at all. If you don't care about it at all, Izumi Yuhiko will not continue to study these magics. After all, it is a family tradition, so I still pay more attention to the products. Chapter 11-14. Teacher Judy is very good at learning. Mr. Judy, you can see it. But don't damage these books. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Judy. No, I will cherish these books. May I nodded earnestly, and Izumi Yuhiko can give her a look, which is a great trust in her. So Judy will naturally not damage these books. She will be well off the save inside. By the way, Mr. Judy, if you want to increase your strength by learning magic, I advise you to give up. At the end, the little Izumi Yuhiko reminded Judy kindly, making Judy a little confused now. Why? Judy asked little Izumi Yuhiko in confusion. Izumi's son was thinking about how to explain it to Judy, when Chen said to Judy, because magic is not so easy to learn. Able to master. And in comparison, Judy doesn't know anything at all. How many years does she need to learn? Does she have that long? Also, Magic 507 CA and compared to the ninjutsu you are learning now, at least in terms of power, magic can't at all compare, Chen said to the little Izumi Yuhiko. The second reason, didn't you see that Yuhiko didn't value magic so much, so Judy couldn't see it? Indeed, magic has some good abilities, but if there is a debate, it can't be compared with ninjutsu at all. In comparison, Izumi Yuhiko nodded and admitted that Chen's words are indeed a fact. After all, this is a scientific world, and it is an accident that magic can appear. The magic here, and the kind of real magic world. Magic, There is absolutely no way to compare it. Then I intend to take a look. Even if Guan heard Chen and Izumi Yuhiko say this, Judy still did not give up her plan. In addition to strengthening her strength, Judy actually had another purpose. It was to satisfy her own curiosity. Judy is very curious about things like that, but she is even more curious than when facing ninjutsu. I want to know more about magic. The curiosity in Judy's heart, AEC, is not concealed at all. Yes, there is no need to conceal anything here. Well, if there is anything you don't understand, Mr. Meaty, you can come and ask me. Little Izumi Yuhi said to Judy. Since Yuhi, you said so. I'm afraid I'm not qualified to be your teacher, and I don't need to call me a teacher in the future. Little Izumi Yuhiko said to Judy. There is no need to call her a teacher. Judy feels that she can't take it anymore. After all, in some areas, she is indeed inferior to the little Izumi Yuhiko. Even in terms of some cultural knowledge, Judy can't be a mother to little Izumi Yuhi at all. After all, if you want to become a witch, you need to learn a lot of knowledge, so Izumi Yuhiko is a very literate person. If there is anything I really don't understand, I need to wait for you, then. Yuhiko, please don't answer. Judy winked at little Izumi Yuhiko. Then she said, as long as I have time, I will definitely give you an answer, and it feels good to accept an apprentice. Little Izumi Yuhiko said with a smile if GD followed her to study. Then this is her apprentice. Of course, this is just a joke, and Judy can't really be called little Izumi Yuhiko teacher. 3 inches elder sister. We haven't eaten yet. Do you have anything to eat? Xiaoai asked Mingmei. Now Xiaoai is really hungry. Because it was in the morning. Xiaoai didn't eat breakfast because of anger with Chen. As for the reason for anger, of course it is because Nakamori Aoko is gone. Xiaoai is hungry, then I'll make it for you. Mingming said to Xiaoai, and then Mingmei walked into the room. By the way, I still need you to do me a favor. Little Yuhiko said to Xiaoai at this time. You should know that I'm currently researching a potion, and I hope you can help me. I'll help you. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Xiaoai couldn't help but say. On this, Xiaoai really doesn't think that she can help Xiao Izumi Yuhiko. After all, this is a potion, and it is related to magic. Xiaoai is not familiar with it, so I don't dare to make a promise. Help. I don't have fun. I just try it out and see what can be researched from the combination of yawen and science. At that time, it can be seen that Chen will be asked to help test the efficacy of the medicine. Xiao Izumi Yuhiko suddenly looked at Chen. Chen's expression was slightly stunned, and then she stared at Xiao Izumi Yuhiko angrily. Let him be a guinea pig. Don't look for me, look for someone else. Chen said angrily, although no matter what little Izumi Yuhiko creates, it can't cause him any harm, but Chen doesn't want to try it. It's like putting a poison in front of you, even if you know it won't kill you, you won't drink it. Also, what Xiaoshan Yuhizi made, I'm afraid even Xiaoji Yuhizi himself doesn't know. What is it that you made yourself? Hey, what about Judy? Chen just turned around and found that Judy had disappeared. Mr. Judy has studied. It seems that teacher Judy is very good at learning. Little Izumi Yuhiko is right. Judy has already taken the little Izumi Yuhiko's book to study. As for what she can learn, Shinshin is not optimistic about her. Chen feels that if she can persist for 3 days, she will definitely scratch and look at each other. At the beginning, Chen also hadn't read Izumi Yuhiko's magic book. Even Chen didn't have the patience to read it, so he didn't believe that Judy could persevere. It seems that Judy is very persistent in taking revenge on me. Belmod said. Who made you do all the bad things? Xiaoai glanced at Belmod after hearing this, and then said calmly. You are compared with me. It's not much better. 2Q the drug you developed, but it harmed no one, especially your parents. Belmod gave Xiaoai a cold look. In fact, in Belmod's heart, he also hated Xiaoai's parents. Yes, but now Belmod has taken those hatreds to heart. Belmod has let it go. But Xiaoai is still hostile to Belmod. The main reason is that he was bullied by Belmod in the past. If it was herself, Xiaoai might want to see it like this, but including her own sister who has been bullied. Xiao-ai naturally doesn't want to do that. So it has always been. Xiao-ai's hostility to Belmod has always been neither put down the tea. Chapter 11:15. Little Mouse. You two, can you stay calm? It's better not to fight. Chen watched Belmod and Xiao-ai and said to them that if the two of them really fight, Chen will be big. So when I saw that they had this sign, I hurriedly stopped them. For Chen's sake, I'll just let you go, this little girl. Big Belmod snorted coldly, expressing that he didn't have the same knowledge as Xiao-ai. I let you go. Xiao-ai didn't admit defeat, at least verbally. As for the strength of the opponent's opponent 3, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Xiao-ai knew that the two of them couldn't fight at all. Have a look here. How can they get together? Even if they really want to fight, the bottom will definitely stop them. Even when the time comes. Later, I will take the opportunity to clean up the two of them, so I will never let Chen grab the handle. Let's go into the house, and see if Mingmei has cooked food. Chen said to Xiao-ai and the others. But not forgotten. Help Yuhiko move in her books. Taigai won't go back in the future. I feel that the house over there is ready to be sold. Little Izumi Yuhiko sat down. However, he said that the important items in the house are now. Most of them have moved here, and they are not going back now. Yuhi's son was happy to sell his family's castle. 9 inches. Why are you selling it? Are you short of money? Chen asked the little Izumi Yuhiko. Yuhi shook his head. It was absolutely impossible to be short of money. What was her identity? She was a witch, and the money left in their family was enough for her to use for 10 lifetimes. Don't think that Yuhizi is alone, but Yuhizi is an absolute high-quality woman. Since you don't lack money, why are you selling Joe? Also, I'm not short of money, just keep it. Higanchiang was also handed down by his ancestors, so it would be a little bad if he sold it. Little Izumi Yuhi nodded. I was thinking about wasting it before, but now little Izumi Yuhi has come back to my senses. Don't care about wasting or not. It's ready. At this time, Mingmei was carrying the cooking. She came out of the kitchen, and the preparations were very rich, and the most important thing was that the taste was superly. 3 inches. Mingmei, I feel that your cooking skills have improved a lot. Yuan Shangzu. Mingmei praised Dao. Mingmei with a pursed smile, contacted Wei Yi Yuhi, and when she was praised by Chen, Mingmei couldn't help feeling a little excited. Come back, don't be proud. Xiao-ai waved at Mingmei. Let Mingmei come back to her senses. After she came back to her senses, Mingmei glared at Xiao-ai angrily. The next day, Kuroba Kuito had arrived near Chen's house. However, Kuroba Kato had no intention of going in. Jilas. This time, Kuroba Tokudo decided to be cautious, and absolutely must not be reckless even if he has his own will. This is a lesson learned after suffering a loss. After these lessons, Kuroba Kato was not so reckless. Don't dare to be so reckless. Without going in, Kuroba Kuito investigates the surroundings temporarily, and by the way, investigates the information about Hyuga Chen. In the past, Kuroba Kuito had also been transferred, but the investigation was not so clear, and he didn't know enough about Ningyuchen. Now Kuroba Kasho must investigate more. Learn more about Hyuga Tatsuguchi, the only way to ensure his own safety. 2 inches. Well, are you out yet? Kuroba Kuito saw Tatsuya's car leaving the house, and the lights suddenly froze, took out the transmitter of the tracker, and pointed towards Chen's car. Hit him. However, it was too far away from Gao, and Chen's car suddenly accelerated, and the transmitter failed. Damn, has this been discovered? Ordinarily it should be possible. No matter how powerful Hyuga-chan is, it is impossible to find him so far away. There must be other reasons. Kuroba Kato followed secretly. Kuroba Kato's tracking ability is so powerful that he can be a big thief. If these abilities are not Grandmaster, then he can't become a big thief. Of course, Kuroba Kato and the real big thief in the world compared to thieves, the heat is even worse. There is a little mouse behind him. Chen calmly said that Kuroba Kato was following, and of course Chen was able to find it. No matter how well it was hidden, it couldn't be hidden from Tatsuya. 0 inches. It turned out to be this brat, Kuroba Kato, who followed him at that time. Is that right? Although Chen didn't look back, the Kuroha Kato behind him had already appeared in his mind. If Kuroha Kato knew, I wonder if he would have the courage to continue to follow. In the end, Chen ignored it. What's more, it was the house of Yingri, the concubine. I went to pick up Yukiko and called Yukiko to tell him to come back and asked him to go to Shangzi to pick her up, but Chen couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was her own woman's request, even if she wanted to refuse. No, if Chen really refuses, I'm afraid Yukiko will start to make trouble, so in order to prevent Yukiko from making trouble, he should go there. The car quickly came to the downstairs of Fei Yingli's house, and then Chen went upstairs. As for Kuroba Kuito who ran behind him. Sorry, there is no shadow in the face. After all, Kuroba Kuito has no means of transportation. 3. He can't run a car. Electricity makes him have a glider, but he has nowhere to see the ground. Use it, unless you go up high-rise buildings. Fly with Chen. But if he dares to be so high-profile, the police will definitely come to talk to him. Ding dong tilde, Chen pressed the doorbell. And not long after, the door was opened. The person who opened the door was Xiaolan. Xiaohui, is you are still here. After Chen Zhu arrived at Xiaolan, he was slightly surprised. Yeah, I invited you over that day. You didn't come. Xiaolan pouted happily. Cough cough. It's not that I don't want to come, but I really have something to do, so it's inconvenient, so I can't come at all. Chen immediately said, don't say those reasons. I think you just don't want to go shopping with us. It's necessary continue to make up reasons. I really think we don't know you. Yukiko came over and said with a pouted mouth. I said, can you let me in first? Can't you let me stand straight at the door? Chen Tuxiao shrugged and said. I'm sorry to go to the sea, come in quickly. Xiaolan's face was slightly yuhi, as if a little rude, and the relationship between Chen and Chen is not necessary at all. Chen walked into the house. Fei Yingli was drinking coffee to work. Chen looked at Fei Yingli strangely, remembering that Fei Yingli said last time that she wanted to give herself a holiday towel. Chapter 11-16. Do you really have cooking skills? Didn't you say before that you want to take a vacation for yourself? I didn't expect you to work so hard now, said Fei Yingri, who was working hard. No way, after all, I have to earn a dowry for Xiaolan. Fei Yingli gave Chi-Chi a look at Chen, and then said. After Yiyuan Xiaolan heard Fei Yingli's words, her cheeks instantly turned to Yuhi, and she was a little embarrassed. Afterwards, Xiaolan's moonlight secretly glanced at Chen, shy and a little unable to raise her head. Is Xiaolan shy? Yukiko joked to Xiaolan. Yukiko likes to tease Xiaolan very much, and then look at the expression of Shuijiao, and Yukiko has always been like this. Although Xiaolan was very shy by being ordered, she still did not fight back against Yuki. After all, in Xiaolan's eyes, Yuki's soil mist should be regarded as the elder of the present. Although Yukiko keeps asking Xiaolan to call her sister, but when Xiaolan treats Yukiko, she still treats her as an elder. But what Xiaolan never expected was that the two of them were really sisters, because you had Chen. Actually, my mother had an entrustment before, but now I'm embarrassed to refuse. So I can only finish the class, and after the completion, my mother decides to rest for a while. Xiaolan told Yuan about Fei Yingli's plan. That's right, Fei Yingli planned this way. After the foreigner has dealt with this commission, she will take a good rest for a while. Oh, that's how it is. Actually, it's better to rest a little more. After all, I'm not short of money, so why not? Desperately, Chen sometimes doesn't understand. Concubine Yingli is obviously not short of money. Why do you have to work so hard? This is probably a strong woman. Chen doesn't understand Fei Yingli's thinking. It's over. Fei Yingli relieved the grass and put down the pen in her hand. I am sorry Chen, I didn't treat you well. Fei Yingli stood up to relieve her exhaustion, and then said to Chen, do we still need to be so polite? After all, the relationship is so close, isn't it? Chen said with a smile. Listening to Chen's words, Fei Yingli's face changed slightly. Indeed, you are my son-in-law. When Fei Yingli said the word, son-in-law, she couldn't help biting Kiba tightly, adding to her tone. Mom, what are you talking about? Before Shaolin was completely shy, Yukiko said it. At the time, Shaolin could still bear it, and now Pei Yingri also said the same, so the joke started. Bulin was shy and wanted to find a hole to get in. Actually, what your mother said was right. Chen patted it. Shaolin said to Shaolin with her head. Shaolin raised her hand and patted Chen lightly, and then lay down in Chen's arms. Anyway, she has already been known, so there is no need to be ashamed. I heard that you went to Yuhizi's house. Yu Examao asked towards Chen. How did you know that I didn't seem to tell you about this? Kaiyan looked at Yuhizi in surprise, a little curious how Yuhizi knew about it. Of course Mingmei told me when I called back. Yukiko said to Chen. Yes, I did go to Yuhizi's house. I helped Yuhizi to get some things. What are you doing here? I'm just a little curious about what Yuhizi's house looks like. You didn't say Yuhizi's house was a family with a very long tradition. Yuhiko is really curious, but she knows that Yuhiko is a witch. Yuhiko is very interested in the witch's family. If you tell me, maybe I'll go with it. It's really a pity for Yuhiko. It would be nice if I could go and have a look. I don't know what strange things are in Yuhiko's house. If you really go, you will be disappointed instead. It is better to leave an expectation. If you really want to go, you can go anytime. Chen said to Yuchizi. Then will you come with me often? Yuchizi asked Bloody Chen, who was looking forward to it. You've been expecting too much, but I'm not interested in going with you. Not pretending to spread his hand towards Yuchizi, he really had no interest in going again. Since you're not with me, forget it. I don't want to go by myself. Yukiko felt that it would be too boring if she went by herself. Chen, I recently learned cooking. Would you like to come and taste it? Fei Yingli asked Chen. Is it dark cooking? Chen felt a little horrified when he heard Fei Yingli talking about shopping skills. Do you really have cooking skills? Fortunately, this sentence was just recited by Chen in his heart, and he didn't really say it. If he really said it. If so, it is also up to Dao Fei Yingli to be angry. Well, there is a high probability that she will be angry. After all, those words are too hurtful. Fortunately, Chen didn't say these words. Chen, you underestimate me too much. I studied with Shaolin. Fei Yingli pointed to Shaolin next to her. Although being a mother and learning to cook with her own daughter is inevitably a bit embarrassing, Fei Yingli doesn't care. Anyway, the people here are not outsiders, so Fei Yingli is not afraid of a beautiful face. Chen glanced at Shaolin. Even though Shaolin was here, Chen still doubted Fei Yingli's cooking skills. Speaking of cooking skills, sometimes it doesn't matter who teaches them. It depends on talent. Chen doesn't think Fei Yingli can make anything delicious. Actually, my mother has really made great progress. Shaolin said to Chen A3 this. When Shaolin did not cheat Chen, Fei Yingli's cooking skills have improved a lot. In the past, she couldn't even tell the difference between chai, oil, and salt. Now she can clearly distinguish and control it. It's good. If you can do this, Fei Yingli's food will definitely not be so bad, of course. It's impossible to say how delicious it is. It can only be said to be ordinary. It's not high, but it's not low. Concubine 3.8 Yingli walked into the kitchen and told Shaolin not to enter the kitchen. Chen questioned her, and Fei Yingli immediately wanted to make something for Chen to taste. She wanted to tell Chen that even if her cooking skills were poor, as long as she has gone through systematic study, she can still achieve a high level of cooking skills. Although she is average now. But Fei Yingli has no plans to give up. Fei Yingli also plans to continue to learn Ji, and strive to make Chen completely scrape look at the phases of the moon. As for Fei Yingli's heart, why she cares about Yi Chen's opinion so much, then only Fei Yingli knows it. No. Yuchizi, who is the most good friend of Fei Ying, is also clearer in her heart, and blinks towards Chen. Shrugging, then look forward to Fei Yingli's cooking skills. And this time Chen has already made a plan. Even if Fei Yingli's food is bad, it will definitely be delicious. Chapter 11:17. Fei Yingli asked her husband to live. How is it? Fei Yingli asked Chen in anticipation after carefully preparing a meal, to see what Chen said first. I don't think so. I didn't expect you to actually change my perception of you. Chen looked at Fei Yingli with some admiration. Now Fei Yingli makes a version of the dish. In fact, I can't say how delicious it is. But compared to the kind of unpalatable meal that used to be, it's way too strong now. A smile appeared on Fei Yingli's face, and sure enough, her hard work and persistence were useful. After tasting it myself, I don't know if it's because of psychological effects, Fei Yingli thinks it tastes better than Shaolin's. If Chen knew, he was absolutely sure that Fei Yingli himself was a psychological effect, and the cooking of this meal was also ordinary. It's not bad, but it's definitely not delicious. Shang, that's right, Chen, I want to talk to you about something. Fei Yingli said towards Luan. Huh, go ahead. Chen gave Fei Yingli a puzzled look, and then nodded at Fei Yingli. I want to live with you for a while. Fei Yingli looked at Chen and said to him. Go to live with me for a period of time. Chen looked at Fei Yingli in surprise. He didn't expect Fei Yingli to live with him for a period of time in 2004. Yeah, aren't you welcome? Fei Yingli asked Chen. If Yingri wants to come, of course you're welcome, but you suddenly want to live with me just for the sake of it. Chen asked concubine Yingri suspiciously. You want to ask why? That's me at home by myself. It's so boring. If you go to your place, there is another Yukiko who can talk to you. When Yukiko heard the words, she couldn't help but pouted, and muttered to herself, you definitely didn't go because of me, but you put me take it out and use it as a shield. Are you muttering about Yuyu? Fei Yingli just watched Yukiko tell the truth. Just now there was Kiko's murmur, and Fei Yingli could not help it. Who made the two of them so close together? I didn't say anything. Yuchizi pouted, knowing that Fei Yingli heard it. I didn't expect Fei Yingli's ears to be quite sensitive. Are you going to move in today, Yingri? Chen asked Fei Yingri. Well, I've already packed my things, and I don't have much. At most, I've changed the clothes. So you thought about getting ready beforehand. If I suddenly rejected you, what would you do? Nian couldn't help but ask. No, you won't reject me. Fei Yingli shook her head. She was absolutely certain. Chen will never refuse her. Why? Chen was curious. Why is Fu Yingli so confident? Why do you need more time? Because she knows you well enough. Yukiko said to Chen. Understand that you are a big pervert. Never reject a beautiful woman. That's why Fei Yingli is so sure. Of course, this wa was all in Yuchizi's heart, and there was absolutely no intention to say it, because Yuchizi knew that if she said it, Chen would never take it lightly. Yukiko's character has not yet reached the point of death. Then Shaolin, are you interested in coming to live in my house? Chen suddenly turned in the moonlight. He turned his attention to Shaolan. When Chen asked Shaolin for the room, Shaolin's face suddenly changed slightly. Then he shook his head to Chen. I still don't want to go. It's not that Shaolin doesn't want to go, but there is an old man named Maori Falang at home. According to Shaolin's understanding of her food dad, if she really leaves the house, then her father will definitely give it up. Okay, since Shaolin won't go, she can only take Fei Yingli with her. It's a pity that Chen's eyes show a look of pity. If possible, Chen really wants Shaolin to follow him to live at his house. But Chen also knows it. It is difficult for Shaolin to agree now. Are you going? Chen asked Fei Yingli. Don't be in a hurry. The first time I went to Miss Chestnut Hill Green. Fei Yingli shook her head. She also had to hand over the documents in her hand to Li Shanlu, and then the next case would be handed over to Li Shanlu. Although Li Shanlu was only an assistant, she had been with Fei Yingli for so many years. Her work ability is also very good. Strong. Some work can be done even by handing over to Li Shanlu, and this is only the finishing work. I believe that Li Shanlu will definitely be able to complete it very well. After waiting for a long time, Li Shanlu came to Fei Yingli's jobby. Excuse me, please, Miss Storm Mountain Green, after these tasks are done, take a good rest. It's not troublesome, Mr. Fei Yingli. Li Shanlu shook his head. In Li Shanlu's heart, Fei Yingli had a very good image. He taught her a lot of knowledge. Li Shanlu really regarded Fei Yingli as a teacher. Then Li Shanlu opened the door with the information in his hand. Chen also helped Fei Yingli prepare the salute in the hand, and moved towards the car. Ji Huan is ready. Then let's go. Hi. Zhou Renko said. Well, Fei Yingli nodded, then locked the door. It is estimated that the prince will not come back. Fei Yingli has already made a plan. This time, I have been resting for a while, and I have been tired for so long, so I can rest more. Decided to rest. Don't go to work secretly this time. Yukiko said to concubine Ari 750. I haven't tried so hard yet. Concubine Yingri rolled her eyes at Yukiko and listened to Yingri's words. Yukiko misses Yesao very much. I have seen how hard you work at work. Shaolin, then I'll take you home first. Chen said to Shaolin. Well, yes. Xiao Bai nodded. I've lived here for a few days with my mother, so it's time to go back and have a look. I don't know if my father has been drinking. In terms of drinking and smoking, Maori Kogoro is still stubborn. He is absolutely certain about this. It's impossible to quit. Soon I came to the Maori detective office, and then Shaolin got out of the car and asked Fei Yingli. Mom, do you want to go up and have a look? Said quietly. Oh, Shaolandian didn't say anything, probably because he was tired, so Lan didn't have the thought of getting back together with Mori Kogoro again. Maybe it's because they really don't fit together, as a daughter. Shaolin didn't want to worry about it anymore. Let yourself have a good rest, her current studies are the most important, mainly because it is useless even if she wants to match. After the communication, Shaolin already knew that her mother no longer had any feelings for her father. So don't force it, let's just go with the flow. Chapter 11-18. If I have Kiko, I'm young and beautiful. Shaolan has already gone up. Let's go to my house. By the way, Yingri, you haven't been to my house, have you? Chen turned to look at Fei Yingri. Well, I haven't been to your house in Zaishang, so I don't know what the family is like. Fei Yingli's eyes showed a curiosity. Yo, the dignified Yingri is also curious. Seeing the curiosity in Fei Yingri's eyes, Yukiko said, Yukiko, do you know that your tone is a little sloppy now? Do you want me to teach you a lesson? Fei Yingli glanced at Yuchizi, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Actually, I'm not afraid of you. If you really fight Wei Yingri, you can't be my opponent. Yukiko has absolute confidence, if the two of them really fight. Yingri can't be her opponent. A single ninjutsu can destroy a house. Of course, it is not something that Fei Yingri can compare to. In the past, Yukiko is absolutely impossible to be Fei Yingri's opponent. Concubine Eri can know judo. Looking at Guanzi's confidence, it looks like Fei Yingli doesn't want to hit her. In Fei Yingli's heart, Yuan is definitely not her opponent. It's normal to think so, because Fei Yingli basically knows that Yukiko's strength has improved, so I don't think it's normal. Let me tell you something. Le Chen didn't say anything, just so quietly. By the way, Fei Yingli, let me tell you something, there are a lot of women in the Chen family. Yukiko said to Fei Yingri. After Yukiko finished speaking, Fei Yingri's expression stiffened for a moment, and then returned to normal. Concubine Yingri replied indifferently to Yukiko. Looking at Fei Yingri, Yukiko wanted to ask now, how did you know? Fei Yingli, did you want to ask how I knew Shishi? Fei Yingli looked at Yukiko and asked. Yukiko nodded. She really wanted to know, how did Kainri know this? Although it is not important to Yukiko, it can raise this capital in Yukiko's heart. Ran faint equals laugh, but Joe turned his head and stopped looking at Yukiko. Anyway, even if Yukiko really wanted to do it again, Fu Yingli would definitely not. What did you say to Yukiko? Don't say it. Yukiko opened her mouth, although she really wanted to know. But Yukiko still wouldn't ask her concubine Yingri to answer her. Eri, what are you thinking in your heart now? Yukiko asked Yingri, and at the same time Yukiko's face had an expression of watching a good show, and the guide glanced at Chenya next to him. What do you think I will think? At this time, concubine Eri's face didn't show anything wrong, and Yukiko couldn't see anything at all. Can only shake his head in disappointment. I'm not you, how can I know what you think? It's Fei Yingli, how can I know what Fei Yingli thinks? Why don't you speak? So quiet. Wang Hai Hai, Yukiko didn't want to pay attention to the concubine Yingri. The seat foe lying in front asked Chen in the driver's seat. I want to drive with peace of mind and can't speak. Chen said with a blank face. Cut, driving can still affect you. I found that you are so boring. Yukiko looked like you were all boring. It's you who can't be quiet. I said can't you be quiet? Chen finally couldn't help it, and said to Yuchizi, are you despising me, Chen? Yuchizi looked at Chen pitifully, feeling that Chen now it's just to dislike her. No, Yushizayu, how could I dislike you when you're cute? I'm not blind. Chen shook his head directly to indicate no. Cute. Yuchizi was speechless for a while Fei Yingli next to her couldn't help but covered her mouth and smiled. Chen actually described Yuchizi as cute. Am I cute? Why don't you say I'm pretty? You say it like I'm like a child who doesn't grow up too much. Yukiko said dissatisfiedly, herself. This is being treated as a child who doesn't grow up. Have you come to look at it? Why don't you think I think you are young? Actually, I think you are young. That's why I said that. Chen looked at Yukiko's expression very seriously, which made Yukiko directly believe what Chen said equals like for Chen's words. Yukiko will never question it. What's more, what Chen said now is a compliment to her. Of course, Yukiko will not doubt it anymore. 3 inches it doesn't matter. Yukiko is young and beautiful. Yu said very proudly, making Ken Yingri who was next to him couldn't help but withdraw his mouth. Of course, it's not that Ki Youngri thinks Yukiko is not pretty anymore. Jian felt that Yukiko was acting too narcissistic. If you say beautiful, Yukiko is indeed very beautiful, but from Yukiko's own mouth, she feels a little unrestrained. That's why Fei Yingli will keep her mouth shut. Tilda, do you have a different opinion? Yukiko asked Fei Yingri with a stern face. Of course I do and have a different opinion without it. Do I dare to have another opinion? Knowing that you are jealous of me. Jealous of you? Why should I be jealous of you? Fei Yingli laughed angrily. Do you think I can't compare to you in terms of looks? Or do you think I can't compare to you in terms of stature? No matter what aspect, Fei Yingli is self-righteous and thinks that it is absolutely impossible for me to lose to Yukiko. In fact, it is indeed the case. In any respect, Fei Ying is no worse than Yuchizi. Really? Then between me and Chen. Are you jealous? Yukiko leaned into Fei Yingli's ear and asked in a low voice to Fei Yingli. Kaingri gave Yukiko a blank look. Then he shook his head and said, I'm not jealous, why should I be jealous? Che, I just finished speaking. Eri's expression changed immediately. If you say you're not jealous, I really don't believe it. Yuki in the middle, I made it clear that I didn't believe it, and Lee didn't explain it. Because she really had no way to explain him in her heart. So you can just turn around and ignore Yukiko, let her say what she will and ignore her. Seeing Fei Yingri's performance, Yukiko couldn't help but smile. It seems that she won this time, in Yukiko's opinion. Fei Yingli's silence at this time is a guilty conscience. Chapter 11-19. The bet with Yukiko returned to the house. Belmont and the others looked at Fei Yingli, who was brought back by Chen, with a slightly strange expression. I went to pick up Yuchizi back, but when I came back with more eggs one by one. As for concubine Yingri, saw the women in the house. At this time, he couldn't help but glance at Chen, especially if he was looking at the scumbag's eyes. Chen said to ignore it, you can just watch it. I'm not missing anything anyway. You choose Yingri, a room. Chen said to Fei Yingri. There are quite a few rooms in the house. I'm not afraid of not having a place to live at all. After all, who made his home so great? I feel that if there are a few more people, they can live there. 3 Of course, Bi Chen just thought so in his heart. If 10 of them say it, I'm afraid Belmont and the others will pull him out and shoot him for 5 minutes. 9 inches choose the room next to me. Yukiko said to concubine Eri. No, I don't want to live too close to you. Fei Yingli ruthlessly rejected Yukiko. Eri, we are good friends anyway. I didn't expect you to treat me like this. I feel so uncomfortable in my heart. Yukiko said with an uncomfortable expression. Just at the time of the note, Xiaoi suddenly took Chen's hand and pulled the guide into a room, Shall I? What are you going to do? Could it be, put away your unhealthy mind? If you don't, I'll take you to test the medicine for you easy. Shall I? Chen said with a blank look. How do you know that the thoughts in my mind are unhealthy thoughts? Do you have any evidence? Chen asked Shall I, does this kind of thing still need any evidence? Shall I said lightly, you have it all on your face. Any more evidence? Are you embarrassed? All right. With Shang Zichen's shameless character, he is really kind. Okay, let's not talk about this for the time being. Shall I? What's the matter with you pulling me over? Chen asked Shall I, ready to find out what happened to Shall I. I was thinking about Fei Yingli. Why did you bring back Shaolin's mother? Shall I asked Chen to bring Shaolin's mother home. What is this? The situation. Could it be Jing? Well, Ninebuai doesn't want to guess now, mainly because I feel uncomfortable in my heart. Don't ask 2 inches. Chen lightly tapped Shao Ai's little head, and then walked out of the room. Is it okay if I ask? Shao Ai was very angry, feeling that gradually Chen really treated her as a child. After walking out of the room, Chen realized that he hadn't seen Fei Yingli, so he threw a suspicious light towards Yuchizi. In the kitchen, please ask Mingmei to teach her how to cook. Yuchizi understood what Chen meant and said to Chen. So, because of this, I actually went to learn cooking again. I admire it. Chen felt that if Fei Yingli persevered, I should be able to master the cooking skills of Shaolin and Mingmei. Cao Jing Fei Yingli has changed a lot now. By the way, Yuchizi, are you interested in studying together? Chen asked Yuchizi. I don't have this interest. I'm only interested in eating. As for cooking, that's fine. I'm not interested at all. Yukiko quickly waved her hand towards Chen. She really has no interest at all. Hey Odian, I know it will be like this. After all, Yuchizi, you are so lazy. You are definitely better than Jingsheng concubine Yingli in this regard. Chen nodded and said to Yukanzi. Che, don't waste your energy. I know you're provoking me, but it's useless. Yuchizi said to Chen proudly. Chen couldn't help but support his forehead. Yes, I know it's useless. This should be regarded as the mud that can't support the wall, right? Hey, Chen, are you talking bad about me in your heart? The sixth sense of ___ is very sensitive, and in Chen's heart, she is really thinking that Yuchizi can't support the wall, but Yuchizi can actually receive it. This point can only be said to be great. To tell the truth, he can also write clothes with this ability. Guess, have I spoken badly about you? Chen smiled and asked Yuchizi, guess. I don't have time to guess what. You don't say anything. Yuchizi rolled her eyes at Chen, feeling that today Chen I received a lot of Byakugan. It doesn't matter what else, do you have the ability to force me to say it? Chen said with a thick smile on his face. I'm still a widow and can force you to say it. If you don't believe it, how about we make a bet? Yukiko raised her head and said in the moonlight, really? I really want to know, do you have? I don't have that ability. Chen smiled flatly, and then said. Then let's wait and see. Anyway, I have an absolute solution. Yukiko had a confident look on her face. Rangchen was a little curious at this time, and didn't know why Yuchizi was so confident. I don't know why you have this confidence, but if you want to make a bet, then how do you play the singer? Chen asked Yuchizi. He didn't mind betting with Yuchizi. Well, what is the condition of the mutual agreement? If I lose, then I will promise you 1-by-1 conditions. On the contrary, if you lose, you must also promise me 1-by-1. Yukiko said to Chen after pinching her chin and thinking for a while. Okay, you wait and promise me a condition. Chen said with a smile. Che, who agrees to whom? A condition I don't know yet. Compared with Chenying, Yukiko's performance is also very self-confident, which really makes Chen unclear where Yukiko's self-confidence comes from. Obviously, there is no doubt that Shizi will definitely lose. After all, the mouth is on Chen's own body. If Chen is unwilling to say it, then Shizi is not diligent. Come to my room tonight, I will absolutely let you tell me everything. Yukiko said firmly. Suddenly Chen was stunned. Are you trying to use a beauty trick? Inexplicable. Chen has some expectations in his heart. what are you talking about? Xiao Ai came over, looked at Hu and Yuchizi, and felt that they were not talking about anything good. I had to say that Xiao Ai was there. The talent of the sixth sense is definitely very strong. Nothing to talk about. Of course Chen wouldn't tell Xiao Ai, and Yuchizi next to him would definitely not say anything to Xiao Ai. Seeing that neither of them said anything, Xiao Ai felt sullen in her heart, and Xiao Ai was already angry, but now she snorted. Then he sat on the sofa next to him, without even looking at Chen and Yukiko. Have you offended Xiao Ai? Yuchizi saw Xiao Ai's sullen appearance, and immediately poked Zhang's arm, and asked Chen. At a glance, she knew that Xiao Ai was not happy. It must have something to do with Chen. Chapter 11:20. Are you teasing me? Xiao Ai didn't talk to Chen because she was stuffy. She didn't pay any attention to Chen's words until she was eating. According to Chen's estimation, she should have a cold war with him for a few days. In the evening, Chen came to Yuchizi's room as promised, and Chen didn't remember the bet with Yuchizi. Early the next morning, Chen Xin came over and pushed Yukiko next to him, while Yuji rubbed his sleepy eyes, and then showed a puzzled and angry expression to Chen. Chen, why are you waking me up? Don't you know that lack of sleep is the enemy of women? 2. I slept very late last night. In the morning, Yuchizi naturally felt sleepy and couldn't open her eyes. Chen is very resentful. Don't we bet? I didn't tell you anything. So you lost, don't you want to admit it? Betting. When did you bet? Head back to sleep. Well, Chen knew that was the case, in fact, for the two of them. The so-called bet was just an unnecessary pretext, and Chen didn't expect Yukiko to fulfill anything. Let's just pay it all up last night. Chen couldn't sleep anyway, so just get up and walk out of the room. Just as Chen Gangwang walked out of the room, the door of the room next to him was also opened. Then concubine Yingri came out of the room and the two of them went out at the same time. Yesterday, Emi Eri seemed the same thing about living next to Yukiko on the surface. But in fact, there was nothing wrong in Yuchizi's heart. Chen, what a coincidence. Fei Yingli glanced at the room next to Shizi, and then she understood everything in an instant. She is a very famous legal woman, and some things can be seen at a glance. Coincidentally, how is it? How is Shu really in my house? Chen didn't feel the price when he was bumped into. With a smile, he asked Fei Yingri. It's not bad, I feel like Zhang can get used to it. It's no different from being in my house. Really, that's fine. If I don't entertain you well, I guess Shaolin won't let me go. Chen said with a smile. Since you said that, shouldn't you come to entertain me in person? Fei Yingli suddenly blinked at Chen, then turned to leave Chen with a beautiful back. Chen was stunned for a while, and then he came to his senses. Are you teasing me? And Guang stared at Fei Yingli's back. Chen was 100% sure that now Fei Yingli his face had turned Yuhi's color. It's a pity, I can't see Fei Yingli's face now. If I can see it, it will be very beautiful. Chen has a sad face, but he didn't run over to see Fei Yingli, otherwise Fei Yingli would definitely look at Yuhi. When a strong woman was also shy, he wouldn't run over to embarrass Fei Yingli at this time. Concubine Yingri's heart was thumping, and Yuhi's face was thumping. As if it were so. How did I say such daring words just now? Is this some kind of hint? What if she was taken seriously by Chen? Fei Yingli's eyes were full of confusion, something she had never experienced before. Usually Fei Yingli's eyes are basically very calm. As a barrister, how could it not be possible that Mount Tai collapsed in front of her without changing her face, but at this time, she couldn't do it at all. In the panic in her eyes, there was still a deep expectation, but soon the concubine Yingri Akira shaking his head, he quickened his pace and opened high. Too panicked, Chen couldn't help but said after seeing Shi Weili speed up his pace. The current concubine Yingli is indeed like this, her mentality is too flustered, and she feels guilty. In fact, there is absolutely no need to panic. Shaking his head slightly, then Chen didn't want to think so much anymore. Just as she was about to go to the kitchen to see if Mingmei had prepared breakfast, Chen's footsteps paused slightly when she passed by the door of Xiao Ai's room. 3 inches. Is there still a light on in the room? Chen walked past Ji and pushed open Xiao Ai's door, and then saw Xiaoshang who was sleeping on a chair and lying on the table. Isn't it the Tatung Akatsuki who studied it? Chen glanced at the computer in front of Xiaoai that had not been turned off, and thought it should be like, really, why is this girl fighting so hard? Chen hugged Xiaoai, but just after picking her up, Xiaoai woke up. What are you doing? Xiaoai looked at Chen with a wary look. Could it be that Tsukuru wanted to take advantage of me to fall asleep? Want to sneak up on trash and do something shady? What a beast. 0. Begging Xiaoai's vigilant moonlight to be replaced by contemptuous eyes. Listening to your poisonous words, I have an urge to hit you. What would you say if Belmod saw the scene of you being spanked? Chen asked Xiaoai with a smile. For Xiaoai, his words were like the whispers of the devil. See only wonder seeing this. This is absolutely impossible, even if she is beaten to death. You must not let Xanermo see her embarrassed side. HMPH. You dare, if you really dare, I will tell you, elder sister. Xiaoai snorted coldly. On the surface, she was very settled, but Kilometer was very flustered. Because Xiaoai knew that Chen really dared, so she was not so calm. Tell your sister, does it mean that Mei can help you? Chen couldn't help asking Xiaoai. 3. Xiaoai is silent, it seems that Mingmei really can't help her. HMPH, let me go. Xiaoai Tsunere snorted coldly, even though she felt comfortable when she was hugged by Chen. Pai Gai Xiaoai Tsunere. Okay, I'll let you go and rest. When did you go to bed yesterday? Also, don't lie down and sleep here in the future, do you understand? Chen taught Xiaoai a lesson. Although Xiaoai showed an impatient look. But I was very moved, and it felt so good to be cared about. Come and call your cue. Chen touched Xiaoai's head and said to Xiaoai. Well, Xiaoai Shui gave a light hum, and agreed. Are you not going to continue Tsunere? Chen Wei was a little surprised, originally thought that Xiaoai would continue Tsunere, but he didn't expect to continue Tsunere. I want you to. Xiaoai continued to Tsunere, covered her head with a quilt, and then didn't look at Chen at all. Chen shook her head slightly, then walked out of Xiaoai's room. Close the door gently for Xiaoai. It was also Chen Yaikai's plan. Chen, why did you come to the kitchen? Mingmei, who was preparing breakfast, had a surprised expression. No wonder Mingmei was surprised. Because Chen usually doesn't enter the kitchen at all, and the number of times he enters the kitchen is almost a handful. The 1121st boy Kuroba Kato went to Yusaka Kudo. Can't I go into kitchen A? 1-inch Chen looked at Mingmei and smiled, and then he looked at the breakfast that Mingmei made. Ming hurts you, I have to prepare breakfast and dinner every day. Chen touched Mingmei's sick bag and said, Love room. Mingmei's stock color became Yuhi's, and then she headed towards Chen Qing. It's not hard work, there's no such thing as hard work. Although there are a lot of things prepared every day, Minggai doesn't feel hard at all. And Mingmei also has a deep desire to repay Chen. If you didn't save me back then, I'm afraid there is no chance for hard work. Mingmei's eyes fell into memories, thinking of the past. If it wasn't for Chen, Ming would have died under the gun of Jinju, so that she and her sister could still be 02 soil. Alive, everything is with Qi Chen's help. On this point Min Cha will always remember. Chen, did you run into the kitchen to steal the food? Mingmei put down the golden heads in her heart and asked Chenji with a smile. No, I definitely didn't come to steal food. Chen said he could swear. But having said that, seeing the fragrant steamed buns steamed by Mingmei, Chen couldn't help but pick it up and eat one. I came to the kitchen to tell you that when making breakfast, remember to make more. After all, today is not the same, and now there are more concubine Yingli. Chen Xiangmei said, eat while talking. Let Mingmei couldn't help but give Chen a white look. He said, I just came to steal it, so what are you looking for? Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, no one else will have to eat it. Mingmei pushed Chen out directly. But when it comes out. Fortunately, he left 2 buns with Chen. Chen touched his nose, then walked out of the kitchen, and was blasted out by Mingmei, feeling a little embarrassed. Mei smiled slightly, then continued to prepare to make breakfast. Just at this moment, Kuroba Kuito came to the hospital and pushed the door of the ward where Yusaka Kudo lived. Does Kudo Yasaka live here? Kuroba Kazuhiro looked towards the hospital bed. But there was no one. Kudo Yasaka was obviously not there. Kuroba frowned and sat here waiting. According to the information he obtained through investigation, Kudo Yasaka was injured by Hyuga-chen. He lived here. This information will never go wrong. Now Kudo Yasaka and Kuroba Kuito want to ask for work to help Yasaka. He was busy, and Kuroba was wearing makeup without deliberately waiting for a dozen minutes. Director Yasaka Kudo came back in his hospital clothes, and Shi Tongshu followed Konan and Hattori Hirano. Axion Boshi was not here. Ah Jungbo went to rest at his house. But Konan and Hattori Heiji are here. 0 Konan is a son, and now that Shinyang has been released, he will naturally come to the hospital to see Yasaka Kudo's situation. 920 and GT, 7 and GT, actually, Yasaka Kudo the injury is not particularly serious. It is estimated that it will not be long before he will be discharged from the hospital. Who are you? Novel writer. It's really here. Kuroba Kato smiled slightly after seeing Kudo Yasaka. He used his original face, but the appearance after disguise. Of course he didn't want to use his original face. I don't want to expose my original appearance, because it will be more troublesome for him. Mr. Shi, don't be vigilant. In fact, I just want to talk to you about something, and we also have a common enemy. Tu smiled lightly and said to Yasaka Kudo. He wanted to investigate the information about the future of the sun, and then found out that he and Yasaka Kudo had a sudden shock, and also sent Yasaka Kudo to the hospital. Kudosaka too thinks that this should be good news for him. Maybe he can take advantage of it. Common enemy. I don't know the common enemy you are talking about. Who are you referring to? Kudo Yasaka asked Kuroba Kato. Toko Kudo Yasaka, don't you know that, besides Hyuga-chen, can you have a lot of characters? Kuroba Kato said with a big laugh. Although he is a middle-aged man with a disguised appearance, however, Kuroba Kato can change his voice, and it's the kind that doesn't need a voice changer, let alone using a voice changer. That doesn't mean he can change his voice. You shouldn't be too old, right? Right. Kudo Yasaka looked wisely at Kuroba Kato, trying to deceive him, but it wasn't so easy for Kuroba to show his expression for a while, but he didn't expect to be able to see through Shi. It can be seen that he is from heaven's own disguising technology, very confident. I feel that basically no one can see through his disguise. But now facing Yasaka Kudo, he was seen through instantly. Kuroba Kuito was also a little shocked. But the surface is very calm. After being seen through, I plan to continue pretending. It doesn't really matter whether I have a disguise or not. What matters is our common enemy, Hyuga-chen. Kuroba Kuito said to Yasaka Kudo. Come out to communicate. Kudo Yasaka didn't wait for Kuroba to continue to say, why? Kuroba's brow wrinkled. He really came to cooperate with Kudo Yasaka, so now it can't open so fast. And Kuroba Kato didn't want Kudo Yasaka to reject him. Why? The reason is actually very simple. I don't know you at all. Do you think I will believe you? It's your words. Do you intend to communicate with someone you don't know at all? 20 Yasaka Kudo's remarks. It's like asking Kuroha Kuito to keep his mouth shut. But if he wants to let him show his true face, Kuroha Kuito doesn't mean it. He really doesn't want to reveal his identity. Kato Kuroba didn't use the identity of Kaito Kid, so he couldn't use it. Kaito Kid is a thief 2.6e__. In that case, then but I will not give up easily, and I will come again. Haimon Kuito doesn't plan to stay any longer. Now she finds that she is inconsiderate, and some rashly come to find Yasaka Kudo. Obviously it won't work. After returning to her husband first, the courageous way to contact Yasaka Kudo. If Kudo is the best, if this line really doesn't work, let's talk about it later. In fact, Kuroba Kato is very helpless at this time. He knows that he can't deal with Hyuga-chen, so he plans to find help. I still don't believe him. He really has no ill will towards Kudo Yasaka in his heart. After Kuroba's high rise, Kudo Yasaka glanced at Kurokai's back and didn't know who he was. But Kudo Yasaka, I feel like I have to get rid of it. The 1122nd child is still immature. Dad, do you want us to follow him? Conan looked at Kuroba Kato who was leaving, and felt that his first image was very familiar. It seems that I saw it somewhere, but I really want to. At the same time, Conan showed each other again. Now I don't know who he is and what his real purpose is, so don't stay behind. Yasaka Tiankudo shook his head at Conan. If he is not injured now, it's fine. Yasaka Kudo would consider following up to see his current situation, but he definitely won't be able to keep up. But what is certain is that the pair is Hyuga Chen's enemy, and it seems that there are quite a few Hyuga Chen's enemies. Fuji Yuji said. At this time, Hattori Heiji also hated Chen very much, so if Togo could see Chen shriveled, Hattori Heiji would definitely not mind. Don't talk so much, go back and rest first. Kudo Yasaka wants to send Conan and Hattori Heiji away in 04. After sending them away, he can mobilize the information that can be mobilized to investigate the person before. The information must be moved and the investigation must be fast. If it is late if you do, maybe you won't be able to investigate anything. Well then, Dad, stay here by yourself, and remember to notify us if something happens. Conan nodded and opened high with Hattori Heiji. Conan, why are you more open? I think my uncle is clearly trying to hide something from us. Hattori Heiji said to Conan that Yubuksan and Kudo Yasaka, who are more familiar with Hattori Heiji himself, would not figure it out. I know, but since Dad doesn't tell us about it, it means he doesn't want us to know. So it's useless for many people in Henan to count them, and then he said, Master, that's right, Shang doesn't necessarily tell us when you come out. Better not yell. Hattori Heiji was stunned for a moment, and finally nodded. But Conan, don't you want to know who the identity of that person was? Hattori Heiji asked Conan. Conan nodded slightly. How could he not want to know? But he won't go to his own father. Conan wants to rely on his own ability to solve 3 inches. Let's go and investigate that person. Hattori Heiji quickly left the hotel. How do you plan to investigate? Hattori Heiji asked Conan in confusion. What does Conan want to investigate? First try to get the surveillance video here, and then say it again. Conan smiled at Hattori Heiji, and then said, How are you going to get 9? Hattori Heiji looked at Conan depressedly. It's probably not easy. After all, the surveillance video in the hospital is not something that can be investigated casually. Only of course I have a solution. Conan took Heiji to the surveillance room and lied to the people inside that he had lost something and wanted to check the surveillance video. Hard bubbles. Finally agreed. It seems that after getting smaller, there are still some uses. Hattori Heiji couldn't help but say that indeed, Conan after getting smaller is still very convenient in some places. Such as gaining the trust of others. If it is Hattori Heiji himself, I am afraid that Tokudo will handle these people. As for Conan's words too, because he is a child, he can make trouble with 5 reasons. For Conan, this is the advantage of the old lady. I really have you are amazing. Hattori Heiji secretly gave Conan a thumbs up. Conan pulled Hattori Heiji. Then he said to Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji nodded. Then the two of them carefully checked the surveillance footage to look for suspicious things inside. 3 thank you and walked out of it. What's the use? Conan asked that Heiji. No, the other party has been opened since entering the hospital. It's a disguise, and there is no flaw at all. Hattori Heiji shook his head. In fact, if it wasn't for Yasaka Kudo who said that the other party was after the disguise, Hattori Heiji couldn't see it. It can only be said that in the aspect of disguise, Kuroba Kuito has really reached the level of perfection, and Yasaka Kudo can only find out that Yasaka Kudo's observation ability is stronger. Although Kewe is the main fish. But in terms of ability, Conan is worse than Yasaka Kudo in terms of reasoning and observation. After all, most of Conan's knowledge was taught to him by Kudo Yasaka. Maybe after a few years, he may be able to compare with Kudo Yasaka when he matures, but now, compared to his father, Conan is still immature. Very. I also know that when I came here, I couldn't find anything, and I didn't have much hope. Conan can't talk about disappointment now, because he didn't have much hope in the first place, so how can we talk about Juexi? What are your plans now? are you giving up the investigation? Nyan Yachi asked Conan. Of course, it is impossible to give up. In my heart, I have never given up on these two. Conan said to Hattori Heiji very seriously. This made Hattori Heiji smile. Only such Conan can be regarded as an opponent by him. Personally, I feel a little familiar. 500. Tien Conan fell into the back line and felt that the person was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. No, it's a bit of a headache, but I know it, you can recall it. Hattori Heiji looked at Conan. It would be great if Conan could find a clue. Also, the other party and Bishanshin have a grudge, but this is a more important message. We can take a look at Hattori's eyes this time from this aspect, and then said to Conan that he offended Hyuga the most, and Conan has also met people. If you arrange it like this, you will directly narrow the circle. It is easy to investigate. I am driving a car. I forgot such important information just now. It really shouldn't be, thanks to Hattori Heiji by the side reminder. Among the people I know who still have enemies with Hyuga-chen, it seems that you are the only one. Conan thought for a long time, and suddenly looked at Hattori Heiji. Think of Zhang Tian's Conan. Finally, I thought of a service island Wuji, if possible, include my father, Yasaka Kudo. Other people Conan really can't think of it. Only then did Conan find out. Most of the people I know around him seem to have a relationship with the day and night. Chen has a good relationship with that guy, and it's just that Shaolin is the pain in Conan's heart. Chapter 11:23. I found that you have become too much. Damn, why is that guy's back so familiar? Conan was a little worried. After thinking about it for a long time, he still didn't think of where he had seen that track 9 inches. Don't embarrass yourself. Let's eat first. Since he has disguised himself, it means that he does not want to be investigated. It is not easy. Hattori Heiji looked at Conan walking around and said. The irritability in the eyes are a bit annoying. Why don't you ask your father? I think your father should have connections. Hattori Harabe said to Conan. Actually, Conan, it's not important for you to think about it now. Since he came to you once, Shuan has another one, and next time you seize the opportunity to try it out, it's okay if you don't. 8. Dr. Ali opened his mouth and said to Conan and the others. Suddenly Conan was stunned. Yes, the other party here did not achieve the goal, so there will definitely be another NGT. Next time, just wait for the next meeting. But in this way, I feel really too passive. There is a kind of uncomfortable feeling. Conan feels a little unchanged. There is no way, I don't know who the other party is. I can only be passive like this. Maybe the other party is more anxious than us. Heiji Hattori is very calm. Conan, I found that you have become too much. Hattori Heiji's expression became serious at this time, and he said to Conan. I have changed too much. Where have I changed? Conan frowned, and then asked Hattori Heiji. Don't you think you have changed now? Too impatient. You weren't like that in the old days. Heiji Hattori said. It has long been found that Conan has changed. The change in character. Maybe Conan himself can't feel it, but Heiji Hattori has long felt it. Maybe. Conan also found that he became restless after Hattori Hirai's reminder. For a detective, this is actually deadly. As a qualified detective, the most important thing is to stabilize your heart. If you can't keep calm, how to find the prisoner to Conan's expression is complicated. I don't even know how I became like this. Hattori Heiji sighed. In fact, he probably understood why Conan became like this. It should be related to Hyuga-chen, but Hattori Hei hadn't mentioned it yet, and he didn't know if Conan would feel uncomfortable after mentioning Hyuga Gudo. After all, both Qingmu and Ma were robbed of their relatives. Thought here. A look of determination appeared on Hattori's face. Hyuga-chen, I will never let you take Kazuha away. What are you thinking? Conan saw Hattori Heiji 24 who was in a daze and couldn't stop pushing it. Hattori Heiji. Ming didn't think about anything. Hattori Heiji shook his head towards Kazuo. I know. Hattori is hiding something from him. But Conan didn't ask. As if he had something on his mind. Ichiraku, everyone has something on their mind. Better not to ask. Are you still going to continue the investigation? Hattori asked Conan. Of course, we must not give up until we investigate. Conan said very seriously. Before the identity of that person is investigated, Conan can't give up, which is also the belief in Conan's heart. Okay, I'll help you, but since he's dealing with Hyuga-chen, maybe you can draw Hattori Heiji over to look at Conan and say, in fact, in his heart, Hattori Heiji doesn't mind cooperating with the other party. But the premise is that the other party must not be anything bad people will do. If the other party is not a good person, then Hattori Heiji will definitely not want to cooperate with the other party. Let's take a look first. Who knows who the other party is? I'm afraid it is someone from the Moi organization. Conan has some doubts in his heart. Yanjia is not right. Moreover, isn't Hyuga-chen related to the Hai organization? That's just our guess. No one knows whether Hyuga-chen has anything to do with the Hai organization. Nan shook his head at Hattori Heiji. Thanks so much. Let's eat first. How about the food made by Dr. Agsa? Conan and Hattori Heiji came to the table, but after seeing the food prepared by Hiroshi Akasa, the two of them were speechless. Akasa Hiroshi, so you don't know how to cook? These dishes are made of coke. I'm afraid we'll go to the hospital if we eat it. Conan looked at the incomparably dark things on Muzzy, and couldn't help but said, Aliboshi scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then said embarrassedly, I haven't cooked before, so I don't care. It can only be done like this. Okay, Dr. Akasa is already good at cooking. Don't be picky, Hattori Heiji said to Conan. If that's the case, then come and eat. How about you try it? Conan pouted, said to Hattori Heiji. Hattori Heiji's expression froze, and he definitely couldn't eat it. If he ate it, I'm afraid he would be sent directly to the hospital. 9 inches, tilde this is better, underscore I haven't thought about the sea that much, I am sorry Akasa Hiroten. Hattori Heiji said apologetically to Akasa Hiroto. It's not that I don't want to eat it, it's something made by Agasa. Really can't eat it. It's better to eat instant noodles after pouring it out. I have never cooked. Dr. Lee shook his head and said, I'm not sad, but Dr. A. Lee still knows what the food he cooks looks like. Mainly because it's too bad. Looks like I'm going to eat instant noodles again today. It's uncomfortable, Chuan Minan said gloomily. In Dr. A. Lee's house, he basically eats instant noodles every day to relieve himself. Someone is cooking. Dr. Axion is doing it now. This time, let Conan and the others know that he is very good, and it is estimated that he will never let Akasa Hiroshi do it again in the future. It's better for me to do it. At least the food is edible, Hattori Heiji said in a low voice. But Hattori Heiji didn't use too much vocalization. In order not to be heard by a Libo Plus, and then think that he is mocking him. Don't talk too much, hurry up and prepare. I'm going to starve to death. Conan took out the instant noodles, and the baby was distributed to Hattori Heiji. I think I'm really suffering here, at night. I absolutely have to go out to eat. Hattori Heiji felt that he had lost weight. He was already thinner, but now he looks even thinner. I guess if my mother knew about it, I am afraid she would let him go back immediately. Okay, treat me by the way, Conan said to Hattori Jonge. Now Conan doesn't have any brocade in his hand, so he's embarrassed to ask Kudo Yasaka. So he can only rely on Hattori Hirai to treat him. Oh. Chapter 11:24. If someone rumored that it would be better on the other side, Kuroba Kato frowned, trying to convince Kudo Yasaka. Let's deal with Hyuga-chen together, but Yasaka Ito didn't give him a chance to deal at all. If Yasaka Mimoto can't be here, then we'll have to find you 3 inches. Kuroba Kuito imagined in his mind someone who could threaten that guy Hyuga Tatsu, but he couldn't find him at all. Would you like to sneak in? Take a look at Hyuga Chen's house. Kuroba Kuito looked in the direction of Chen's house from a distance. You can see where Tatsuya's house is from where Kuroba Kuito is staying. Looking over there, I don't know why, the feeling in my heart is that it is a bottomless pit, if you really want to explore it. Never get up. 3 This will not work, it is too dangerous. If Hyuga Yuanpan catches a ghost, he knows what method he will use to seal himself up. So we still have to talk about it from a long time. Kuroba Kuito felt that he needed to take a long-term plan. As for how to plan, Kuroba Kuito couldn't find a target for the time being. Get ready to talk next. I still have to win over Kudo Yusaka. It's better to use that kid from Edogawa Konan as a condition. Kuroba thought while pinching his chin. Because I also had contact with Konan and knew about Konan. It is not as simple as an ordinary child 503. And seeing that child appearing next to Yusaka Kudo today shows that he is very important to Yusaka Kudo. Who does that kid Konan think? In short, it is absolutely impossible to be an ordinary elementary school student. Let me see what secrets he is hiding. Kuroba Kato turned around and was not ready to investigate Chen. Mainly to investigate there was no result, so Kuroba was ready to investigate Konan this kid. After investigating the little devil Konan, and then see if you can rely on him. To win over the mystery novel master Kudo Yusaka. 3. Kudo thinks that Kudo Yusaka's ability is very strong, mainly because he has read some novels written by Kudo Yusaka. Through these novels, users can basically understand the strength of Kudo Yusaka, if there are not a few brushes. There is absolutely no way to write such a good novel. What Konan didn't know was, when they were trying to find out the identity of Kuroba Kato. Kuroba Kato also put Kazuki on Konan's body. However, these are not related to Chen. Although they want to trouble Chen, Chen doesn't care. If you really dare to make trouble, then, Chen Yi will definitely not be polite. If you take it lightly, you will be sent to the hospital, and if you are serious, you will be sent to hell. Just so violent. Going to school at this time, because today is just the start of school, and it is very boring in love, it is better to be interesting on one side of the school examination. It's so early today, it's not easy to meet you at the school gate. Yuanzi looked at Chen and said in surprise. Yuanzi, didn't you say you should ignore me? Didn't you talk to me? Why did you take the initiative to come over to talk to me now? Chen asked with a light smile. Yuanzi's face was slightly yuhi, when Feng Qian went to Yuanzi to invite Chen, and asked Chen to go to her house to find her, but unfortunately Chen refused. Just kidding, it's just a happy life at home, of course Chen won't be looking for a garden. So this makes the garden very negative. The angry Sonoko said, I will ignore you in the future. Unexpectedly, this is just the beginning of school, and the scene of Junxiang will be staged. It really is the law of Junxiang that cannot be escaped. Have I said it before? Sonoko pretended to be stupid, saying that he didn't remember what he said at all. You're still pretending to be stupid. You look a little cute when you're pretending to be stupid. Chen Ningkai squeezed Yuanzi's nose and said with a smile. 5. Chen pinched his nose. The garden seemed very dissatisfied on the surface. But in fact, I am very satisfied with such a scene of interaction with Chen. It made the garden feel very comfortable, and the name of the tomb felt very comfortable. I even really want to go one step further with Hecken. However, there were Shaolin, He and the others in front of him, and Yuhiko who was standing beside Chen, so Sonoko could only wave his hand and give up the idea. After all, Yuanzi is very ladylike. However, she was very shy in her heart. Chen, last time I was on vacation. Would you like to go to my house to play? Sonoko sent an invitation to Chen again and wanted to invite Chen over to play. That's a question. Let's talk about it next time I'm on vacation. I'll think about it first. Chen didn't agree to Sonoko. What, shouldn't you agree to the big beauty's invitation right away? Sonoko asked Chen in an unhappy manner. But I don't want to promise you at all. So I can only apologize. Chen spread his hands and said to Yuanzi. Didn't you just refuse? So think about it again. Don't refuse 2 inches, Yuanzi said to Chen, telling Chen not to shoot first. Okay, let's talk about it later. Chen asked that the current garden is really very confident. Mainly because after putting down the bangs now, the garden looks really beautiful, very good looking and very good looking. This made Yuan Song become more confident. Standing by Xiaolan's side, all 9 sons were confident that they would not lose to Xiaolan. Let's go first, to chat at the door, and all the famous classmates came over. Xiaolan speak up. Seeing some of the classmates, 4 looked at them with extremely ambiguous eyes. Xiaolan felt very shy. What are you afraid of? Sonoko shrugged. She doesn't care at all. She doesn't care about spreading rumors. It's even better to spread rumors. It would be better if someone rumored. Especially the rumors about her and Chen. The garden couldn't wait to show up. 2 inches by the way, I heard that Mr. Judy lives with you now, and Duo Yuanzi suddenly asked Chen. No, where did you come from? This rude 9 inches. Chen is very surprised to see the crime factor. Where did Sonoko know about it? This matter should be considered a relatively secret thing, and not many people know it. At this time, who is Sonoko? How did you know? Chen thought it was incredible. Hee, of course I have my own channels. Sonoko smiled and said, as expected of it. First 8 trigrams king. Chen looked at Sonoko with admiration. On this point, Chen originally meant to call Sonoko the strongest. I really admire Sonoko. 8 trigrams in this regard. You know all about it. You know that Chen is not tempted at all. It has been revealed, and Judy will definitely not reveal it, and I don't know how Sonoko knows. Now Chen really wants to know, where did Sonoko get the information? Does she secretly keep Q's information 8 trigrams squad? Chapter 11:25. The persevering Yuanzi, with a grumpy face and a very dissatisfied expression. You actually called me the king of hexagrams and ignored you. No, according to Sonoko's understanding of Chen, if she doesn't care about Chen, it is estimated that Chen will not care about her, and Nianyi will definitely not. Yuanzi, have you really risen? Shaolin looked at the garden owner worriedly and asked Yuanzi. I'm relieved. Actually, I'm not angry. Sonoko smiled at Shaolin, and then said. By the way, Chen, may I ask why Mr. Judy hasn't come to class recently? Why did she ask for leave? Sonoko asked Chen on the 8 trigrams question. You are really good 8 trigrams, but since you asked yes, I'll answer equals I'll get you. Chen rubbed Yuantian's little head, and then said. Because Mr. Butty has something to do, so I didn't come to the class. Now Tilda, are you aware of it? Bu Yuanzi looked at Chen in amazement, and after being stunned for a long time, asked Chen. It's over like this, 1. Yeah, that's right. It's over like this, otherwise, what else do you want me to say? Chen Wei spread his hands and said, don't talk about this, hurry in and go in. If you don't go in again, the class will start. At that time, you will be punished for standing. Chen didn't wait for the garden to say anything, then walked towards the classroom, shadowing the garden for a long time. After being pulled by Shaolin after the king, he came back to his senses and said, no, now it's like saying nothing. Sonoko couldn't help but say that she didn't say anything. She didn't say everything she wanted to know. Anyway, you can tell me something. Mr. Judy, don't you mean you didn't tell me anything? Quote. Sonoko Bingshe murmured 29 inches. Sonoko, you are 8 trigrams. And this is Master Zhu Sheng's private matter, so don't ask about it. Three Lan said to the garden very helplessly. No, I definitely want to know. Sonoko made up her mind. She has to figure it out, otherwise, she will not be able to sleep. It is because of her persistence that she has become the king of 8 trigrams who is the most well-informed. Shaolan, after school at night. Let's go to Chen's house with Chen, what do you think? Sonoko asked Shaolin. Let's talk about it first. Even if you don't go, I will definitely go. Yuanzi said to Shaolin in advance, okay. Then I'll go with you too. After thinking about it, Shaolin nodded towards the garden and said. It's also very 8 trigrams, right? Sonoko smiled at Shaolin, and then asked Shaolin. No, I'm completely different from you. Shaolan directly denied Yuanzi. She is not as 8 trigrams as Yuanzi, at most she is just a little curious. In fact, the world is very strange. Why does Mr. Judy live in the house of trans? Does it matter? Sonoko doubted in his heart. Sonoko, don't talk nonsense because Chen and Mr. Judy have a good relationship. You know, Mr. Judy is not a native of China, and she doesn't have any friends here. Shaolin said to Yuanzi. Really? Shaolin, do you really think so in your heart? Yuanzi looked at Shaolin, as if she had seen Shaolin through. Of course it is. Shaolan's voice was a little louder at this time, as if she had a guilty conscience. Hee. I don't think Xiaolan has this idea in your heart. Xiaolan gestured and raised her hand, while Yuanzi saw Wulan raised her hand and ran away immediately. Xiaolan, are you planning to go to Chen's house with Yuanzi? He asked Xiaolan. Well, and my mother also lives at Chen's house now, so I also went to see my mother. Xiaolan nodded towards He and said. Ah, Aunt Feiyingli is actually in Chen's house. He's face showed a look of surprise. See, yes, my mother went to Chen's house, because my mother wanted to take a break, and there was still a lot in Chen's house. Aunt Yuxiu, you can chat. Xiaolan, it's fortunate that Auntie Yuchizi is not here. Otherwise, you would be miserable, calling him Auntie. He smiled bloodily and said to Xiaolan. Xiaolan's expression changed slightly, and then she said to Hai, don't say OL and you called it just now. Okay, now Xiaolan, you will be threatened. Come over 0G, ask for flowers. __, don't make trouble, it's going to be classes written. Let's hurry up and gather in the classroom, I don't want to be punished. Xiaolan and Yi came after a while in classrooms. When they came to the classroom, they saw Yuanzi sitting next to Chen, and Yuanzi was still persevering in asking Chen's questions. Chen, just tell me. What's wrong with Mr. Judy's leave? Satisfy equals I'm curious. Yuanzi, it's not good if you are too curious. Don't be so curious. Chen didn't say anything to Yuanzi. Even if there are really some things that can be said, Chen is not willing to tell Yuanzi. The Lord is the woman who is not very strict. A lot of things have been said directly. 0_, okay, then it seems that I can only rely on my own way. Sonoko sighed, without any intention of giving up. What do you want to do? Yuhiko asked Guozi curiously. I don't know how Yuanzi wants to be late. Chen, you shouldn't mind if I go to your house. Yuanzi asked Chen. I don't mind this, if you want to go. You can go there at any time, even if you want to. If you stay at my house, there will be no problem. Chen smiled at Sonoko and said. Yuanzi's heart moved, and I have to say Yuanzi's heart was really moved at this time. How about moving into Chen's house? But Jen Ligia's parents will definitely not agree, so they can only do it. Then Chen, you have already agreed and you can't go back. Whoever answers will be a puppy. Sonoko said to Chen, okay, if anyone backs out, then whoever is a puppy. Chen nodded towards Sonoko. In fact, Chen is also a little funny. I didn't expect Sonoko to have such a cute side. Yes, in Chen's eyes, Sonoko is a little cute. It's already in class. Sonoko, are you sure you want to continue sitting here? Chen asked Sonoko just as Chen had just said that. The bell for class suddenly rang, and Sonoko immediately stood up. In order to avoid being punished, Sonoko quickly ran to his place and sat down obediently. Chapter 11:26. Really came after school in the evening. Chen just walked out of the school gate, and then was stopped. Wait a minute, Chen, wait a second. Yuanzi's voice came from behind Chen, and Chen couldn't help but look back, only to see Yuanzi holding Xiaolan Q with one hand and He with the other. He was running over quickly. What's the matter with Sonoko? Do you want to keep asking? Chen didn't expect Sonoko to be so persevering. I didn't tell you that I told you before. Wouldn't you be unwelcome if you want to visit your house? Sonoko winked mischievously at Chen. Cute. Well, I thought you were just talking. I didn't expect you to be serious and really want to follow me back. 3 Chen microcheck spread out his hands. Then he said, since you want to go, 2 that's not impossible, but you have to follow, 080, to me to pick it up, Xiaogong, Chen still hasn't forgotten to plug it in. Bujing, if you really forget about this, it is estimated that Xiao Ai will ignore him for a long time. Okay, we will follow you to pick up Xiao Ai. Sonoko nodded and agreed. Then you shouldn't be in a hurry to go back. If you are in a hurry to go back, don't worry, I have already called my family. Even if I live with you today, it will be fine. Yuanzi Wujun waited for Chen to finish, and then he said to Chen, and now he has learned to answer. We have no problem. Xiaolan gently laughed towards Chen. She said sternly. Xiaolan greeted her father, Mori Kogoro. The reason was to go to her mother Yukiko. Of course, Mori Kogoro didn't say anything. Now ye and ye are quite free. You can do whatever you want to be an official, and there is no restriction at all. When you come to Deaton Elementary School, it is not far from Deaton High School. Just a few steps, you can come here Deaton Elementary School. When Xiao-ai was in the aisle here, when she saw so many people walking by, Xiao-ai was slightly stunned, but she could clearly see who was walking by, and Xiao-ai glanced at Chen Bai. Cough cough. I is gone, we are going home. Wu Yu looked at Xiao-ai who was turning over by a Kugan, coughed twice, then walked over and pulled Xiao-ai's hand. Xiao-ai snorted lightly, used Kai Chen's hand, and walked in front, not at all. No worries. Chen is a little depressed, and some is bitter and hated, and it seems that he has offended Xiao-ai again. According to Chen's own opinion, Xiao-ai should be jealous. Are you jealous, Xiao-ai? Chen asked Xiao-ai 2 inches wide. I want to eat Kuda. Xiao-ai retorted, but with a blank face, although she didn't show anything, she brought her out to the storm. Okay, Xiao-ai, you don't have any. Jealous. Okay. It's a bit too much to not spare even children. Sonoko couldn't help but said. Sonoko, shut up for me, be careful, I'll take care of you. Chen said to Yuanzi with a gesture of fist fruit. Yuanzi shrank his brain, and then said to Chen unconvinced, oh, come, I want to see, you want Jahe to clean up me. Hee, Sonoko, do you really want to try it? If you really want to try it, I don't mind at all. Chen he sneered at Sonoko, which made Sonoko really frightened, so let's forget about it. There is no need to compete with Chen. Cut, I won't compete with you now. It doesn't make any sense. I think it's not that you don't want to compete with me, but that even if you want to compete with me, you will definitely not be able to compete with me. Each said with a smile. Please Chen, do you think this is very successful? Yuhiko asked Chen. All right. As if it was a soul-like question, he directly stopped Chen. It seemed that there was indeed no sense of accomplishment. By the way, before going back, I have to call Mingmei first. Chen suddenly remembered, and took out his mobile phone. What are you calling Mingmei for? Yuhiko asked Chen in confusion. Gee, of course Mingmei has prepared more meals. Otherwise, what will you eat then? Chen opened his mouth and said to Yuhiko. He and Mingmei carried the phone and talked, and then Chen and the others returned home after not long. Garden, they are not. The first time I came to Chen's house, so I wasn't so restrained. Aunt Fei Yingli, why are you here? Sonoko looked at Fei Yingli standing here in astonishment with a look of surprise. How could Sonoko not know Shaolin's mother, but now I see Shaolin's mother here. Yuanzi's heart couldn't help but wonder 0_m_____. Because my mother gave me a holiday, I came here to stay for a few days. I didn't tell you about it before. Shaolin said to Yuanzi X, before, you really didn't tell me about this. Sonoko said before, I really didn't know. Xiaolan, where are you coming here? Fei Yingli also asked Xiaolan curiously. Could it be? Fei Yingli had some guesses in her heart, but she didn't say it, because Fei Yingli was afraid that after she said it, it would make Shaolin even more shy. So she didn't say it. All right. Fei Yingli must be thinking in her heart, but fortunately Sister Yingli didn't say it, if Fei Yingli said it. I don't know how shy Shaolin will be. Teacher Didi, are you here too? Yuanzi looked at Judy with a surprised look. Obviously, this was fake. After all, Sonoko knew that Judy was here. Judy nodded. At this point Judy didn't know how to explain why she was here too. Just kneeling and not explaining. As for whether Sonoko will be able to do something, Judy said that she cares about this at all. Seeing Mr. Judy nodding her head indifferently, and then not talking, Sonoko's heart was very curious. L's curious face was a little itchy. Well, Mr. Judy, why are you here? Sonoko turned to Judy. D asked. This is also the main purpose of Sonoko. Is this because the teacher has some personal affairs, it's inconvenient to share with Sonoko. Zeddy didn't mean to say it. Bixie is really a private matter after all. Private business. Teacher T is actually here. It seems that the relationship with Chen is not normal. Sonoko said tentatively. That's right, Sonoko, my relationship with Chen is indeed very good. And it's not normal. Judy gestured towards Sonoko with a hint of light. Sonoko's eyes widened. Was it the same as she had guessed before? 3. Then Guoan took another look at Chen. 9. Second hand chapter 127. Yi, you are slandering. Stop staring at me. What are you staring at me for? Is it because I have flowers on my face? Or is it because I am too handsome? Shang Yuanzi. However, this is not a narcissism, because he is like that, and this is a fact. Don't you explain what Mr. Judy said just now? Sonoko asked Chen. What did Judy say? You said that the relationship between you is not normal. Wouldn't you tell me how the relationship is not normal? Sonoko gave an expression of a story between the two of you. However, Sonoko thought too much. The relationship between him and Judy was really not what Sonoko thought. Gee, Sonoko, I can only tell you now, you think too much. I see. Chen raised his hand and knocked on Sonoko's forehead. Unconvinced, Hai Yuanzi touched his forehead, and then asked Chen, could it be that you dare to do it or not? Don't dare to be a ghost. I haven't done anything yet. What do you think I did? Chen said angrily to Sonoko. Oh, I see, it's not too late. I said garden. Don't you think about me in a good direction? Is my image so unbearable in your little life? Chen looked at the garden with a bit of depression, and felt that his usual behavior was fair enough. Why the image is suddenly so bad here in Kain? Chen, you're too embarrassed to say it. Sonoko Kisako glanced around, and then cast a contemptuous look at Chen. Well, Chen is still very clear about the meaning of Sonoko and the light. The meaning is nothing more than a lot of women and scum. Hey, I suddenly feel myself. It's really hard. Chen Tan spread his hands and said innocently. Chen, did you learn to come to my house to play? Sonoko poked Chen with his finger, and then threw a graceful look at Chen. Sonoko's performance is obvious to the world. This is no longer a hint. Express. Well, if Sonoko really wants to invite me, of course I won't refuse. After all, I really don't want to refuse a beautiful woman's request. It seems that you admit that I am a beautiful woman. There was pride in his eyes. Of course I admit it. After all, Yuanzi, you are a good beauty today. I was playing with you before. In fact, Yuanzi, you are very beautiful. 3. As for Pai's seemingly intimate behavior, there is no rejection in Sonoko, and she is even looking forward to Chen's actions. Reserved equals don't look very expectant. Chen chuckled towards Sonoko. Am I not enough to release my sperm? Sonoko looked at Chen anxiously, as if he was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Chen. People who don't know think we have done something bad. Chen walked over, took Daozi's hand, and walked outside. I wish others would think like this. Sonoko said in a low voice. When he said this, Sonoko's heart was hurt, and he didn't even dare to raise his voice. But how sharp is Chen's hearing? Even Sonoko whispered. The words he said still couldn't escape Chen's ears. Sonoko, I can't hear you whispering just now. Chen smiled and said to Sonoko, Ah, what did I say? Sonoko immediately threw off his hands, and then hurriedly ran outside, with his face already full turned into a yuhi color. I didn't expect Sonoko to be so shy, hee. Chen hee chuckled. Sonoko usually doesn't hurt like this. Could it be Chen bullying you? Hee looked at Sonoko's face, yuhi, and ran out of Chen's room shyly. He couldn't help but said to Yuan, don't talk nonsense with Yi Xing, you are still contemptuous. Chen Gang heard what Hee said. He said to Hee angrily, Che, when did I warm Lumi? I think it's like this, it must be you who cheered Yuanzi. Hee cut lightly, and then looked at Chen with the eyes that I had already seduced you. It doesn't work if you train. Chen sighed, and then slowly walked towards Hee. What are you going to do? Don't go back and forth. After Hee took a few steps back, he stared at Chen with extreme vigilance. Why do you know that you are afraid now? Chen smiled and looked at the scared Hita. Hey, you think too much. I'm not afraid of you, I can hit the wound and fly out. Hee Mian raised his head proudly and said to Chen. It's very important to experience the power of your fist. Chen said and approached Hee, as if he really wanted to experience it. Don't come here. He was scared when he saw that Chen was really coming. He quickly hid behind Shaolin. Vigilant luxury Chen. When did the staff get so timid? I'm just frightening you twice. It doesn't really do anything to you. Chen looked at He looking at him in horror. After withdrawing his pouting, he said, Che, who will believe what you say? Who knows if what you say is true or not? I'd better be on guard. He cut 623 sounds gently. 1. Tisk tisk, I'm being treated as a bad guy, and suddenly Wei feels a little sad. Chen said with a slight sway. I glanced at Chen, and then told the truth for 10 days, which made him nod his head in agreement. That's right. What Xiao said just now is right. He really wants to give Xiaoyao something directly. 100% for the same. Well, just treat me as a bad guy. Chen shrugged, then sat on the dining table. It will be late after dinner. So don't leave, stay here to rest equals night. Chen opened his mouth and said to them. As long as you don't have bad intentions. He looked at Chen vigilantly and said. Since Lila is so vigilant about me, why don't you leave by yourself? What do you think of He? Chen asked He with a smile on his face. It's still a matter of blowing style, and Yi Wenyan shook his head slightly. After all, if you leave Chen's house, you and Yi don't know where to go. Teacher Dd. Sonoko deliberately sat beside Mr. Zeddy and looked at Mrs. Judy. So what's the matter with you? Judy smiled and looked at Sonoko, but her expression became slightly cautious. Question. If true, Judy really can't answer her contract when inquiring. Chapter 11:28. What does it have to do with me? Mr. Judy, why didn't you go to school to teach us recently? As students, we still care about you, Mr. Judy. Sonoko asked Judy. Every word is not false. The students in the class are really concerned about the fact that teacher Judy did not come to class. Thank you for your concern, but I have something. It's not convenient for me to reveal what it is. Judy didn't want to reveal it, so she didn't say it when she saw it. Sonoko asked embarrassedly. When facing Chen, Sonoko can come to ask Chen, but when facing Judy, Sonoko is embarrassed to ask the reason why. He is still not familiar with the relationship, so Sonoko will not ask his relatives these questions. But Yuanzi is really curious in his heart, just like a cat scratching. If he doesn't satisfy his curiosity, it is estimated that Yuanzi can stop my shrimp. As for satisfying curiosity, you can only go to Chen to satisfy curiosity. The key is that she should be able to let Chen tell her. Anyway, according to Yuanzi's guess, Chen must know the reason why teacher Judy didn't go to school. It seems that if nothing else, Chen will be haunted by the garden in the future, and it is still the kind of haunting. Chen, where do we live? Yuanzi asked Chen. The guest room upstairs. Look at my manner. How can it be impossible, so you don't need to worry about this issue. Chen, he said to the garden with a light smile. Then Chen brought Sonoko and the others upstairs, entered the room, and showed them the room they were staying in next. There is everything in the room, nothing is missing, and there is absolutely no problem in staying one night. Although no one has lived in it for a long time, the real Akemi cleans the room regularly. The room was tidy and clean. Wang Heng is so good in the room. Shaolin looked at the interior of the room and originally thought that Shaolin wanted to clean the room. Now that the room is so clean, there is no need to clean it at all. How about it? In fact, it is good that you have been living here in the future, and I am closer to the school. Chen said. Of course, Chen's words were actually addressed to Shaolin. Chen really wanted Shaolin to live here. After all, he and Shaolin already had a relationship. Shan, Che, we are living here. Could it be that we want to do something that is unacceptable, so we won't wait for it? He made a light cut. 30, He, don't think too much about yourself. In fact, what I want to ask is Shaolin. As for whether you will agree or not, sorry, it has little to do with me. Chen looked at Hai with a look of disgust, and immediately made Hai unhappy. 14. Do you think I'm not beautiful enough? He too asked to Chen. I didn't say you weren't beautiful, and I didn't mean that you were worse than Shaolin, but does this have anything to do with me? It doesn't matter. After all, He knew the relationship between Diane and Shaolin is already that kind of relationship. She is naturally not. Damn. Chi glared at Chen, and those who didn't know it might think that Chen bullied He. Don't do this. People who don't know may mistake me for bullying you. Chen said to He. Isn't it? I think you are bullying me. He rushed to the clan and said angrily. Wan, cough. Men and women don't marry each other. If you are a little too much, you will be seen by others. But you will be misunderstood. Chen lightly coughed, and then reminded He. He's face turned slightly Yuhi, and then he immediately covered his face to hide the shyness in his heart. Don't misunderstand me. After He let go of Chen, he said to Chen. 3. She doesn't want to be misunderstood by Chen's affection for him, although He does have a little affection for Chen in his heart, but this kind of affection, as a party, He may not feel it, but outsiders can see it. How about Shaolin? What do you think of my proposal? Chen asked Shaolin. I'm sorry Chen, although I want to live here too, but I don't seem to be able to. Shaolin said apologetically to Chen, it's not that she doesn't want to. In fact, there is still a father in the 3 families, and Shaolin can't help but take the bricks, so she can only refuse. Well, this makes me a little disappointed. Chen's eyes really showed a touch of disappointment. If possible, Chen really hopes that Shaolin will live here, so that it will be more convenient to meet Shaolin. And it's much more convenient. But in the future, maybe Shaolin will change her mind. Chen believes that that day will come. And this day will definitely not be too far away, and Chen's psychological side is also looking forward to it. I want to live with you, can you? 16 Yuanzi looked at Chen and asked in anticipation. Shaolin heard the words and asked Yuanzi in astonishment, are you serious? Shaolin turned to Yuanzi asked, do you really plan to live here? Of course I am serious, it depends on whether Chen Huan is welcome or not, I hope Chen can welcome me. Sonoko raised her head and looked at Chen, her eyes filled with anticipation. I hope that Chen can welcome her and let her stay here. I don't have any opinion, but I'm afraid you have to tell your parents about this. Ji Chen spread his hands towards Yuanzi. Of course, this Chen has no opinion in his heart that Yuanzi wants to live here. Chen can't ask for it. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Sonoko's face showed a look of depression. If you want to convince your parents, it will be a bit difficult. But even if it is difficult, Sonoko, who is good, wants to try it. How can you do it if you don't try it? What? When I get home, let's take a break. Try to convince my parents. Sonoko can only say so. I think it is difficult for you. He said to Yuanzi. According to Hai's estimation, Yuanzi's parents would not agree with Guangtian. That's not necessarily, it's not that I have no certainty in my heart. As long as I get my mother on it. Sonoko said with his fist clenched. Don't worry about his father. As long as he gets his mother Tomoko Suzuki, there will be absolutely no problem, but this is really a bit difficult. Sonoko is still in awe of his mother. Maybe it will be possible then. Let my sister do me a favor and maybe I can convince my mother. Sonoko thought to herself. She wants to ask her sister, Ling Buzzy, to do her a favor, and Sonoko believes in her sister. She will never refuse to help. Chapter 11:29. Conan the Guinea Pig, I didn't expect you to like watching football games. Chen glanced at the TV. Watching the game was playing on the TV, he couldn't help but say, of course. I'm very interested in this. Yukiko Q small head. By the way, Chen, don't you want to see it again? Yuchizi invited Chen, patted the sofa beside her, and then asked Chen. No, I'm not interested in this, and I don't have time. I'll be going to school in a while. Who is as sleepy as you? Chen shook his head. Why do you think I'm too busy? Showing a very dissatisfied look, she stared at Chen. Of course not, I didn't say that. Yukiko, you want to fall in love. Chen Shang spread his hands, and then went to call Xiaoban and the others. I didn't expect to get up so late today. When Shaolin walked out of the room, she was a little embarrassed. Usually, Shaolin doesn't get up so late. The reason why she woke up so late today is mainly because she slept 240 times more than last night, probably because she didn't get up so late. It's because of habit. To living here, Xiaolan feels that she is not used to it, and she wakes up late. It's not too late, it's still early for high school. I don't have to worry about getting hot at all. Chen said to Xiaolan. Zhang Zunchen called He and Yuanzi again, and the two of them slept soundly here. I was having a sweet dream. I didn't expect to be called up by you. It interrupted my sweet dream. He said to Chen, a little unhappy. Oh, then I don't know what dream you have, can you tell me about it? Chen asked He. Ask what that official business is doing, I won't tell you. He plus Yuhi's face was the same as Yuhi's push. Dreaming or something, why do you want to face Yuhi? Now seeing the appearance of Hai's face Yuhi, Chen feels that something is wrong, and Hai should have had some shameful dream. It seems that you have a dream. It's a bit special, Chen said lightly to He with a smile. What's so special about it? He's face was Yuhi's. This also made Chen's heart even more settled. And Guang gave He a strange look. Don't look at me, see, I'm going to wash my face. He straightened his hair, and then opened his mouth in a panic. It was not long after He left. Xiaoai came over, and after looking at Chen Zontan lightly, she said, I saw He running away in a panic just now. It has something to do with you. At the same time, Xiaoai also used that kind of strange look to look at it. Zhu Chen. As if Chen had just done something to He. Obviously, this is Xiaoai's distrust of you, Chen. Of course it has nothing to do with me. Chen, of course, won't recognize these things in the country. Deny all of them directly, and firmly deny that it has nothing to do with me. What's more, this is also true. I really didn't do anything. At most, it's just a few words. HMPH, it's strange to believe you. Xiaoai snorted coldly and didn't believe what Chen said. She felt that when she was just now, Chen must have done something to He. Chen said that she was wronged. But looking at Xiaoai, it seemed that there was no way to call the injustice. Anyway, Xiaoai doesn't believe in herself, so she won't say these things. You don't believe me anyway, so I'm not satisfied. Chen waved his hand perfunctorily. You won't come here to find me. 2 inches Chen asked Xiaoai. Well, if I have something to help you, this is for you. Xiaoai took out Z capsules and handed them to Chen. What is this? Chen looked at the capsules that Xiaoai handed over and wondered. Is this the drug you developed? No, wrong, this is the antidote I researched last night, and now I want you to help me try it out. Xiaoai looked at AED_I Chen. She looked expressionless, and said that she wanted to let herself. Xiao Chong, who is testing the medicine Chen's heart is speechless. Well, now you actually treat me like a guinea pig, my heart hurts so much. Chen covered his heart and pretended to be sad. Put away the sadness on your face. I'm looking at you now, and I don't feel any sadness at all. Xiaoai withdrew her mouth and said, okay. It's useless for you to ask me to test the medicine. I can't get anything out of the experiment at all. Chen said to Xiaoai. I didn't say that I wanted you to test the medicine. I asked you to give this to Zhang Baichu and Conan to try. Xiaoai said to Lauren Byakugan, yes, this is going to be eaten in Henan. In the same way, this is the only guinea pig that Xiaoai can find, and only this guinea pig can test the effect of medicine. If the guinea pig is accidentally poisoned, it will die. Anyway, Xiaoai is not at peace. Think of Conan as a guinea pig. I really feel sorry for him. Chen said with a smile, and then Chendi didn't object, and took the medicine directly. Okay, I'll feed Conan next, and I also want to have the drug you developed. Chen patted Xiaoai's head, and then said to Xiaoai. Don't touch my head. Xiaoai patted Chen's hand in disgust. Xiaoai, why do you despise me so much? Touching Xiaoai's head, it was changed to defending Xiaoai. Well, his daughter Chen also knows that although Xiaoai seems to despise him on the surface, in fact it is not. The main thing is that Xiaoai is an elegant new person. It's up to you. I hope you don't screw it up. Xiaoai handed it over to Chen. Do you think you can screw it up? If you do, that can only mean that there is something wrong with the drug you have researched. Chen pouted and said, crap, you remember to record the situation, don't forget this. I want to see how the specific effect is. Xiao Ai reminded Chen. Then why don't you do it? You can just do it directly. After that, I looked at Xiao Ai speechlessly and said, I think this kind of bad thing is not suitable for me to do at all, and you are the most suitable. Xiao Ai looked at Chen and said, I understand. It seems that what you mean, Xiao Ai, is that I am not a good person, so all bad things can be handed over to me. Let me do it. Right 2 inches. Chen bit Kiba and looked at Xiao Ai, but he didn't expect that in Xiao Ai's eyes. I am actually the image of a bad person. Drink is right, that's it. Xiao Ai didn't even refute it, which made Chen's heart feel a little sad. Okay. It's all a joke. If Chen does it, he can't bear any burdens. Next, Conan will be out of luck. But if Xiao Ai's medicine is effective, it's probably too late for him to be happy.